He had transmigrated into the Hong Kong underworld, becoming the cousin of the trusted right-hand family of Triad boss. Yet he awakened a system that would change everything. Ordinary suits transformed into anti-stab armor, common blades became heavy combat machetes, regular cars turned into bulletproof vehicles. In an era of countless gangs and ceaseless power struggles, he seized the upper hand in every conflict. In the end, every faction would bow before him. While others still struggled merely to survive, he was already rewriting the rules of the underground world. In this lifetime, Hong Kong would acknowledge only one Mr. Li, and that man was Li Jindong. Mong Kok Tiley Hotel. Li Jindong was jolted awake by a cacophony of ringing. The distinctive ache of a hangover made him feel as though his brain and skull were splitting apart. As his mind cleared a little, Li Jindong suddenly realized there was someone beside him, a little Triad girl. Yet in her deep, sweet sleep, she looked unexpectedly pure and endearing. Before Li Jindong could think further, the phone shrilled again, urgent as a death knell. He snatched up the phone by the bedside and snapped impatiently. Who is it calling so early? My temper is damn foul right now. On the other end of the line came a grating, raspy voice. Gaga, little brother, sounds like your temper really is foul. Last night at the bar you beat up a few of Big Brother B's men. They're hunting for you everywhere right now. The voice belonged to Li Jindong's cousin Liang Kuan, the 12th Hall Master of Hongxing, famed as the fire-extinguishing prince. Li Jindong's memories of the previous night flooded back. Because he had drunk too much, he had agreed to play the role of Big Brother for a girl and help her negotiate a dispute. Then he had run into Chun Haonan and his crew. As Liang Kuan's cousin, Li Jindong naturally found Chun Haonan and the others displeasing. He simply led his own men and thrashed them, smashing beer bottles over their heads. After that, everything went blank. Now recalling it, he seemed to remember ruining Chun Haonan's romantic plans, and then sleeping with Chun Haonan's woman. The voice laughed harshly. What's wrong, scared stiff? I told you with that skinny frame not to provoke Big Brother B's thugs. Those guys aren't right in the head, but they sure can fight. Liang Kuan added with a smirk, lie low for a while. Little punk's quarrels aren't something I can meddle in. Hey Big Brother, wait. Li Jindong tried to call Liang Kuan back, but the line had already gone dead. Damn it. His headache instantly. Still, Liang Kuan's attitude did not surprise him. This identity of his had only been in Hong Kong for a month. After he attached himself to Liang Kuan, his cousin had handed over a bar and a few lackeys for him to manage. That treatment was already quite generous. Now that he had stirred up such trouble, it was only natural that Liang Kuan would stay out of it, for Li Jindong had yet to demonstrate his true value. A man without value to a boss like Liang Kuan was insignificant, even if he was a cousin. At best, for Liang Kuan, Sake Chun Haonan and his crew would not kill him outright. Even so, if they caught him, a savage beating would be unavoidable. As a dignified transmigrator, how could he let himself be thrashed by natives? Where would his pride go? If that happened, his future in Hongxing would forever bear a stain. Just as Li Jindong was fretting, a crisp chime suddenly rang in his ears. Ding. Sensing the host's anxiety, the system is activating. Wanwu upgrade system loading 1. 33. 66. 99. Loading complete. Wanwu upgrade system can upgrade all things in the world by consuming the host's reputation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a novice gift pack. Current reputation 50. Damn, the system has arrived. A delighted grin spread across Li Jindong's face. After hearing the system's abilities, Li Jindong could not resist testing it. He reached for the jacket hanging on the clothes. Upgradable item, ordinary suit. Spend 50 reputation points to upgrade into an anti-stab suit, effectively resisting punctures and slashes from daggers and short knives. It really works. Thrilled, Li Jindong immediately spent the reputation points to upgrade. At once he felt the garment grow slightly heavier in his hands. Even stabbing it with scissors could not damage it in the slightest. After witnessing the system's marvel, Li Jindong instantly opened the novice gift pack. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one lesser enhancement injection. Note can enhance the body to the average level of a professional athlete. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability master level Xingyiquan. Li Jindong's heart surged with joy. His greatest worry now was simply that he was too weak, and once Chun Haonan and his crew caught him, he would suffer a vicious beating. Now that fear vanished, he felt he could take on 10 men. He immediately used both items, and at once a powerful force coursed through his body. Even his bathrobe strained slightly against his expanding frame. Where he had once been skinny, the figure in the mirror now resembled a lean, powerful leopard. His muscles were not exaggerated, but perfectly formed. Countless strands of knowledge and memory flooded into his mind, every muscle in his body tingling, as if electrified. Awesome. Li Jindong exhaled a long breath of stale air, feeling far more invigorated. When he stepped out of the bathroom, he found the girl Little Jeba awake. Donga. Little Jeba's cheeks were flushed, clearly recalling the events of the previous night. She looked distinctly bashful. Li Jindong had never imagined that a small Triad girl like Little Jeba would still be a virgin among young women in Hong Kong. That was a rarity. Especially now, her shy, half-hidden demeanor sent a surge of lust blazing through Li Jindong's chest. She was after all Chun Haonan's woman in the original story, and Li Jindong did not mind stepping in. Striding over with a wicked grin, he said, "Come help Donga vent some fire." Little Jeba gave a startled cry, and then her voice turned strange. 2 hours later the clouds parted, and the rain ceased. In the calm of his post-pleasure sage, stately Jindong turned to little Jeba and said, "That idiot big brother of yours, Feihong, stop following him. He wouldn't even come over to negotiate for you." "But I paid the red packet," little Jeba protested aggrieved. "So what? Have you been entered into Chong Lugang?" "If not, then it doesn't matter," Li Jindong said carelessly. Without being on the roster, she was not yet an official member of. Besides, Feihong was a coward. Li Jindong did not fear him at all. Little Jeba adored this domineering side of him and said obediently, "I'll listen to Donga in everything." "Hungry? Get up, I'll take you out for lunch." "Well, more like a midnight snack." Li Jindong patted little Jeba's smooth back and spoke directly. Little Jeba was a good girl in every way except for her rather flat figure. Still, she was the best meal Li Jindong had tasted since arriving in Hong Kong. Good girls should not be let down and bad girls should not be wasted. Having something to enjoy was good enough. Li Jindong was not picky. After they tidied up, they left the hotel and headed straight toward Temple Street. They had just sat down at a Dai Pai Dong when a gnashing voice sounded behind them. "Cheese I Dong, you're damn hard to find." Turning, Li Jindong saw Chun Haonan Shanji and the others, their heads wrapped in gauze, standing behind him. Their eyes blazed with fury as if they meant to flay him alive. In the past, Li Jindong would have turned around and run without a second thought. But now he was confident that he no longer cared about them in the slightest. Seeing the state they were in, he almost burst out laughing and nearly sprayed the beer from his mouth. Last night, he had struck ruthlessly. Chun Haonan's head had been split open. Shanji and Datian Air were no better off. One had his arms slung up in gauze while the other relied on a crutch to move. Bao Pai and Chao Pai were slightly better off, each sporting a blackened eye socket, looking for all the world like a pair of battered temple guardians. This time, though they had learned their lesson, not a single one dared rush up to cause trouble for Li Jindong. A crowd of underlings clustered nervously behind them. Seeing Li Jindong laughing so arrogantly, Shanji could not help cursing, "Cheese I Dong, you damn well dare to laugh. I'd like to see who can save you today." "Save it," Li Jindong replied with open contempt. "Wow, fellow disciples, are you planning to make me bleed?" he said with a disdainful look. At his side, the little stutterer girl was already frightened stiff. She hurriedly tugged at Li Jindong's sleeve, trying to get him to run. But he ignored her, and instead watched the so-called 5 tigers of Causeway Bay and their underlings with great interest. Having just obtained the abilities of a Xingyi Quan master, Li Jindong was eager to test his skills. "Who the hell is your fellow disciple? You bastard sided with outsiders against us. Today your blood will stain the street." Datian Air snarled the words through gritted teeth. Remembering how he and the others had been pinned to the ground and beaten senseless by Li Jindong's men last night, he now wished he could kill this bastard with his own hands. As the conflict flared, customers at the roadside stall hurriedly got up and left. Even the stall owner scurried away to hide at a distance, taking the cleaver from the chopping board with him. Terrified of getting dragged into trouble, he kept his distance. Chun Haonan, teeth clenched, glared at Li Jindong. "Cheese I Dong, today you return the car to us, then kowtow and knock your head on the ground for us." If they did not swallow this anger, how could they show their faces on the streets again? Li Jindong sneered. "To deal with a few pieces of trash like you think my big brother needs to show up. You really think you're something, don't you?" He added. Fine, since you're begging for a beating, don't blame us." Shanji snapped and waved to his lackeys. "Grab this bastard for me." At Shanji's command, several lackeys charged at Li Jindong in a rush. The little stutterer girl, loyal despite her fear, darted in front of him, shouting, "Donga, you go first." "Silly girl." Li Jindong laughed, pushing her gently to the side. "Stand over there and watch." With that, he stepped forward and drove a fist toward the first hoodlum charging at him. At the same time, he exhaled with a roar, a sound like a tiger's bellow tearing from his throat. Xingyi Quan, Tiger Cannon Fist. The lackey had no time to react before his body was sent flying. Agonizing pain exploded in the thug's chest, as if he had been struck by a speeding car. Not only did he go down, he crashed into several others, knocking a whole crowd to the ground. That single move was enough to make the 5 tigers of Causeway Bay drop their jaws on the spot. They knew Li Jindong's background all too well. He had come from the mainland with no real skills, just scraping by under Liang Kuan's command, and seemingly not very favored. They had never even heard of him fighting anyone. Even when conflicts arose, he had usually been the first to bow his head, and almost no one had ever taken him seriously, not even his own boss Liang Kuan. But the technique he revealed today left them utterly shaken. "What are you idiots standing there for? Get him!" Shanji was the first to recover, roaring at the stunned lackeys beside him. Only then did they snap out of it, rushing in from all directions to surround Li Jindong. They spread their arms and lunged at him. These street punks might not know formal martial arts, but they understood street brawling all too well. 2 of them aimed to tackle Li Jindong to the ground, while the rest snatched up nearby chairs, ready to give him a truly vicious beating. But Li Jindong's footwork was as nimble as a fox's. No matter how they lunged, they could not bring him down. With a hook of his foot, he even tripped one lackey so hard the man crashed face first into the ground and struggled for a long time to get up. Facing the last two underlings charging at him with chairs, a cold glint flashed in Li Jindong's eyes. He stepped half a pace back and threw a punch. Xingyi Quan killing move, half-step Bung Quan. With his current physical strength, it would not be impossible for him to kill a man outright with that blow. Fortunately, he still had some sense and did not aim at the thug's body, but at the chair in his hands instead. With a sharp whoosh and a crisp crack, the chair shattered into splinters on the spot. His fist stopped just short of the thug's face, the gust of force lashing the man's cheeks until they stung. Had Li Jindong driven his fist half an inch farther, the thug would be spending the night in the ICU. As for the other lackey, he dropped his chair and bolted. Li Jindong lightly patted the cheek of the one left petrified in front of him and said coolly, "Get lost." Then he took a cigarette from his pocket and snapped his fingers toward the little stutterer. His flamboyant gesture drew looks of astonished admiration from the onlookers nearby. She rushed over at once, pulled a lighter from her bag, and lit his cigarette, her eyes practically turning into stars as she gazed at him. Seeing the 7 or 8 men they had brought all lying flat on the ground, Chun Haonan and the others looked utterly grim. They turned ready to leave. But Li Jindong grabbed a chair and smashed it down on the limping Datian heir, knocking him to the floor, then said calmly, "Stand right there. Did I say you could leave?" Chun Haonan's body went rigid. "What do you want?" he asked through stiff lips. Li Jindong swung another chair at him, the force precisely measured. The blow sent Chun Haonan dropping to his knees. Li Jindong walked up, grabbed him by the hair, and said, "From now on, when you see me, you'd better take a detour. Otherwise, every time I see you, I'll beat you again. Now get out of my sight." He laughed loudly. Hearing Li Jindong's brazen laughter, Shanji still wanted to rush him. But Chun Haonan grabbed him and shook his head. Tonight had already been humiliating enough, taking another beating would be a bad bargain. He hated Li Jindong to the bone, but the strength Li Jindong had just displayed had cleared his vision completely. Watching Li Jindong walk away with the little stutterer in his arms, Shanji snarled viciously, "Damn, if this is—" Li Jindong held the little stutterer in his arms, his expression seemingly calm. However, he was quite excited and felt. The little stutterer looked at Li Jindong with concern and said, "Brother Dong, will this matter cause us any trouble?" Li Jindong confidently replied, "Don't worry, they won't have the face to trouble me over this." If Li Jindong didn't manage to deal with Chun Haonan and the others, it would be one thing. But now it was different. Having beaten up Chun Haonan and his group again, if this matter got out with the level of disdain Liang Kuan had for Boss B, he would definitely step in to protect Li Jindong. After a hearty meal, Li Jindong took the little stutterer to the bar he managed. Seeing Li Jindong arrive, the bar's henchman immediately approached him wearing a flattering smile and said, "Brother Dong, you are truly remarkable." "That's right, Brother Dong. I just heard that you single-handedly took down Chun Haonan and his crew at the night market on Temple Street. Brother Dong is amazing." Hearing his subordinate's flattery, Li Jindong was somewhat surprised the news spread this fast. The henchman smiled and said at that time there were quite a few people from other gangs at the night market on Temple Street. This matter spread like wings, and not just Hongxing, the entire underworld knows about it now. Although Li Jindong felt elated, he quickly calmed down. His little brother must have exaggerated, but he did indeed receive feedback from the system. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have achieved a minor accomplishment, a small trial of your skills. Achievement reward intelligence card X1. Ding. The host's reputation in this area has begun to spread on a small scale. Reputation 100. Li Jindong immediately whistled and then used the reward given by the system. Soon a message appeared before Li Jindong. Intelligence: the Four Blades Group, a Dong, a Young Mantis, and About took down a Hall Master of the Chonglu Gang. If you can help them resolve their troubles, you will gain their loyalty. Seeing this intelligence, Li Jindong couldn't help but smile. Just when he needed to help the little stutterer with the troubles involving Fei Hong, he now had another reason to create trouble for the Chonglu Gang. These four guys came from the movie The Blades, specializing in handling troublesome matters for gangs. Their strength goes without saying much stronger than ordinary henchmen. Moreover, Li Jindong felt that it was time for him to have his own territory. Meanwhile, on the other side, Liang Kuan had just finished an audition. Liang Kuan replied indifferently, "What is it?" "It's about a Dong." Sha Chong's face appeared a bit strange. Liang Kuan furrowed his brows and said, "Didn't we say to let him hide for a while? He hasn't been caught by Chun Haonan and those guys, has he? Has he been beaten up? Where is he now?" Sha Chong shook his head and said, "Brother Kuan, you might be mistaken. A Dong was cornered by Chun Haonan and his gang at the night market on Temple Street. However, he wasn't beaten up. Instead, he taught Chun Haonan and his crew a lesson all by himself." Liang Kuan immediately sprayed the tea he had just taken a sip of. He then looked at Sha Chong in disbelief and said, "Are you dreaming? That brat Li Jindong took down Chun Haonan and his crew all by himself." Sha Chong quickly said, "Absolutely true, Brother Kuan. At that time, there were many people from other gangs at Temple Street, and they all witnessed it. A Dong displayed extraordinary power, challenging more than a dozen people, including Chun Haonan. It was like a god descending from the heavens." Liang Kun's eyes instantly lit up. This brat, when did he gain such strength? Where is he now? I want to see him. The 5 tigers of Copper Lobo Bay can be said to be the most capable subordinates under Boss B recently. After all, they had dealt with Live Fats Printing Factory and eliminated his good brother Ba by making them quite famous under Boss B's command. Liang Kuan had even thought about poaching Chun Haonan and the others. However, that stubborn Chun Haonan had. Now with Li Jindong able to handle Chun Haonan's group by himself, did he still need to seek out those defeated subordinates? Sha Chong honestly told Liang Kuan A Dong is currently at the bar watching over things, and he's fooling around with have him come over. Liang Kuan nodded. You go and invite him. Sha Chong nodded. Got it, boss. Meanwhile, on the other side, Copper Lobo Bay, Chun Haonan and the others returned with dirt on their faces, which surprised. What happened to you guys? Didn't I tell you to catch Liang Kun's cousin? Boss B asked in surprise. Chun Haonan and his crew looked very grim, not saying a word. Boss B directly called out to the one named Bao Pai speak. How did it end up like this? Only when their boss asked did Bao Pai reluctantly recount what had happened at Temple Street. Boss B was taken aback. You guys, a dozen of you were taken down by that brat A Dong. Though this was embarrassing, Chun Haonan still nodded. That brat A Dong is definitely playing the pig to eat the tiger. Shanji said indignantly, I've never heard of him having such skills. He must have trained. Boss B's expression immediately darkened. Chun Haonan and the others had already been beaten by Li Jindong once. Boss B had specifically given them enough manpower to regain their face. With the system's intelligence, Li Jindong effortlessly found the 4 members of the knife gang. However, these guys looked, after all, they had killed a hall master of the Changle gang and were now being hunted by them. Brother Dong, it's those guys. The underlings brought the 4 before Li Jindong and said to them, this is our boss, Brother Dong. The 4 showed their insight and immediately bowed to greet him, Brother Dong. Li Jindong nodded and looked them over. Although they had just started out, being able to kill a hall master of the Changle gang had already made a name for themselves. However, they had offended the Changle gang, and no one dared to accept them. After all, no one would offend the Changle gang for a few useless thugs. But Li Jindong had no such worries and directly said to the 4, are you willing to follow me? The member known as Abao's eyes lit up. Brother Dong is willing to take us in. We have offended the Changle gang terribly. Li Jindong replied calmly, what is the Changle gang to me? I'm just asking if you're willing to roll with me. Of course we are willing. The 4 hurriedly nodded. Then that's settled. You haven't joined any other organizations, right? Li Jindong inquired. Abao sighed bitterly and said, well, someone has to be brave enough to take us in. Li Jindong laughed lightly. They lack the guts, but I have. From now on, you'll follow me. Tomorrow, each of you bring $800 as a joining fee. Hearing this, the 4 let out a sigh of relief. With the powerful backing of the Hongxing gang, they no longer had to worry about being hunted by the Changle gang. Got it, Brother Dong. The 4 nodded eagerly. Just after Li Jindong had taken in the 4 assassins, he saw Sha Chong walk in from outside. Li Jindong sent them away and went to meet Sha Chong. Sha Chong, is there something you need? Li Jindong asked curiously. Ah Dong, I heard you gave Chun Haonan and his crew a good beating. Sha Chong said with a smile. Now everyone in Hongxing knows about it. Li Jindong replied indifferently. Those useless fools will beat them every time I see them. Awesome. Sha Chong gave Li Jindong a thumbs up and continued. Brother Kuan wants to see you. Li Jindong immediately smiled. He knew Liang Kuan would definitely be paying attention to him now. So he nodded and said, no problem, I also have something to discuss with the big brother. With that, Li Jindong got up and followed Sha Chong to the Qiankuan Film Company. Before gaining the system, Li Jindong had wanted to work at Qiankuan Film Company more than anything. Getting a job as a casting director would have been the best. After all, he had unlocked quite a number of teachers' techniques in his mind, enough for a complete T. However, now Li Jindong had higher aspirations. Sha Chong smiled and said to Li Jindong, let me know if you like anyone, I'll arrange it for you. Li Jindong shook his head. First, take me to see the big brother. Sha Chong was somewhat surprised, as Li Jindong had always shown great interest in the actresses of Qiankuan Film Company. But he didn't say much and directly took Li Jindong to Liang Kun's office. Boss Ah Dong is here. Sha Chong knocked on the door and addressed Liang Kuan. Liang Kuan was looking at a magazine at that moment. Upon seeing Li Jindong, he immediately smiled and said, Ah Dong, I knew I didn't misjudge you. You did a good job. Li Jindong boldly sat down in front of Liang Kuan, smiling as he said, no matter what, I can't let you down, big brother. Liang Kuan handed Li Jindong a cigar with a smile and personally lit it for him, then let out a boisterous laugh. Ha ha, this indeed brings me face. I can already imagine the expression on Lao B's face. But when did you acquire such skills? I had no idea. Li Jindong casually replied. I met a master back home who taught me a few tricks, it's just that I hadn't had the opportunity. After all, Li Jindong had only just arrived in Xiangjiang and not many knew his true background. Liang Kuan certainly wouldn't send someone back home to investigate his background just because of this. Liang Kuan smiled and said, just like me, I enjoy playing the pig to eat the tiger. This time I'm very satisfied with the results, and I plan to let you manage the Garden Street. Previously, Li Jindong would have happily agreed. However, now he did not intend to continue being an underling. He was ready to establish his own reputation. He wanted to be Brother Dong, not Liang Kun's younger brother. Therefore, Li Jindong shook his head and said to Liang Kuan, big brother, I have a different idea. Oh. Liang Kuan was somewhat surprised. What idea? Li Jindong candidly stated, I want to carve out my own territory. Hiss. Liang Kuan gasped, carve out your own territory. You have quite the ambition. Li Jindong smiled and said, no ambition, why else would I be out here? Which territory are you eyeing? Liang Kuan asked curiously. Li Jindong thought for a moment and said, how do you feel about the territory at Xiun Mountain? Upon hearing this, Liang Kuan burst into laughter. That was previously De Lao B's territory. Are you sure you can get in there? The Changle gang also has territory at Xiun Mountain. Li Jindong replied with a smile. I think Fei Hong's venue is quite good. Plus I could be neighbors with De Lao B. Although Xiun Mountain is a desolate place, it is a core area where many organizations recruit members. After all, there are many village houses there providing a steady supply of underlings. What Li Jindong valued was precisely this point. Just like De Lao B, he still recruits people from Xiun Mountain for new underlings. Hearing Li Jindong's words, Liang Kuan immediately fell into thought. After a moment, he said to Li Jindong, are you confident? How can I support you? Li Jindong knew Liang Kuan would definitely agree. Even to annoy De Lao B, he would support Li Jindong in this matter. So Li Jindong smiled and said, just lend me some men. I happen to have some conflicts with Fei Hong. I just need an excuse to clear them out. But the big boss of the Changle gang, Pan, is quite a character. You have to help me hold him off. Liang Kuan immediately laughed. As long as you can handle Fei Hong, Pan isn't a problem. Besides, it's just a gang fighting for territory. Oh, it's not a big deal. Then thank you very much, big brother. Li Jindong nodded. By the way, in a couple of days, De Lao B has an appointment with me. I'll remember to come. Liang Kuan reminded him. Got it, big brother. Li Jindong replied with a smile. Li Jindong had just finished talking with Liang Kuan when Xiao Jiebai approached him. Hesitantly, he said to Li Jindong, Brother Dong, Fei Hong wants to see you. Li Jindong sneered and said, what? He refuses to let go of the person. Xiao Jiebai nodded, his expression somewhat worried. Li Jindong continued to sneer. What kind of person is he to be so arrogant? Speak, where are we meeting? Xiao Jiebai mentioned an ice room, and Li Jindong immediately took a few of his underlings and headed straight there. Upon entering, Li Jindong saw Fei Hong sitting there drinking a beverage. Fei Hong's such a grand setup. Li Jindong greeted him with a smile. Fei Hong coldly glanced at Li Jindong, then looked at Xiao Jiebai beside him. Xiao Jiebai, somewhat fearful, hid. After a moment, Fei Hong finally spoke. Adong, you took my little sister without my permission. It seems you don't regard me at all. Li Jindong laughed and sat down in front of Fei Hong. Fei Hong, Xiao Jiebai is your little sister. I had no idea. Last night when she talked to Chun Haonan, she was all alone. Oh, by the way, she called her boss, but unfortunately her boss didn't care about her. Li Jindong continued, in a critical moment, if the boss doesn't even show face for his underlings, can he still be called a boss? Fei Hong's expression darkened. Last night, he was playing mahjong and indeed received a call from Xiao Jiebai. However, he usually couldn't be bothered to deal with matters involving small underlings. If he had to intervene, every time a small underling had an issue, he'd be overwhelmed. Li Jindong continued, and you said Xiao Jiebai is your little sister. Has she entered your Chongless roster? Fei Hong suddenly slammed the table and angrily said to Li Jindong, so you're planning to rob my people right in front of me? Fei Hong's underlings also stood up behind him. Most people would have been intimidated by such a scene. However, Li Jindong calmly replied, Fei Hong, your argument lacks. Xiao Jiebai is currently my woman, and she is willing to be with me. It's a mutual agreement. What is there to rob? If you don't want to support her, I'll take care of it myself. Good. Fei Hong pointed at the 4 bodyguards behind Li Jindong angrily, saying, I won't hold you accountable for Xiao Jiebai, but what about these 4 guys behind you? You clearly know they killed our Chongless Hall Master Quangren Hui, yet you still dare to say you took them in. Are you preparing for war with us, Changle? Hearing Fei Hong's words, Bao and the others appeared somewhat anxious, fearing that Li Jindong might abandon them at this. Tisk, Fei Hong, just manage your own Changle affairs. Do you really need to teach us how to operate in Hongxing? Li Jindong disdainfully replied, aren't you overstepping your bounds? Damn it, how dare you speak to my brother like that? Fei Hong's underlings instantly erupted, charging directly at. However, a glint of sharpness flashed in Li Jindong's eyes as he slammed his hand on the table, causing the knife on the table to fall into his grasp. He then swiftly brandished the knife, stopping it right at Fei Hong's neck. This move startled Fei Hong so much that his hair stood on end, and he quickly raised his hands and shouted, stop. Hearing Fei Hong's command, the underlings finally reacted. Looking at Li Jindong with a horrified expression, they cautiously said, Cheesy Dong, what do you want? Let go of our boss. Li Jindong, appearing relaxed, said, Fei Hong, your underlings are a bit unruly. He added, aren't you going to make them back off a bit? Otherwise, my hand has been a bit shaky lately, and it would be unfortunate if I accidentally cut something. Fei Hong's face darkened as he shouted, get back, do you want to get me killed? The underlings reluctantly took a few steps back. Only then did Li Jindong put down the knife and calmly say, they'll definitely keep her safe. If your Changle is unhappy, they'll continue. But next time I won't be so easy to talk to. Fei Hong grimaced and said, Cheesy Dong, you have gutsy, I hope you want. Li Jindong gave Fei Hong the middle finger and swaggered out of the ice room with Xiao Jiebai. After leaving the ice room, Xiao Jiebai worriedly said, Brother Dong, will this affect you? He just in time, ere I was looking for an excuse to go to war with him. Li Jindong sneered. And didn't you notice? Your big brother doesn't care about you at all. He asked me to come because I took in these 4 guys. Abeo and the others quickly thanked Li Jindong, saying, "Thank you, Brother Dong." Li Jindong directly asked, "What about the red envelope?" Abeo and his companions immediately handed over the red envelope. The money wasn't much, just 800 each. However, this was a customary rule. Giving the boss a red envelope meant they would be under the boss protection. From now on, they would be Li Jindong's people. Li Jindong accepted the red envelope and nodded, saying, "I know how much risk I took to accept you. Just do your job well from now on." "All right, it's nothing serious. You all can disperse now. I need to take my woman home to sleep." Hearing Li Jindong's crude words, Xiao Jibai's cheeks flushed. However, having tasted forbidden fruit, she was also somewhat aware of the pleasure. After returning to the hotel, the two couldn't wait to entangle with each other. After some time, Li Jindong's status with Liang Kuan had risen immensely. After all, Li Jindong had previously dealt with the 5 tigers of Copper Gong Bay and had caused Fei Hong to suffer a setback. Liang Kuan had certainly noticed these things. Moreover, since Li Jindong was Liang Kun's cousin, this identity gradually led to him being called Brother Dong instead of the previous derogatory term Cheesy Dong. However, many were quite puzzled. With Li Jindong's current strength, he could have long been managing a street under Liang Kuan, yet Liang Kuan had never appointed him. This was somewhat strange. "The guys from Chang'e definitely can't swallow this anger," Liang Kuan said with a smile. "You must be careful, don't get caught off guard." Li Jindong, casually smoking a cigarette, arrogantly replied, "Don't worry, big brother, those rotten fish and shrimp from Chang'e aren't even worth my attention. When Fei Hong lets his guard down, I'll hit him hard. I've prepared the manpower for you. You can find Shaki anytime." Li Jindong was quite arrogant, but Liang Kuan liked it. In his view, those with ability should be proud. Li Jindong impatiently said, "What time is it? Is the Lao Bi still not here?" Liang Kuan smiled and pointed at the door, saying, "He's just arrived. These guys have quite a unique style. Boss B, I thought you weren't coming." Liang Kuan laughed and said, "Isn't that a Nan? Quite a distinctive look you have." Faced with Liang Kun's teasing, Chun Haonan and his group were nearly fuming. Boss B said with a grim expression, "A Kuan am here to discuss business, not to trade barbs with you. Your underling stole my underling's car and even assaulted him. How do you plan to handle this?" Liang Kuan chuckled. "B, you're really regressing. Let your underlings handle their own matters. Do you really consider this a topic we need to discuss? Don't try to be friendly with me. What's done is done." Li Jindong violated the gang's rules. "If you don't give me an explanation today, don't blame me for taking matters into my own hands." Boss B said fiercely. Liang Kun's expression darkened. "If you have the guts, then try it." Seeing the two bosses at odds, the younger brothers all looked tense. The earlier incident with Ba had already left Liang Kuan quite displeased. Today, Boss B deliberately came to stir trouble, and his patience had reached its limit. "Shi Zidong, when did you have a say here?" Shanji couldn't help but shout at Li Jindong. Li Jindong dug at his ears. "Do you have Shi Zidong, when did you have a say here?" Shanji couldn't help but shout at Li Jindong. Li Jindong dug at his ears. "Do you have hyperthyroidism? Why are you shouting so loudly?" "Shouting so loudly doesn't change the fact that you guys are useless. You can't even handle one girl, and she's Copper Lobo 5 tigers. More like 5 mice." Boss B said grimly to Li Jindong. "So do you admit the car was stolen by you?" "When did I say I stole it?" Li Jindong spread his hands and said, "Brother B, you're a senior in the underworld. If you keep talking like this, I'll have to take you to Mr. Jiang to settle this. The car was stolen by one of my girls. If you want it back, that's possible. It's not like I said I wouldn't return it. But according to the rules of the underworld, if my girl got Chun Haonan's car, isn't asking for 30,000 not too much? Who told your underling to be useless? Otherwise, Brother B, why don't you just report it to the police? It's not me who's embarrassed." Boss B shot a glance at his underling. Chun Haonan hadn't even mentioned this to him. Chun Haonan was also in a difficult position. After taking down Ba, Boss B rewarded him with 100,000. He had directly bought an MR2 with that money, and he had long spent it all. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, his new car was stolen. Xiao Jiaba asked him for 30,000. Where could he possibly get that? That's why he personally went to Xiao Jiaba to retrieve the car. Who knew things would end up like this? Liang Kuan found Li Jindong's comments amusing and chimed in, "Ha, right. Brother B, why don't you just call the police? Let the cops bring you justice." The underworld has its own rules of conduct and a set of customary methods for if it really escalated to calling the police, it would be an extraordinary embarrassment. Boss B took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and said to Li Jindong, "Let's not mention the car. Regarding how heavy-handed you were with your fellow disciples, I can still deal with you." "Ha, Boss B, you really have the nerve to say that." Liang Kuan immediately burst into laughter. "Your subordinates had over a dozen men corner my brother A Dong in Temple Street, and were beaten to a pulp. You're not embarrassed to say that. All right, during the Dragon Head conference, he'll bring this up. What do you think?" Boss B realized Liang Kuan was hard to deal with, but as an enemy, he hadn't expected it to be this tough. Previously, he had thought of giving Chun Haonan a chance, planning to have Li Jindong bow his head and apologize, then just return the car. He didn't expect to be cornered by their back and forth. No matter how you looked at it, this incident was an embarrassment for Boss B's men. Even if he forced the issue, Chun Haonan and his group would no longer be able to mix in the underworld. Li Jindong smiled and said, I know, Brother B, you came here just to find a way out. Don't say I'm not giving this chance. I heard your subordinate Chun Haonan has trained with you since childhood. He must be quite capable, right? I, on the other hand, used to farm back in my hometown. How about letting him fight me? If I win, I'll obediently serve him tea and apologize, and I won't take a dime for the car. If I lose, While Li Jindong spoke, a malicious glint shone in his eyes as he sized up Chun Haonan, preparing to find an opportunity to beat this guy up again. Chun Haonan instantly felt a chill, recalling the scene from a few days ago when he single-handedly confronted 7 or 8 of his underlings in Temple Street. If he were to face him unknown, wouldn't he be beaten to death? Boss B's expression also changed rapidly. He began to feel wary of Li Jindong. This guy keeps talking about giving a way out, but there really is no way out. It would only further embarrass Chun Haonan. Boss B gritted his teeth, pulled out 30,000 from his pocket, and slammed it on the coffee table in front of Li Jindong, saying, car keys. Li Jindong immediately started laughing. If you had said so earlier, we could have settled this. Li Jindong deliberately counted the money, then took out the car keys and tossed them to Boss B. Let's go. Boss B, furious, turned and left with his underlings. He had thought he could suppress them with his power, but unexpectedly, he gained nothing as both Li Jindong and Liang Kuan teamed up against him. Feeling thoroughly disgruntled, Chun Haonan lowered his head and said to Boss B, Brother B, I will pay this. Be smarter in your dealings next time. Boss B did not comment further, but was the first to speak sternly to Chun Haonan. After all, he had always treated Chun Haonan like a son. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Changle, Fei Hong reported Li Jindong's situation to Brother Pan. After listening, Brother Pan calmly said, Fei Hong, you're the boss now. You can make decisions on your own. They'll handle the matters with Hong Xing. After all, we need to understand the situation regarding the madman Hui. Since Liang Kun's underling wants to force the issue, then let them fight. Fei Hong immediately became excited. With your words, brother, I feel at ease. Liang Kuan has some business conflicts with us. It's just right to show him who's boss this time. Adong, are you sure Fei Hong will raid your place tonight? Sha Qiang looked at Li Jindong with suspicion. Li Jindong replied nonchalantly, just wait, and see, Fei Hong must be eager to come and trouble me. The 4 guys under me killed the madman Hui, who was Fei Hong's close ally. No one desires revenge for Hui more. Sha Qiang gazed at a Bao and his group beside Li Jindong with some surprise. These 4 were not ordinary people, who being able to kill the madman Hui and still stand here in one piece was no small feat. No wonder Li Jindong would take them in even after falling out with the Chongli gang. Sha Qiang shrugged and said, I don't mind, but if my brothers go with you and it turns out to be a bust, you're buying the late-night snack. Li Jindong chuckled, no problem. A large sum of money had just come in from Big Boss B, so treating others was no issue. Just as the two were speaking, several vans suddenly rushed in from a distance. Many of Chongli gang's underlings wielding machetes and steel pipes aggressively got out of the vehicles. At the forefront was that bastard Fei Hong. With his big brother Pan backing him up, he brought many people today ready to take down a Bao and teach that arrogant Li Jindong a harsh lesson. Where's Chi Zai Dong? Get him out here. Fei Hong yelled ferociously at the security guards. Faced with so many armed men charging in, the guards were momentarily stunned. However, he still pointed outside and told Fei Hong, Dong Gu has gone out. He should be back soon. Damn, what a coincidence. Fei Hong sneered, since he won't come out, then smash it. Upon hearing Fei Hong's order, the underlings immediately prepared to act. But at that moment, a mocking voice came from behind Fei Hong. I thought you would hold off for a while. I didn't expect you to come here to die so soon. Fei Hong was startled and turned around, feeling a chill run from his heels to the top of his head. Li Jindong had appeared behind him without him noticing. Most importantly, he had a swarm of underlings blocking them at the bar's entrance. The number of opponents was several times greater than those Fei Hong brought. It was clear that the damn Chi Zai Dong had been prepared. Li Jindong grinned menacingly and said, since you took the initiative to come to my turf to cause trouble, don't blame me. What are you waiting for? Kill them. Sha Qiang had brought along several hundred men, all armed. Upon hearing Li Jindong's command, they let out a cheer of excitement. They charged directly at Chongli gang's men. In an instant, the underlings of Chongli gang were stunned by the onslaught from Hong Xing's men. They thought they were the dominant side, only to experience a total reversal. In a flash, Fei Hong's men suffered heavy casualties. The few protectors beside Fei Hong shouted loudly, Boss, we've fallen into a trap. Hey, let's run. Fei Hong truly couldn't care about the other underlings anymore, being cornered at the door of his bar. If he got beaten to death here, it would be for nothing. So Fei Hong immediately gathered his trusted subordinates and erupted with formidable combat power, cutting through the crowd and reaching the van's door. Hurry, drive. During this rush, Fei Hong was slashed twice on his back. His leg was also struck hard by a steel pipe, causing him immense pain. But he finally managed to break through. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. This time setback was nothing. He could always come back for it next time. The most important thing was to stay alive. Little did he know the fortune he felt was actually Li Jindong's intention. If he hadn't let Fei Hong escape, how could he have an excuse to strike at Siyun Mountain? Let them run. Li Jindong stopped the Hongxing underlings who wanted to pursue Sha Chong. Prepare a few military transport vehicles. We're heading to Xiun Mountain. Sha Qiang didn't make a move, but he watched the entire process from the side. Seeing how Li Jindong let Fei Hong escape, a strange thought suddenly surged in his mind. Liang Kuan and this cousin of his are practically cut from the same cloth. They both have a knack for scheming. However, he didn't dare to voice this thought. After all, Sha Qiang's abilities were lacking. But having been with Liang Kuan for so long, he had seen all kinds of people. This kid Li Jindong might very well rise to power soon. Neither of these two guys could he afford to offend. So he quickly had someone call for the vans, bringing along his underlings to follow after Fei Hong towards Xiun Mountain. On the other hand, Fei Hong returned to his territory in a disheveled state. His underlings saw their leader bloodied and looking ragged and were immediately taken aback. "Boss, what happened to you?" Fei Hong irritably waved his hand, saying, "Stop with the nonsense, get the underground doctor over here, and bring me a bottle of liquor." Soon the underground doctor was called over to begin stitching up the wounds on Fei Hong's back. Meanwhile, Fei Hong endured the pain, gulping down liquor after liquor. He couldn't understand why Li Jindong knew about his attack on his turf. This time he had truly fallen, and it was no big deal, just a small defeat. He could always seek revenge later. He really didn't believe that Li Jindong, this newcomer, would dare to chase after him. The losses of his underlings were enough to make Fei Hong feel the pain. But just when he thought Li Jindong wouldn't dare to pursue, Li Jindong had already brought a large group to Xiun Mountain and quickly found Fei Hong's territory. This territory will belong to me from now on." After Li Jindong got out of the car, he grinned and said, "Let's get to it. Clear these Changla underlings out for me." Upon hearing Li Jindong's words, a Bao and the others also started to chuckle. For knife wielders, each leading dozens of Hongxing underlings launched an assault on Fei Hong's turf. Essentially, they were just beating up and driving out the people guarding the bar, nightclub, and sauna. Anyone who dared to resist was immediately hacked to death. In an instant, the places on Xiun Mountain were thrown, seeking revenge in the Jianghu. Sorry for disturbing everyone's enjoyment. A Bao smiled at the nightclub patrons, saying, "You can leave now." Upon hearing a Bao's words, the guests hurriedly fled, afraid of getting caught up in this mess. Seeing these customers who hadn't even placed orders, the nightclub manager was instantly at a loss, wanting to cry. "From now on, this territory belongs to us Hongxing. Do you understand?" A Bao said with a grin, wrapping his arm around the manager's neck. A Bao immediately laughed and said to the manager, "Very good, I like someone who knows the situation." Such scenes continued to unfold in various venues of Xiun Mountain. This is the proper procedure for occupying a territory. Moreover, the lackeys of Hongxing know their limits and would never vandalize bars or nightclubs. After all, they were only dealing with the lackeys of the Changel gang and didn't want to offend the merchants of Xiun Mountain. Otherwise, who would Li Jindong turn to for protection fees? These venues would still need their management. This is the tacit understanding between the hoodlums and local bosses. The underworld is not just about fighting, but about human relationships. The lackeys who had been expelled from their territory immediately sought out Fei Hong. After all, such a significant event required leadership to take shape. At this moment, Fei Hong had taken several painkillers and was ready for a good sleep. But just then a lackey rushed over, panting, "Boss, bad news." "What's with the panic?" Fei Hong grumbled discontentedly. "The people from Hongxing. They've come and overturned all our venues." The panicked lackey said, "All our people have been driven out." "What did you say?" Fei Hong's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at his lackey, exclaiming, "How dare they?" "Boss, enough talk. What do we do now?" The subordinate said anxiously. Fei Hong gritted his teeth and shouted, "Gather everyone, we're going to fight back." If he was driven out of his own territory, he might as well give up on this life. However, even if Fei Hong managed to organize his men, it was already too late. Most of the venues in his territory had fallen into Li Jindong's hands, and the Changel people had also been scattered. They were just hoodlums. How strong could their organizational ability be? Once scattered, it was hard to regroup. The men gathered by Fei Hong only managed to clash with Li Jindong briefly before being scattered again. As for Fei Hong himself, he was captured by the 4 top henchmen of Li Jindong and brought before him. "Haha, brother Fei Hong, we meet again," Li Jindong said, squatting in front of Fei Hong, flicking Fei Hong's face with a mocking smile. Fei Hong gritted his teeth, never expecting this bastard Li Jindong to be so ruthless. But now under the eaves he had no choice but to bow his head. Fei Hong could only plead with immense humiliation. "A dong, spare my life, I won't dare to oppose you again." Li Jindong chuckled, "Still calling me a dong? Brother Fei Hong, you don't seem very sincere. Dong go. I beg you, spare my life." Fei Hong immediately changed his tone. Seeing Fei Hong begging for mercy, many Changel lackeys who had also been captured by Li Jindong dimmed their eyes. In this line of work, beyond profit, the most important thing is face. Today, Fei Hong not only lost his territory, but also his dignity. Li Jindong suddenly burst into laughter. "Brother Fei Hong, you always know how to make me happy. But I'm sorry you're—" As he spoke, Li Jindong's expression changed, and he ordered his 4 top henchmen kill him. Without hesitation, the 4 henchmen drew their knives and charged at Fei Hong. In less than a moment, Fei Hong was dead. Li Jindong said calmly, "Handle the body and have the men stand. From now on, Xiun Mountain will be our territory." "Understood, boss." The 4 henchmen were thrilled, feeling they had indeed chosen the right side. During this time, they had been chased by Fei Hong, and now Li Jindong not only eliminated Fei Hong, but also occupied his territory. Finally, they wouldn't have to live a life of constant upheaval. Thus, they worked with remarkable enthusiasm. By dawn, there were no Changle gang members left in the territory of Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving the first territory. Achievement Reward Team Recruitment Card X1. Ding. The host's reputation in this area begins to spread on a small scale. Reputation 500. Another achievement not bad. Li Jindong smiled slightly. However, he was somewhat surprised by the reward of this team recruitment card. After inquiring with the system, he found that this item was even better than the intelligence card. Team recruitment card randomly recruit a villain team and gain absolute loyalty. The recruited team would appear by the host's side with reasonable identities. Li Jindong stroked his chin and said, so it's just giving a reasonable identity, right? Thinking about it, one can't just conjure up living people out of thin air. The system shouldn't have such capabilities. Subsequently, Li Jindong directly used the team recruitment card as he was in dire need of manpower. After using the recruitment card, several images began to flicker before Li Jindong's eyes. After he called stop, the faces of the people in the photos gradually became clear. Hey, isn't this the Tony Trio? Li Jindong was somewhat surprised. The Tony Trio were the villains from the feud. All of them were from An and Fierce characters who had escaped from the Baisha refugee camp. They were known for their infamous phrases like, if you want it delivered, it's either windy or rainy, and this is how we do things. All of them were from An and Fierce characters who had escaped from the Baisha refugee camp. They were known for their infamous phrases like, if you want it delivered. Tony and Ah, who however were exceptionally strong. The most important thing was that they could stand on their own. Li Jindong was very satisfied with this lottery draw. Just as he was secretly delighted, Sha Chong ran over and handed him a big brother phone saying, Dong, it's Brother Kun's call. After answering the phone, Li Jindong heard Liang Kun's unpleasant hoarse voice laughing. Little brother, you did well. You quickly took down Siyun Mountain. Li Jindong glanced at Sha Chong, knowing that this matter must have been reported quietly by him to Liang Kun. However, since he was Liang Kun's man and many of his lackeys were also Liang Kun's, it was normal for him to do so. Li Jindong said casually, such a lowly character as Fei Hong doesn't require much effort. By the way, brother, I've taken Fei Hong down. What? Liang Kun was momentarily stunned, then immediately dumbfounded. Li Jindong had originally thought it would be quite impressive if he could take over Chongless territory at Siyun Mountain. He never expected that he would directly eliminate Fei Hong. This left a hint of incredulity in Liang Kun's eyes. Although Fei Hong was notoriously timid, he was not someone that just anyone could deal with. However, ever since that day he had beaten Chun Haonan, his little brother seemed to have opened his meridians, becoming increasingly adept at handling matters. But it seemed he had gone a bit overboard. Damn it, why did you have to take him out? Liang Kun said, somewhat speechless. Li Jindong replied helplessly, what could I do? This guy was unwilling to part with his territory, fighting to the death, and my little brother ended up stabbing him to death. Liang Kun almost burst out laughing at Li Jindong's excuse. Just listen to yourself, do you think anyone will believe it? Fei Hong fighting to the death. Huh, that is the funniest joke I have ever heard. Liang Kun said seriously, but seriously, why did you take out Fei Hong? His intelligence was still intact when he wasn't getting carried away. He could tell at a glance that Li Jindong had other motives. Li Jindong knew he couldn't hide it from Liang Kun, so he could only confess honestly. I had no choice. If I wanted to come out and make a name for myself, I had to have some impressive achievements. Otherwise, how could I recruit little brothers? Li Jindong added, moreover, Fei Hong has been operating in the Siyun Mountain area for so many years, I'm afraid he'll pull some tricks on me. You really know how to cause me trouble. Liang Kun felt somewhat helpless. However, he had already agreed to help Li Jindong with this matter, so he could only say, he'll take care of this for you, but if the Changle gang comes over, you have to handle it yourself. Li Jindong smiled and confidently said, that won't be a problem at all. After hanging up the phone, he breathed. Liang Kun as a leader was quite reliable, since he had promised he would definitely follow through. Next, he just needed to hold Fei Hong's territory for 3 days, and this territory would become Li Jindong's. However, before that, Li Jindong had one more thing to do. That was to deal with the 200+ underlings sent by Liang Kun. Since he had acquired them, Li Jindong had no intention of giving them back. He needed people to establish his own faction, and these over 200 daring and combative underlings were the best candidates. After all, they had fought alongside him, creating a bond. What Li Jindong needed to do was deepen that bond. Brother Dong, this is the ledger of Fei Hong's finance company. There are also 2 million in cash in the safe. Abeo came over with the ledger and handed it to Li Jindong obediently. With the system ensuring absolute loyalty, Li Jindong wasn't worried about them running off with the money. Looking at the bundles of 1,000 yuan bills in the bag, Li Jindong was quite satisfied. Fei Hong had indeed made quite a bit of money through his loan sharking. In such a desolate place, he managed to scrape together so much. Who knows what the more prosperous territories would be like? Tell the underlings below to distribute 2,000 yuan to each person. Li Jindong directly told Abeo, each of you take 5,000. Since he needed to win over these underlings, Li Jindong couldn't be stingy. Although 2,000 yuan may not seem like much, it was the late 1980s. The average person's monthly salary was only around 2,000 yuan. This was already a very generous gesture. In other gangs, the leader might just give 500 as a token. Damn it, no wonder gangs generally don't do this kind of large-scale distribution of cash. Li Jindong said with some pain, this is just too expensive. This was just the bounty given to the underlings, and Li Jindong had 4 main enforcers pressing Fei Hong, with almost no one getting injured. If the battle had been a bit more brutal, some of the underlings might have been injured or killed, or even captured by the police. At that point, medical bills, funeral expenses, and bail would be a huge expense. It was not impossible for a gang leader to go bankrupt overnight due to such costs. Of course, this applies to those leaders who follow the rules. For those who don't, their underlings are just expendable. If they die, they die, and the leader might even swallow the compensation money. Watching Li Jindong handing out money to his subordinates one by one, these underlings were all extremely excited, automatically turning Li Jindong into Brother Dong. Thank you, Brother Dong. Brother Dong is generous. Brother Dong, I will follow you from now on. Li Jindong smiled and said, since my brothers trust me, I promise you will all receive even more than you do now. By then there will be money to be had and women to enjoy. Good. The underlings were all incredibly excited. After all, Li Jindong was genuinely generous. His generosity even surpassed Li Yankin's. Li Jindong was relishing the feeling of being in the spotlight. But the matter isn't over yet. According to the rules of the Underworld, we need to hold this territory for another 3 days to truly claim it. So, I appreciate everyone's hard work for the next few days. Li Jindong smiled and said, after everything is settled, I will throw a celebration feast for everyone. His words once again earned a cheer from his subordinates. Meanwhile, while Li Jindong was winning people's hearts, the news of Fei Hong's death had already spread. Naturally, the first to receive the news was the Changle gang. Bang! Brother Pan smashed his whiskey glass in anger, his veins bulging on his forehead. The underling who came to report the news was so scared, he resembled a quail, not daring to breathe. Damn it, Hongxing is simply going too far. Brother Pan shouted angrily. At that moment, a young man pushed the door and walked in. Seeing the scene before him, he asked in surprise, Brother, what's going on? 19, you're here. Brother Pan said with a headache. It's because of that useless Fei Hong. He said he wanted to teach a lesson to one of Hongxing's underlings, but unexpectedly, he ended up getting himself killed, and even lost our territory at Xiun Mountain to Hongxing's people. Oh, 19 said in surprise, who is so bold? It seems to be Li Jindong, that cousin of Lian Kuan. Brother Pan said angrily, damn it, I won't let this matter go with Hongxing. If Jiang Tianxing doesn't give me an explanation, I'll send someone over. 19, seeing his leader's expression, excitedly said, boss, let me go meet him. You. Brother Pan thought for a moment and shook his head. No, let's talk after I finish with Jiang Tianxing. Meanwhile, in a villa in Qianshui Bay, Jiang Tianxing was training with his fitness coach. Moments later, Chun Yao, the strategist of the Hongxing gang, walked in. Wait, let me finish this set. Jiang Tianxing said as he continued to lift the barbell, addressing Chun Yao. Chun Yao could only wait patiently beside him. After Jiang Tianxing finished his workout and wiped the sweat from his body, he finally asked, what's the urgent matter? Chun Yao replied with a strange expression, just now Pan, the elder brother of the Changle gang, called. He said our underlings have taken over their territory and they want us to give an explanation. Who dared to take Changle gang's territory? Jiang Tianxing asked in surprise. It's Li Jindong, the cousin of Liang Kuan, who just joined our Hongxing. Chun Yao said directly. Jiang Tianxing paused for a moment, then his expression turned dark. Liang Kun's man. Chun Yao nodded. Yes, but what's strange is that Li Jindong was behaving himself a few months ago, and recently for some unknown reason, he has become active. First, he beat up a few of Boss B's subordinates, causing Boss B to suffer a silent loss. Unexpectedly, he then took over Fei Hong's territory and even killed Fei Hong on the spot. Could it be? Jiang Tianxing also nodded. Liang Kuan must have discovered something. After all, Jiang Tianxing had just instructed Boss B's men to kill Ba Bai on the spot. It was only natural for Liang Kuan to retaliate. However, Jiang Tianxing did not expect that Liang Kuan also had such fierce subordinates, even more formidable than the few underlings trained by Boss B. Chun Yao frowned and said, so, do we continue with our plan? Jiang Tianxing sneered, why not? As long as Liang Kuan still has ideas, whatever he does will only land him in a trap. Got it. Chun Yao nodded. Then I will continue to contact Liang Kuan. Jiang Tianxing thought for a moment and said, next time at the Longtu meeting, let Liang Kuan bring along this Li Jindong. You observe this kid. Understood, Mr. Jiang. Chun Yao nodded. But about elder brother Pan? Jiang Tianxing sneered. Let his boss Liang Kuan handle it. Since he wants to push his little brother to rise, he can't rely on the gang. Chun Yao immediately smiled, his expression quite sinister. In Coppergong Bay, within Boss B's bar, upon hearing the report from his subordinate Boss B, and Chun Haonan, who was drinking with him, had increasingly grim expressions. Is it true that this kid took over Fei Hong's territory? Boss B seemed somewhat surprised. After all, Fei Hong was a home master of Changle, and he was quite shocked that Li Jindong easily took him down. The subordinate directly stated, absolutely true. I heard Liang Kuan lent 200 men to Li Jindong, allowing him to directly invade Xiun Mountain and seize Fei Hong's territory. Elder brother Pan of Changle is extremely furious and is looking for Mr. Jiang to talk. Boss B nodded and said in a deep voice, understood, you can go back to your duties. The mountain chicken said somewhat discontentedly, isn't it just relying on Liang Kun? What's so impressive? Bao Pai echoed, exactly, our Nangu could do the same. However, the others remained silent, as the remaining few were well aware of Li Zindong's strength. There was no way to comfort themselves in this manner. Boss B shook his head and said, it's not so simple. To be able to occupy Fei Hong's territory, that itself shows Li Zindong's capabilities. How about this, in a few days, on Nan and Mountain Chicken, you both come with me to meet Mr. Jiang. There is something I need you to handle, and if you do it well, I guarantee your promotion. Upon hearing Boss B's words, everyone's eyes lit up. Especially Chun Haonan. Upon hearing that Li Zindong, that bastard, had seized a territory that far exceeded him, it felt even more unbearable than killing him. Now hearing Boss B say this, Chun Haonan could not wait to ask, what is it, Brother B? Boss B said, don't worry. Boss B did not disclose details, but just said, you guys prepare well in the next few days. It wasn't that Boss B was deliberately keeping them in suspense, it was that Jiang Tianxing hadn't even told him what to do. He just asked Boss B to find a few clever subordinates to go over. However, Chun Haonan had been working hard for some time, and it was about time for him to rise. During these 3 days, Changle Gang did attempt to send people to reclaim the territory. They even sent a hall master to fight Li Zindong. However, that guy did not last 3 moves under Li Zindong's hands, and almost got killed. If he hadn't run fast, Changle Gang would have lost another hall master by now. So after 3 days, the territory that originally belonged to Fei Hong officially changed hands. As for Elder Brother Pan, he was endlessly hounding Liang Kun. Damn it, if you have the guts, go take it back. What are you saying so much for if you can't? You are just useless, Changle Gang. Liang Kun shouted back over the phone to Elder Brother Pan. Fine, if you have the guts, come over. I have 5,000 to 6,000 men under me. Am I afraid of you, Changle Gang? Although Changle Gang is a medium-sized gang, their influence spans widely. They even have branches in America. However, the local Changle Gang in Xiangjiang was severely weakened due to being targeted by the police during the 4 Great Investigators period. Needless to say, they could not compete with the entire Hongxing, let alone Liang Kun's single hall. One should know what kind of business Liang Kun is in. It is well known in the underworld. With money and manpower at hand, Elder Brother Pan was merely bluffing. Fine, let's not talk about the territory anymore. Elder Brother Pan softened his tone and said, but you must give me an explanation for your little brother killing Fei Hong, right? What explanation do you want? Liang Kun disdainfully replied. Are you expecting me to hand over someone? Stop dreaming. If you can't even handle my little brother, you might as well retire and enjoy your old age. After saying this, Liang Kun angrily hung up the phone. Sha Chong cautiously knocked on the door and said, Brother Kun, there's something I need to tell you. What is it? Speak quickly, Liang Kun said impatiently. Today, due to Li Zindong's matter, Liang Kun was that bastard Jiang Tianxing had pushed the matter onto him, which made Liang Kun extremely displeased. He had only heard of little brothers taking the blame for their big brothers. This was the first time Liang Kun encountered a big brother taking the blame for his little brother. Sha Chong hesitated for a moment, and then said to Liang Kun, Brother Kun, the 200 men you lent to Adong are probably not coming back. Liang Kun's eyes widened instantly. What do you mean? Shuang Chong, feeling helpless, could only tell Liang Kun about Li Zindong using money to win people's hearts. Liang Kun said somewhat speechlessly, this brat is digging under my feet. But this kid really knows how to spend. He's even more generous than me. Shuang Chong hesitated for a moment before saying to Liang Kun, should we? Liang Kun thought for a moment and waved his hand, saying, if he wants to give, let him give. He'll just treat it as an investment in this brat. This kid has been doing quite well lately. Li Zindong recently beat up Chun Haonan and took down Fei Hong. Although it brought him quite a bit of trouble, it was ultimately a face-saving matter. Since his little brother has achieved results as the elder brother, he must support him to the end. Moreover, he has thousands of men under him. 200 people are nothing. Hearing Liang Kun say this, Shuang Chong did not push further. All right, let him come by tomorrow. He needs to attend the Dragon Head Conference. Liang Kun gave the order and sent Shuang Chong away. On Li Zindong's side, he was drinking with a group of bosses from Xiun Mountain. After all, the territory of Xiun Mountain will soon have a new big brother, and these bosses came to get familiar with him. Brother Dong, regarding the protection fees for our venues, what do you think? One boss cautiously spoke to Li Zindong. Facing a young underworld boss like Li Zindong, these bosses were quite cautious. After all, youth often means impulsiveness without consideration for consequences. Pissing off someone like this could lead to dire outcomes. Moreover, who knows when this young lad might end up dead in some filthy gutter, so they all tried to flatter Li Zindong. Li Zindong smiled and said, bosses, today I'm just here to greet everyone. The way Chong Lu Gang collected money here will be the same for Hongxing. Everything remains unchanged. Upon hearing Li Zindong's words, the bosses immediately breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Li Zindong doesn't stir up trouble, everything can be discussed. So these bosses frequently raised their cups, flattering Li Zindong. However, Li Zindong was quite clear-headed. These bosses were not easy to deal with. Therefore, once he took control of the territory, he would definitely collect the debts. Moreover, Fei Hong's financial company now belonged to Li Jindong as well. There were also some loans that needed to be recovered. Next, he would start recruiting people in Xian Mountain. Li Jindong had carved out a territory for himself. Logically speaking, Hongxing must assign him a position. Even if they couldn't directly make him the hall master, a red stick must be given to him. After all, rewarding someone for expanding territory for Hongxing without any recognition would be unreasonable. Sure enough, Shuang Chang soon ran over. Liang Kuan wanted him to attend the meeting at Hongxing's headquarters tomorrow. Li Jindong was quite looking forward to it. Early the next morning, under the care of Xiao Heba, he changed into a full outfit and then arrived at Xinkuan Film Company. Seeing Li Jindong arrive, Liang Kuan teased, "While little brother dressed so sharp, are you preparing to attend a wedding?" Li Jindong smiled and said, "Isn't it to avoid embarrassing you, boss?" Liang Kuan laughed and put his arm around Li Jindong's shoulder, saying, "No need to be so formal. I estimate Jiang Tianxing wants to meet you. Since I helped the gang expand its territory, surely I should be rewarded with a position." Li Jindong directly asked. Liang Kuan nodded. "At least you should be given a red stick." "Then there's no problem." Li Jindong smiled and got into the car with Liang Kuan. Hongxing's headquarters is located in Causeway Bay, which is why the master of Causeway Bay is so important. It can almost be deemed as the direct successor of the Dragon Head. This is also the main reason why Boss B holds such a high position in Hongxing. However, Boss B is also a waste guarding this feng shui treasure, but only collecting protection fees from these venue bosses without developing any industry. But thinking further, if all the gangsters understood business management, they wouldn't just be gangsters. Often it's not that they lack capital, it's that they completely lack business acumen. While lost in thought, they had already arrived at the location. After getting out of the car with Liang Kuan, Li Jindong immediately attracted a lot of attention. "Hey, this guy is Li Jindong, the fierce one who cut down Fei Hong. Why didn't expect him to be so young? We have occupied a piece of territory in Xian Mountain thanks to this kid. Damn, so skilled and so handsome, much better looking than Liang Kuan." Hearing the whispers around him, a smile appeared on Li Jindong's lips. The greater his fame, the more rewards he would receive from the system. Thus, Li Jindong deliberately dressed flamboyantly today and followed Liang Kuan to the hall. Along the way, many people greeted Liang Kuan. After all, Liang Kuan is Hongxing's big mouthpiece and many come to him for benefits. Li Jindong looked at these people and found them somewhat amusing. These people don't seem like fierce gangsters, they look more like Liang Kuan's sycophants. "Oh, Kuan, you came so..." The Koshui Ji saw Liang Kuan and immediately smiled to greet him. "That's right, this brat, why hasn't he called anyone yet?" Liang Kuan patted Li Jindong's shoulder and said, "Ji, good." Li Jindong nodded to greet him. Although Koshui Ji is a sycophant, he loves to flaunt his... Seeing Li Jindong being so polite, he became quite happy, praising Li Jindong. "Young people are indeed handsome, quite formidable." Oomph. Just as Koshui Ji was praising Li Jindong, Boss B approached at some point accompanied by Chun Haonan and let out a cold snort towards Li Jindong. Chun Haonan's injuries had healed and the bandage on his head had been removed, but looking at Li Jindong made him feel a sharp pain in his head, and his gaze was as if he wanted to kill. Li Jindong maintained his usual demeanor while Liang Kuan coldly chuckled. "Abi, I have good news for you. We can be neighbors from now on." The territory of Xian Mountain still belongs to Boss B, so Liang Kuan is not wrong in saying that. However, Boss B's focus has long shifted to Causeway Bay. This little achievement, flaunting it wildly, is so ignorant. Boss B coldly snorted, not engaging in a verbal spar with Liang Kuan, and sat down at the long table. Here various hall masters of Hongxing and the elder generation sat. As for underlings like Li Jindong and Chun Haonan, they could only sit on the benches in the back. Soon all the hall masters of Hongxing had gathered, but Jiang Tianxing still had not shown up. The one presiding over this Dragon Head conference was still Chen Yao. Chen Yao sat beside the Dragon Head chair, glancing over the crowd. He then tapped the table and said, "Now that everyone is here, let's begin the meeting." While speaking, he purposefully cast a glance at Li Jindong. Unlike the arrogance of Liang Kuan, Li Jindong, despite being handsome, was much more low-key compared to his older brother. The Dragon Head Conference was essentially a meeting where a group of hall masters and elder figures chatted casually before reporting to the Hongxing Society, providing funds for the organization's development. This sum of money was not insignificant, it was proportional, and each hall had to contribute a considerable amount. However, this was the rule, as everyone present relied on the protection of the society. Once the contributions were made, they began discussing matters. Chun Yao directly stated, "I believe everyone has heard that our Hongxing has encountered a minor issue with our business over in Aojiang. There's a bastard named Seng Biao who is demanding an extra 30% from us." Upon hearing Chun Yao's words, the elder figures and hall masters present erupted. "What the hell? Why should we give in? What are other societies saying? I'll kill him." Chun Yao raised his hand to calm them down, saying, "We don't care how other societies handle us, but our Hongxing will definitely not comply. Mr. Zhang has already made a decision. He has ordered Chun Haonan under Boss B to handle this matter. Also, the list of positions for this year has been released. Once this matter is settled, the society will appoint the individuals on the list." Hearing Chun Yao's words, Liang Kuan immediately objected. "Wait a minute, Yao Go, what about my little brother, A Don's situation? Liang Kuan said directly. Chun Yao glanced at Li Jindong, who had been silent beside him, and smiled, saying, "A Dong helped the society secure a territory, so he will naturally be rewarded. However, this year's list has already been finalized. Let's talk about it next year." Upon hearing Chun Yao's words, Liang Kuan wanted to argue further. However, after seeing the smug expression of Boss B next to him, he calmed down. With a cold snort, he didn't say much more. But after the meeting, Liang Kuan exploded in the car. "Damn Boss B, damn Jiang Tianxing, they are clearly targeting me." Li Jindong, however, remained quite calm. He understood very well how much Jiang Tianxing feared Liang Kuan. So he smiled and said to Liang Kuan, "Big brother, there's no need to be so angry. What do you understand? This isn't about whether you get appointed or not. These bastards are clearly trying to provoke me." Liang Kuan said, still filled with anger. Li Jindong calmly analyzed, smiling. "Perhaps they want you to think that way on purpose." Liang Kuan frowned and looked at Li Jindong, asking, "What do you mean by that? Jiang Tianxing is the dragon head. Why would he target you? Have you thought about that?" Li Jindong smiled and said, "Because you are the one who can most influence Jiang Tianxing's rule. Including before, when he had Boss B take out Baba, it was actually because he was afraid of you. Moreover, he is pushing you to lose your rationality to provoke you into doing something out of line, so that he can then deal with you openly." Liang Kuan nodded thoughtfully. "No wonder Jiang Tianxing has been making so many small moves lately. I didn't see it before. You're quite meticulous, little brother." Li Jindong smiled and said, "What's the big deal? I suspect Jiang Tianxing will have other moves soon, even targeting your joyful powder business." Liang Kuan immediately became alert, asking, "Are you sure?" Li Jindong knew that Liang Kuan was very protective of his joyful powder business. However, he also knew that no one who messed with this stuff had a good end. While Liang Kuan appeared a bit crazy, this could be seen from how he took on the matter with Fei Hong for himself. Thus, Li Jindong planned to help his boss out. Moreover, Li Jindong was not particularly interested in being part of the society. However, at this moment, there were no better paths available. It was just a temporary measure. The limitations of the society were too great. He wanted to be a big boss like those top-tier capitalists in Xinjiang. Therefore, he definitely couldn't touch these things. But if he brought it up rashly now, Liang Kuan would definitely ignore him. This kind of thing needed to be done gradually. Li Jindong smiled at Liang Kuan and said, "Big brother, just wait and see if they should take action soon." Liang Kuan nodded. "I'll have Sha Chong keep an eye out. But you kid won't be able to get appointed until next year." Li Jindong smiled and said, "No worries, I'm not in a hurry. However, since Chun Haonan is going to Aojiang, we seem to be able to manipulate this." Upon hearing Li Jindong's words, Liang Kuan also started to laugh wickedly. "I thought of the same thing. I'm preparing a big gift for the handsome South." Li Jindong naturally knew what the big gift Liang Kuan was talking about was. So he smiled and said, "Call me to come see it when the time comes." After parting ways with Liang Kuan, Li Jindong prepared to return to his territory, Ci Yinshan. However, at that moment, a car suddenly pulled up in front of him. Several plainclothes police officers got out of the car. "You are Li Jindong, right? Come with us." A few officers surrounded Li Jindong, speaking fiercely. These individuals were very vigilant, hands resting on their waists, ready in case Li Jindong tried to attack. After all, they had heard that this guy was quite formidable. However, Li Jindong did not make any sudden moves, but instead asked the officers beside him, "What are you guys? What do you think?" "We are from the West Kowloon Anti-Triad Unit." The plainclothes officer stared at Li Jindong and said in a rude tone, "Stop wasting time, put your hands out." Li Jindong casually lit a cigarette, not taking these police officers seriously at all, and said nonchalantly, "According to Zhangjiang's police regulations, you need to show your police ID first. Otherwise, I can file a complaint against you through the hotline." This statement completely caught the plainclothes officers off guard. It was the first time they had seen a Triad member asking them for identification. It was also the first time they had seen a Triad member threatening to complain about them. This completely broke the intimidating atmosphere they had just created. After all, it was still the 1980s, and the police force had not undergone major reforms yet. These officers still retained some of the habits from the era of the four great detectives. The police had to be more ruthless than the Triads. However, Li Jindong's mention of a complaint snapped them back to reality. Reluctantly, they took out their IDs and waved them in front of Li Jindong. Li Jindong nodded, then took out his mobile phone. "Hey, what are you doing?" "Who told you to make a call?" the leading officer said. "I'm calling a lawyer, and I won't say anything until the lawyer arrives." Although Li Jindong had previously complained about Zhangjiang's laws, he absolutely loved it when it was applied to himself. The West Kowloon Anti-Organized Crime Unit. Two police officers were interrogating Li Jindong in the interrogation room. Unfortunately, Li Jindong was uncooperative. The officer, in a fit of rage, slammed the notebook on the table and yelled at Li Jindong, "Name, age, gender." Li Jindong dug at his ears and began to ramble. Looking at a Walmart shopping bag. "Li Jindong, I advise you not to play tricks. Don't let your appearance fool you. We know exactly who you are." The female officer, with a disgusted expression, said to Li Jindong, "Scum of society. Old lady, are you going through menopause?" Li Jindong retorted, "If you want to talk, then talk. Don't resort to personal attacks." "You." The female officer was instantly enraged by Li Jindong calling her old lady and couldn't help but move to strike him. After all, how many women could endure being called old lady at only 30? The male officer quickly grabbed the female officer, preventing her fist from landing on Li Zhendong's head. Having calmed the female officer down with difficulty, Li Zhendong began to provoke them again. Right when I get hit, I'll immediately lie on the ground, and then you can just wait to lose your jobs. I've heard your police force is under strict scrutiny for torture lately, right? And the media should be thrilled to hear about. Li Zhendong spat venomous words, leaving both police officers somewhat at a loss for how to deal with him. But soon the door to the interrogation room was knocked open, and a man wearing a big gold chain and a large gold watch walked in, addressing the two officers. All right, you can all leave, I'll handle this. The two officers quickly said, Li sir, this guy is very cunning. The man didn't reply, but simply unlocked the handcuffs from Li Zhendong's wrists. Then he smiled and said, shall we step out and have a chat? Your lawyer has arrived. Li Zhendong looked at this man, feeling a sense of familiarity. Sure, but you sir are much easier to talk to than your two subordinates. I haven't even asked for your name yet. Liang, it turns out we are from the same family. Liang said warmly to Li Zhendong. After exiting the interrogation room, Liang directly took Li Zhendong to his office. A lawyer in a suit had been, Mr. Li, the police haven't made things difficult for you, have they? The lawyer immediately inquired. Li Zhendong smiled and replied, no problem, it's just the attitude of the West Kowloon anti-organized crime unit that isn't very good. Please help me file a complaint against them later. The lawyer replied with a smile, that's definitely not a problem. Liang, looking a bit helpless, said, Adong, let your lawyer help you with bail first, and then let's chat privately for a bit. Officer, my client has the right to have a lawyer present. The lawyer appeared very professional. Liang remained silent, simply looking at Li Zhendong. Li Zhendong nodded and said, you go ahead first. Upon hearing Li Zhendong speak, the lawyer left the office. After the lawyer left, Li Zhendong casually picked up a cigarette from Li Ying's desk and lit it. Li Ying, somewhat helpless, said, leave me the lighter. Li Zhendong chuckled, I'm used to it. Li Ying sighed and said, Adong, you're quite popular lately. First you beat the 5 tigers of Causeway Bay, then you killed the flying phoenix of Chung Lok. Your name is known throughout the underworld. Is that so? I don't feel that way at all. Li Zhendong said with a smile. I see you're a smart person, so I won't waste time on pleasantries. Li Ying said directly. You should be rising through the ranks soon, or once you become the boss, be a bit more honest, and don't cause me any trouble. Li Zhendong ignored Li Ying and instead focused on a whiteboard behind him, which had various photos with names attached. Among them was his own name. Li Zhendong exclaimed in surprise, is this perhaps the list of the top 10 outstanding youths in Xiangjiang that you've compiled, Li sir? I didn't expect my name to be on it. Should I feel honored? Li Ying directly stared at Li Zhendong and said, most of the people on my list don't live past 5 years. I've seen too many young people who became arrogant once they gained power, and without exception they all ended up dead in the... Li Zhendong chuckled and said, I'm definitely different. Hee, everyone says they are unique. Li Zhendong said faintly, among so many gangsters, have you ever seen one who sought a lawyer immediately? Li Ying was stumped by Li Zhendong's question, and after some careful thought he realized that he had indeed never seen one. Li Zhendong laughed. Li sir, I understand better than you what a gangster is, so there's no need for you to lecture me. We should be dealing with each other frequently in the future. Today is just a way to get acquainted. No other business. Then I'll take my leave. Li Ying looked at Li Zhendong's departing figure and couldn't help but say, kid, don't let me catch you. You won't have... Li Zhendong laughed as he exited the office. Li Ying watched Li Zhendong's back, his expression growing serious. He felt that this kid would be the most troublesome character he had ever encountered. When he was speaking just now, he had instantly turned the tables, which was not something an ordinary gangster could do. Li Zhendong paid the bail and swaggered out of the West Kowloon police station. As soon as he stepped out, he saw his 4 top henchmen, the Tony brothers, and the little stutterer, all gathered there. The police at the entrance shouted at these people, disperse, or we'll arrest all of you. If you have guts, arrest me. A Bao shouted loudly, quickly release our boss. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, the police at the entrance prepared to call for backup. Only then did Li Zhendong and the lawyer walk out of the police station. What's going on? Why are there so many people? Li Zhendong was somewhat confused. A Bao chuckled and said, didn't we hear that our boss was caught by the cops? We came to pick you up. Everyone disperse. Li Zhendong said in exasperation, I didn't do anything. Upon hearing Li Zhendong's words, the previously aggressive henchmen finally dispersed. The police stationed at the entrance let out a sigh of relief. After all, if so many gangsters charged the police station, it could lead to some chaos. Now that Li Zhendong had taken them away, the officers felt a lot more at ease. After sending his henchmen away, the little stutterer began to sweep himself with pomelo leaves. I heard that pomelo leaves can ward off bad luck, the little stutterer said with a smile. Li Zhendong did not want to dampen his spirits and allowed the little stutterer to sweep him with the pomelo leaves all over before getting into the car. Upon returning to his territory, Li Zhendong began to contemplate his next steps, or rather how to make money. The venue at Ziyun Mountain had no profit potential at all. At that rate, he wouldn't even have the capital to recruit underlings. Moreover, the system could upgrade everything, not necessarily only through shady dealings. Although he had never done business, he possessed advanced information. How to make the first bucket of gold. Several ideas floated in Li Zindong's mind. However, either they required too much initial investment or lacked suitable technology. It should be noted that he had robbed Fei Hong and then paid his subordinates, leaving him with just over $1 million in hand. Just as Li Zindong was pondering, Abeo knocked and entered. Boss, aside from the subordinates watching the venue, the rest are idling around all day, wandering aimlessly. Abeo said with concern, "Isn't this going to cause trouble? Fei Hong's territory isn't that large, just a few streets. Even if you include the venue watchers and valet services, you can't arrange for more than 200 underlings. With nothing to do, aren't the rest just wandering the streets?" However, Abeo's words served as a reminder for Li Zindong. Since he had so many idle guys under him, Li Zindong thought of a great idea that might just help him make the first buck. This idea was to speculate on pre-sale properties. Indeed, it was not about speculating on buildings, but on pre-sale properties. Simply put, it was something pioneered by the former real estate mogul Huangdong. It allowed real estate developers to quickly recover funds, even achieving the goal of turning money into more money. However, since the early 1980s, after the UK signed the joint declaration with its homeland, property prices gradually rebounded after a sharp decline, and these pre-sale properties were played around with by developers. Of course, Li Zindong currently had no qualifications to meddle in the real estate industry, but speculating on pre-sale properties could be utilized. It was akin to Li Zindong's earlier ticket scalping. He would queue up with major developers to obtain purchasing qualifications, then sell them at a markup to those in need. At the peak of craziness, a single pre-sale property could sell for nearly $1 million. This business required no costs, just enough people under him to queue up. So Li Zindong said to Abeo, "In that case, you find some clever subordinates to come here. I have tasks for them." Abeo curiously asked, "What tasks, boss?" "You'll know in a moment. You go help me keep an eye on this." Li Zindong spoke directly. Soon Abeo selected some of the idling subordinates and brought them over. Li Zindong shared his thoughts with them. Abeo exclaimed in surprise, "Is this really possible?" "Of course it is." Li Zindong replied with a smile, "Send a few familiar faces over. Don't choose those fierce-looking ones, or they might scare the sales staff. The rest just need to queue up, no need to do anything else. Pre-sale properties don't cost much. I will provide the money for you. Once the properties are secured, we can directly sell them at a markup to those in need." Hearing Li Zindong's plan, Abeo found it interesting. "Alright, I'll take a few people to give it a try." "Yes, I'll leave this." Li Zindong had full confidence in the people assigned by the system and was not worried about them betraying him for money. Thus, he took out $1 million and handed it to Abeo to buy pre-sale properties. As the boss, not everything needs to be done personally. While instructing Abeo to get to work, one of his subordinates ran over to report that 3 individuals were looking for him outside. Li Zindong was momentarily stunned, then quickly reacted, "Let them in." The subordinates brought in 3 tough-looking individuals. "Brother Dong, we've come to pledge our loyalty to you," Aja said with a smile. "If it weren't for your helping hand back, then our family would have starved to death in the Baisha refugee camp." Upon hearing Aja's words, Li Zindong understood what identity the system had assigned them. In the 1970s, due to the war, a large number of refugees from Annam flooded into Xinjiang. The British government could only build refugee camps for these displaced individuals. Who knew once this door was opened, even more refugees from Annam and South Asia poured in. This directly led to a deterioration of local security in Xinjiang, especially with the Annam gang, which even formed a society. However, their territory was not large, just in Almaty. Hence, there was certainly no issue with the identities of these 3 men. Li Zindong smiled and asked, "How is your mother?" "Is fine, but she is getting older, and her health isn't great." Aja answered directly. Li Zindong chuckled. "If you work with me, I guarantee you will earn enough to pay for your mother's medical treatment." "Thank you, Brother Dong, for taking us in." Aja, along with Tony and Ahu, hurriedly expressed their gratitude to Li Zindong. These 3 had just escaped from the Baisha refugee camp. Li Zindong arranged for them to be cleaned up and took them to change into a new set of clothes. Then he assigned them work. To maintain order at the venue clearly could not rely solely on the 4 main enforcers. Aside from Abeo, who had a slightly clever mind, the others could only fight. Fortunately, both Tony and Aja possessed considerable leadership skills. Moreover, they were strong enough to keep the subordinates in line. Thus, Li Zindong immediately assigned them to take over the venue's management and valet services. Meanwhile, Abeo had already taken his underlings. After inquiring about the surrounding properties, Abeo went straight to the scene. After driving away a group of people who were queuing, Abeo exchanged all of the $1 million cash given by Li Zindong for pre-sale properties. Then he engaged in transactions with those waiting outside to buy houses. Abeo personally took charge of this matter and unexpectedly achieved a promising start. "Old lady, it seems you need to buy a house." Abeo directly inquired. The old lady nodded. "I need to buy another house for my son." "I have pre-sale properties, old lady. You just need to add $2,000 and you can skip the queue." Abeo immediately began selling to the old lady. "And I can ensure all your paperwork is done properly." Soon Abeo sold out all the pre-sale properties he had bought, quickly recouping his funds and making a decent profit. Abao looked at the pre-sale properties in his hands with shock, utterly astonished, while his admiration for Li Jindong was as endless as the flowing river. While Abao was busy making money with his subordinates, Li Jindong was strolling down the street with little stutter. Although flipping properties can rapidly accumulate wealth, it is still a sideline business. If others from different organizations see it, they might immediately follow suit. Moreover, real estate developers might even join in for a piece of the pie, leaving him no room to maneuver. Thus, he needed to find other avenues for profit. Li Jindong was not very familiar with other things. After all, he was merely a traveler, not omniscient. However, there was one thing: Li Jindong was quite familiar with counterfeit goods. He had worked in a shoe factory in another time. Although this factory merely did contract work, it also produced those counterfeit goods. In fact, some counterfeit items came off the same production line as the genuine ones, only differing by a label. He had considerable insight into how to make a replica. Therefore, the first business Li Jindong thought of was the market for imitation goods. After all, it was a field he was well versed in, and the capital investment was not high. However, Li Jindong was still unclear about which imitation goods sold best during this period, so he took little stutter shopping to conduct market research. His focus would be on the sneakers he was more familiar with. During this period, as the economy of Xinjiang began to take off, international brands started to seize the market there. The most famous brands were Nike, Adidas, and Reebok. Li Jindong was very familiar with these brands as they were the ones being replicated in the era he had traveled from. They were like old friends. However, he did not expect that in an era where the average salary in Xinjiang was less than 2,000 to 3,000, these major brand shoes could sell for 600 to 800. This was not something an average person could afford, which is why so many markets for imitation goods had emerged. Li Jindong observed for a bit and found that most of the imitation goods here were poorly made, with some logos not even being very clear. As for the genuine boxed products, they were simply out of the question. They were obviously fake. However, it wasn't just the street vendors selling fakes. Some stores were also passing off inferior goods as authentic. When people noticed, they would just claim they were parallel imports which were indistinguishable from genuine products. But as a professional, Li Jindong could tell the difference at a glance. These mass-produced items typically used subpar materials. Some sneakers even lacked air cushions, being mere facades. Of course, their prices were only half that of the genuine products, making them not parallel imports at all. Dong, are you looking to buy shoes? Little Stutter noticed Li Jindong was eyeing the sneakers and thought he was reluctant to make a purchase. So she took out her own money and bought a pair for Li Jindong. Since joining him, she knew he disliked her former tomboyish. Thus, she had toned down her makeup significantly, making it hard to associate her with her previous appearance. At this moment, her face was slightly flushed as she presented the gift to Li Jindong, which truly made his heart skip a beat. However, it baffled him that she thought he was unwilling to buy a pair of sneakers. I'm just looking at business, but Seeing Li Jindong accept it, Little Stutter appeared quite happy. After strolling around for a while, Li Jindong roughly grasped the situation. However, finding a factory in Xinjiang was not cost-effective since labor costs were high there. Moreover, the manufacturing industry had long since shifted back to his hometown. Finding a factory from his hometown and transporting it was not an easy task either. He could only rely on smuggling channels, which posed another headache. Damn, money is hard to earn these days. Li Jindong felt a bit frustrated. Just then a Bao came rushing in with a... Seeing a Bao's expression, Li Jindong knew he had gained something. So how much did you make? Boss, guess how much? A Bao deliberately kept him in suspense. Li Jindong, not in the mood, smacked him lightly and jokingly scolded. Damn, trying to play coy with me. Hurry up and tell me. After deducting costs and the money given to the subordinates, we made a net profit of 80,000. And this was just one afternoon. Oh, it's even more profitable than robbing. A Bao said excitedly. Li Jindong, smoking a cigarette, nodded and said, that's about what I expected. However, this is not a long-term business. Since you've completed the trial, next, I want you to get all the property developments from the real estate companies in Xinjiang. A Bao patted his chest in assurance. Boss, leave it to me. Li Jindong nodded and then asked, by the way, if I want to engage in smuggling, which docks are nearby? A Bao was momentarily stunned, then responded, for smuggling there are the Qingkue dock, Sai Kung dock, Taipa dock, and TCH. Damn it, it's either Hung Hing's territory or Lianqing's territory. Li Jindong felt a headache coming on, but Sai Kung, the boss of that territory, is Big Fool, right? A Bao nodded hesitatingly, said, however, I heard that Chun Haonan beat up Big Fool when he was looking for a car, so I doubt Big Fool would cooperate with us. He doesn't have a say in this. Li Jindong already had a plan. Although Big Fool ran the stolen car business in all of Xinjiang, he was not very powerful. His subordinates were merely petty thieves which hardly posed a threat. If negotiations fell through, Li Jindong wouldn't mind simply taking over his territory. Thus that afternoon, Li Jindong headed straight to Sai Kung. Big Fool hadn't dared to seek revenge since being beaten. After all, he was merely a stolen car dealer. However, his impression of Hung Hing had worsened, feeling angry, yet unable to express it. After returning from the hospital, he was bandaged up like an Indian. It was utterly humiliating. Not only outsiders, but even his own subordinates often murmured that Big Fool couldn't hold his ground. This made Big Fool quite anxious. If the hearts of the people scattered, he couldn't maintain his position as the boss. Just as Big Fool was contemplating how to restore his authority, A group of people barged into his company. Hey, who are you? A subordinate at the entrance shouted, blocking Li Zhendong. Get lost. The mantis rudely shoved the subordinate aside and opened the door for Li Zhendong to enter. Big Fool frowned and asked, friend, which gang are you from? Allow me to introduce myself, Hung Hing Li Zhendong. Li Zhendong said with a smile. Upon hearing the words Hung Hing, Big Fool's face changed dramatically. These people seemed even more difficult to deal with than Chun Haonan. Moreover, he vaguely heard the name Li Zhendong. It is said that he beat up Chun Haonan and even killed Fei Hong of the Changle gang. Someone like that Desha definitely cannot afford to offend. Desha's ability to change his expression is quite impressive. He immediately put on a smile, albeit an awkward one, looking as if he were crying, oh, it's Brother Dong. I wonder what brings you to this rural area. Li Zhendong chuckled and said to Desha, if you can't smile, then don't force it. I know you don't like the Hongxing people, and I know you got beaten up by Chun Haonan. But I'm not here to trouble you today. I'm here to discuss cooperation. Cooperation? Desha was somewhat taken aback. Are we talking about selling stolen cars? Li Zhendong replied irritably, is that all you can think about? Always fixated on those stolen cars. The market in Xinjiang is so limited, how many cars can you sell each day? But, if we could sell the stolen cars back home, that would be a different story. Desha said, somewhat surprised. Brother Dong, do you have a way? Li Zhendong said casually, yes, and I want to borrow your Saigon dock. Desha hesitated. This seems a bit out of... Although Desha is nicknamed Desha, he is not really foolish. If he cooperates with Hongxing, their lackeys will definitely come to his territory. Li Zhendong, who has just risen to fame, might directly swallow his territory, right? TCH, you're just worried that he'll take your territory, aren't you? Li Zhendong immediately saw through Desha's concerns and disdainfully said, to be honest, I truly have no interest in a rural place like Saigon. What would I do with your territory? Fish. Desha was momentarily stunned, but everything was indeed, as Li Zhendong said. A rural place like Saigon has no benefits for someone like Li Zhendong, who is a gangster. While Desha was in a dilemma, Li Zhendong said with a mischievous smile, moreover, I know you really dislike Chun Haonan, right? You know my brother is Liang Kuan, and I also have issues with Chun Haonan and his gang. I recently got some news that guarantees you can take your revenge. Desha's eyes suddenly lit up. Really? Of course, with your intelligence would I still need to fool you? Li Zhendong said with a smile. That's true. Desha gritted his teeth and said, deal. But Brother Dong, you have to help me deal with Chun Haonan. Li Zhendong smiled and said, don't worry, you won't even need to lift a finger. Soon Chun Haonan will be in trouble. And what he did this time is very serious. He should be expelled from Hongxing. By then he will have only a few lackeys by his side. If you bring enough people, why would you worry about not being able to take revenge? Desha asked curiously, what could be so serious? You'll find out later, he'll notify you. Li Zhendong said with a smile. After both sides reached an agreement, Desha treated Li Zhendong to a meal. In Saigon there's no shortage of anything, just a lot of seafood. During the banquet, Li Zhendong boasted without restraint, directly bragging to Desha about how extensive his connections are back home. In fact, he was just recounting stories he heard before he crossed over, but it was enough to leave Desha in awe. Meanwhile, Chun Haonan and his group arrived at the Haojiang. However, it's hard to tell what Jiang Tiansheng and Lao Bi were thinking. They actually agreed to let Sha Chong assist Chun Haonan and his group. Moreover, Chun Haonan raised no suspicions. This is simply ridiculous. To be clear, the conflict between Liang Kuan and Lao Bi has been made public, and such an important task is handed to Sha Chong. They have no sense of caution at all. No wonder Liang Kuan previously told Li Zhendong that Chun Haonan's group has issues with their brains. The outcome, as expected, is that with Sha Chong sabotaging, it would be a miracle if Chun Haonan's group could complete the mission. Jiao Pai, one of the 5 tigers of Causeway Bay, was killed on the spot. Shan Ji was rendered weak by a girl sent by Sha Chong and didn't even make it to the scene. De Tian Er and Bao Pai escaped, but Chun Haonan was captured by Sha Chong and sent back to Xinjiang directly. Liang Kuan captured Shan Jia's girlfriend, and everything was ready for a good show. Of course, Liang Kuan wouldn't forget Li Zhendong inviting him to come and witness the spectacle. Dong, the main character, is already in place. The show later will definitely be thrilling. Liang Kuan said with a strange smile while wrapping his arm around Li Zhendong's shoulder. Li Zhendong also smiled and said, it seems Brother Kuan has come up with a way to deal with Chun Haonan. I was prepared long ago and planning to break off the Lao B's arm. Liang Kuan said with a cold smile. The two entered the film company and saw Sha Chong guarding the door of a filming location. Seeing Liang Kuan and Li Zhendong coming, he immediately came over to greet them. Brother Kuan, the matter has been taken care of. Liang Kuan nodded and glanced at the room. He then took out a camera and threw it to Sha Chong. These two guys have already been affected by the drugs. Don't shake. When you shoot later, remember to capture the whole set. Sha Chong looked puzzled and said, Brother Kuan, since you've already sent someone to deal with them, why bother with all these tricks? Just find a place and kill him. Liang Kuan said irritably, if you can guess it, what am I even doing? What kind of big... That guy Chun Haonan is highly regarded by Jiang Tiansheng. If I don't do this, how can I utilize him? Also, having an affair with a brother's wife is a huge taboo in the underworld. We will spread this tape everywhere. It will be worse than death for him. Sha Chong was stunned upon hearing Liang Kuan's plan. He muttered, such a vicious plan. What did you say? Liang Kuan, who had been walking away with Li Jindong, turned back and smacked Sha Chong's head. "My ears are sharp, don't talk bad about me behind my back." After sending Sha Chong off to do the task, Liang Kuan, with a gloomy expression, took Li Jindong to a secluded corner and said, "You're right, that bastard Dalao has made a move on my goods again. A shipment of mine worth 40 million just entered the Xiangjiang waters and was seized by the water police." "Hiss," Li Jindong said in surprise. "So much money." "That's right, damn that Dalao." Liang Kuan said fiercely. "I must kill him. Dong, we are brothers." Upon hearing this, Li Jindong immediately became alert. This guy Liang Kuan wouldn't make him deal with drugs, would he? This is something Li Jindong would never touch, even if he died. So Li Jindong directly pushed back, "Boss, I'm not good at dealing with drugs like that. You don't know a damn thing about sourcing goods." Liang Kuan rolled his eyes and said, "I'm asking you to help me deal with Big Boss B." Hearing Liang Kuan's words, Li Jindong finally sighed in relief. Not touching happiness powder was Li Jindong's bottom line. If possible, he really didn't want to fall out with Liang Kuan. After all, he had just joined the Hongxing gang, and his foundation was unstable. With Liang Kuan as his cousin, no one dared to touch him. Otherwise, with the way Jiang Tianxing looked down on him, his territory might have already been targeted by the gang leaders within Hongxing. As for dealing with Big Boss B, Li Jindong felt no psychological pressure at all. With Liang Kuan alone, he could easily take down Big Boss B, and with himself added, it would only be more effortless and enjoyable. Also, I'm planning to seize the position of the top boss. Liang Kuan whispered mysteriously to Li Jindong. Upon hearing this, Li Jindong couldn't help but sigh, although he wanted to tell Liang Kuan that this matter was a trap set by Jiang Tianxing. However, thinking of Liang Kuan's personality, Li Jindong still kept his mouth shut. As an adult, he knew very well that trying to stop Liang Kuan at this point would not earn trust, but would only lead to being disliked by him. So Li Jindong excitedly said, "Does that mean I can rise to power soon?" "Of course." Liang Kuan patted Li Jindong's shoulder and said, "You are my little brother." Chen Haonan messed things up. Get ready to deal with that idiot at Haokong. Remember to do it cleanly, as Shaqiang will give you the information. Li Jindong nodded and said, "Got it." After watching Chen Haonan's performance with Liang Kuan, Li Jindong felt an urge of boredom. This level of skill was simply unbearable compared to the seasoned instructors in his hard drive. The same old tricks were repeated, just like a novice. So he directly bid farewell to Liang Kuan, then went back to prepare, heading straight to Haokong. This time there was no need for too many people in the operation, so Li Jindong only brought along the Tony trio. As for that idiot, he was just a dog raised by the local tyrant Moro. He was specifically used to annoy the leaders of the Hong Kong gangs, and no one really took him seriously, so a few of them were enough. "Aja, Tony, who you three come with me." Li Jindong called the three, then turned to Bao and said, "Bao, during the years I'm away, be more clever. If there's anything you can't handle, just call my boss Liang Kuan." Bao and the other four goons immediately patted their chests and said, "No problem, boss, you can rest assured." The little stutterer seemed to also want to tag along. However, Li Jindong did not bring her. "I'm going to work, why would I?" Li Jindong said impatiently, "Just stay obediently. If you get bored, call your little girlfriends to bring some pretty girls to—" "Oh, okay. All right." The little stutterer, upon hearing that Li Jindong was going to Haokong for work, stopped insisting, but still worriedly said, "Be careful." Li Jindong hugged the little stutterer and kissed her hard, then he took his men directly to the dock to catch the ferry to Haokong. Was a chaotic place filled with dragons and fish, the four major families, foreign devils, local gangs, Hong Kong gangs, and even pirates. It was simply a mess. However, unlike Hong Kong, the upper echelons of Haokong had long been reclaimed by the local Chinese. Those Portuguese devils had long fallen out of favor. Otherwise, the return of Haokong wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Just as Li Jindong's thoughts were wandering, Aja's voice came over, "Boss, we've arrived at Haokong." "Dong Guim, Shaqiang's little brother, my name is Feiji," the lackey said to Li Jindong with a naive face. Li Jindong was taken aback and looked him up and down. However, there were too many lackeys with this nickname in Hong Kong, and this wasn't the Feiji he knew. After all, the personalities of the two were too different. Feiji sensed that Li Jindong's gaze was a bit strange, and immediately asked curiously, "Dong Gu, is there a problem?" "Nothing, is everything prepared?" Li Jindong asked directly. Feiji hurriedly replied, "It's all ready." "You little brat," tricked Chen Haonan. "You wouldn't trick me too, would you?" Li Jindong looked suspiciously at Feiji. Feiji quickly waved his hands and said, "How could I dare? Dong Gu, Chen Haonan is nothing, and you are a person of great stature. Even if I borrowed a bear's heart and leopard's courage, I wouldn't dare to trick you." Li Jindong nodded, then called the three to get on the van. On the van, Feiji smiled at Li Jindong and said, "Dong Gu, it's getting late. Do you want me to take you to a nightclub for some fun?" The nightclubs on this side of Haokong have some big beauties. Although Li Jindong felt tempted by the big beauties, he was here to work, not just to enjoy like a lecherous fool. So he shook his head and said, "No need, let's get the work done first." Feiji brought the group to the hotel, where they would be staying, casually ordered some food, and then went to rest. However, just as he returned to his room and was about to sleep, suddenly the system's voice rang out. "Ding, congratulations to the host for achieving the first bucket of gold, 1 million, 1 million. Achievement rewards special ability Heart Eye Beginner. Can sense all malice towards oneself within a 10 Ding the host reputation in this area has spread to a small extent. Reputation 800. Oh. Li Jindong looked at the skill given by the system with surprise and was instantly overjoyed. This meant that his subordinates had earned him his first million. Although this amount of money wasn't much, it was already quite good for Li Jindong in the initial stages. Letting his subordinates speculate on properties was indeed a wise choice. Once other gangs started competing for business, Li Jindong planned to hand this business over to Liang Kuan. Anyway, if he couldn't benefit from it, those bastards who were competing for business wouldn't have it any easier. He could also gain Liang Kuan's trust and maximize his own interests. As for this bit of profit, giving it away was no big deal. Li Jindong didn't think much of it, because he was familiar with the plot and knew of even greater windfalls. For example, the 300 million bonds under a certain lizard's incubator, or $1 million in the trunk of a car at a certain police parking lot. However, getting hold of these two sums of money was not an easy task. Li Jindong's current strength was still insufficient. Thinking of this, Li Jindong shifted his focus to the skill from the achievement reward. He currently possesses only one skill, Xingyi Quan Master Level. Moreover, this skill was granted by the Novice Gift Package and cannot be upgraded further. Now he has gained an additional special ability. Although it may seem somewhat trivial, do not forget that this is just a basic skill, which still holds great potential for enhancement. According to the skill description, it may eventually possess a bug-like ability akin to spider sense. One must recognize that few can rival Li Jindong in a brawl among the gangsters. With this new ability, he feels as though he has been granted wings. After all, in this line of work, being schemed against is only a matter of time. Although Li Jindong has some insurance now who would complain about having too many means of self-preservation. Thus, Li Jindong immediately chose to upgrade his ability. However, upgrading an ability is worlds apart from upgrading ordinary items in terms of cost. Just to elevate the skill Heart Eye to intermediate level, he needed to spend 1,000 reputation points, which made Li Jindong feel a twinge of pain. Nevertheless, for his own safety, he upgraded the skill. After the upgrade, there weren't any significant changes, but the detection range of Heart Eye increased from 10 meters to 100 meters, greatly enhancing its practicality. At the very least, he no longer had to worry about being ambushed at close range. The next morning, Li Jindong called Tony and the three brothers to get ready. Brother Dong, that guy Sang Biao, likes to hit the casino around this time for a round of cards. Then he returns to his, but Brother Dong, please don't make a move inside the casino. It could lead to a lot of trouble. The plane shared the intel with Li Jindong. Li Jindong slapped him on the back of his head and said irritably, "Do you think I just started in this business? You hear, this is the gun you wanted." The plane handed over a handgun with a look of grievance. "Why is it so shabby?" Li Jindong fiddled with the worn-out handgun in his hands, somewhat dissatisfied. The plane helplessly replied, "I rushed to get this, and I don't know any arms dealers here in Macau. It's already quite good that I managed to get it, and it cost me 5,000. Look at how stingy you are." Li Jindong threw a wad of cash and said, "Consider this a tip." Unlike those gang leaders, he never exploited those who worked for him. He was quite generous, knocking the plane out with money. Seeing the 10,000 in his hand, the plane instantly beamed. "Thank you, Brother Dong. Thank you, Brother Dong. All right, go drive." Li Jindong waved his hand. Then, holding the handgun, he called upon the system. Upgradable item, damaged handgun. Cost 200 reputation points to upgrade, restoring the rifling and the fatigued spring to its original state. I knew it could be upgraded. Li Jindong guessed that the system should allow him to upgrade the firearm in his hands, so he immediately spent 200 reputation points to upgrade the shabby weapon. A flash of white light passed, and the once battered handgun now looked brand new. Li Jindong could even smell the oil used for gun maintenance. After getting into the car, Li Jindong handed the handgun to Tony. He himself had never handled firearms and did not know how to shoot. The reason he had the plane get a gun was to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. Among the three brothers, Tony had served in the military in Annan, making him the most suitable to handle a firearm. "Tony, don't use it recklessly unless it's dangerous," Li Jindong cautioned. Tony nodded. "Got it, boss." Soon the plane drove them to the casino. Although only he Xian had a gambling license in the entire Macau, he knew he couldn't monopolize everything, otherwise he wouldn't have reached his current level. Thus his right-hand man, a guy named Yulan, came up with a strategy to run the VIP rooms. In simple terms, it meant leasing the casino's VIP room to others for management. The casino still operated under He Zin's name, and he merely collected a portion of the profits from these leased rooms. The room Li Jindong and his companions arrived at was managed by Mo Luo Bing. It was already noon, and when many guests had arrived, the atmosphere inside was quite lively. Li Jindong planned to wait for Sang Biao to arrive before taking action. However, as Sang Biao had yet to appear, Li Jindong changed some chips to avoid drawing attention and dispersed a few people. He seated himself at a baccarat table, playing cards casually while keeping a watchful eye on the surroundings. However, before he could see Sang Biao, he caught sight of a strikingly beautiful woman. Her demeanor indicated that she had been pampered since childhood. She was accompanied by a sycophant who constantly lavished her with attention. Having seen many such scenes, Li Jindong only glanced at them before retracting his gaze. He had no intention of getting involved with such people. However, he never expected trouble to come knocking at his door. Tiana, do you want to play a couple of rounds? The sycophant, noticing the goddess gaze on the baccarat table, immediately approached. Then among the crowd of gamblers, he chose the one with the least chips, Li Zhendong. Hey friend, move over. The sycophant dressed well spoke quite arrogantly. Li Zhendong pretended not to hear him as he was too busy with his task to bother with such an idiot. But the other party, feeling bold in front of the goddess, became aggressive and grinned at Li Zhendong. Hey, I told you to move over, did you hear me? Who the hell are you? Get lost. Li Zhendong frowned and said, if you dare say another word, I swear I'll smash you. Li Zhendong's fierce demeanor frightened the sycophant, causing him to instinctively take 2 steps back. Yet perhaps feeling embarrassed in front of his goddess, he devised a plan. With an arrogant expression, he said, how about this? Here are 1,000 chips, let this position go. Idiot. Li Zhendong rolled his eyes. Just then Tony approached and whispered a few words to him. They had found Sang Biao's whereabouts and were preparing to leave. Li Zhendong casually pushed his chips forward and stood up to leave with Tony in haste. After Li Zhendong left, the sycophant smugly said, see Tinner, this guy was scared and obediently gave up his spot. The girl named Tinner couldn't help but roll her eyes. She was speechless at the idiotic sycophant. Clearly he was in a hurry to leave. Besides, how could that man who had a demeanor like a wolf possibly be intimidated by such a fool? Is this guy Sang Biao? Li Zhendong frowned as he saw the person surrounded by a crowd, saying, it seems he has someone. Tony chuckled and said, I heard that last time he almost got chopped by our Hongxing people, so it's quite normal for him to be cautious. Li Zhendong stroked his chin and said, with so many people it's not easy to make a move. Boss, how about I lure them away? Aja suddenly suggested to Li Zhendong. Li Zhendong thought for a moment and said, no need, just follow him for now. Since they had found this guy's trace, Li Zhendong was in no hurry to act. He made ample preparations to avoid any. Indeed, after following Sang Biao for a while, Tony discovered that not only did this guy have bodyguards, but he also carried. Damn, this bastard is so cautious, Tony said in surprise. If they had rushed in earlier, the outcome would have been. Li Zhendong sneered and said, the other side is well prepared. Clearly someone has sold us out. Brother Kun has. Saying this, Li Zhendong directly called Liang Kun's number and relayed the situation. After hearing it, Liang Kun immediately cursed, damn it, it must be that bastard Jiang Tianxing. Only that bastard could come up with such a wicked idea. Adong, if there's really no opportunity, then forget it, this matter isn't our trouble. Li Zhendong said calmly, don't worry boss, I don't take this guy seriously. Since I finally came here, I have no intention of going back empty-handed. Then be careful, Liang Kun advised. After hanging up, Li Zhendong pondered for a moment and said to the 3, Tony, you use your gun directly and take down Sang Biao. Aja, you drive and be ready to support. Ahu, come with me and we will quickly deal with their bodyguards. Understood. The 3 nodded and then Aja took the driver's seat. The other 3 directly got out of the van. Li Zhendong led Ahu close to Sang Biao's group, while Tony quietly pulled out his gun from behind about 4 to 5 body lengths away from Li Zhendong. As Li Zhendong and Ahu brushed past Sang Biao's subordinates, he suddenly erupted. He directly grabbed a lackey's head and slammed it violently against the glass of a nearby clothing store. The glass shattered instantly, and the lackey fainted on the spot. Li Zhendong then exhaled sharply and delivered a half-step explosive punch right into another lackey's chest. That guy flew up like he had been hit by a car, his legs leaving the ground. Then with a hook kick, he knocked another down. Ahu also performed admirably, grabbing the heads of 2 lackeys and smashing them together. Immediately 5 out of the 7 or 8 subordinates of Sang Biao were taken down. However, at this moment Sang Biao reacted and immediately turned to flee. Tony moved, then pulling out his gun and pulling the trigger at Sang Biao. Tony's marksmanship was excellent. Within 50 meters, he hardly missed. Unfortunately, Sang Biao had incredible luck as he pushed one of his lackeys in front of him, blocking a bullet. Then he ducked and dashed into a nearby clothing store. However, this street-side clothing store had no back door. There was no way for him to escape. Thus, Li Zhendong was not in a hurry to chase him, but instead dealt with the remaining lackeys. These lackeys also immediately drew their guns. But before they could aim at Li Zhendong, he slapped one on the shoulder. Instantly, that lackey felt numb on one side of his body and couldn't even raise his arm. Then Li Zhendong's fingers formed a tiger claw, gripping the joint and dislocating his arm. The firearm fell to the ground immediately. Then with a black tiger digging at the heart move, he knocked another armed lackey to his knees. After Li Zhendong dealt with these 2 lackeys, Ahu finally breathed a sigh of relief and knocked the last lackey out. Once the core bodyguards were eliminated, the remaining lackeys scattered in panic. Li Zhendong picked up the firearm on the ground and walked directly into the clothing store. The clothing store still had several customers, but they were crouched down on the ground, trembling in fear. Among them was the previously encountered licking dog from the casino. This guy heard the gunshots and wet his pants in fear. Now he was squatting on the ground, shivering. Li Zhendong scanned the clothing store and said lightly, Sang Biao, stop hiding. Do you think you can still escape? At this moment, Sang Biao had to stand up from under the counter holding a woman hostage. It was the girl he had previously encountered in the casino. Don't you dare come any closer, or I'll kill her. Sang Biao threatened Li Zhendong, angrily aiming his gun. Li Zhendong almost laughed, are you out of your mind? Do you think I'm a cop? You holding a hostage means nothing to me. If she dies, what does it have to do with me? Tony, take action. Wait, don't shoot. The girl said with difficulty, I am He Zin's daughter. If you hurt me, it will be troublesome for you. This girl, or rather He Tian'er, made a shocking statement that stunned everyone present. If she really is He Zin's daughter, very few people in Haozhong would dare to touch her. Sang Biao was stunned. He hadn't expected that the random person he took hostage was actually He Zin's daughter. However, Li Jindong did not care. Instead, he coldly said to Tony, shoot. Hearing Li Jindong's words, everyone was startled. Taking advantage of Sang Biao's moment of distraction, Tony pulled the trigger. The bullet pierced through Sang Biao's head, splattering a large amount of blood. Although He Tian'er was unharmed, the blood nearly stained half of her body red. This pampered young lady had never seen such a scene before and let out a piercing scream. Then she grabbed Li Jindong, kicking and hitting him. Li Jindong slapped He Tian'er on the face and said impatiently, stop screaming and get the hell out of here. Saying this, Li Jindong shot Sang Biao twice more in front of everyone. After confirming that this guy was dead, he quickly led his men to the car. However, as they left, He Tian'er stared at Li Jindong, seemingly wanting to engrave his face in her memory. Once Li Jindong and his gang left, the people in the clothing store finally breathed a sigh of relief. They immediately picked up the phone and started calling the police. The members of the He family arrived before the police from Haokong, and upon seeing He Tian'er, they were all taken aback. Miss, are you alright? An elderly man resembling a steward hurriedly approached He Tian'er. He Tian'er calmed down at this moment, shaking her head and saying to the steward, I'm fine. Seeing that it was someone else's blood, the steward finally breathed a sigh of relief and immediately instructed his subordinates to protect He Tian'er as they got into the car. Once in the car, the steward began to inquire about what had happened to He Tian'er. After hearing her explain the sequence of events, he was instantly filled with rage. After returning to the He family's old residence, He Tian'er quickly saw her father, the gambling king, He Xian. Dad. He Tian'er, with a look of grievance, rushed into He Zin's embrace. He Zin's heart, which had been hanging in the balance, finally relaxed as he patted her back, saying, It's good that you're all right, it's good. Then He Xian noticed the slap mark on He Tian'er's face and curiously asked, what happened? At this point, He Tian'er was filled with anger. Although Li Jindong indeed saved her, that rude scoundrel actually dared to hit her. He Tian'er naturally would not let him off. He Tian'er directly said to He Xian, Dad, you must help me get revenge. It was that scoundrel named Li Jindong who caused all this. He almost killed me. Hearing He Tian'er's whining, He Xian smiled and said, No problem, I will definitely trouble him. On the way back, Li Jindong sneezed several times in succession. Rubbing his nose in discomfort, he said, That beauty must be thinking of me. Aja laughed and said, Big Boss is so handsome, he must be very popular with the girls. Ha ha ha, only you can say such things. Li Jindong suddenly burst into laughter, quite pleased with Aja's flattery. Tony frowned and said, Boss, that woman, just now, said she was He Zin's daughter. Won't this be a bit troublesome? It was still the 1980s, and He Xian had not yet reached an unassailable position. So Li Jindong was not concerned about this matter, and casually said, So what if it is? No matter what, I saved his daughter, he should be grateful to me. Tony shrugged and chose not to say more. However, just as the plane was preparing to arrange for Li Jindong to return to Xianjiang, He Zin's call had already reached Jiang Tianxing. What? Our Hongxing people? Jiang Tianxing also looked bewildered. He Xian directly said, That's right, mister. Jiang, you handle this matter. Jiang Tianxing felt a headache coming on. After hanging up, he immediately dialed Liang Kun's number. Upon learning that Li Jindong had caused such a huge mess in Haokong, Liang Kun felt a chill run down his spine. Damn, this little bastard is trying to get me in trouble. He even dared to mess with He Zin's daughter. Hearing Jiang Tianxing directly shift the blame to him, Liang Kun felt a desire to die. Dialing Li Jindong's cell phone, he found the guy was unreachable. He must be on the ferry right now. Liang Kun could no longer sit still and immediately said to Sha Chong, Sha Chong, go to the pier and pick up Adong. Have him come over here right away. Sha Chong also heard the content of the call and gulped hard, saying, Kun Gu, what if Adong? No, what if Dong Gu? Damn it, you must bring him over. Liang Kun said fiercely. Sha Chong had no choice but to grit his teeth and take people to the pier to pick up Li Jindong. Soon he saw the ferry dock, and Li Jindong came down with Tony and the other brothers. Oh, Sha Chong, what are you doing? Here to specially pick me up. Li Jindong saw Sha Chong waiting for him and immediately said with a smile. Sha Chong's expression was strange as he said, sort of, Kun Gu said that after you come back, go to him right away. The boss is looking for me. Li Jindong stretched and said, Tell him I'll go find him tomorrow. Right now, I just want to go back, hook up, and then sleep. With a bitter face, Sha Chong hurriedly said to Li Jindong, Dong Gu, you should go see Kun Gu first. What happened? Seeing Sha Chong's expression, Li Jindong knew something was amiss. Sha Chong couldn't say much and could only tell Li Jindong, You'll know when you go. Li Jindong spread his hands and said, All right, you're treating me to supper later. No problem. Sha Chong immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Although Liang Kun had ordered him to bring Li Jindong over regardless of what, Sha Chong knew how formidable Li Jindong was. Not to mention himself, even Liang Kun's subordinates would probably not be his match. If possible, Sha Chong really did not want to clash with Li Jindong. Li Jindong told Tony and the brothers to head back first, then followed Sha Chong to the Chinquan Film Company. As soon as he entered, he heard Liang Kun's roar, Li Jindong, what the hell did you do? Li Jindong looked baffled and said, "What good thing? What are you talking about, boss? Do you know that he Xian personally called Jiang Tianxing and said you bullied his daughter?" Seeing Li Zindong's innocent expression, Liang Cohen was instantly furious. "That bastard Jiang Tianxing shifted the blame onto me. Are you trying to get your boss killed? Oh, is that all?" Li Zindong sat back leisurely in Liang Kun's boss chair, lighting a cigar for himself, seemingly indifferent to what Liang Cohen was saying. Liang Cohen was almost driven to laughter by his anger. "You're still so relaxed. Now do you know who he Xian is? He's a big shot in Xianjiang, and Hao Kong whose stomp can cause a tremor. Don't even think about rising to power. I'll give you some money, and you should quickly leave Xianjiang." Li Jindong saw Liang Cohen's agitated demeanor and waved his hand, saying, "He Xian won't mess with me. He'll even thank me." "What do you mean?" Liang Cohen was taken aback, looking at Li Jindong. Li Jindong directly explained the entire situation, then said to Liang Cohen, "If he Xian seeks revenge on me for this matter, it would become notorious." Liang Cohen indeed did not know the details, and thought Li Jindong had done something to He Tian'er. After listening, Liang Cohen finally calmed down. If Li Jindong really saved He Tian'er's life, then this matter could indeed be discussed. "That bastard Jiang Tianxing, is he trying to set me up again?" Liang Cohen said fiercely. "Are you sure you're not lying?" Li Jindong rolled his eyes and said to Liang Cohen, "Do you think I'm Sha Chong?" "That's true." Liang Cohen immediately relaxed. "If you really got into trouble, you would have probably fled long ago. But this matter, I won't let Jiang Tianxing get away with it." However, Liang Cohen then let out a sinister chuckle, saying, "Jiang Tianxing won't hold the position of the boss for long. He'll take my time playing with him later." Li Zindong's heart stirred, and he curiously asked Liang Cohen, "Boss, are you planning to seize the position of the boss from him?" Liang Cohen was taken aback and quickly inquired, "How did you know? Did someone leak the news?" Li Jindong grinned and replied, "Boss, your intentions are too obvious. I can see through it." "You little rascal." Liang Cohen said, somewhat speechless, but he truly admired Li Zindong's keen insight. Li Jindong curiously asked, "How many people have you already dealt with?" "Basically, I've taken care of almost everyone except for Big Shot B." Liang Cohen couldn't help but feel proud, although he hadn't let it go to his head, and warned Li Jindong, "Don't go blabbing about this." Li Jindong smiled and said, "Don't worry, boss. Do you think I'd betray you?" "If you never know." Liang Cohen retorted, annoyed. "How many times have I taken the blame for you during this time?" Li Jindong spread his hands and replied, "You're my boss. Little brat." Liang Cohen burst into laughter. "But boss, you need to be careful. Jiang Tianxing is not as simple as he seems." Li Jindong reminded him again. Liang Cohen waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I know what I'm doing." Li Jindong understood that he shouldn't push the matter further and shrugged, preparing to leave. However, just as he was about to leave, Liang Cohen called out to Li Jindong, saying, "Wait, you handle the matter with He Xian yourself. He's coming to Xianjiang tomorrow." "Damn it." Li Jindong replied irritably, "What's wrong with you? If you push me too far, I might just send someone to take him." As for He Xian, now he wasn't the future gambling king he would become. If he really pushed Li Jindong, he could just eliminate him and take his men to another country to become a bandit. Liang Cohen rolled his eyes and said, "You keep bragging." He didn't take Li Zindong's words seriously, unaware that Li Jindong had already made his plans. The next day, He Xian actually came to Xianjiang and found Li Jindong. At the Peninsula Hotel's restaurant, Li Jindong changed into a well-fitted suit for the meeting. However, he still brought along the Tony brothers and 4 bodyguards. He didn't let them enter the hotel, but told them to wait. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Li Jindong discovered that it had been booked out. Only He Zin's table was occupied. He also saw He Tian'er, who looked quite proud. "Mr. He." Li Jindong walked over, directly sat down in front of him, and casually said, "You really didn't need to come all this way just to thank me." The old fox He Xian, however, looked at Li Jindong with interest and asked, "How did you know I came to thank you and not to cause trouble? With your status, if you really wanted to make trouble for me, it would be just a matter of a word. Our boss Jiang Tianxing would be eager to curry favor with you." He Xian chuckled and said, "You're quite clever, young man. But what if I told you I really did come looking for trouble? Then what can be done? Eliminate you, and then run away." Li Jindong shrugged. Although he spoke casually, He Tian'er was startled and appeared somewhat tense. She was just annoyed that Li Jindong, this bastard, used her as a shield. She merely wanted him to yield, not to escalate things. However, seeing this guy's dog-like temper, it seemed he was ready to act. Remembering the scene when he had his men shoot Sang Biao, He Tian'er felt a wave of anxiety. He Xian, instead of getting angry, laughed, saying, "Young man, don't be too impetuous." "If I'm not impetuous, can I still be called a young man?" Li Jindong raised an eyebrow and directly addressed He Xian. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. He Tian'er had never encountered such a situation, and her breathing quickened. He hadn't expected that this young kid Li Jindong would be so tough. Even in front of his father, he seemed unwilling to. This kind of person made him feel both fearful and curious. He Xian suddenly burst into laughter, saying, "Good, good, good. Xianjiang hasn't seen such a remarkably talented young man in a long time, and today I finally encountered one. However, you guessed right, I'm indeed not here to cause you trouble. but rather to thank you for saving my daughter. Li Jindong looked at He Tian'er with curiosity and smiled, saying, your daughter doesn't seem to think so. He Xian affectionately glanced at He Tian'er and said, my daughter has been spoiled by me. She tends to get in trouble when she's out. Coincidentally, she plans to develop in Xianjiang and needs someone to look after her. Li Zindong's expression became somewhat strange. He Zin's words sounded odd. He didn't seem to be here to cause trouble, but rather to arrange a marriage. He Xian continued, since you both are young, why not get to know each other more? Li Jindong with a strange expression pointed at himself and said, Mister, you should know I'm a gangster. He Xian appeared unconcerned and replied, so what? Many people in Xianjiang started from scratch, and I have a good eye for you. Li Jindong was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected He Xian to think so highly of him. Meanwhile, He Tian'er was also bewildered, realizing her father's intention was to set her up with this bastard. Dad, what are you talking about? He Tian'er immediately protested. He Xian ignored her and instead looked at Li Jindong, asking, Adong, what do you think? If this had been before he obtained the system, Li Jindong would undoubtedly have agreed without hesitation. The son-in-law of a gambling king is something many people would covet. Just a bit of casual exposure to resources could elevate a person's status in an instant. Moreover, He Xian didn't care at all about Li Jindong's gangster identity. But now, Li Jindong calmly said, no need, mister. Didn't you see your daughter wants to kill me? We can slowly develop feelings. He Xian said with a smile. Li Jindong shook his head, stood up, and stated, no need, mister. Such things can't be forced. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. After Li Jindong left, He Tian'er immediately confronted her father, saying, Dad, why are you trying to set me up with someone? Just look at him, he looks like a little thug from the streets. He Xian responded coldly, even if you were with a little thug, it would be better than being with that Chengzhan. I know you can't forget him, but the past should remain in the past. He Xian continued, and if this guy isn't attractive enough to you, would you have agreed to come with me to Xianjiang? You are my daughter, I know you very well. The main purpose of He Xian was not really Li Jindong, but rather his daughter, otherwise Li Jindong wouldn't catch his eye at all. Right now, he just wants He Tian'er to break free from the situation. As for who her partner is, it doesn't matter to He Xian. He Tian'er was somewhat at a loss for words and fell into silence. As a young lady from a wealthy family, she had never been treated this way before, and Li Jindong was indeed quite a... He Xian continued, moreover, I've had someone investigate this kid. Don't underestimate him just because he's a little gangster. He's actually quite clever. Especially with some tricks he's pulled in the property market, it's clear he's a person who thinks. He added, he has both guts and brains. I see no problem with that. He Tian'er said impatiently, I don't want to discuss this right now. With that, she stood up and hurriedly left the hotel. He Xian could only sigh helplessly. Boss, this is what we've earned this month. In the office, A Bao handed the account book to Li Jindong. Li Jindong glanced at the figures and couldn't help but whistle. Almost 10 million earned in a month. That number, however, A Bao brought some bad news as well, but boss, someone has already started to follow suit. I had people fight them off, but it was of no use. Instead, more and more people are joining in. Damn, are these guys dogs sniffing around? Li Jindong said irritably. He initially thought he could rake in a few more months' profits, but he didn't expect it to be followed so quickly. Li Jindong asked, who is behind this? It's the Prince of Hongtai, that idiot son with the narrow eyebrows. A Bao said angrily, this guy is so arrogant, claiming we can't do anything to him. He just takes our business. If I think he's looking for trouble. Li Jindong snorted coldly, for now you. Before he could finish, a lackey rushed in and said to Li Jindong, not good, Dong Gu, someone is causing trouble in our territory. Who is it? Li Jindong frowned and said, just chase them away. The lackey replied helplessly, the other party seems to have some background. They appear to be from Hongtai. Oh. Just as Li Jindong was about to send a Bao and the others to deal with Hongtai's prince, he didn't expect the other party to come knocking at his door. This made Li Jindong so angry, he almost laughed. Damn, it's just as I said, bring a few people with me to check it out. Li Jindong quickly arrived at the nightclub's hall with his lackeys. At that moment, both sides were in a standoff, with an arrogant punk standing on a sofa, shouting at Hong Xing's lackeys, tell your boss to come out or his territory will never open again. Hong Xing's lackeys glared back, but because this guy had quite a few people with him and claimed his identity, they didn't dare act. However, when Li Jindong came out, the lackeys immediately cleared a path. Dong Gu. Li Jindong approached Hongtai's prince and said, oh, isn't this the prince? What brings you to my humble place? The Hongtai prince looked Li Jindong up and down and sneered, so you're the so-called Dong the contract kid, huh? I thought you were some tough guy. I came here today to tell you you'd better not come to my territory to buy properties anymore, or I'll hit you every time I see you. Li Jindong didn't get angry, he smiled and said, the property business was started by us first. Are you planning to rob us in broad daylight? Yes, that's exactly the plan. What will you do about it? The prince said arrogantly, what's wrong? Are you not happy about it? Li Jindong chuckled, I want to ask you a question. With a nickname like Prince, do you have the strength to match our Hong Xing's Prince Gon? The Hongtai prince was momentarily stunned. Gon Zitai had long made a name for himself in the underworld, and he earned it through sheer strength. He dared to challenge Li Jindong, but he absolutely wouldn't dare to provoke the prince. Li Jindong ignored the Hongtai prince and said to himself, it seems you don't have it. Then Li Zindong's expression changed, and he directly grabbed a wine bottle from the table, smashing it against the Hongtai prince's forehead. You dare to provoke me without Gonzatai's strength. The Hongtai prince was instantly stunned by the hit, letting out a terrible scream as he clutched his head. Li Zindong waved his hand and commanded his lackeys, take these bastards down. The lackeys, already filled with pent-up rage, charged at the Hongtai lackeys, grabbing whatever they could find and smashing. They overwhelmed Hongtai's lackeys, who panicked and fled in all directions. Even the Hongtai prince, the boss, couldn't manage the chaos anymore. Within moments, Hong Xing's lackeys cleared them out. After they left, the Hongtai prince was finally caught by Li Zindong's lackeys, looking disheveled. Ahu grinned and said to Li Zindong, boss, this bastard still wants to escape. He lifted the Hongtai prince as if he were a chicken, bringing him to Li Zindong. However, this guy remained arrogant, shouting at Li Zindong, Dong, you dare to touch me. My old man won't let you off. Li Zindong, holding a cigarette, pressed it against the Hongtai prince's forehead, and a foul smell of burning flesh immediately wafted up. Prince Hongtai is nothing but a coward who, after having one arm broken by Ahu, he fainted from the pain. However, Li Zindong had no intention of letting him off easily, and directly brought an ice bucket filled with cold liquor to douse him awake. Li Zindong grinned menacingly and said, Prince, you're so tough, we have all the time in the world to play slowly. At this moment, Prince Hongtai looked at Li Zindong with a changed expression. Previously, he had received word that Li Zindong was a nobody, only famous thanks to his cousin Liang Kuan. Even if he accidentally seized the territory of Chong Lu Fei Hong, it was because Liang Kuan lent him soldiers. In any case, he had never taken Li Zindong seriously. Moreover, Prince Hongtai had just been promoted to the position of Hall Master and needed someone suitable to establish his authority. Looking left and right, Li Zindong seemed quite suitable. However, he never expected that Li Zindong would not cooperate with him at all. In fact, his forcefulness made him feel afraid. This madman truly wanted to ruin him. Thus, Prince Hongtai became frightened and hurriedly said to Li Zindong, wait, Chizai Dong, we can discuss this. Chizai Dong is what you call me. Ahu grabbed Prince Hongtai by the head and slammed it hard onto the table. After several strikes, the guy was already covered in blood. Brother Dong, stop hitting me, I was wrong. Prince Hongtai hurriedly waved his hands. Only then did Li Zindong let Ahu release Prince Hongtai, slapping his face and saying, why aren't you tough anymore? I still prefer your previous defiant demeanor. Get back to it. No, I was wrong. Prince Hongtai quickly replied, let me go back, and I'll have someone deliver the money immediately. Do you think I'm an idiot? Li Zindong slapped Prince Hongtai across the face and said, if I let you go back, you will definitely have someone come to kill me. Aren't you relying on your father Pei Yanmei? Have him personally bring me the money. Saying this, Li Zindong handed a mobile phone to Prince Hongtai. Li Zindong glanced at his watch and said to Prince Hongtai, you have half an hour to tell your father. If it's more than a minute late, I'll chop off one of his fingers. Prince Hongtai immediately shivered and hurriedly dialed his father's number. Soon the call connected, and Pei Yanmei was currently playing cards with someone. Dad, I've been captured by Hong Xing's people. They want me to pay compensation. You hurry and save me. Prince Hongtai, Pei Yanmei, who was playing cards, frowned. What's going on? How did you get captured? However, quickly a voice on the other end of the line came through. Uncle Mei, your son wrecked my place and threatened me. How do you want to handle this? So you're Chizai Dong, right? Pei Yanmei said indifferently, I've heard you've been quite popular on the streets lately. How about this? Release my son first, and I'll discuss the compensation with your boss Liang Kuan. It was clear that Pei Yanmei was trying to pressure him with familial hierarchy, believing that Li Zindong wasn't qualified to negotiate with him. But Li Zindong didn't care for his tactics, and coldly said, I'm giving you face by calling you Uncle Mei, and you really think you're a big deal. Stealing my business and wrecking my place, not directly ruining your son on the spot, is already showing respect for your status as a veteran in the underworld. You're really pushing it, aren't you? Now compensate me with 10 million, and you have half an hour to gather the money. A minute late, and I'll dismember him. Pei Yanmei was instantly enraged. You dare? Do you think I wouldn't dare? Li Zindong said coldly, remember, you only have half an hour. With that, Li Zindong hung. Hearing the dial tone on the phone, the fury inside Pei Yanmei can be imagined. He directly flipped the mahjong table and shouted at his underlings, what are you standing around for? Go get the money. Now that his son is in Li Zindong's hands, nothing they said would matter. Pei Yanmei was already preparing for his son to take over, and he couldn't let him be ruined by Li Zindong. Thus, he rushed home with his underlings to get the money. At the same time, he also contacted Liang Kuan. Kuan, your little brother is really impressive. Pei Yanmei said in an unfriendly tone, it's all come down on me. Go to hell, Pei Yanmei. Li Zindong immediately communicated with Liang Kuan, which made Liang Kuan quite furious. Do you take me for a fool? Wasn't your idiot son the one who started this trouble? You really have some nerve, a leader of a gang actually robbing my subordinate's business. You really have the face to come find me. 10 million, not a penny less, or you'll see what I can do to your son. Pei Yanmei's nose was crooked with anger. This guy relied on his seniority and often put on airs in front of other gang leaders, and many were willing to give him a bit of face because of this. But when it comes to interest, who would care about him? After all, with Liang Kuan, here Li Zindong had shown Liang Kuan the money he made this month, which instantly made Liang Kuan envious. Damn kid, making so much money without thinking of your boss first. Liang Kuan said to Li Zindong unkindly. Li Jindong shrugged and said I didn't know this thing could be so profitable. Just when I wanted to inform you, Hongtai came over to snatch the business. You're clever enough. Liang Kuan said with a smile. Pei Yan Mei is a bastard who never plays by the rules and has a terrible reputation in the underworld. If you hadn't informed me, you'd definitely suffer losses. Li Jindong shrugged and said it's just an old man, or if he annoys me, I can simply take him out. Liang Kuan said with annoyance, you're now part of the gang, already on the roster, you're not just lounging around. Don't just talk about taking out this or that person. I'll help you take the heat for this matter. Just give me a share of the business. Upon hearing this, Li Jindong felt quite great. After all, Liang Kuan could easily take over the real estate business from Li Jindong. In any case, Li Jindong himself couldn't hold on to this business. However, Liang Kuan didn't do that. He only asked for a share of the profits, which was already quite generous. No problem, boss, there's already a share for you, Li Jindong said with a smile. Then Liang Kuan looked at the severely beaten Prince Hongtai and said, Pei Yan Mei won't let this go easily, be careful. Don't worry, Li Jindong said with a cold smile, since I dare to do this, I'm already prepared. To be honest, Li Jindong really wasn't afraid of a medium-sized gang like Hongtai. Their formidable men might not even compare to the number Li Jindong had on hand. Li Jindong's four main enforcers were all exceptionally skilled. Coupled with the Tony trio, even the usual hall masters of the Hongxing gang would not boast such a luxurious lineup. Claiming he could take down Pei Yan Mei was no empty boast from Li Jindong. However, Liang Kuan was unaware of all this, and simply felt that his underling had become increasingly arrogant lately. Nonetheless, Liang Kuan quite enjoyed this. Those in the underworld should be flamboyant and overbearing. In the world of the Triads, low-key and reserved behavior only made others perceive you as weak and easily bullied. Moreover, the more famous Li Jindong became, the more face his boss would gain. Soon enough, Pei Yan Mei arrived at the bar in Xiun Mountain, dark-faced and accompanied by 2 travel bags. Seeing the prince beaten to such a state, Pei Yan Mei was ready to explode on the spot. However, noticing Liang Kuan's half-smile, he managed to restrain himself. Here is 10 million, I'll let him go, Pei Yan Mei said coldly. As he spoke, his subordinates tossed the money bag over. Wait, I need to verify the money. Li Jindong waved his hand and said, a young man to go check it out. Pei Yan Mei's temper was already hard to contain. Do you think I would play tricks on the money? Li Jindong chuckled and said, that's hard to say. Who in the underworld doesn't know that you, Pei Yan Mei, have always been someone who doesn't play by the rules? With someone like you in the game, I'd better be cautious. You bastard. Pei Yan Mei glared fiercely at Li Jindong, wishing he could kill this bastard. However, seeing that Li Jindong ignored his fury and gave the prince another kick, the threat was palpable. He could only suppress his anger and say coldly, hurry up. Soon Mantid and Ayong finished their checks, nodded at Li Jindong, and said, boss, there's no problem with the money. Li Jindong instructed his men to hand over the nearly beaten to death prince to Pei Yan Mei. Pei Yan Mei glared fiercely at Li Jindong and Liang Kuan, saying, all right, I'll remember this. Wow, boss, I'm so scared, Li Jindong exaggeratedly said to Liang Kuan. Liang Kuan laughed heartily. Pei Yan Mei, stop blowing hot air here. You better take your idiot son to the hospital quickly. Pei Yan Mei said no more and directly took the Prince Hongtai away. After they left, Li Jindong handed 10 million to Liang Kuan. Liang Kuan waved his hand indifferently and said, this is to compensate for your loss. I don't even care about this amount. I won't talk to you anymore. I have a meeting with someone, so I'll take my leave. Liang Kuan was quite wealthy. This 10 million really meant nothing to him. However, upon hearing that Liang Kuan had a meeting, Li Jindong curiously asked, boss, who are you meeting? That's so mysterious. Liang Kuan thought for a moment, but chose not to elaborate. This person isn't suitable to be introduced to you right now. I'll tell you when the opportunity arises. Li Jindong said nothing more, but he guessed it was likely that guy Chen Yao. At this time, Jiang Tiansheng had already set a trap for Liang Kuan through Chen Yao. So Li Jindong said no more and directly had someone send Liang Kuan away. At this moment, a Bao came over and said to Li Jindong, boss, are we still going to continue with the property speculation business? Li Jindong thought for a moment and said, let's try to do it within our Hongxing territory. Don't attract too much attention. A Bao nodded and said, no problem. The events of tonight quickly spread throughout the underworld. Li Jindong's name was once again mentioned by many. In the underworld, it's all about this, whether for good or ill, as long as you are famous, there will be lackeys willing to follow you. On Li Jindong's turf, there were already many idle lackeys. Now hearing of such a formidable leader, they all chose to pledge allegiance to Li Jindong. This kid, Jia, loved being called Brother Jia, so he took charge of recruiting new members. In just a few days, Li Jindong's followers grew from just over 200 to over 1,000. This was still the result of Li Jindong being selective, otherwise the number would have been even higher. With so many lackeys now, Li Jindong also received a system notification. Ding, the host's reputation in this area has spread to a small extent. Reputation 500. Damn, only 500 points. Li Jindong pouted. Hongtai isn't that impressive either. After resolving Hongtai's troubles, no one disturbed his business. However, there were more people trying to steal business, making money even harder to earn. Li Jindong even learned that there were people within Hongxing causing trouble. Among them were the people of Big Boss B. After all, Big Boss B used to operate in Xiun Mountain. However, Li Jindong knew that this was something he couldn't stop, so with the more than 20 million he earned in hand, he prepared to start his next business, which was to deal in counterfeit goods. Relying on the influence of the king of counterfeit goods from his hometown, Li Jindong was confident that he could directly dominate the entire counterfeit goods market in Xinjiang. By then, he would be the only counterfeit goods king in Xinjiang. However, before that, Li Jindong had to return to his hometown. In this era, he didn't dare to go back alone with money, so he brought a Hutoni and a few elite lackeys. Li Jindong had already arranged for a Hu and the others' identities through Shaoqiang, so he went back to his hometown using proper procedures. He then headed straight to Xianwei. The areas of Haifeng and Xianwei were notorious for smuggling between Xinjiang and his hometown. In this era, many smuggling bosses were already running this route. This route was also the most mature, allowing direct landing from Saigon Pier. That's why Li Jindong had gone to find a Shah in Saigon beforehand to make preparations. Upon arriving in Xianwei, Li Jindong called for a taxi. Deliberately speaking with a poor accent, he started a conversation with the driver. In this era, taxi drivers were all well-informed individuals. It was much simpler to ask them for information than to clumsily inquire by oneself. However, Li Jindong was quite generous, which inevitably made some people think twice. But upon seeing a Hu and Tony along with a couple of fierce-looking guys accompanying Li Jindong, he obediently brought Li Jindong to the industrial area of Haifeng. Though called an industrial area, it was actually just a collection of small workshops. No one was more familiar with the history of these small workshops than Li Jindong. He casually found a factory that looked decent and walked right in. "Hey, what do you want?" The guard immediately looked at Li Jindong and his entourage with suspicion. Li Jindong introduced himself. "We are from Xinjiang and want to make a big deal with your factory." The melodramatic scene Li Jindong had imagined did not unfold. After sizing up Li Jindong and his entourage, the security guard noted their impeccably tailored suits. Their polished leather shoes gleamed under the light, clearly men of consequence. The guard, hardly foolish, had no intention of provoking a group that radiated quiet authority. He accepted the Lucky Strike cigarette Li Jindong offered, greedily inhaled its aroma, then promptly went to notify his factory director. Soon a middle-aged man with a thick local accent emerged. At first glance, he could easily be mistaken for a factory. Yet in those days, many entrepreneurs labored side by side with their workers on the shop floor. Hello, sir, you're from Hong Kong?" the factory owner asked with a warm smile. Li Jindong nodded. "I'm surnamed Li. May I ask your name, director?" "Just call me Old Huang." Old Huang chuckled. "Mr. Li, do you have business you'd like to discuss with me?" Li Jindong nodded firmly. "Indeed, a substantial deal. I'd prefer to speak with you in person. Shall we find a quiet place to talk?" "This way, please." Old Huang immediately ushered Li Jindong and his team into the factory. After serving tea, both sides began negotiating terms. Li Jindong wasted no time. He produced his technical drawings. Though his drafting skills were modest, he had spent 10 reputation points to enhance them via the system. The result was a precise dimension blueprint, including detailed cross-sectional views. Old Huang grasped Li Jindong's intent at a single glance. "Mr. Li, are you planning to produce counterfeits?" Old Huang ventured cautiously. Li Jindong nodded candidly. "Exactly. Can your factory handle it?" "No problem at all. If anyone can't manufacture from these specs, they shouldn't be in this business." Old Huang laughed lightly, then added, "Though I must warn you, we'll produce the goods, but delivery is not in." Counterfeit goods posed one critical challenge: getting finished products across the border into Hong Kong. Most resorted either to informal couriers or outright smuggling. But Old Huang would never engage in such activities. Li Jindong smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, I have my own channels." "Oh, then I feel much more at ease." Old Huang glanced again at the blueprint. "Still, Mr. Li, what tier of quality are you targeting?" "Mid-tier and high-tier replicas, of course." Li Jindong waved dismissively. "I'm aiming for the premium market, but material costs won't be cheap. We'll need a reasonable margin." Old Huang paused thoughtfully before replying. "These concerns aside, Mr. Li, what's your target cost per pair?" 35 for mid-tier, 50 for high-tier," Old Huang quoted. "The more authentic the replica, the finer the material." Li Jindong didn't haggle. He instantly agreed. But quality must be impeccable. After all, Old Huang's quote was significantly lower than expected. A high-tier replica, marketed as genuine, could fetch 500,600 Hong Kong dollars in Hong Kong. Even at volume, it sold for 200,300 Hong Kong dollars, nearly a tenfold profit margin. Stunned by Li Jindong's decisiveness, Old Huang blinked in surprise. Privately, he wondered if he'd priced too low. Still, he cautiously asked, "How large an initial order did you have in mind, Mr. Li?" "Let's start with 5 million worth, split evenly between mid and high-tier replicas," Li Jindong replied. "We'll adjust later based on demand." Phew. Old Huang instinctively drew a sharp breath. The scale was extraordinary for his factory. He instantly forgot his pricing hesitation and grew even more effusive. "You look so young, Mr. Li, and yet your vision and execution are truly formidable." Li Jindong snapped his fingers. An assistant placed a leather briefcase before Old Huang. 2 million as deposit, balance upon delivery. "Let's sign the contract now." Eager not to lose such a monumental order, old Huang immediately summoned the contract. Once signed, he instructed his staff to produce prototypes for Li Jindong's review. Though modest in scale, old Huang's factory delivered impressive craftsmanship. Li Jindong nodded approvingly. Maintain this standard. I'll send teams to collect shipments in batches. Agreed. Elated by the successful deal, old Huang eagerly invited Li Jindong to experience the city's vibrant nightlife. Li Jindong graciously accepted, but old Huang offered a gentle warning, Mr. Li, carrying such sums demands discretion. Wealth should remain unseen. Li Jindong replied confidently, no worries. I travel with bodyguards. With Tony and his team at his side, petty threats held no weight. Yet he overlooked one crucial truth: his hometown harbored far more dangerous figures than he realized. Are you certain they're staying here? In the dead of night beneath a nondescript hotel, several shadowy figures whispered. One was the taxi driver who'd earlier ferried Li Jindong. Absolutely, Brother Zhua, the driver affirmed. But he visited old Huang's factory. Striking here risks exposure if old Huang reports us. I hear local authorities are watching closely. Any tip-off would seal our fate, another man added, nodding. Brother Sha Paizhua, perhaps we should wait. Damn it. Sha Paizhua snarled, seizing the speaker's collar. De Quan Bao, you think gaining Brother Long's favor lets you lecture me? Try me, and I'll end you right now. De Quan Bao remained calm. I brought my brothers out. I answered. Bah, robbery isn't some picnic. No one signs up for safety. Sha Paizhua spat coldly. If you fear death, don't step into the underworld. Gentlemen, these men are from Hong Kong. Why not strike there instead, suggested a junior member of the De Quan gang. Both leaders found the idea sound. Sha Paizhua ordered the taxi driver, keep watch. Report the moment they leave Linwei, then we move. Li Jindong was still unaware that he had been targeted. After returning from the nightclub, he went straight to bed. The next day, after negotiating further details with Boss Huang, he prepared to head back to Shanjiang. After all, he still needed to resolve the smuggling boats near Yuan Long, and Li Jindong did not have much time to stay in his hometown. Before leaving, he called the previous taxi driver again and set off back to Shanjiang. However, while in the car, Tony keenly sensed that the taxi driver had been stealing glances at Li Jindong and his party, which immediately raised his alertness. So after getting out of the car, Tony directly said to Li Jindong, boss, that driver was watching us the whole time. I sensed Li Jindong's perception was sharper than Tony's. After his Hartai skill had reached the intermediate level, he could easily sense others' malice. Thus he calmly replied, I noticed it long ago. That guy definitely has a problem. I've already called the 4 main henchmen to bring people over. Let's see what they want to do. Tony, you still have your weapon on you, right? Tony nodded and said, always have it on me. In these times, customs inspections weren't very strict, and Tony, having been a soldier, knew exactly how to hide his weapon. Li Jindong nodded. When the time comes, we strike directly. Don't waste words with them. Tony grinned and said, no problem. After leaving customs, although Li Jindong did not look around, his Hartai skill was continuously observing the malice in the surroundings. A 100-meter radius was enough for him to detect any anomalies nearby. He hadn't sensed anything strange while passing through customs, but once he got into the car, Li Jindong immediately felt something was off. He used sign language to inform Tony that there was a problem with the driver. Tony immediately understood, secretly pulled out his gun and pressed it against the driver's nape, saying, stop the car. The driver was startled, not understanding how he had been discovered. However, he showed no intention of stopping and instead slammed on the accelerator. Damn. Tony didn't waste words and immediately swung the gun, but hard against the driver's neck, knocking him unconscious. The car lost control and crashed directly into a nearby tree. Damn, these lunatics really aren't afraid of death. Li Jindong coughed and pushed the car door open to get out. Though the impact nearly threw him out, he was fortunate to have fastened his seatbelt in advance. Tony and Ahu also dazedly ran out of the car. As for the remaining henchmen, seeing the vehicle in front had an accident, they immediately forced their cars to a stop and jumped out. Boss, are you alright? I'm fine, let's hurry. Li Jindong waved his hand and said, damn, this place in the North District is remote. If I die here, no one would know. Just as Li Jindong and his group were preparing to escape, a strange chuckle came from the nearby woods. Boss, Li is right. In a place like the North District, if a few people die, no one would know. Then Li Jindong saw more than a dozen people walking out from the woods. They seemed to have been lying in wait for Li Jindong and his crew to take the bait. Head of Quan Gang. Li Jindong sneered and said, I should have thought of that. Shoppy Zhu smiled and said, it seems Boss Li is quite experienced. I won't make it difficult for you. Just leave me your bag and you can scram. Otherwise, in this remote area, how long do you think it will take for the police in Xianjiang to find your bodies? If I believe you, I'd really be a fool. Li Jindong shook his head and said with a strange expression, as for why I know you're from the De Quan Gang, it's not because I'm experienced. It's because I'm also one of them. What? Shoppy Zhu was momentarily stunned. Then, taking advantage of the distraction, Tony immediately fired. As soon as the gunshot sounded, Li Jindong lunged at Shoppy Zhu. The leader among them was Shoppy Zhu, so naturally Li Jindong wanted to take him down first. However, Shoppy Zhu was very cunning and pushed one of his henchmen towards Li Jindong. Li Jindong had no choice but to punch the henchman away and continue the pursuit. But in just that short amount of time, Shoppy Zhu had already retreated a considerable distance. The remaining members of the Daquan gang quickly surrounded Li Jindong and his group. Logically speaking, the other side had twice their number, and each was armed, so they should have been able to crush Li Jindong. However, Li Jindong disrupted Shapi Zhu's focus with his words, and then Tony fired first, allowing them to seize the initiative. The remaining members surged forward and got entangled with the Daquan gang, not giving them a chance to shoot. At such a distance, firing not only wouldn't necessarily hit Li Jindong and the others, but it would also be extremely easy to injure their own people. Li Jindong saw Shapi Zhu fleeing and sneered, "Flee. Do you really think you can escape?" Suddenly, Li Jindong burst forth with terrifying speed, sprinting 100 meters like a flash of lightning to catch up with Shapi Zhu. The secondary enhancement serum allowed Li Jindong's abilities to reach the level of a professional athlete. Such a physique was already quite fearsome. Shapi Zhu felt a gust of wind rushing from behind, and instinctively, then he saw Li Jindong blocking him. "Tisk, you guys are really lacking in class when it comes to robbery." Li Jindong mocked, "You don't even check your opponent's background before daring to act. Who exactly are you?" Shapi Zhu's face darkened as he stepped back slowly. In truth, his hand had already reached for the gun at his waist. However, Li Jindong had already sensed it, and like a ghost entered Shapi Zhu's 3-step range. "Within 3 steps, my punches are fast." Li Jindong sneered, and suddenly stepped forward, unleashing 3 punches at incredible speed. Each struck Shapi Zhu's shoulder, neck, and cheek. With Xingyi Quan 1 horse, 3 arrows. With Li Jindong's physique, those 3 punches left after images. A person like Shapi Zhu naturally couldn't react in time, and was directly hit, seeing stars, and unable to stand steady. Li Jindong immediately disarmed this guy, and with a cold smile yelled at the group that was grappling, "Everyone stop." Seeing that Shapi Zhu had been captured by Li Jindong, the Daquan leopard showed no reluctance to fight, and immediately turned to run with a few trusted subordinates. However, his luck was quite poor as he turned around and ran directly into the 4 henchmen sent by Li Jindong. "Friend, you can't escape. Why not have a little chat?" Li Jindong smiled as he spoke to the big circle leopard. The big circle leopard, knowing he couldn't run away, instructed his men to put away their guns. "All right, what do you want to talk about?" Li Jindong handed the Shapi Zhuo in his hand to his subordinate, and then with an arm around the big circle leopard's shoulder leaned in to ask in a low voice, "You're not just loafing around, right?" Li Jindong had already recognized the man before him. He was Mr. Sure from the Underworld. Of course, he was merely an undercover agent in the Big Circle gang now. However, since Li Jindong had encountered him, he didn't mind investing early. After all, he didn't want to go back to his hometown for business, only to be told that tourism was fine, but business wasn't allowed. But the Big Circle leopard was startled, and then awkwardly laughed, saying, "What do you mean? I don't understand. You're not a thief. Oh, according to the people from Xiangjiang, you have an imperial aura." Li Jindong teased, saying, "You're from the Guangdong Provincial Police, aren't you?" The Big Circle leopard felt both shocked and angry. His body tensed up. Li Jindong smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, "But don't worry, I'm not a thief. I'm a legitimate businessman." The Big Circle leopard looked at the corpse on the ground, seemingly saying with his eyes, "Are you kidding me?" Li Jindong awkwardly chuckled and said, "Don't mind the details. Moreover, they were robbing me. I can consider that self-defense." The Big Circle gang warned, "What do you want? If you think you can threaten me with this, you've mistaken the person." Li Jindong spread his hands, saying, "I told you I'm a legitimate businessman. Why would I threaten you? And since you're an undercover in the Big Circle gang, such things are quite dangerous. I have some connections in Xiangjiang. We can help each other." The Big Circle leopard looked at Li Jindong suspiciously and asked, "Really? Why would I lie to you?" Li Jindong smiled and said, "I'm also from the same hometown and might go back to invest. When the time comes, I'll need you, brother leopard, to help me with some connections." The Big Circle leopard stared at Li Jindong for a long moment before saying, "If that's the case, then no problem." Li Jindong laughed, "I knew we could chat. Here's my business card. If you run into any trouble in Xiangjiang, you can call me. As for this Shapi Zhuo, what do you plan to do, brother leopard?" The Big Circle leopard glanced at the unconscious Shapi Zhuo and said indifferently, "This person cannot be kept, otherwise my identity will be exposed." "Oh, then that's easy." Li Jindong smiled and said, "After all, this is a desolate area. No one knows what happened. I'll take care of it for you." The Big Circle leopard took a deep breath and said, "I hope you won't stand against the state." Li Jindong burst into laughter, pulling out a small accordion and exaggeratedly saying, "No one understands what it means to be patriotic better than I do." After Li Jindong finished speaking, he waved his hand and directly took out all the remaining members of the Big Circle gang. Only a few people remained beside the Big Circle leopard. Then both parties parted ways. After returning, Li Jindong directly went to find Desha. "Brother Dong, did you just come back from your hometown?" Desha initially thought Li Jindong was joking, but he didn't expect Li Jindong had actually gone. Li Jindong, not pleased, said to Desha, "What? Do you think I'm joking with you? How many big face ships do you have left? Bring them all to me. In a few days I'll send someone to transport a batch of..." Li Jindong directly told Desha, "When the time comes, I'll also ask what is needed back in my hometown." Desha was immediately delighted. "Brother Dong, you're amazing. I still have 2 big face ships, so I don't know if that's enough." "Are you kidding? That's all?" Li Jindong said unkindly. "Damn, how are you surviving in Saigon?" Desha helplessly replied, "Brother Dong, not everyone is like you guys from Hongxing with such a big family. Damn. Li Jindong said unkindly. Forget it, I'll go find Han Bin to buy a few ships. Oh, I heard he doesn't plan to smuggle anymore. After reprimanding Dasha, Li Jindong received a call from Liang Kuan. Hello little brother, how come I haven't seen your... Liang Kuan asked curiously. Li Jindong smiled and said I went back to my hometown to discuss some business. Liang Kuan was somewhat surprised. What are you planning to do? I plan to deal in top quality goods, boss. Please keep 2 shops for me when the time comes in Garden Street. Li Jindong smiled and said, damn, you're trying to take advantage of me again. Liang Kuan jokingly scolded, I'll have Sha Chong go find you, just share a portion with me when the time comes. Li Jindong immediately laughed, no problem. I guarantee I'll earn more than you, boss, with your powder business. Stop bragging. Liang Kuan said unkindly, by the way, come with me to the hall tomorrow. Li Jindong's heart stirred, and he lowered his voice, boss, are you planning to take action? Liang Kuan confidently said, yes, it's already been negotiated. Everyone will support me. No problem, I'll be there. Li Jindong smiled as he spoke. After hanging up, he took a deep breath. Liang Kuan had reached this point. Should he save this boss or not? After thinking it over, Li Jindong felt that Liang Kuan should indeed be saved. After all, he had no foundation in Hongxing, and Liang Kuan was his greatest backing. Moreover, to be honest, Liang Kuan had treated him quite well during this time. He could say he provided help when needed. Where could one find such a good boss? As for Jiang Tianxing, who was cold and calculated enough to sacrifice his own top henchman, Li Jindong, regarding the issue of Liang Kuan losing powder, Li Jindong felt it was relatively easy to solve. As long as he could show Liang Kuan a business with profits higher than powder, that would suffice. Li Jindong might not excel in other areas, but he was somewhat confident about this matter. The next day at noon, Li Jindong got up from little Jibazi's bed. After getting little Jibazi to help him change into a suitable suit, he directly instructed his subordinate to drive him to the headquarters in Causeway Bay to meet Liang Kuan. Upon seeing Li Jindong, Liang Kuan jokingly said, damn, I didn't know you were getting married today. You're dressed. Li Jindong smiled and said, today is your important day, boss. Of course I need to dress nicely. The two walked into the hall chatting and laughing, and many greeted them. As soon as he entered the hall, he heard Kashwiji boasting. Let me tell you, I hooked up with a Brazilian girl over at the prince's place in Haojiang, and she is absolutely stunning. I could barely hold her with one hand, and the most important thing is her hair is all golden. Kashwiji said animatedly, while the other leaders listened with great interest. At that moment, Liang Kuan walked in with Li Jindong and greeted everyone. However, upon seeing Boss B and Chun Haonan sitting at the back, Liang Kuan made a lewd gesture. This made Boss B and Chun Haonan's expressions quite unpleasant. However, with some members still absent, Liang Kuan did not confront them. After all, Jiang Tianxing hadn't arrived yet, so their words would be meaningless. Liang Kuan leaned towards Kashwiji and said, Brother Ji, did you come here so early that you're already stiff? Our host is truly slacking off. Maybe he's still having a good time with a woman. Kashwiji the opportunist followed Liang Kuan's words and said, honestly, that's a bit excessive. If I had known, I would have collected a few more debts before coming. Just as he said this, a voice called out, Mr. Jiang, from the entrance. Then Jiang Tianxing walked in with a smile, saying to everyone, sorry for being late. Kashwiji quickly played the opportunist again, hurriedly saying, no way, we just arrived too. Although many people looked down on Kashwiji's behavior, it was precisely this skill that allowed him to survive and thrive. Only Liang Kuan, dissatisfied, said, I've been waiting so long, my neck is stiff. Jiang Tianxing pretended not to hear and invited everyone to sit down. After Jiang Tianxing sat down, he casually chatted with these leaders and uncles from the Hongxing gang, which was a usual practice. After some banter, Chun Yao spoke up. All right, all 12 leaders are here, let's start the meeting. Last week a group of our brothers went to Haojiang on a job, and unfortunately there were deaths and injuries. Boss B immediately spoke up to explain for Chun Haonan, Mr. Jiang, I want to clarify this matter. The higher-ups sent our younger brothers to work, and they would definitely give their all, but... Before Boss B could finish, Liang Kuan disdainfully interrupted. But if the job is messed up, it doesn't matter what you say. Whispering like that, afraid someone will hear. Boss B glared sharply at Liang Kuan and continued, Mr. Jiang, I believe this matter was definitely a setup. If it weren't, Anan and the others wouldn't. Liang Kuan chuckled. If I had been in charge, this wouldn't have embarrassed the gang, and in the end it was still my brother Adong who cleaned up the mess for you. Liang Kuan, why are you always targeting me? Boss B shouted. Liang Kuan banged on the table and said, when you come out to mix, you have to own up to your mistakes and take your punishment standing up. How did you teach your subordinates? Those who act like little brothers shouldn't act like little brothers, and those who act like bosses shouldn't be so clueless. At that moment, Bao Pai charged out and yelled at Liang Kuan, Sha Chong is your man, what you say goes. Kid, who do you think you are to speak? Liang Kuan scoffed. In front of Lord Guan, there's no distinction between high, Bao Pai asserted confidently. But there should be distinctions of respect. Liang Kuan directly slapped Bao Pai. In a fit of rage, Bao Pai attempted to retaliate against Liang Kuan. At that moment, Li Jindong stepped in front of Bao Pai and kicked him away. Then Li Jindong shook his head disdainfully and said, these days truly anyone can be found. To openly attack a leader in the main hall, is this the kind of subordinates you raised, Boss B? Boss B's face turned ugly as he said, take him out. Jiang Tianxing said coldly, have you had enough of the noise? Liang Kuan, do you want to establish ranks? I'm just speaking about the matter at hand. The higher-ups require work to be done. Shouldn't rewards be given based on merit? Liang Kuan said carelessly. Jiang Tianxing glanced at Li Jindong and nodded, saying yes. But I see you have something to say, just say it. Liang Kuan smiled and said, Hongxing elects a leader every 3 years. Don't I have the qualification to run for election? Yaoge, what do you say? Chun Yao nodded and said yes. Hearing Chun Yao's words, everyone displayed an expression of disbelief. Who doesn't know that Chun Yao is practically Jiang Tianxing's spokesperson? No one expected him to turn against Liang Kuan at this moment. Liang Kuan stood up and elaborated on his achievements. He had taken down the big circle, reclaimed the fish stall from the Xiangjiang guys, and killed Qin Shi from Tsimsha Sui. He indeed had remarkable achievements, leaving others speechless. Jiang Tianxing nodded and said, people from Xiangjiang love to vote. I am quite democratic. If anyone has a candidate, I am willing to step aside for the sake of talent. Boss B was immediately anxious. Liang Kuan, it's fine to scheme against me, but you're also plotting against Mr. Jiang. That's too much. I haven't settled the score with you over the Haojiang incident yet. Liang Kuan coldly replied. Chen Haonan stood up and said, I will take the blame for the Haojiang incident alone. It has nothing to do with Boss B and Mr. Jiang. If you take the blame, it will end badly for you. Liang Kuan said with a sneer. Sit down. Jiang Tianxing said coldly. Then Chun Yao directly spoke up. Mr. Jiang, all the brothers present today are qualified to vote, right? Yes. Jiang Tianxing nodded with a stern face. All right, brothers, if you want to vote for Liang Kuan, please raise your hands. Chun Yao finished speaking and raised his hand first. Seeing this scene, Boss B instantly became furious, pointing at Chun Yao and cursing, put your hands down. Have you forgotten how Mr. Jiang treated you? You were the first to raise your hand, and he'll be the first to chop you. Liang Kuan retorted, before you speak, it's best to think carefully. Jiang Tianxing blocked Boss B and then stood up directly. The election is fair, and I am willing to accept the reality. This position shall be taken by Liang Kuan. Although Jiang Tianxing said this, there was not a hint of change in his expression. As for the leaders who were close to Jiang Tianxing, each remained silent. Li Jindong observed these people, especially Liang Ma and the prince, who were die-hard loyalists of the Jiang family, and when none of them spoke up, he immediately sensed that there was likely a significant plot afoot. It seemed that Jiang Tianxing had probably made arrangements with them in advance. This pit dug is really not small, just waiting for Liang Kuan to jump in. Li Jindong thought to himself. He also gained a concrete understanding of Jiang Tianxing's insidiousness, and among them the most clueless must be that reckless Boss B. Being kept in the dark while charging into battle for Jiang Tianxing, he truly is a good dog. There is not much to say about what happened next. Liang Kuan forced Jiang Tianxing to administer the clan's punishment on Chun Haonan, and then expelled him from the Hongxing society. After all, the 3 major taboos in the Jianghu, wearing red shoes, washing the horse trough, and seducing the brother's wife, are serious crimes within the gang. Even if Hongxing is not a traditional gang, it is enough to bring serious consequences for Chun Haonan. Boss B had no choice but to personally execute the clan law and expel Chun Haonan from Hongxing. However, his hatred for Liang Kuan grew even stronger. Damn it, he looks like he's not convinced. Let's find someone to teach him a lesson later. Liang Kuan said with an unhappy. Li Jindong smiled and said, no need, boss. I've already sent someone to deal with him. Oh, Liang Kuan asked curiously, who? Li Jindong quickly recounted the events involving Chun Haonan and Big Fool. Liang Kuan burst into laughter, saying, good, good, good. Let Big Fool retaliate against Chun Haonan, just like he did before. He was so arrogant before, now he deserves to suffer. By the way, Dong, I heard you're planning to deal in a great goods. I've reserved 2 shops for you on Garden Street. Thank you, boss. Li Jindong nodded with a smile. You work hard, and once I'm established, I'll promote you. Liang Kuan patted Li Jindong on the shoulder. After Chun Haonan was expelled from Hongxing, life did not go well. After all, his underling little stutter was taken by Li Jindong. Shanji was forced to flee to Izhou. He was left with only 2 brothers, the Tian Air and Bao Pai. This nearly left Chun Haonan in despair. Moreover, during his time under Boss B, he had offended many people while doing work for him. From time to time, someone would come looking for trouble. Fortunately, Boss B still valued this kid and helped him deal with those minor characters. He helped Chun Haonan open a small bar, so he could at least scrape by. Anan, why don't you come help me secretly? Boss B directly said, staying here all the time isn't a solution. Chun Haonan helplessly replied, with Liang Kuan in charge now, it's hard to make any progress. Damn it, I get angry just talking about this. In Hongxing, I'm the only one who dares to ignore him, and I dare to work with him. Yes, I know. Chun Haonan nodded. Continuing like this isn't a solution, or it'll lead to illness. Boss B smiled and said. Chun Haonan sighed. That's true, but Ah Bao and Asyang are also quite capable. Boss B shook his head and said, they are far behind compared to you. But I broke the clan law, oh, it's not good to. Chun Haonan hesitated. Boss B sighed and said, your sister-in-law keeps nagging me about wanting to immigrate, but for people like us with criminal records, how can we go? And I have so much business in Causeway Bay, you should just come back and help me. Let me think about it. Chun Haonan pondered before responding. Boss B had dinner with Chun Haonan and then left with his subordinates. However, just as Boss B left, 2 vans rushed over while Chun Haonan and his 2 brothers were clearing the table. Then Big Fool got out of the car with a dozen little brothers. Isn't this Chun Haonan? You've fallen so low now, Big Fool said cheerfully to Chun Haonan. Seeing Big Fool, the expressions of Chun Haonan and the others immediately turned wary. Big Fool, what do you want? The Tion Air directly asked Big Fool. Big Fool grinned and said, what do I want? Weren't you guys very arrogant back then, wanting to make me look bad in my territory? I've waited so long and finally, Chun Haonan immediately said, you're clearly bullying the few with the many. Let's step outside for a onionon. Go to hell with your onionon. Big Fool sneered, saying, do you really think I'm a fool? You want me to fight you, onionon? How you embarrassed me back, then I'll make you pay for it today, and it's only fair. Get him. Upon hearing Big Fool's command, his subordinates immediately grabbed sticks and charged at Chun Haonan and his companions. Chun Haonan's side had only 3 people, including the half-disabled Bao Pai. How could they compete against more than 10 people? They couldn't even run away and were directly chased and beaten by Big. Even if Chun Haonan kicked 2 away, he was still struck on the back by a stick from one of the underlings and fell to the ground. The Tion Air was quite skilled weaving among several people. However, jumping too high made him an easy target. He was struck on the leg by one of Big Fool's lackeys and was immediately overwhelmed by several people. As for Bao Pai, he had already been beaten for quite a while. Big Fool grabbed Chun Haonan by the hair and pulled him up, laughing. Chun Haonan, weren't you very arrogant back then? Didn't expect this today, did you? Don't worry, I'll come to greet you whenever I have time. Saying this, Big Fool waved his hand and led his men away from Chun Haonan's bar. Looking at the wrecked bar, Chun Haonan, the Tion Air, and Bao Pai were left in tears. On the other side, Big Fool felt refreshed after venting his anger. He turned to Li Jindong, who was watching from the sidelines, and said, thank you so much, Brother Dong. No big deal. Li Jindong smiled and said, I've been quite unhappy with that Chun Haonan kid too. Alright, now that you've settled your matters, come with me to Qingkue. Let's have a chat with Han Bin. Li Jindong took Big Fool and headed straight to Qingkue. Hey, isn't that a Dong? What brings you to Qingkue? Before encountering Han Bin, they first ran into Han Bin's right-hand man, Gongzi Jun. Gongzi Jun heard that Li Jindong had recently been quite prominent, and since they were from the same sect, he greeted him warmly. After all, Li Jindong's boss Liang Kuan was now the leader of Hongxing. Li Jindong smiled and said, is Brother Han Bin here? I need to discuss something with him. He should be at the finance company right now. Gongzi Jun said directly, you can just head over there. Li Jindong nodded and took Big Fool directly to Han Bin's finance company. Soon they met a harried Han Bin in the office. Unlike the Han Bin in the comics, the one in this world was simply unfortunate. Not only had his investments repeatedly failed, but he even could not afford a drink. At this moment, signs of trouble were already appearing. The arms business had gone bankrupt and other investments were starting to collapse. He was currently worried about money. Brother Han Bin, you seem to be a bit troubled. Li Jindong smiled at Han Bin. Adong, what's going on with you? Han Bin glanced at Li Jindong and said with a hint of helplessness. Although Han Bin had no connection with Liang Kuan, he still gave Liang Kuan some face and directly invited Li Jindong to sit down. You are the Big Fool from Saigon, right? Is there something you need from me? Han Bin glanced at the Big Fool beside Li Jindong and asked curiously. Li Jindong nodded. Indeed, I have some matters to discuss with you. I heard that you still have a few large boats under your name. How about selling them to me? Han Bin looked at Li Jindong and the Big Fool with some confusion, then realized what Li Jindong was aiming for. Are you planning to engage in smuggling? I advise you, this line of work is not easy. Han Bin's words were indeed right. If it were a few years ago, it might still be a blue ocean business. However, now it was already the late 1980s, and there were many people involved in smuggling, making the competition quite fierce. Otherwise, Han Bin wouldn't have shut down his smuggling arms business at this time. But Li Jindong's purpose was not smuggling, rather it was his own goods. So he smiled at Han Bin and said, Binny, am using the large boats to transport my goods, and I might do a bit of smuggling on the side. A goods, eh? Han Bin said in surprise, you little brat can handle a goods too. Li Jindong smiled and replied, why? Binny, are you interested? Han Bin indeed felt some interest, but upon thinking about the business losses he had recently suffered, he hesitated. After a moment of contemplation, he said to Li Jindong, how about this? Since these large boats are of no use to me, I'll sell them to you at half the market price. Binny, you're generous. Li Jindong laughed and said, but instead of selling these large boats, why not convert them into funds and invest in my goods business? Moi. Han Bin was momentarily stunned, stroking his chin in thought. Since these large boats were of no use, selling them wouldn't resolve his current financial losses. If Li Jindong could really make this work, it might even become a stable source of funding for him. However, in business, Han Bin still asked, so how much equity are you planning to give me? Li Jindong smiled and held up one finger, 10%. That's too little. Han Bin frowned. Li Jindong didn't explain much, instead directly taking out the contract he had with Boss Huang and placing it in. Seeing the amount on the contract, Han Bin was stunned. 500,000. Li Jindong said lightly, that's just for the first batch of goods. Han Bin looked at Li Jindong in surprise. You little brat, where did you get so much money? Did your boss Liang Kuan give it to you? Li Jindong replied irritably, what kind of talk is that? I earned it myself. If that's true, I'm in. Han Bin saw that Li Jindong's tone didn't seem to be false, and after hesitating for a moment nodded in agreement. After all the large boats he wouldn't even sell for 1,000,000 combined. Now being able to exchange them for investment was quite a good deal. Li Jindong smiled and said, then it's settled. But Binny, I have one condition. You little brat, don't go too far. Han Bin frowned and asked, what condition? I want to borrow your Chinkue dock. Li Jindong said directly. Han Bin thought Li Jindong would make some outrageous demand, but it turned out he just wanted to borrow the dock. He immediately replied, no problem, but if my people help they will need to be paid at market rates. Li Jindong smiled and said, you can rest assured on that I'm always fair in my dealings. Then it's settled. It'll take a moment to inform my subordinates, and you can just take the boat away. Han Bin waved his hand. After chatting with Han Bin for a while, Gong Zijun took Li Jindong to receive Han Bin's. But after Li Jindong left, Gong Zijun said discontentedly to Han Bin, boss, you're not giving away for free again, are you? What do you mean again for free? Han Bin exploded on the spot. Gong Zijun smirked and said, how much have your investments lost? You're still investing. What do you know? Han Bin replied irritably, just do as I say. Gong Zijun mumbled, we can barely afford to pay the you brat. Han Bin grabbed a magazine and threw it at Gong Zijun. Fortunately, Gong Zijun was quick and caught the magazine before leaving Han Bin's office. Li Jindong brought Han Bin on board purely because Han Bin was a worthy investment. The eldest brother Tyrannosaurus was the master of Toon Mun, and the second brother Slim Eyes was the master of Kowloon City. Bringing in Han Bin was equivalent to winning over the three brothers. Moreover, Han Bin had some unresolved matters with Sister 13. To say the least, their faction occupied a significant position within the Hung Hing. Whether it was for Li Jindong's future development in the society, or helping Liang Kuan stabilize the situation, he would definitely find a way to offer that investment share. As for the few large boats he got for free, it was purely an unexpected joy. After obtaining enough large boats, Li Jindong immediately recruited experienced boatmen and took them directly to his hometown at the Line Tail. Boss Wang had notified that the first batch of goods was ready, and Li Jindong was preparing to take the Big Fool for a run, so that in the future, he wouldn't have to do everything himself. After Li Jindong helped the Big Fool deal with Chun Haonan, the Big Fool was already completely devoted to Li Jindong. If it weren't for Li Jindong not yet being qualified to recruit members, he would have wanted to switch allegiance to Li Jindong. Upon arriving at the Line Tail, Li Jindong immediately found Boss Wang. Seeing Li Jindong's fleet, Boss Wang was a bit surprised. Boss Li's such a grand display. What's this? Just a small operation. Li Jindong smiled. What about the goods I requested? Have they been delivered? Boss Wang laughed and instructed his workers to start unloading the cargo. He casually picked up a pair and handed it to Li Jindong. Li Jindong checked the line buckle and other places. They were indeed well made. He nodded in satisfaction. Boss Wang, if the quality is always like this, I think we can cooperate long term. Boss Wang smiled and said, that's exactly what I wish for. After some pleasantries, Li Jindong introduced the Big Fool to Boss Wang. Although the Big Fool looked fierce, he was quite obedient under Li Jindong's command. Boss Wang, who initially seemed a bit flustered, calmed down afterward. He had seen many things and was quite certain that Li Jindong had an extraordinary background. His subordinates didn't seem like good people either. But in business, he had seen all kinds of people from all walks of life. As long as the payment was prompt, he didn't mind collaborating with gangsters. Jiang Kuan had been in power for a week, and he had basically dealt with all the matters that needed attention. Now it was time to reward his subordinates. Li Jindong, being Jiang Kun's cousin and having performed so well recently, was naturally to be promoted. Moreover, the real estate investment that Li Jindong initiated had shown great potential within just a month. Adon, your vision is impressive. Jiang Kuan exclaimed with delight as he looked at the account, saying, you actually made this much profit. Li Jindong, appearing relaxed, replied, there are so many ways to make money in Xianjiang. It's almost like picking up money off the ground. Jiang Kuan was somewhat speechless, saying, you brat, you say you're fat, and yet you're breathing heavily. Li Jindong, with a serious expression, said, boss, I'm being serious. We've already become the top gang in Hongxing. We should avoid businesses like that joy powder if we can. Jiang Kuan, being a decent leader, thought about helping him out. Even if they couldn't wash their hands clean, at least they should not be targeted by their hometown. It should be known that when the Big Circle Leopard comes to power and is tasked with cleaning up the various gangs in Xianjiang, he will deal mercilessly with someone like Jiang Kuan, who is involved in the drug trade. However, Jiang Kuan did not take it seriously and scoffed, saying, you little brat, you're even trying to lecture me. Li Jindong replied earnestly, boss, I mean it. Don't you see? Among the leaders of these large organizations in Xianjiang, who goes directly into the drug trade. Upon hearing Li Jindong say this, a thoughtful expression appeared on Jiang Kun's face. Indeed, among the leaders of these gangs in Xianjiang, especially in large organizations like Hongxing, very few actually engage in drug trafficking. However, the leaders of smaller gangs have no such scruples. For example, Lian Haolong of the Loyalty and Righteousness Society, Wang Bao of the Number Gang, and Pai Yanmei from Hongtai, etc. Seeing the contemplative look on Jiang Kun's face, Li Jindong seized the opportunity to say, Our large organization Hongxing is under close surveillance by the police. You see, Jiang Tianxing never touches these things. He'll think about it. Jiang Kuan replied noncommittally. Li Jindong knew that such matters couldn't be rushed. After all, Jiang Kuan still relied on selling drugs for profit. If he pushed too hard, his boss might develop a rebellious mindset. Upon arriving at the gang headquarters, Jiang Kuan found that a lot of people had shown up. After all, this was his first time holding a leadership meeting. Everyone is here, let's start the meeting now. Shen Yao, sitting next to Jiang Kuan, knocked on the table and said, aside from reporting numbers, the rest was to discuss. Due to some changes in the promotion list, we will vote on the candidates this time. Shen Yao directly addressed. The changes in the promotion list were due to Chun Haonan being expelled from the gang by Jiang Kuan, which naturally meant someone else would take his place. However, none of the candidates were impressive, with only Li Jindong having some competitive edge. Alright, the candidates are among a Dong and a few others. Let's start voting. Shen Yao scanned the crowd and spoke. The elders and hall masters exchanged glances, with no one daring to speak first, as this represented the interests of several hall masters. However, the usually low-key Hanbin took the lead this time, and said, I support a Dong. The crowd looked at Hanbin in surprise, knowing that he rarely spoke. Why did he support Li Jindong first this time? With Hanbin leading, Long Jun and Shi Yin immediately raised their hands as well. These three brothers represented 3 votes, and held significant weight in the gang. Jiang Kuan was also somewhat surprised. He had no close relationship with Hanbin. Why would he support his younger brother? Could it be that he wanted to curry favor since he had just taken power? However, Jiang Kuan quickly dismissed this thought. After all, Hanbin and his brothers had no need to curry favor with him. Moreover, seeing Li Jindong and Hanbin exchanging glances, it was likely that his younger brother had pulled in these 3 brothers. It was said that Hanbin and a Dong were involved in smuggling, and were doing quite well. Seeing this, Jiang Kuan felt that his younger brother was indeed a great help. As long as he maintained a good relationship with Hanbin, he would secure the support of these 3 brothers, making his position as stable as Mount Tai. However, at that moment, someone expressed dissatisfaction, saying, Hanbin, you're supporting a Dong because he does business. The elder Axine said jealously, I heard you've made quite a bit lately. Hanbin rolled his eyes and replied, yes, a Dong is capable and can make money. Why shouldn't I support him? Among the candidates you've chosen, who has a better reputation than a Dong? Is there anyone who can make money better than a Dong? Li Zendong's business exploded after he brought in the A-grade goods from his hometown. Even though Hanbin hadn't received any red envelopes, yet it was evident how prosperous Li Zendong's business was. Axine immediately took the opportunity to speak to Li Jindong, saying, a Dong, we're all family. We can't favor one over the other. The elders of Hongxing were quick to dodge work when it came to tasks, but when it came to benefits, they were always the first. With Axine speaking up, the elders like Xie Shun also chimed in. Yes, a Dong, we're all brothers. We can't let Hanbin take all the benefits. Big Boss B has always had a bad relationship with Jiang Kuan. Moreover, it was rumored that his godson Chun Haonan had been beaten up. It was obvious that it was the work of either Jiang Kuan or Li Jindong. At this moment, he certainly wanted to provoke the two. We're all brothers, they might not consider you as one. Big Boss B, what the hell are you saying? Hanbin glared at Big Boss B with an unfriendly expression. Big Boss B shrugged and said, I'm just speaking the truth. Whether they're family or not depends on a Dong's performance. Li Jindong glared at Big Boss B, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected Big Boss B to stir trouble at this moment. Just as he was about to speak, Long Jun knocked on the table. You old guys really have no shame. Long Jun said with a cold smile, a Dong hasn't even started his business. And yet you come here to take advantage of him. I haven't seen you support a Dong in the early stages. Xian also chimed in, exactly, my little brother has genuinely supported 8 flying boats with real money, why don't you support him too? With others backing him, Li Jindong didn't need to speak for himself. He just kept a smile on his face. The elders had nothing to say in response to Long Zhan and Shi Yin, and could only retreat in frustration. However, the outbreak of jealousy was inevitable. Seeing this scene, Jiang Kuan was quite pleased and clapped his hands, saying, Alright, since everyone has no objections, let's vote. With the support of the Hanbin trio, Li Jindong naturally secured the position of the Red Stick. The ceremony was straightforward, merely offering incense in front of Master Guanair. Unlike the historically rich Lianxing society, which had a rather intricate and formal ceremony requiring the opening of the mountain gate at the Heavenly Mother Palace and conducting traditional rituals of the Hongmen, emerging societies like Hongxing certainly wouldn't make it so troublesome. Li Jindong felt a bit regretful not to hear the classic line, do you love your brothers, or gold more? However, after securing the position, he felt quite satisfied. Ding, congratulations to the host for achieving the position. GG. Achievement reward: 1 team recruitment card, 1 intelligence card. Ding, the host's reputation in the local area has spread to a small extent. Reputation 1000. Upon seeing the system's achievement rewards, Li Jindong almost burst out laughing. Both the team recruitment card and the intelligence card were valuable items, and Li Jindong couldn't wait to go back and draw rewards. However, he still needed to listen to his boss' encouragement first. However, brother Liang Kuan had a rather unique way of encouraging. He put his arm around Li Zendong's neck and said, "Come on, Adong, you got your position today. Let me find two big beauties to celebrate with you." "Going through fire and water, brother Cohen," Li Jindong said with a moved expression. The next morning he walked out of the hotel, his legs feeling weak. Even though he now had an athlete-like physique, he couldn't withstand the relentless assaults of two voluptuous women. Li Jindong hardly slept at all that night. Fortunately, he managed to endure without losing face as a transmigrator. After tossing a wad of cash on the bedside table, Li Jindong changed his clothes and returned to his society. With Li Jindong's new position, more and more of Xiun Mountain's subordinates wanted to follow him. Every day there were those who came to give red envelopes. "Hey, you're taking in so many subordinates. Let them help me pay for meals," Li Jindong said with annoyance, giving Ajah a light slap. Ajah helplessly spread his hands and said, "Boss, you said more is better." Li Jindong looked at his subordinates, which had already grown to over 2,000 people, far beyond what a red stick should possess. He could only tell Ajah, "Be selective, don't let just anyone in. Prioritize those who can fight and handle matters." Ajah nodded, "Got it, boss." After reprimanding Ajah, Li Jindong returned to the office of the nightclub, closed the door, and rubbed his hands to choose the summon option. Soon countless images flickered before him, finally settling on a guy wearing sunglasses and a trench coat. "Ding, congratulations to the host, you have summoned the Fuguwei team." Hearing the system's prompt, Li Jindong's spirit lifted. "Wait, isn't this the guy who plays with hundreds of dollars?" Li Jindong was quite familiar with the character Fuguwei, as his classic lines were simply too many. Most importantly, these guys were ruthless bandits, even more vicious than the Tony Trio. But was it a bit of a waste to let such fierce characters join the society? After summoning the Fuguwei team, Li Jindong opened the intelligence card again. Intelligence Fuguwei originally wanted to come to Xianjiang to make a big deal, but after being recruited by the host, he chose to ally with the host. However, Fuguwei knows a lot of information about this big deal, and perhaps the host can gain some benefits from it. While this is still connected contextually, Li Jindong said with some surprise. He was now even more looking forward to Fugui's appearance. After staying in his territory for a while, Li Jindong headed straight to Saigon. After all, the big ships over at Desha were getting a bit old, and he heard a batch of goods had been lost, so Li Jindong definitely needed to go check it out. Upon arriving in Saigon, Desha's subordinates immediately invited Li Jindong over. "What's the situation?" Li Jindong inquired of Desha. Desha said with some frustration, "The few big ships we have are quite old. The engine has some issues, causing a batch of goods to sink into the sea." Li Jindong frowned and asked, "How much do we need to get a new batch of big ships?" Desha hesitated and said, "A new Mercury engine isn't cheap. The cost of one big ship, excluding modification fees, is at least 8,000. Wow, that's so expensive," Li Jindong said in surprise. Desha helplessly replied, "That's the market price." He certainly didn't want to spend that much money, as he didn't have much left in hand. If he spent all his working capital, he wouldn't be able to support his subordinates. However, Li Jindong wasn't completely at a loss. He had Desha take him to see those big ships that were about to be retired. He reached out and touched the engine, and a smile suddenly appeared on Li Jindong's face. Indeed, his upgrade system could upgrade this thing. Upgradable item, damaged engine. Cost 150 reputation points, can be upgraded, repaired. However, Li Jindong didn't rush to upgrade. Instead, he said to Desha, "All right, I understand this matter. I will have..." Desha was taken aback. "Brother Dong, do you know such talents?" "Of course. You guys don't need to worry about this. Just dock the big ships at the port. I will have someone take care of it." Li Jindong waved his hand decisively. Desha nodded quickly, "As long as it can be fixed." Li Jindong turned to Desha and asked, after running a few trips, "Did you gain anything?" Desha immediately became animated. "Brother Fei, I really met a benefactor. The boss of a car dealership back home needs a large number of cheap cars. He can take both water and stolen cars. Transporting an ordinary private car or a van can yield profits of over 1,000. The luxury vehicles have even higher profits." Wow, is it that profitable? Li Jindong was a bit surprised. No wonder the later big ships were specially modified for these vehicles, capable of directly accommodating a small car. After all, transporting goods back and forth usually didn't yield such high profits. Desha nodded. "From now on, our stolen cars can be sold quickly. It's just these big ships that are problematic." Desha felt that his luck had greatly improved since working with Li Jindong. At this moment, he was utterly devoted to Li Jindong. If it weren't for Li Jindong wanting to engage in smuggling, how could he have encountered such a generous boss? Li Jindong nodded. "Go ahead and do it. I will have the repairman fix the ship well. If that doesn't work, we can just spend more money to buy new ones." Desha immediately laughed. "Then there won't be any problems. But how about the source of these stolen cars under you?" Li Jindong frowned and said, "Just make sure you can supply the goods." In truth, Desha is quite weak. Although he boasts a great reputation, claiming that in Xianjiang anyone wanting to buy stolen cars must turn to him, those who know the situation do not take such words seriously. After all, the small thieves under Desha do not dare to steal luxury cars. They can only target ordinary private vehicles. Moreover, the sources of the cars are problematic, entirely dependent on the performance of his underlings. Desha scratched his head and said, "This is indeed a problem." Li Jindong replied directly, "Furthermore, the profit from luxury cars is several times that of ordinary vehicles, and the risk of transporting them is significant. If we want to make money, we must bring in more luxury cars." The Shah was perplexed, saying, "But Dong Go, my underlings don't have that capability." However, Li Jindong curiously asked, "However what?" The Shah replied, "I do know a group of people who specialize in these luxury cars." Li Jindong's eyes immediately lit up. What kind of connections do they have? The Shah hesitated for a moment and said, "It's a small gang and their leader is called Mike. However, these guys are quite proud and usually don't deal with people like us." Li Jindong sneered, "They won't have a say when the time comes. You go and make contact with them first. If it doesn't work out, come back and tell me. I have 9 ways to make such people obedient." Compared to the thugs from their organization, these small thieves are simply insignificant. Li Jindong didn't take these people seriously at all. Just like dealing with the Shah, if they don't help him honestly, he can. The Shah nodded, understood Dong Go. After briefing the Shah on a few matters, he sent everyone away. Li Jindong pretended to make a phone call and then upgraded all his large ships using his reputation. The newly acquired reputation was instantly spent. Damn, this reputation is really not enough. Li Jindong complained. However, looking at these large ships that would continually bring him wealth, his mood improved. After repairing the large ships, Li Jindong had just returned to his territory, preparing to connect with Xiao Jibatzi. At that moment, the mantis rushed over in a panic, saying to Li Jindong, "Boss, someone is causing trouble." Li Jindong frowned and said, "Who has such guts? Is it someone from Hong Tai?" The only people Li Jindong had offended recently were Hong Tai's prince and Pai Yanmei. However, that old man Pai Yanmei is usually very cautious and would not act easily without absolute certainty. The mantis shook his head and said, "No, it's a group of people who look tough. They said they're here to see you." Li Jindong was momentarily stunned, then laughed. "Bring them over." "Huh?" The mantis said in astonishment. "Boss, what if these people?" Li Jindong waved his hand and said, "No need to worry. They are our people." "Our people, eh?" The mantis finally understood and quickly brought over several guys dressed in trench coats and sunglasses. "Dong Go, I've come to ally with you." Fu Guang removed his sunglasses and grinned at Li Jindong, saying, "I didn't expect that after a few months out of the village you've become the one doing the best." Indeed, the system assigned Fu Guang the identity of a companion from the same village as Li Jindong. Moreover, Li Jindong was the leader among these kids. Li Jindong smiled and hugged Fu Guang, saying, "I had wanted you to come out with me earlier, but I didn't expect you to come." Fu Guang said helplessly, "My old mother is seriously ill. I could only come out to work without worries after I sent her away." However, Fu Guang soon became excited again, saying, "They say Xiangjiang is paved with gold. I just arrived and got a good deal." Li Jindong immediately asked, "What good deal?" "Gold." Fu Guang said with a smile, "I have a fellow who is planning to rob a gold shop. I'm going to take a piece of the pie. How about we team up to hit him?" Li Jindong's eyes brightened. "Gold, how much?" Fu Guang said directly, "At least 200 kilograms of gold." Li Jindong was immediately a bit excited. You have to know that the current gold price in Xiangjiang is about $440 per ounce. 200 kilograms of gold is worth over $3 million. That's over 20 million Hong Kong dollars. In this era, it's already a considerable sum of money. Li Jindong has spent so much effort doing business and extorting Pai Yanmei from Hong Tai and only managed to gather over 20 million. This deal is definitely worth doing. Li Jindong curiously asked, "What's the name of that fellow?" "I think they call him Hua Tian." Fu Guang scratched his head. "Hua Tian." Li Jindong's expression immediately turned strange. Isn't this just part of the plot regarding an informant? Li Jindong was very familiar with this. So he said to Fu Guang, "You settle in first. I'll find someone to invest. When the time is right, we can take action against him." Fu Guang immediately laughed. "All right, let's hit him when the time comes." After sending his subordinates to settle Fu Guang and the others, Li Jindong thought of a key figure. That is a lackey named Shi Gui who drives for Hua Tian. This kid seems to be a car thief as well. Isn't this just perfect? It would be just right to have Desha inquire about this kid's whereabouts. Once they coordinate, getting the gold will be a simple matter. Thinking of this, Li Jindong immediately called Desha, asking him to find a thief named Shi Gui. "Oh, Dong Go, are you talking about that Shi Gui kid?" Desha recalled the name, saying, "Did this kid offend Dong Go? He'll have someone take care of him." Li Jindong replied speechlessly, "Do I need you to take care of someone? I have something for him to do. Just find him for me. He sold a car to me the day before yesterday. I heard his family owes money to Gui Li Xiong and is planning to send his sister to work." Desha stated directly. Li Jindong nodded. "Once you find him, tell him that I can solve his sister's problem, but he needs to help me with something." Desha curiously asked, "What kind of errand requires such a lackey?" "Just do what you're told. Why so much nonsense?" "Hurry up," Li Jindong said irritably. Desha quickly replied, "No problem, Dong Gu. Just give me a few hours or I know where he usually hangs out." After hanging up the phone, Desha immediately called his subordinates, saying, "Find Shi Gui for me. I want to see him." In Mongkok, outside the Qingxing Hotel, a man known as Shi Gui was smoking, seemingly waiting for someone. After a moment, a van arrived, and 2 henchmen brought several women down from the vehicle. These women were coerced into becoming escorts because they owed debts to Gili Xiong. Among them was Shi Gui. Upon seeing his sister, Shi Gui picked up a nearby garbage bucket and splashed it against the van's window, then trapped one of the henchmen under the bucket. The foul smell caused the henchman to vomit on the spot. The remaining henchman attempted to retaliate, but was kicked to the ground by Shigue. After dealing with the two henchmen, Shigue immediately grabbed his sister and tried to escape. However, just as they turned a corner, they ran into Gili Xiong's subordinates. Seeing Shigue preparing to flee with his sister, several of them rushed forward, pummeling Shigue with punches and kicks. His sister cried out, "Stop hitting him." Unfortunately, the henchman paid no attention to her and slapped her across the face instead. Shigue struggled and shouted, "Don't hit my sister. He'll pay back my father's debts." The henchman spat contemptuously and said, "Your father owes us 800,000. With interest, it's now 1,000,000. What do you plan to pay with, you poor fool?" After beating Shigue, the henchman dragged his sister into the hotel. Shigue lay on the ground, unable to get. He could only pound the ground, venting his resentment. Then he recalled that while in prison, a police officer named Li Tsangdong had given him a business card. To save his sister, it seemed he had no choice but to become an informant for the police. Although this path was evidently quite dangerous, he had no other option. Just as Shigue struggled to stand up, a clumsy henchman noticed him. "Shigue, how did you get beaten up like this?" The henchman asked curiously. Shigue waved his hand, wanting to leave. "It's none of your business." The clumsy henchman laughed and said, "Our boss wants to see you. He heard there's a good opportunity for you that might help with your sister's situation." Although Shigue had already walked quite far, he immediately turned back upon hearing the henchman's words. "What did you say?" "There's an opportunity, but it's up to you to seize it." The henchman smiled. After weighing the situation for a while, Shigue agreed to go meet with Desha. Arriving in Saikung, Shigue encountered Desha, whom he was quite familiar with, having sold him most of the stolen cars. However, there was a young man beside Desha whom Shigue had never seen before. Desha smiled and said, "This is Dong Gu from the Hongxing Society. Say hello." "Dong Gu." Shigue quickly nodded in greeting. Li Zhendong sized up Shigue and said, "I hear you are quite the driver." Shigue remained silent, unsure of why Li Zhendong asked. Desha laughed and said, "This kid is best known for stealing cars. He's also an excellent street racer. He even had some fame from racing on Princess Road." "Then you're just the person I need," Li Zhendong said directly to Shigue. "I hear you owe Gili Xiong money and your sister has been taken to become an escort, right? I can help you rescue your sister, but you need to do something for me." Compared to the police, Li Zhendong's name carried more. In contrast to Li Kangdong's terms, which simply involved a small informant fee, Li Zhendong promised to directly rescue his sister. Shigue didn't need to think twice about what to choose. "No problem, Donggo. As long as you can save my sister, I'm willing," Shigue quickly replied. Li Zhendong retorted, "What do I need you for?" "I want you to infiltrate a gang called Huatian and report their movements to me." "Huh?" Shigue was taken aback. Li Zhendong frowned and asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" "No, don't." Shigue quickly explained, "When I just got out of prison, a cop approached me to be an informant and infiltrate that Huatian gang." "What a coincidence." Li Zhendong chuckled. "So which side are you choosing?" Shigue promptly replied, "Of course I Good." Li Zhendong nodded. "Just agree to my terms. Handle the police situation on your own. I can let you see your sister tomorrow, but remember this. Never try to play tricks on me. Gili Xiong can sell your sister to a nightclub, and I can sell her to Southeast Asia." Hearing Li Zhendong's words, Shigue quickly replied, "Donggo, I would never dare to trick you. All right, come to TSC Wanshan tomorrow night." Li Zhendong nodded and got up to leave. After exiting Desha's place, he took Fu Guang and others to Monk. He had something to discuss with Liang Kuan and wanted to rescue Shigui's sister in the process. "Hey, Donggo." Sha Chong spotted Li Zhendong from afar and began to greet him. This kid was clever. He had gone from being Ah Dong to now being Donggo. After all, it was evident that Li Zhendong's status had risen with Liang Kuan. Even though Sha Chong was a henchman beside Liang Kuan, he had to show respect to Li Zhendong. "Where's Kuan Gu?" Li Zhendong casually asked. Sha Chong smiled and replied, "I heard some good actors have arrived and Kuan Gu is auditioning them. He's testing every day, though I wonder if his body can handle it." Li Zhendong made a sarcastic remark. Sha Chong could only smile beside him. Ever since Liang Kuan became the head of Hongxing, only Li Zhendong dared to joke about him. After coming to Liang Kun's office, Li Zhendong found a place to sit and picked up a magazine, reading it with great interest. After a while, Liang Kuan finally pushed the door open and walked in grumpily, saying, "Smelly kid, don't touch my collection." Li Zhendong tossed the magazine aside. "Come on, Kuan Gu, you don't use this thing for fun, do you? You rascal." Liang Kuan scolded Li Zhendong before sitting down to discuss business. "I've secured another shop for you. Can your sneaker production keep up?" "Don't worry about that. Oh, I guarantee we can supply." Li Zhendong replied with a smile. "There was a little incident with Defei, but we can recover quickly. By the way, boss, do we have any dealings with Kuei Li Hong's men?" Li Zhendong suddenly asked. "Who's Kuei Li Hong?" Liang Quan paused momentarily, baffled. "Oh, he's one of Kuei Ligao's underlings, isn't he? I've heard he's become quite notorious lately for debt collection." "Right, the old fox Kuei Ligao himself." Liang Quan nodded slowly. "Any conflict with him?" "None at all. Just that one of my men has a younger sister who was seized by them to work as a hostess. I plan to negotiate directly with him. Just giving you a heads up first. Didn't want to land you in trouble, boss." Li Zhendong grinned. Liang Quan stared blankly. "You've already dragged the gambling king himself into this mess. What other kind of trouble could possibly scare me?" Though Li Zhendong was growing increasingly capable and reliable, Liang Quan couldn't help but dread the young man's uncanny talent for provoking chaos. Sooner or later another catastrophe would surely erupt. Li Jindong chuckled. Consider it a preemptive warning. Just don't let things escalate too far, Liang Quan replied coolly. Kuei Ligao, after all, barely registered on his radar. Having delivered his warning, Li Jindong immediately led his men to confront Kuei Lihong. Though his finance company appeared modest in size, its operations spanned an astonishingly wide range. Indeed, the man was genuinely wealthy and accepted every client without discrimination. When Li Jindong and his entourage entered the office, a henchman instantly blocked their path. Hey, who are you? What do you want? I'm from Hunghing. I need to see your boss Kuei Lihong, Li Jindong said calmly. The henchman hesitated, then snapped. He bolted upstairs to find Kuei Lihong, who had recently earned considerable favor within the Triad after successfully recovering several bad debts for his superior. That very day had collected yet another round of delinquent accounts and was riding high on triumph. Boss, a few men claim to be from Hunghing and demand to see you, his henchman reported breathlessly. Kuei Lihong frowned sharply. Hunghing? We've never had any dealings with them. Let them up. Moments later, Li Jindong strode in with his crew. Kuei Lihong greeted him warmly. Why, if it isn't Brother Dong, the rising star of Hunghing? What brings you here today? Business. All friends here, no collateral needed. Cash dispersed within 30 minutes. Seeing Kuei Lihong's effusive welcome, Li Jindong smiled faintly. Actually, I've come to repay a debt. A debt? We've never done business together, Kuei Lihong murmured, puzzled. Not directly, but one of my men owes you money. Li Jindong grinned. A fellow named Sai Gui. Remember him? Ah, so this is the little scoundrel. Kuei Lihong's eyes widened as he spotted Sai Gui behind Li Jindong. Look at you. You've clung to Brother Dong's coattails now, and he even graces us with his presence to settle your debt. Lucky bastard indeed. Li Jindong placed a thick stack of cash onto the desk and said flatly, release his sister, now. Kuei Lihong flipped through the bills idly, then raised an eyebrow. Brother Dong, these funds fall short. Your man owes me 1.5 million, principal and interest combined. This is only $500,000. Li Jindong nearly laughed aloud. His father's debt died with him. That's how it works. Handing over the principal alone is already an act of courtesy. But a son repays his father's debts. That's tradition since ancient times. Kuei Lihong pressed unyielding. Fine, he'll accept this $500,000, but his sister must serve as a hostess for 3 months before I release her. Ordinarily, when a Triad elder intervened, such matters would be settled with quiet mutual accommodation. After all, this was a long debt account. Recovering even the principal would be considered a rare success. Yet Kuei Lihong, brash and arrogant, dismissed Li Jindong entirely. His sneer sharpened. So, you refuse to grant me this face? A math problem. What face is worth $1 million, Brother Dong? He scoffed. Surely you haven't forgotten how to calculate basic arithmetic. Li Jindong suddenly smiled. Soft, deliberate, dangerous. I hear you love posing riddles when collecting debts. Shall I offer you one in return? A physics question: how many seconds does it take for your skull to make intimate contact with this desk? Kuei Lihong's face paled before he could utter a word. Ah Fu lunged forward, seized Kuei Lihong's head, and slammed it down onto the desk with brutal force. Stars exploded before his eyes. His nose smashed against the sharp edge of the desk. Waves of searing pain, acrid bitterness, and burning heat flooded his senses. Seeing their boss assaulted, Kuei Lihong's henchmen roared in fury, snatching up office chairs and charging straight at Li Jindong. But Tony, standing beside Li Jindong, was no ordinary enforcer. Subduing these common thugs was as effortless as sipping water. Within 3 minutes, every single henchman lay unconscious on the floor, while Kuei Lihong, blood streaming down his face, was hauled upright by Ah Fu, dragged forward and dumped unceremoniously at Li Jindong's feet. Li Jindong's voice remained calm, almost bored. Brother Hong, you've just spat on the face offered to you. Release the girl. Produce the promissory note, now. Hurry. Kuei Lihong, witnessing his entire crew incapacitated, and recalling Li Jindong's terrifying swiftness and violence, dared not utter another word. He immediately ordered a henchman to bring forth Sai Gui's sister and retrieve the debt note from the safe, handing it over to Li Jindong. Li Jindong glanced at the note, then burned it deliberately before Sai Gui's eyes. His tone was quiet, final. Your matter is settled. Remember your vow. Sai Gui drew a deep, shuddering breath and dropped to one knee. Brother Dong, my life is yours. Moments later, Sai Gui's sister arrived, but Li Jindong had no patience for tearful reunions. He rose and departed without a backward glance. Yet before stepping out, he turned back to Kuei Lihong. Next time, spend less time devising riddles and more time reading books. Fool. With that, Li Jindong strode out, flanked by his men, leaving Kuei Lihong clutching his shattered nose, his gaze burning with venomous hatred. Damn useless trash, not even able to handle a handful of men. Kuei Lihong snarled at his groaning subordinates. One thought consumed him: vengeance, swift, brutal, absolute. If word of this humiliation spread, his reputation, once formidable, would crumble overnight. To be honest, Li Jindong did not take these matters with Gui Li too seriously. Even if the other party sought revenge, Li Jindong could easily retaliate. He felt that the rural areas like Siyun Mountain were no longer sufficient for his development. Therefore, he intentionally orchestrated this incident. It would be best if Gue Lixiong sought trouble with him, giving him the opportunity to swallow the other's territory. The matter concerning the thin ghost was merely a side task. After dealing with the thin ghost, Li Jindong set his sights on Hua Tian, who lived off the fat of the land over the next few days. Li Jindong investigated and found that this guy was not well known in the big circle gang, being of a relatively low profile. He usually did not take responsibility for recruiting people, relying entirely on his subordinate, a guy named Tai Ping, to find workers. Such a thin ghost with a criminal record, decent skills, and in need of money quickly came into Tai Ping's line of sight. Soon the thin ghost established contact with the other party. He was responsible for providing vehicles and driving. Of course, the lower the risk, the less money one would earn. The profits from using a gun and not using a gun were entirely different. Upon hearing the news from the thin ghost, Li Jindong nodded, and then turned to Fu Guang, asking, "What do you think?" "This Hua Tian is quite professional." Fu Guang confidently replied, "But my specialty is black on black. Once they make their move, I will retrieve the..." Seeing Fu Guang so confident, Li Jindong nodded, and said, "Then I leave this matter to you." "No problem, boss." Fu Guang chuckled and wrapped his arm around the thin ghost's shoulder, asking about some details. The next day, Hua Tian's team began their operation directly. However, today the thin ghost was forced to carry a gun because during the allocation discussion last night, an ignorant subordinate tried to raise the price. This led to Hua Tian eliminating him on the spot, giving them an extra share. The thin ghost felt like he was being pushed into a corner. Upon arriving at the gold shop, the operation went smoothly. Hua Tian and the others had already scouted the location, placing 2 triangular pallets directly in front of the shop's display window. They instructed the thin ghost to drive straight into the gold shop from the window's position. The following events were quite simple. Hua Tian and the others immediately controlled the manager of the gold shop and opened their safe. Over 200 kilograms of gold were stuffed into the trunk of the car, and they left swiftly before the police arrived. Hua Tian's meticulous planning ensured the operation went smoothly. After securing the bars of gold, they immediately went to an abandoned underground parking lot and began melting the gold with pre-prepared equipment. Once the gold bars were remelted, it would be difficult for the police to trace the whereabouts of this stolen gold. However, at this point, the thin ghost had quietly reported their location to Fu Guang. So when Hua Tian and his team were melting the gold, Fu Guang quietly approached and caught Hua Tian's team off guard. When thugs face thugs, naturally the more ruthless one would win. It was clear that Hua Tian's subordinates were no match for the ferocity of Fu Guang and his crew. Immediately, several of his subordinates were shot dead. "Wait, friend. Spare me. All the gold here is yours." Hua Tian hurriedly waved his hands, speaking to Fu Guang. Fu Guang tilted his head and grinned at Hua Tian, saying, "Are you confused? If I kill you, this gold will still be mine." With that, Fu Guang decisively pulled the trigger, shooting Hua Tian dead. At this moment, the thin ghost's heart nearly leapt out of his chest, but he finally survived. Fu Guang patted the thin ghost on the shoulder, saying, "Well done. And now we don't have to deal with this gold ourselves." With that, Fu Guang led his subordinates and took all the gold. When the police arrived, they could only find the bodies of Hua Tian and his crew. As for the stolen gold, it had long. On the other side, while Fu Guang was involved in black on black, Li Jindong was also persuading Liang Kuan to engage in black on black. "There's no need to eliminate Chen Yao, right?" Liang Kuan hesitated, saying, "This guy is quite talented. I gave him 5 million to hide for a while." Once Chen Yao handled the gang matters, Liang Kuan intended to send him away for a while and bring him back once the gang stabilized. Li Jindong scoffed, "Boss, don't you see it yet?" "See what?" "Speak plainly," Liang Kuan said irritably. Li Jindong smiled and said, "Do you think Chen Yao lacks that 5 million? Liang Kuan frowned. Li Jindong continued, "But Chen Yao's position in Hongxing is already beneath one person. He helped you with Jiang Tiansheng's rebellion, yet he still sits in his previous position. What does he gain from this? Taking such a big risk just for your 5 million. At this moment, a thoughtful expression appeared on Liang Kuan's face. Indeed, some things in this regard didn't make sense. Li Jindong continued, "This has been a trap from the beginning, a trap set by Jiang Tiansheng. Haven't you noticed how ambiguous the attitudes of those hall masters in Hongxing are?" Liang Kuan pondered this carefully and realized that it indeed seemed to be the case. He irritably slapped Li Jindong, saying, "Why didn't you remind me earlier?" Li Jindong smiled, "I did remind you. Were you sure you could take it in?" Liang Kuan was instantly left speechless. When the position of the dragon head was beckoning to him, he indeed couldn't listen to anyone's words. However, Liang Kuan quickly turned to Li Jindong and asked, "How do you know this is Jiang Tiansheng's trap? Hasn't he already left Xiangjiang?" Li Jindong coldly laughed, "Boss, you are too naive. I can guarantee that Jiang Tiansheng is currently in Xiangjiang, perhaps hiding in his villa in Repulse Bay waiting to watch the show. What he wants to do is constantly create contradictions between you and those hall masters in the gang, especially with the loyal dog be forging ahead in the front. Then you as the dragon head naturally won't be able to hold your position." Li Jindong remembered that the main reason Liang Kuan did not gain the recognition of those hall masters in Hongxing was not only due to the drug, but also because of Liang Kuan's arrogant and domineering personality. He offended all the older generation and hall masters in Hongxing. In the end, his death would only bring applause. However, this time Li Jindong helped Liang Kuan rope in the Hanbin trio in advance, which was a significant help for Liang Kuan. Liang Kuan then realized, so you specifically let Hanbin invest in your Ahua company. Li Jindong spread his hands, saying what we need now are allies. If someone else were to say this to Liang Kuan, he might not have been able to take it in. But Li Jindong was different. He was Liang. Moreover, having just arrived in Xianjiang, his foundation was quite unstable. At this point, it could be said that both sides were tied to each other's fortunes. Most importantly, Li Jindong's analysis was quite reasonable, and Liang Kuan seemed to have listened. Liang Kuan frowned and asked, then why is he doing this? Li Jindong smiled and replied, haven't you noticed that Jiang Tianxing has not shown up for a long time, leaving all the gang's affairs to Chen Yao? Isn't there something suspicious about that? Liang Kuan thought for a moment and realized that this indeed made sense. A few years ago, Jiang Tianxing had gradually stopped managing the gang's affairs. Even later during the Dragon Head Conference, it was Chen Yao who took charge. This way of running the gang must have caused dissatisfaction among many. Of course, this included Liang Kuan. Li Jindong sneered and said, Jiang Tianxing wants to whitewash the gang. He doesn't need any ambitious characters, so he deliberately let you take the position, bringing those ambitious characters out, making it easier for him to carry out a major purge. Liang Kuan was somewhat incredulous. Does he have such strength? Li Jindong smiled and said his surname is Jiang. The Hongxing gang was built by the Jiang family. Oh, what's impossible about Jiang Zhen leaving a powerful force for his son? Liang Kuan looked at Li Jindong in surprise and said, when did you get so clever? Li Jindong laughed and said, I've always told you I'm a brain eater. Damn, I thought you were just a coward. Liang Kuan retorted, somewhat irritated. After all, Li Jindong's performance upon arriving in Xianjiang had indeed been quite embarrassing. Otherwise, how could he have earned the derogatory nickname Kazai Dong? However, after leveling up, Li Jindong was completely. Li Jindong could only find an excuse and said, I just arrived in Xianjiang and wanted to keep a low profile. But the current situation doesn't allow me to stay low any longer. Little rascal. Liang Kuan said with a smile, stop boasting. How should we solve this matter? First deal, Li Jindong said directly, aren't you planning to let Chen Yao go hide for a while? Let's see if he will really listen to you. If not, eliminate him. After all, this matter cannot be led by Jiang Tianxing and the others. Although Liang Kuan was keen to keep Chen Yao, if things developed as Li Jindong suggested, Chen Yao as a key witness could very likely turn into a dagger aimed at him. Once Chen Yao testified, he as the gang leader would definitely not be able to maintain his position. Thus a fierce look appeared on Liang Kuan's face. Alright, you help me with this. If what you said is true, then I might have to go on a killing spree. Li Jindong breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that Liang Kuan accepted his words. At least Liang Kuan would certainly not be easily plotted against to his death by Jiang Tianxing. After that, as long as they dealt with the big boss B and Chun Haonan, things would become much simpler. As for Jiang Tianxing, although it was unclear what other trump cards he had, there was no need to worry about this guy for now. His cautious nature ensured he wouldn't take reckless risks. Returning to his territory, Fu Guang had already brought back Xiao Gui. Li Jindong smiled and said, looks like there's good news. Fu Guang, grinning, directly kicked a heavy package to Li Jindong's feet. Li Jindong opened the package and indeed found refined gold bars. The heavy weight was indeed irresistible. Well done, Li Jindong said with a smile. Fu Guang, brimming with confidence, said, I'm a professional in this line of work. But boss, the equipment you provided is really subpar. It nearly caused me to crash. Fu Guang was quite dissatisfied with the weapons Li Jindong provided. Tell me where you bought them, and I'll smash his store. Li Jindong waved his hand in exasperation and said, these were meant for self-defense temporarily, and those guns have already been fired. They can't be used anymore, just dispose of them. However, this time, there's still something I need you to do. We really need to get some reliable equipment. Fu Guang immediately said, I have channels, do you want to hear about them? There's no need to mention the old home. I don't want to stir things up there since the business is still running. Li Jindong waved it. After all, he had worked hard to establish a good relationship with the Big Circle Leopard and didn't want to ruin the communication channels he had painstakingly built over such trivial matters. Fu Guang smiled and said, it's not from the old home. It's someone I met when I came to Xianjiang, a very interesting guy. I think his name is Zunan Wang. I heard he's the biggest arms dealer in Xianjiang, and he's now going solo. Upon hearing this name, Li Jindong, unexpectedly he encountered another familiar character. Moreover, this guy didn't seem like an easy one, so it was indeed worth contacting in advance. Li Jindong thought for a moment and said, alright, let's make contact with him. I'll arrange it. Fu Guang said with a smile. In fact, Fu Guang under Li Jindong was like a hired gun in the gang. However, hiring guns is very expensive, not to mention small gangs. Even large gangs like Hongxing might not be able to afford them. But Fu Guang was 100% loyal to him, so it didn't actually cost Li Jindong much. For instance, in this instance of stealing gold, Fu Guang didn't even bat an eye, and his underlings had no complaints. This is the advantage of a system-recruited team. It's incredibly cost-effective. Taking advantage of this opportunity with Liang Kuan backing him, Li Jindong prepared to make a big play. In the deep of night near Saigon, Pierre Li Jindong and Fu Guang arrived here to meet Zun and I Wang. At this moment, Zun and I Wang had just broken away from Guanshan, Hai to go solo. Both his client and channel had to start from scratch. The business Fu Guang introduced was already the largest order Zun and I Wang had received recently, so he personally came over. This is our boss Li Jindong from Hongxing. Fu Guang introduced Li Jindong to Zun and I Wang. Zun and I Wang's eyes lit up. So it's the esteemed Dong Gu from Hongxing. I've heard so much about you. Li Jindong smiled and said to Zun and I Wang. Zun and I heard you broke away from Uncle Hai to go solo. You're quite bold. In the headquarters, the hall masters and elders of Hongxing were whispering among themselves. They had all guessed to varying degrees what had recently transpired. These events were all related to Liang Kuan. However, no one had anticipated that what began as an encirclement targeting Liang Kuan would result in him carving out a bloody path through sheer determination. This left the hall masters and elders who were initially prepared to watch the show utterly astonished. They were even surprised at how Liang Kuan had developed such decisive and ruthless methods. If Jiang Tianxing had truly been eliminated by Liang Kuan, what position should they take in the future? Just as everyone pondered this question, Liang Kuan walked in directly with Li Jindong. Liang Kuan wore a broad smile, seemingly filled with a sense of pride. He swaggered to the head position and asked the crowd, "What are you all discussing?" "Nothing, Kuan Gu, just some casual talk." Ko Shuai-ji stammered. Liang Kuan did not argue but tapped the table, addressing everyone. "Let's start the meeting. I have two matters to discuss." Upon hearing Liang Kuan's words, everyone quickly closed their mouths. Liang Kuan cleared his throat and said, "Just yesterday, two of our hall masters from Hongxing were murdered. The Big Boss B from Causeway Bay and Liang Ma from Sham Shui Po were both eliminated." The crowd was in an uproar upon hearing Liang Kuan's announcement. Although there had long been rumors about the deaths of Boss B and Liang Ma, and that Liang Kuan had personally dealt with them, it was still shocking to hear it confirmed from his own mouth. Liang Kuan was quite pleased with the stunned expressions on their faces, but as the head of Hongxing, he certainly could not. After all, these two incidents were serious matters. Liang Kuan continued, "I have received word that these two were killed by rival gangs, so we must demand an explanation from Dongxing." Upon hearing Liang Kuan's claim, everyone looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. "Do you really believe that?" The leader of Dongxing Camel had fled to the Netherlands years ago with his trusted subordinates. The forces remaining in Hong Kong were merely some rural territories in the new territories. They no longer had the capability to rival Hongxing as they did in the 70s and 80s. To drop such a huge accusation on them now would be utterly heartless. However, since Liang Kuan had said so, who would dare voice an objection? Otherwise, the number of people targeted in the next Dongxing attack would increase by one. After all, everyone in Hongxing had been intimidated by Liang Kuan's thunderous methods. Ko Shuai-ji immediately began to flatter Kuan Gu. "I agree with your viewpoint. We must demand an explanation from Dongxing." With Ko Shuai-ji leading the way, others quickly nodded in agreement. Liang Kuan smiled and said, "That's right, we're all part of the same gang, but we should support each other." Now on to the second matter. Since Boss B from Causeway Bay, Liang Ma from Sham Shui Po, and my own Mongkok faction no longer have hall masters, I plan to select a few capable individuals from among the brothers to take charge. Hearing Liang Kuan say this, the hall masters' eyes lit up. These territories were all lucrative positions. Who wouldn't want to reach out for a piece? They had initially thought Liang Kuan would keep this under wraps, but now he had openly declared it at the head meeting. Liang Kuan leaned back in the head chair and said to everyone, "If you have suitable candidates, feel free to suggest them. They'll start with my brother A Dong. Everyone should have no objections to a Dong's nomination right. Who's in favor? Who's against?" Li Jindong chuckled and stood up, saying to the crowd, "Uncles, please take good care of me." Seeing Liang Kuan put forward Li Jindong, the others exchanged glances. Who would dare oppose this? Liang Kuan pushing Li Jindong forward was merely a formality. Who didn't know that during these recent killings this kid Li Jindong had played a significant role as well? Liang Kuan smiled and said, "Since there's no issue with the Dong, the rest of the nominations are up to you." Upon hearing this, the hall masters and elders quickly began to recommend their trusted subordinates. In total, there were over a dozen candidates from 3 factions. However, they all knew they could only contend for 2 factions. Li Jindong would undoubtedly take one. The remainder would be what they could fight for. However, Liang Kuan, as per Li Jindong's suggestion, did not directly appoint Li Jindong as the hall master, but instead presented a seemingly fair proposal. Since there are 12 nominees and exactly 3 factions, let's divide the territories of the 3 factions into 4 parts and let them manage. Whoever achieves the best results will become the hall master of that faction. How does that sound? The crowd looked at Liang Kuan with some surprise, not because there was any issue with this distribution method, but rather Liang Kuan's display of fairness was rather unexpected. This was not the arrogant and capricious Liang Kuan they were used to. "Since the leader has decided this, we have no objections." Ma Wang directly spoke up. Others nodded in agreement. It was indeed quite fair. After discussing the 2 matters, it was time to report the numbers. Once everyone submitted their reports, they left the headquarters, each with their own thoughts. At that moment, Li Jindong suddenly called out to Han Bin Kong Long and Shi Yan. "Han Bin Gu Kong Long Gu, Shi Yan Gu, the boss wants to see you." Li Jindong smiled, and said to the three, let's go grab a drink. These three had stood by Liang Kun's side during this recent turmoil. Now that the turmoil had ended and Liang Kun had secured his position, it was naturally time to reward them for their contributions. The three wore smiles on their faces. Sounds good. But the girls had better be pretty and the drinks had better be good. Li Jindong laughed, and said I guarantee you will be satisfied. Soon Li Jindong went with the three, their arms around each other's shoulders, to a bar in Mongkok. This was Liang Kun's territory, his stronghold. Upon seeing the few arrive, Liang Kun immediately got up with a smile to greet them. Liang Kun knew very well that if it weren't for Li Jindong bringing these three together, even if he had managed to resolve the security issues within Hongxing, it would have been difficult for him to maintain his position. Thus Liang Kun did not show any arrogance, but instead warmly welcomed the three with a broad smile. Without further ado, thank you for your support. After sitting down, Liang Kun wasted no time, picked up a bottle of foreign wine, and addressed the three. Then he gulped the entire bottle down. The three immediately applauded. Kun Gu has great drinking capacity. Liang Kun then smiled, and said your support means a lot. There's also a big gift for you. Upon mentioning the real estate speculation, the three of them lit up with interest. Soon after, Liang Kun asked Li Jindong to showcase the profits from the real estate business to the three. The three were quite surprised, especially one with a keen eye who quickly exclaimed, the recently booming real estate speculation business is actually being run by you, Brother Kun. Ha, I don't have that kind of brains. It was all done by a dong. However, to engage in such a business, one must have a strong background, otherwise it's easy to be imitated by others, so a dong entrusted it to me. Take a look at this. These are the earnings from the past few months. What do you think? Are you interested in getting involved? Hearing this, Han Bin and the others readily agreed. This kind of business was guaranteed to be profitable and required little capital, so they would be foolish to refuse. Besides, this business clearly benefited from their support of Liang Kun. Li Jindong watched Liang Kun give away the business he had developed without any ripple of emotion. After all, the real estate speculation business indeed couldn't last much longer. Moreover, Li Jindong was well aware that without sufficient power, it was impossible to monopolize the profits. Now, with the addition of the Han brothers and Liang Kun, he could still rake in a good sum. Liang Kun smiled and said, then it's settled. You guys can send your men over later, and my subordinates will teach. The three immediately raised their glasses to Liang Kun once again, as their relationship was quite harmonious. Liang Kun also understood that as long as he tied these three brothers to the benefits, he would have a solid foundation in the Hongxing. With Li Jindong's words, as long as nothing unexpected happened, his position would be as steady as Mount Tai. After a few rounds of drinks, the Han brothers each took a girl to a hotel. Liang Kun had quite a bit to drink and smiled at Li Jindong, saying, Adong, I really am lucky to have encountered someone. Let's not say thank you. In the future, I'll bear the brunt of any major issues for you. Liang Kun was indeed quite clever, but he had previously been muddled. Now reflecting on it, Li Jindong had paved a golden path for him, and Liang Kun was naturally quite touched. Li Jindong smiled and said, Boss, let's not be so formal. The remaining matters will be easier to handle. Rally some, suppress others, and ensure your position remains solid. Liang Kun curiously asked, but I originally planned to hand over the territory in Mongkok to you. Why make me divide it into 4 parts to face competition? Just for fairness. Let everyone think that you, the boss, operate with principles. Otherwise, internal issues within Hongxing won't settle down. Once a stick is given, naturally they should be rewarded with sweet dates. However, no matter who is sent to Mongkok, they definitely won't be able to compete with me. Li Jindong was quite confident because his products were gradually spreading, and it could be said that his business was flourishing. Soon he would be able to slowly consume the entire A-product factories in Xiangjiang, and all dealers would have to watch his face. As for those suggested candidates from Hongxing, how could they compare with Li Jindong in managing territory-based business? Liang Kun laughed heartily and said, Damn it, the leader of Hongxing should be you. Li Jindong waved his hand and said, Forget it, I've long said that the gang restricts me too much. Awesome. I believe in you. Liang Kun gave Li Jindong a thumbs up, and then left with the girl swaying. At that moment, the madam approached Li Jindong and said, Brother Dong, I see you don't have a companion yet. Would you like me to pick one for you? Li Jindong replied, somewhat annoyed. I'm not interested in the mediocre girls you have here. Although the little stutterer couldn't afford the A-product figure, her face was at least passable. Li Jindong had no interest in the women of the nightlife. However, the madam insisted on recommending, and he stayed. Then he saw a woman who made his expression somewhat peculiar. This one stays. Li Jindong pointed at a girl dressed in a sailor suit. Brother Dong has a good IUR. Piao Piao is quite popular. The madam smiled at Li Jindong and said, Brother Dong, my name is Lu Piao Piao. The woman smiled flirtatiously and moved closer to Li Jindong. Li Jindong looked her up and down and found that she indeed resembled Lu Piao Piao from the Comedy King. So he waved his hand and said, All right, she'll do. The madam immediately told Lu Piao Piao, Piao Piao, make sure to take good care of Brother Dong. Lu Piao Piao helped the drunken Li Jindong to the hotel, and before he could catch his breath, he was lifted by a pair of hands and thrown onto the soft big bed. The next day, Li Jindong emerged from the hotel feeling refreshed, and had Shigue take him to the territory in Mongkok. compared to the desolate place of Tsiun Mountain Mongkok, was undoubtedly much more prosperous. Moreover, the shops that Liang Kuan had previously invested in for Li Zhendong were already renovated. Now all that was left was to wait for the grand opening. Li Zhendong inquired with his subordinate, A Bao, how much goods? The first batch of replicas has already been delivered to the warehouse. We've released a batch, and it's very popular. A Bao said with a smile. They are completely distinct from ordinary goods. Li Zhendong nodded. But it seems the scale isn't very large. That's because there wasn't any order from you, boss. A Bao said with a smile. Those small vendors have been pestering me all day wanting to source goods from us. Li Zhendong thought for a moment and said, the time is right. Let's start large-scale distribution. A Bao immediately became excited. No problem, I'll go open the gates. Those small vendors have been waiting impatiently. However, boss, those high-quality replicas are a bit expensive, so the small vendors don't stock up much. Li Zhendong smiled and said, the high-quality replicas are indeed beyond their budget, which is why I had Brother Kuan reserve a few shops for me. A Bao hesitated a bit and said, there are many competitors in the high-quality replica market. Li Zhendong revealed a cold smile and calmly said, that's why I'm planning to engage them in a price war. Lately, the counterfeit goods market in Hong Kong has been unusually turbulent, especially the sneaker segment, which has suffered a massive shock. A large batch of inexpensive yet exquisitely crafted merchandise flooded the market overnight, delivering a devastating blow to local counterfeit dealers. Even a fool could see that such finely made counterfeits sold far more easily than shoddy imitations. Rapid turnover, swift cash flow, naturally earning fervent favor among small vendors. Consequently, once bustling stalls run by Hong Kong's counterfeit peddlers fell eerily silent. Among them were members of Triad societies, such as Quan Zai-san of the Walin Sheng. Though crude and reckless, Quan Zai-san had not yet ruined his mind with drugs at this time. Heeding the counsel of his underling Jimmy Zai, he had entered the counterfeit trade early. After all, Walin Sheng held territory in Mongkok, and their counterfeit business had thrived, until Jimmy Zai reported that their profits were being undermined. At once, Quan Zai-san exploded with rage. If the counterfeit trade ceased to yield profit, how would he fund his gambling debts? Was he expected to rely solely on the horse racing operations left behind by his late boss long gone? Having grown accustomed to lavish spending, he could never return to the meager existence of his past. Damn it, who's behind this? Quan Zai-san snarled at Jimmy Zai. Tell me. I'll cut him down myself. Jimmy Zai sighed, exasperated. Boss, whoever dared do this must possess formidable backing. He paused, then added, I've sent men to investigate. The perpetrators appear to be from the Hung Hing Society. How exactly do you plan to cut them? Quan Zai-san froze. Hung Hing. I've never heard of Hung Hing dealing in counterfeits, he muttered. Jimmy Zai shook his head. I don't yet know the specific individual involved. Hearing this, Quan Zai-san instantly deflated. Though Walin Sheng carried great weight, he dared not provoke Hung Hing. Their status as one of Hong Kong's four great societies rendered them untouchable. Ordinarily, he relied only on his position as Walin Sheng's branch leader to bully minor gangs. But confronting Hung Hing, that required courage he simply did not possess. Quan Zai-san growled in frustration. So what do we do now? Jimmy Zai frowned. Their goods are significantly cheaper than ours, likely sourced from a more reliable supplier. Engaging in a price war would only harm us. I don't want theories. I only need to know, can this business survive? Quan Zai-san lacked real ability. Without loyal subordinates like Jimmy Zai, he'd have been ousted long ago. Thus, he neither grasped nor cared for strategic nuance, so long as monthly payments arrived on time. With a quiet sigh, Jimmy Zai replied, leave it to me. You'd better handle it properly. Quan Zai-san brightened instantly. Then I'm off to play mahjong. Faced with such a leader, Jimmy Zai could only shake his head in weary resignation. It wasn't only Walin Sheng suffering. Numerous Triad-affiliated counterfeit traders seethed with fury. Even knowing Hung Hing was behind the move, some still dared confront them. Yet Li Zhendong had already stationed trusted enforcers at the warehouse, waiting ready to deliver brutal beatings to any who dared cause trouble. Li Zhendong commanded exceptional fighters. His first four swordsmen alone, each a peerless brawler, would rank among the elite enforcers of any rival society. And Li Zhendong possessed not one, but three such elite teams. Fools, utterly delusional. Spat Acha, sneering at the trembling underlings before him. You dare disrupt Hung Hing's turf? Ahu tossed them out. Boomdacha. With a thunderous laugh, the hulking Ahu seized the intruders and hurled them bodily through the gate. Witnessing this spectacle, would-be agitators paled with fear, while small vendors relieved breath easier. They cared only for profit, not for Triad feuds or Underworld vendettas. After expelling yet another group of troublemakers, Acha dialed Li Zhendong's mobile phone. Boss, we've dealt with several waves of these idiots. All just low-tier gangsters, came Li Zhendong's calm reply. No matter. Just keep Ahu with you and hold the line. Understood, Acha nodded. Meanwhile, Li Zhendong arrived at Fa Yuen Street, where several shops gifted by Liang Quan had already been fully renovated. Yet unlike neighboring stores lavishly adorned, Li Zhendong's premises remained deliberately bare, stripped of. A Bao puzzled asked, boss, why undo the renovation? It looks cheap now. Customers won't even step in. You'll see soon enough, Li Zhendong smiled. Have the high-fidelity replicas arrived? Bao nodded, all delivered. Also, someone approached us wanting to buy our premium fakes outright. They claim our prices are too low and offered to purchase our entire stock, sparing us transport logistics. Bao bristled with indignation. What arrogance. Li Zhendong chuckled softly. They want to buy at a markup. Give it to them. I want to see how much they can swallow. Huh. Bao stared stunned. Sell to them. Then what do we? Just sell it, Li Zhendong replied, smiling faintly. Let's test the depth of these big dealers' pockets. But remember, never say I ordered it. Say you succumbed to temptation and acted on your own. Though baffled, Bao obeyed, selling a shipment to the buyers. He earned a tidy sum, yet seethed inwardly at their condescending remarks, so much so that he nearly drew his blade on them. Li Zhendong's bold maneuver swiftly captured attention across Hong Kong's counterfeit trade. Yet as a rising star of Hung Hing, and protege of its newly ascended dragon head Leung Quan, any underhanded tactics were off limits. No one dared risk provoking the wrath of Hung Hing's new leader. Still seasoned counterfeit traders dismissed Li Zhendong as an upstart, scorning his inexperience. So they executed a brazen intercept. The moment high-fidelity replicas landed, they swooped in, outbidding Li Zhendong to seize his entire shipments. Their aim was absolute, to prevent his goods from flooding the market. Should the market collapse, none of them would escape. Thus the counterfeit dealers convened, uniting in a dim tea house, plotting their next move. I knew his men wouldn't be able to resist selling out. A counterfeit goods dealer scoffed, addressing the other bosses. These thugs really have no brains. Tisk, but the goods in their hands are really quite good. Another boss, surnamed Lin, said, holding a high-quality counterfeit. Where did you get this from? It's definitely not from Xiangjiang. It should have been sent over from the hometown. A boss, surnamed Dong, said, puffing on a cigar. This Li Zhendong really has some skills, being able to source goods from the hometown and keep the prices so low. Boss Zhou chuckled ominously. Why don't we just steal his supply? Boss Dong retorted with irritation. Are you looking for death? He's with Hongxing. If you push him too hard, do you believe he'll have you killed? Boss Zhou scoffed. I'm not afraid of him. I have people behind me too. I have a good relationship with Lien Haolong from Zhongyi. Let him see if Li Zhendong dares to cause trouble for Lien Haolong. Who doesn't have someone behind them? Boss Lin shook his head and said, the question is whether it's worth it. This market was originally ours, and fighting him to a standstill will only cost us in the end. Boss Zhou shook his head, saying, you're thinking about it wrong. This Li Zhendong barged in without reason. If we ignore it, the losses we suffer will be even greater. You might not know, but he has not only high-quality fakes, but also a lot of mid-quality ones. The market below is about to be wrecked by him. Hearing Boss Zhou's words, the other two bosses immediately became serious. Really? Would I lie to you about something? Our low-quality and mid-quality fakes in the warehouse are almost sold out. Nearby small vendors, and even some further merchants have sourced from their warehouse. It won't be long before all of Xiangjiang is filled with Li Zhendong's goods. Upon hearing Boss Zhou's words, the remaining two bosses looked grim and began to pound the table. We can't let him continue like this. Should we find someone to talk to him? Boss Zhou nodded, saying, I think that's a good idea. All right, let's invite him to a banquet. Boss Lin nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Li Zhendong was busy on his end. Suddenly, he saw a familiar face. This person was Han Bin, the hall master of Qingkue. Since the counterfeit goods company had a stake in him, he came over to take a look. Adong, it looks like you're doing quite well, Han Bin said to Li Zhendong with some surprise. Li Zhendong smiled. Brother Han, what brings you here? I heard you've turned the egg goods market upside down recently, so I came to check it out. Han Bin said, Adong, do you have enough cash on hand? If not, I can put in a little. Just convert it into shares. Han Bin had a background in smuggling, so he was sensitive to such matters. Seeing that Li Zhendong had made such a big move, he was instantly intrigued. He was preparing to invest more. After all, he had not taken Li Zhendong's egg goods industry seriously before. But now it was different. He was quite optimistic about Li Zhendong. However, with such a good situation created by Li Zhendong, he definitely wouldn't let anyone else get a piece of the pie. So he directly declined. Brother Han, this business isn't just mine. Brother Kuan also has a stake. If you want to increase your stake, you'll have to ask Brother Kuan. Hearing Li Zhendong say this, Han Bin's heart suddenly sank. If Liang Kuan found out, he definitely wouldn't invest in him again. Just as Han Bin was in a dilemma, another hall master from Hongxing suddenly arrived. This guy was Koshueji. Koshueji arrived at Li Zhendong's warehouse and saw a large volume of goods being shipped out, somewhat surprised. Hey Dong, your scale of shoes is impressive. Li Zhendong waved his hand. Just some small operations. If Brother Ji likes it, take a few pairs for yourself. Koshueji was someone who would definitely not refuse a good deal. Then I want stand on ceremony. Seeing Koshueji like this, Han Bin couldn't help but show a trace of disdain. However, Koshueji's next words surprised Han Bin. By the way, Dong, a few big bosses want to talk to you about the egg goods. Koshueji said to Li Zhendong with a smile. Let me know when you're free. Li Zhendong was taken aback for a moment, then his smile became even brighter. Looks like Brother Ji is here to act as a negotiator today. Koshueji waved his hand, saying, You know I have a wide circle of friends. Since some associates came to me, I could only muster the courage to come find you. Let me know when you're free to give me the honor. Koshueji, although a veteran of Hongxing and a hallmaster, did not dare to act imperiously in front of Li Jindong, and his words were quite polite. Li Jindong did not want to embarrass Koshueji and nodded, saying, "Sure, how about 6 o'clock in the afternoon?" Upon hearing Li Jindong agree, Koshueji immediately smiled. "No problem, I'll make sure they arrange it well." After Koshueji left happily, Hanbin quietly said to Li Jindong, "Adong, be careful. I suspect those are the biggest goods bosses in Xianjiang." Li Jindong nodded. "I guessed it was them." Hanbin said directly, "You're doing business to the point where they have almost nothing left. Be cautious, they might act out of desperation." Li Jindong smiled, saying, "Don't worry, brother Bin, I'm cautious." Li Jindong now possesses the skill of vigilance and isn't afraid of them plotting any ambush. Moreover, does he really think his men are pushovers? After sending Hanbin away that afternoon, Li Jindong brought Pu Guang and others to the Yuguchi restaurant. Upon entering the restaurant, a host came over. "Mr. Li, the bosses are waiting for you," the host said to Li. Li Jindong let the host lead the way and soon arrived at a private room on the second floor of the restaurant. Upon opening the door, he saw several of Xiangjiang's largest goods merchants. "So this is Dong Gu, truly young and promising," Boss Lin said with a smile to Li Jindong. "Dong Gu, please take a seat." Li Jindong glanced around the room, and his instincts did not raise any alarms. Clearly these guys were not here today to take him down. He smiled and said to the bosses, "Gentlemen, this is quite the hospitality. I'm a bit overwhelmed. The reason I invited Dong Gu today is because of the issue with the counterfeit goods." Boss Zhou poured a glass of wine for Li Jindong and said the market is so vast, there's no need for both parties to suffer losses. Li Jindong feigned ignorance and replied, "Suffering losses? Surely that can't be the case. In business, isn't it about seeking profit without mutual destruction? Where does this notion of suffering losses come from?" Boss Lin's face darkened as he said, "Li Jindong, there's no need to pretend to be foolish about this. You are disruptive. If you set the prices so low, what are we supposed to do?" Li Jindong chuckled lightly, saying, "Gentlemen, how can you say that? My goods sell well because they are cheaper. How does that become me disrupting the market? Adong, with your prices so low, do we also have to lower ours?" Boss Zhou said with a smile, "Our profit margins are already thin. How can we survive if you keep this up? We are all in this business. We should at least leave each other a way to survive. Otherwise, no one will have food to eat, and that benefits no one." Li Jindong's expression immediately darkened. He truly hadn't expected that these counterfeit goods sellers would know his background and dare to threaten him. At this moment, Boss Dong came over to mediate. "Ah, Dong, I see you are a sensible person. No need for more words. If you raise your prices or share your supply channels, it would be good for all of us to make money together." Li Jindong chuckled, his eyes revealing disdain. They were clearly unable to bear the pressure I put on them, and were preparing to resort to both soft and hard tactics. Li Jindong replied nonchalantly, "I can't raise the prices. As for the supply channels, you wouldn't be able to use them even if I gave them to you. Li Jindong, you clearly don't know your place." Boss Lin slammed the table angrily and said, "Don't think we're afraid of you just because you are from Hongxing. If we can't eat well, you won't be able to eat either." Li Jindong's eyes flashed with a glint of light as he picked up the ashtray from the table, standing up. He grabbed Boss Lin's head and slammed it down on the table. Bang, bang, bang. With 1, 2, 3 strikes, Boss Lin was knocked unconscious on the spot. Blood splattered all over the large round table. This action truly frightened the other two bosses. Their bodyguards rushed in immediately, wanting to help. However, they were stopped by Fu Guang, who was beside Li Jindong. In less than a minute, all the bodyguards were taken down. This action left the remaining Boss Zhou and Boss Dong trembling in fear. Li Jindong threw the ashtray down and coldly said to the two, "What do you think you're doing trying to play this kind of game with me? Do you think you're worthy? I haven't swallowed your business whole. That's already showing respect to the organizations behind you. How dare you come? You really are asking for trouble." Li Jindong continued, "I've already secured the counterfeit goods market in Xianjiang. Even Jesus couldn't hold it back, I tell you." With that, Li Jindong curled his lip and said to Fu Guang, "Let's go." After Li Jindong left, the other two bosses finally went to assist the injured Boss Lin. Fortunately, Li Jindong did not strike too hard, otherwise with those few blows his head would have been smashed. Now he was only unconscious. The group hurriedly called an ambulance to take Boss Lin to the hospital. After leaving the restaurant, A Bao said to Li Jindong, "Boss, those guys definitely won't let this go easily." Li Jindong sneered, saying, "Coincidentally, I'm not planning to let it go easily either. Since we can't come to an agreement, then the only option left is to fight. I've never been afraid of such things," Li Jindong declared. "A Bao, get the goods ready and tell those small merchants that the first 50 to come for supplies tomorrow will get a $2 discount on the price. I want to fill all the night markets and markets in Xianjiang with our goods." A Bao quickly nodded and replied, "Got it." The next day, Li Jindong's goods dropped in price again, instantly causing a frenzy among the surrounding vendors. Originally, Li Jindong's goods were already cheaper than the Xianjiang goods. The quality was also significantly higher. At least on the surface, they looked more like real goods. Just this point alone was enough to outshine the local Xianjiang products. With more profit for the vendors, they were even more willing to come to Li Jindong to get supplies. No matter how the three counterfeit goods bosses tried to stop it, it was futile. In desperation, they had no choice but to start lowering their prices to compete with Li Jindong. Since an agreement couldn't be reached, what awaited them was war. Thus, both sides kept lowering prices, benefiting those customers buying counterfeit goods and the small merchants getting supplies. They were feasting while Li Jindong and the counterfeit goods bosses were filled with anger. However, this was merely a heated battle in the medium to low-end counterfeit market. In the high-end counterfeit market, both sides remained on standby. But soon Li Jindong made his move. The stores on Garden Street that Liang Kuan had given were already decorated. However, they were not as lavishly decorated as other shops, but instead appeared somewhat shabby. A banner at the entrance announced a clearance sale, immediately attracting many people to stop and take notice. Inside the shop, several enthusiastic staff members took out loudspeakers and began to play advertisements in a loop. Clearance sale? The bosses fled without a trace. He took the money and ran off with his mistress. We haven't been paid for days and can only sell the factory sneakers. Big clearance sale. Sneakers that used to cost $500 or $600 a pair are now only $300. Just this shout attracted many customers. Then they saw the well-made high imitation goods displayed on the shelves. One by one, they were immediately captivated. Are these really authentic? A customer asked suspiciously. The nearby staff immediately stepped forward, holding up a pair of shoes in front of the customer. Look at this stitching, this logo. Could it be fake? Which fake has such quality? Wait, why is it so cheap? The customer wasn't naive and quickly followed up. Is it true that your factory is closed? The staff immediately replied animatedly, could I deceive you about such a thing? With your intelligence, could I possibly trick you? I witnessed the factory owner fleeing with his mistress. The customer was momentarily stunned, and for a moment, he almost believed it. He then readily paid and directly bought a pair. With the first person taking the plunge, the rest could no longer hold back. They waved the cash in their hands, purchasing these so-called clearance goods. However, there were also some rational customers who were not influenced. But the salesperson immediately changed their rhetoric. Even if it's counterfeit or substandard, you won't suffer any loss or deception by buying this. Once again, these customers were swayed by the salesperson's eloquence, and they generously opened their wallets. In just one morning, the counterfeit goods in the store were completely sold out. The store manager excitedly ran to Li Jindong and said, Brother Dong, the first batch is sold out. Li Jindong was a bit surprised so soon. How many stores are involved? That's right, Brother Dong. Everything is sold out. The store manager hurriedly replied. Some customers are even asking if there is more stock. Li Jindong thought for a moment and said, don't rush to release everything. Let them stir up some hype first and build momentum before we proceed. Seeing how well this was selling, Li Jindong immediately engaged in hunger marketing. After the word of mouth had fermented for a while, he would proceed. He was quite confident in the counterfeit goods produced back home. As Li Jindong's sales skyrocketed, it caused the other counterfeit goods sellers to struggle to sell their stock. On one hand, the vendors felt their profits were not as high as those from Li Jindong's goods. On the other hand, the counterfeit products were indeed of better quality than what they were offering. Even Boss Zhou and Boss Dong had someone buy 2 pairs to inspect closely, choosing such a model. Our factories here in Shangjiang can't possibly produce this quality. Boss Zhou immediately erupted in anger. Boss Dong also seemed a bit disheartened. No matter how we try, we can't reduce costs to such a level. This scoundrel is trying to ruin us. Boss Zhou said irritably. At this rate, the entire goods market in Shangjiang will be swallowed up by him. Selling at this price, he won't make much profit either. He's playing with fire here. We can't let him continue like this. We need to do something. Boss Dong replied grumpily. Didn't you see that Boss Lin was sent to the hospital? Boss Zhou snorted coldly. Isn't he just relying on his background with Hongxing? We aren't without our own connections either. Plus your little nephew is a cop. I'll let him go deal with that Li Jindong, and we can hit him from both sides. Upon hearing Boss Zhou's suggestion, Boss Dong hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. We have no choice but to do this now. Clearly, they couldn't compete with Li Jindong on the surface. Then they could only think of ways from the sidelines. Boss Dong immediately picked up the phone and dialed his nephew, who worked at the police station. Meanwhile, Boss Zhou went straight to the territory of the chivalrous loyal society in Mongkok. Boss, although our goods have sold, we aren't making any real profit. Ah Bao, exhausted from a day's work, dragged his weary body and spoke to Li Jindong while holding the ledger. While his subordinates were busy, Li Jindong was enjoying the close service of his little attendant. This left Ah Bao feeling a bit speechless. What kind of look is that? Li Jindong snapped at Ah Bao's head. Why does the boss have to do everything? What do you think I keep you guys around for? If it's not profitable, then it's not profitable. I wasn't planning to get rich off these sneakers anyway. I still have 40 million in liquid assets. That's enough to burn for a while. Once I swallow the entire goods market, that's when I'll be raking in the money. Ah Bao scratched his head and said, what about the wages for the underlings? They will be paid, and even more. Li Jindong said nonchalantly, I have money now. Ah Bao nodded, I understand. While Ah Bao was reporting to Li Jindong, suddenly a flustered underling rushed over. Boss, bad news. The underling was still stained with blood as he spoke to Li Jindong. Li Jindong's expression darkened and he asked directly what happened. Jia Gu and Hu Gu have been attacked. The underling hurriedly said Tony has already gone over. Who did it? Li Jindong inquired directly. The underling thought for a moment, and said it was someone from the chivalrous loyal society. Li Zhendong had already anticipated that these goods bosses definitely had the shadow of a gang behind them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the audacity to come in front of him and ask him to lower prices. However, he did not expect that the opponent would dare to turn on their own people. Clearly, Li Zhendong's series of tactics had. Just as Li Zhendong was about to go resolve the issue, suddenly another group of police barged into Li Zhendong's nightclub. Are you Li Zhendong? What are you talking about? We suspect you are involved in a case. Come with us to assist with the investigation. The officer said coldly to Li Zhendong. You bastard, I dare you. Ah Bao immediately shouted angrily, and the underlings in the venue all stood up. The officer sneered. What? You want to revolt? Do you believe I'll come to disturb your business every day from now on? The officer had a look of confidence as he coldly stated. Li Zhendong chuckled. No problem, I'll go with you, but don't regret it later. Stop talking, take him away. The officer snorted coldly and directed his men to take Li Zhendong away. Li Zhendong turned to Fu Guang and said, Ah Guang, go help Tonio cause as much trouble as you can. He got it. Fu Guang grinned sinisterly and left with his crew. Soon Li Zhendong was taken to the West Kowloon police station. On the way, Li Zhendong happened to encounter an old acquaintance. It was Liang who had previously arrested him. Liang looked puzzled and asked Li Zhendong, what are you doing here? I don't know either, this officer said. He wants to take me back to assist with an investigation, but I don't even know what it's about. Li Zhendong replied with a smile. The officer suddenly became nervous. He hadn't expected Li Zhendong to be so familiar with Liang. With their last names linked, the officer became even more anxious. Liang frowned at the officer and said, what's going on? The officer could only brace himself and replied, this guy was causing trouble with his subordinates. I'm just following the procedures, Inspector Li. Liang frowned as he looked at Li Zhendong, saying, Adon, your counterfeit goods are selling well. Why are you causing trouble? Li Zhendong smirked and replied, I wish I could sell my goods peacefully, but some people won't allow it. When did your police become lapdogs for those big bosses? Liang scolded, you brat, stop talking nonsense. When did we become lapdogs for those counterfeit goods bosses? Li Zhendong spread his hands and said, isn't it obvious? They come to my territory to cause trouble while your police don't catch anyone else, but specifically target us from Hongxing. What, Li, sir, do you think our Hongxing people are easy to bully? Seeing Li Zhendong speaking so arrogantly to Li Ying, the inspector who brought Li Zhendong felt quite uneasy. He didn't expect Li Zhendong to know Li Ying from the Major Crimes Unit. Li Ying rolled his eyes and said, stop talking nonsense. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Li Zhendong swaggered over to a chair, sat down with his legs crossed, and casually said, then I will wait for your good news, Li, sir. But Li, sir, you'd better hurry, otherwise my subordinates might get emotional and do something unpredictable. Li Ying was both angry and amused. Are you threatening me? Not at all. Li Zhendong replied nonchalantly, just stating a fact. Li Zhendong's arrogant demeanor made many officers from the anti-triad unit quite dissatisfied. Watch it, Chi Zidong, don't get too cocky. Is being cocky against the law? Li Zhendong raised an eyebrow and said to the officer in front of him, what regulations in Xiangjiang prohibit being arrogant? You? The officer was furious and grabbed Li Zhendong's collar, ready to take action. Li Ying quickly stopped him and said impatiently, Adong, tone it down. Do you want to escalate this? Li Zhendong contemptuously brushed off non-existent dust from himself and said calmly, now it's up to your police to give me a chance, but if things escalate, it's on you. We from Hongxing only target people. If I don't have it easy, then no one will. Keep an eye on him. Li Ying darkened his face and instructed his subordinates to keep an eye on Li Zhendong. Then he called the inspector, and Li Zhendong was not worried at all. With his 4 major enforcers, the Tony brothers, and the Fugong team, he was not afraid of these counterfeit goods bosses trying to play tricks against him. Meanwhile, on Tongkai Street in Mongkok, it was unclear what benefits those counterfeit goods bosses had offered the Zonyixin people. Recently, there had been constant disruptions from Zonyixin members, especially Li Zhendong's clearance store, which had become a primary target for these people. As a result, many ordinary people were deterred from coming to buy shoes. This made Li Zhendong's subordinates extremely. This was affecting their livelihoods. After all, when Li Zhendong's counterfeit goods started selling, these subordinates could earn quite a considerable income every month. With no goods to sell now, their income sharply declined, and naturally they were unhappy. The two sides were directly at odds with no peace in sight. Whenever there was a fight, money was inevitably involved. The fees for the subordinates' appearances, medical expenses, bail, and so on all cost money. However, on the Hongxing side, Li Zhendong relied on his near monopoly of the counterfeit goods market and had sufficient funds to engage in a war of attrition. In contrast, Zonyixin, having been commissioned by these counterfeit goods bosses, naturally couldn't afford to pay for all these expenses themselves. So all these costs fell on the counterfeit goods bosses. Without any income after days of continuous fighting, their funds were almost depleted. The head of Zonyixin in Mongkok, AFA, entered the tea restaurant and slammed the ledger onto the table, saying, "Bosses, it's time to settle the bill." Looking at the ledger in front of them, Boss Zhou and Boss Dong both had bitter expressions. After all, they didn't expect that hiring a gang to deal with Li Zhendong would cost so much. "Fa, good, this amount is a bit too much, isn't it?" Boss Dong cautiously said to IFA. Afa's expression immediately darkened as he replied, "What? Are we supposed to cover the costs ourselves for dealing with Hongxing? If that's the case, then let's just stop," Boss Zhou said with a pained expression. IFA immediately got angry, pointing at the two and cursing. "You bastards, you say fight, and then fight you say stop, and then stop. Are you playing with me? Damn it, I won't hide it from you. If you work for me, whether you fight or not, you still have to pay up." Boss Dong weakly said, "But our funds are almost exhausted. If this continues, we'll be out of money soon." "I don't care," IFA said ruthlessly. "Pay up obediently, or I'll come to collect myself." Saying this, IFA slammed the table and stood up to leave. Boss Dong and Boss Zhou were left in tears. They initially thought Li Zhendong was ruthless enough, but they didn't expect that their own backer would be even more ruthless. They felt as if they were being drained dry, and with this pretext they wouldn't stop until they had taken everything from them. However, they had no good way out, as they were the ones who started the trouble. Even if IFA was willing to back down, now the Hongxing people wouldn't let it go easily. Boss Zhou's warehouse was burned down by Tony and his men, resulting in the loss of quite a bit of stock. Boss Dong's shop was constantly vandalized by the four major enforcers, and employees were beaten one after another, leaving no one willing to help them sell goods. If this continues, not only will they be unable to wear down Li Zhendong, but they might also exhaust themselves in the process. Most importantly, Boss Dong had used his connections in the police force to have Li Zhendong arrested at the West Kowloon police station. Now, even if they wanted to seek peace, they couldn't even see him. The inspector who had helped them capture Li Zhendong had reportedly been punished and was nowhere to be found. "What are we going to do now?" The two bosses exchanged helpless glances. Fa returned to his base feeling refreshed and saw Lian Haolong approaching. "Fa, have you had a conflict with Hongxing recently?" Lian Haolong directly inquired. "Liang Kuan from Hongxing has been calling me." Fa immediately laughed and said, "I can't be blamed for this. It's that Li Zhendong who clashed with a few counterfeit goods bosses, and they paid me to deal with him. This kind of good deal I definitely wouldn't pass up. Moreover, boss, this Li Zhendong's counterfeit goods business is quite good. Shouldn't we take the opportunity to get a piece?" Lian Haolong asked in surprise. "Is it very profitable?" "Of course." Fa lowered his voice and said to Lian Haolong, "It's not less than what we make from selling drugs." Upon hearing Fa's words, Lian Haolong felt his interest stir at once. He knew Zhang Yixin's most lucrative enterprise was the counterfeit trade. That such a venture could rival even their other moneymakers. Of course, Lian Haolong would be tempted. As for the call from Liang Kuan, Lian Haolong could dismiss it as mere hot air. After all, in their world, nothing outweighed profit. Fa frowned and said, "But this Li Zhendong does not seem simple. He has many henchmen, and each one tougher than the last." "I've paid a heavy price facing them," Fa admitted. Lian Haolong sneered. "That brat Li Zhendong is Liang Kun's cousin. He's certainly no pushover. Hayray's the plan. If opportunity presents itself, well, seize his goods trade. He'll have Tianhong come over to help you." Fa's face brightened. If Tianhong can come, nothing could be better. Fa only dared nibble at Hongxing's edges. He lacked the nerve to mount a full assault on Li Zhendong's turf. The reason was simple. Fa was not strong enough. So he squeezed Boss Zhou and Boss Dong for money and ran small schemes in the shadows. But with Lian Haolong's backing, the situation would be entirely different. Perhaps they could swallow Li Zhendong's operation whole. Besides, word was Li Zhendong was still being held at the police station. Lian Haolong smiled. "Don't squeeze those two bosses too hard. Be careful, a corner dog will jump." Fa scoffed. "Those are big cash taps. If I don't milk them, Li Zhendong will swallow them up. Better they profit me than someone else." Lian Haolong said no more and set Fa to work. He himself began arranging men to take over Li Zhendong's business. At the same time, inside the police station, Li Zhendong yawned from boredom. The magazines by his side were nearly threadbare, and he flirted vacuously with the female officers on duty. Only because Li Zhendong was reasonably handsome had no one taught him a lesson earlier, otherwise a sleazier man would have been beaten long ago. Even so, he still drew plenty of cold stares. Li Ying, gone most of the day, finally returned to the station in the afternoon. Accompanying him was a man, Li Zhendong, Huang Dan, the syndicate's lawyer, and an elder of Hongxing. "Uncle, when you came in person," Li Zhendong greeted him with a Huang Dan chuckled. "Your boss feared you'd be ill-treated at the station and sent me over. Lawyer Huang about this matter." Li Ying began to explain. Huang Dan cut him off, bristling. "I'm not just a lawyer. I'm the senior counsel. I hear your police detained my client for so long without evidence. I want an explanation." Huang Dan was notorious for litigation, and as Hongxing's counsel, he was notoriously hard to deal with. Li Ying felt his scalp go cold at the sight of him. Senior counsel Huang, our anti-triad unit, truly was not aware. The officers who handled this case have been dealt with internally by headquarters, you see. That Li Ying would cow before him spoke volumes of Huang Dan's clout. Huang did not press the matter further, but turned to Li Zhendong. Dong, what do you want? If you sue them, I'll handle it. Give people a way out so you can meet again later," Li Zhendong replied with a smile. He strutted over, patted Li Ying on the shoulder, and said, "Inspector Li, what's your view?" The posture was that of a man speaking to his small-time underling. Li Ying rolled his eyes, but under the eaves their act of bringing Li Zhendong in had indeed been improper. Merely disciplining one precinct chief would probably not placate Hongxing. Now that Li Jindong offered a graceful exit, Li Ying could only bow of course. I've known a Dong for years. Huang Dong nodded, then release a Dong. I reserve the right to pursue your police department later, Huang added. Li Ying dared not dither and immediately ordered the handcuffs removed. He watched the two of them swagger out of the station. On the way back, Li Jindong turned to Huang Dong. Uncle Wen, thank you so much. Huang Dong snorted coldly. You brothers sure know how to stir trouble. Do you know anything about Jiang Tiansheng's unclear death? As an elder of the syndicate, Huang Dong may not have handled day-to-day affairs, but he still knew much about the society. Jiang Tiansheng's death was indeed peculiar. Li Jindong feigned ignorance at once. How could I? I'm only a foot soldier. Questions like that should be directed to my boss. Seeing no answers from Li Jindong, Huang Dong warned him Jiang Tiansheng's case isn't so simple. I don't care what roles you played, but one thing is clear: do not harm the society's interests. Rest assured. Li Jindong replied quickly, we would never. Huh. Uncle Wen, thank you for coming by. Your presence is truly intimidating, he added with a flattering laugh. Huang Dong's face brightened at the compliment, and he snorted with arrogant satisfaction. Those anti-Triad unit men won't want to be sued by me a second time. Uncle Wen, you're awesome. Li Jindong grinned. My club recently acquired a few buxom entertainers and a shipment of Remy Martin. I'd like to invite you to come sample them if you have the time. A knowing expression crossed Huang Dong's face, but he promptly reminded himself to mind appearances before his junior. After clearing his throat twice, he nodded. Then let's go and sample. Let's move. Li Jindong laughed and sent Shigue to the nightclub in Wanjiao. After Li Jindong returned, his henchmen seemed to regain a center of gravity. Where they had once adopted a defensive posture, they now began to take the initiative. Li Jindong's goods, relying on good quality and low prices, had already swept the market. Once the two sides clashed, the whole Xiangjiang counterfeit market trembled. It was not only sneakers that were affected, the disruption rippled through other goods, handbags, clothing, and even certain luxury brands. Shopkeepers and syndicates across Xiangjiang complained bitterly. Zhang Yixin began to eye that sector greedily, consciously absorbing those counterfeit businesses and preparing for a major takeover. As for Boss Zhou and Boss Dong, their fate turned bleak. Alpha went ruthless and squeezed another heavy sum. With no choice, the two men had to sell off assets to raise the money. They could blame no one but themselves. This was the inevitable price of playing games outside the rules. Ha ha ha, these losers. Ajal laughed heartily as he spoke to Li Jindong. I almost went bankrupt because of the people loyal to righteousness. You need to be strong yourself to forge iron. What they are doing is no different from sending a fat sheep into the mouth. I never expected that the people loyal to righteousness would actually try to take action against me. It seems even How Long is getting involved in this matter. Li Jindong squinted as he tapped on the table. Just when he was contemplating how to deal with the loyalists, a call from Liang Kun. Adong, the loyalists are preparing to take action against you. Liang Kun's tone was somewhat angry. Damn it, even How Long is playing dirty. Li Jindong chuckled. Money is enticing. I've been making a fortune selling a goods. If they are not tempted, that would be strange. When Li Jindong first started dealing in a goods, no one could have imagined he would reach this level. Relying on the cheap egg goods from his hometown, he directly collapsed the egg goods market in Xiangjiang. This was something Liang Kun had not anticipated at first. Now he also had a stake in this business, and Liang Kun would definitely not let it go easily. Adong, don't worry, the boss will definitely support you until the end. No one can touch our business. Liang Kun said angrily. Although the loyalists were well known in the underworld, they were still somewhat lacking compared to the scale of Hongxing. Since How Long did not follow the rules, Liang Kun would not let it go easily. Li Jindong smiled and said, with your words I feel much more at ease. Although Liang Kun's subordinates are not particularly fierce, he has money and numerous lackeys. Just a bit of support. As for the hall masters of the loyalists, Li Jindong's subordinates, the Tony brothers, and the Fu Guang team were not afraid of them. And don't forget, Li Jindong's a goods business also has Hanbin's shares. After receiving the news, Hanbin immediately brought his lackeys over to lend a hand. Damn the loyalists for daring to touch our business. Hanbin immediately brought his subordinates, including Gongzi Jun, to assist Li Jindong. Adong, don't worry, I will definitely support you in this matter. Li Jindong chuckled. No problem, let's do it. No one expected that what began as a commercial war over a goods would turn into an underworld storm between two factions. After AFA obtained money from several A-goods bosses, he began a large-scale assault on Li Jindong's territory, vandalizing the A-goods business. As the conflict between the two sides intensified, AFA directly allied with the loyalists Luo Tianhong and invaded Hongxing's territory in Mongkok. Damn the bastards of the loyalists, call for help, let's kill them. Seeing a large number of loyalists invading their territory, the lackeys immediately called for reinforcements. They directly engaged in a fierce battle at the entrance of Flower Garden Street. However, with Luo Tianhong's addition, the loyalists charged forward like a spear. They pushed back the Hongxing lackeys relentlessly, especially Luo Tianhong wielding a broadsword cut through Hongxing's lackeys like vegetables. However, Luo Tianhong did not gloat for long as reinforcements from Hongxing soon arrived. Is this guy Luo? Fu Guang, wearing his signature trench coat and sunglasses, said to his subordinates. Yes, Brother Guang, be careful, this guy is very sharp. His lackeys looked at Luo Tianhong, who was slaughtering through the crowd with unease. Fu Guang let out a sinister laugh, directly grabbing a cleaver and charging towards Luo Tianhong. Just as Luo Tianhong was fiercely fighting among the crowd, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. He kicked away a Hongxing lackey and suddenly swung his sword to block behind him. One had to say this guy's senses were just in time to block Fu Guang's incoming blow. Clang! The cleaver and the sword clashed, producing to Luo Tianhong's shock, he found that his sword nearly slipped from his grip. What great strength! He was quite surprised and immediately eased some of the force to regain his balance. Then he saw Fu Guang approaching him step by step. Kid, let's have some fun next. Fu Guang waved his hand at Luo Tianhong. A glint of excitement flashed in Luo Tianhong's eyes, and his face revealed a look of joy. He could tell this guy was a master. Luo Tianhong, who loved challenging masters the most, let out a wild laugh and charged at Fu Guang, his sword aimed straight at Fu Guang's throat. The speed of this strike was as fast as lightning. An ordinary lackey would have been pierced through the throat by now. But who was Fu Guang? With a sweep of his trench coat, he obscured Luo Tianhong's vision. Beneath the wide trench coat, the cleaver was hard to discern, making it difficult to judge its trajectory. After Luo Tianhong's long sword was dodged by Fu Guang, a gash was cut into his arm, causing blood to flow uncontrollably. No one expected that Luo Tianhong, who was like a war god among the loyalists, would suffer such a great loss right after clashing with Fu Guang. Luo Tianhong covered his injured arm, his expression turning serious as he locked his gaze on Fu Guang. However, Fu Guang casually waved at Luo Tianhong, saying, "Come again." Luo Tianhong charged at Fu Guang once more, but this time he was on guard against Fu Guang's magical techniques. As he swung his trench coat, Luo Tianhong immediately drew his sword, shredding Fu Guang's trench coat to pieces. But in the next moment, he suddenly discovered that the previously cunning Fu Guang seemed to have gone berserk. With a powerful strike like a mountain splitting, it came crashing down towards his face. Luo Tianhong immediately raised his sword to block, only to feel an overwhelming force transmitted from the sword. Clang clang. The relentless attacks from Fu Guang came pouring in, forcing Luo Tianhong to defend. After blocking several strikes, Luo Tianhong's strength reached its limit. With a sharp pain in his palm, the sword flew out of his hand. In a desperate roll on the ground after dodging Fu Guang's cleaver, he immediately turned to escape. But how could Fu Guang give him that opportunity? He struck out a palm towards Luo Tianhong's back. Luo Tianhong felt as if he had been hit by a small vehicle. His whole body flew up like a cloud and then crashed heavily onto the ground. It was a true case of a loser. As Luo Tianhong fell, the loyalists who had just been filled with morale were left dumb. No one expected that the most capable fighter of the loyalists would fall so quickly. Brothers, kill them. The Hongxing lackeys, upon witnessing this scene, immediately charged towards the loyalists with a roar. What era is this, still playing with fire? AFA scoffed at his underlings, saying, "One must use their brain when doing things. Are you sure this is Li Zindong's warehouse?" The underling nodded. "I came here with a subordinate of Hongxing before. Who would have thought that Li Zindong's warehouse is right in Saigon?" AFA chuckled. "Once I set his warehouse on fire, let's see how he makes money. Be clever if we encounter anyone, handle them directly." Another underling worriedly said, "Boss, if we do this, will Hongxing seek revenge later?" "What are you afraid of?" AFA said nonchalantly. "By then we'll have taken over his goods business. We have money and manpower. What do we have to fear from their retaliation?" The group quickly arrived at a secluded warehouse in Saigon, where people were still unloading goods. AFA suddenly let out a strange laugh and led his underlings, preparing to strike directly at the heart of the enemy. However, just as they approached the warehouse, a mocking voice suddenly came from a corner. "What are you planning to do?" AFA was taken aback and turned to look behind him. He discovered that the Tony brothers had long been waiting here with a group. Aja sneered. As expected, the boss was right. "You, this fool, would come with people to burn the warehouse. Who would have?" Afa's expression changed, and he immediately shouted at his subordinates, "Take them out. No one is to escape. Use firearms directly." AFA was not without preparation when he dared to burn Li Zindong's warehouse. He had brought a few gunmen, just in case. Bang! Bang! The gunfire suddenly erupted, and the underlings immediately scattered to avoid the shots. Aja, seeing two of his underlings fall, immediately became furious. "Damn it, you want to play guns with me?" Previously, when Li Zindong had killed Jiang Tianxing, he had brought a batch of firearms. Now they were conveniently stored under Aja's care. He immediately ordered his underlings to enter the warehouse and bring out the weapons. On Afa's side, seeing that the gunmen he brought had suppressed Aja and the others, he laughed maniacally and said, "Take them out, then set fire to the warehouse." Saying this, he was the first to draw his pistol and charge ahead. However, just as he reached the outskirts of the warehouse, a thunderous sound suddenly erupted. Then a completely different kind of gunfire erupted. Da-da-da-da-da-da. The dense gunfire caused the underlings of Zhang Yixin, who were charging at the front, to fall immediately. And upon hearing this gunfire, AFA felt his blood run cold. As a drug dealer, he had dealt with such people often. This was clearly the sound of an AK. Bullets swept across the muddy ground, splattering dirt everywhere. Afa's gunmen had yet to retaliate when a wave of gunfire took out most of them, including AFA himself, who was shot in the chest, piercing through his lung. At this moment, he flopped around like a dying catfish on the ground. A Jia holding an AK walked up to AFA, stepping on his chest with a cold smile, saying, "Plenty of money. Plenty of people. I see your bullets are really plenty." Saying this, Jia directly raised the AK and opened fire on AFA, leaving him disfigured. Tony beside him disdainfully said, "All right, big brother, cut it out, how disgusting. Take care of this guy, the boss is waiting for our support." Only then did Jia put away the AK and call to his subordinates, "Hurry up, pack these guys up and sink them in the sea." With such capable subordinates, Li Jindong naturally didn't need to handle everything personally. He had more important matters like meeting the previously arrogant boss Zhou and others. Several bosses you seem particularly distressed. Li Jindong knocked on the table, grinning at the three. Now the three were being stripped of their bones by Zhang Yixin and had lost their previous bravado. They had originally wanted to show off in front of Li Jindong, but now they had exposed themselves. "Brother Dong, we were wrong." Boss Zhou was very straightforward, kneeling down in front of Li Jindong. If they didn't want to be completely drained by Zhang Yixin, it seemed this was the only way out. At least at the beginning, Li Jindong only wanted to swallow them up and have them make money for him. He didn't intend to take away all their assets and kill them. Having been in the business world for so long, they still understood the weight of things. Li Jindong sneered, No, you guys haven't made a mistake. You kept asking the police to go after me and invited Zhang Yixin to help you. I almost got played to death by you. And now you kneel before me expecting me to wipe the slate clean." Boss Dong hurriedly said, "Brother Dong, we really understand our mistakes. We are still useful, at least we can help you make money." The three bosses knew that their only remaining function was to help Li Jindong gain complete control over the egg goods market in Xianjiang. So after discussing, they came to plead for mercy from Li Jindong. If they had no further use, Li Jindong wouldn't even meet. Li Jindong said lightly, "To be honest, those who can help me make money are as numerous as cows in Xianjiang. I liked how unruly you were before, restore that." Hearing this, despair immediately appeared on their faces. However, at that moment, Li Jindong suddenly changed his tone and said to the three, "However, giving you a chance is not out of the question. I heard that Zhang Yixin has swallowed quite a bit of a goods business. You must be very clear about that, right?" "Of course we are very clear." Boss Lin's eyes lit up as he immediately spoke to Li Jindong. "Gangsters do not know how to run a business, otherwise they wouldn't be resorting to illegal means." Both Long and AFA originally intended to drain these three bosses and then have them obediently help Zhang Yixin run the egg goods business. They didn't expect to be pushed too hard, and the three bosses had no idea what Zhang Yixin's plans were, so they came to plead for mercy from Li Jindong. Li Jindong nodded. "Very well, for the next period, I want you to fully strike against Zhang Yixin's egg goods business. I want to make sure they can't sell a single item." Li Jindong received the reports of Pu Guang and Aja's achievements. Having reached this point, Zhang Yixin could not hold on any longer. Losing two hall masters at once, and with Han Bin and Liang Kuan attacking Zhang Yixin's territory. If they continued, Zhang Yixin's flag would be pulled down by Hongxing. Therefore, seeking peace was Long's only choice. As for the egg goods businesses he had swallowed up, Li Jindong would not be polite and would directly accept them. "What? Luo Tianhong has been killed." Lien Haolong's eyes nearly bulged out upon hearing this. A subordinate swallowed hard and replied to Lien Haolong, "Yes, boss, he was killed on the street by Li Zindong's subordinate Pu Guang." "How is this possible?" Lien Haolong was utterly shocked. He knew that Luo Tianhong was his top general, the most capable red stick of the loyal and righteous faction. It can be said that among the entire Jianghu there were very few who could defeat Luo Tianhong. Now someone claimed he had been killed in a direct confrontation, and by an ordinary subordinate of the Hongxing gang. How could Lien Haolong accept this? Just as he was in shock, another subordinate suddenly ran in. "Not good, Long Gu Fa Go." "What's wrong again?" Lien Haolong said irritably. "Wasn't Fa going to Shigong to raid Li Zindong's where?" The subordinate hesitated for a moment before cautiously saying, "Fa guest body has been dumped on our turf." Lien Haolong slammed his hand on the table and stood up, his eyes wide open. The news of two hall masters dying had left him stunned. The opponent he was dealing with was just a newly promoted red stick of the Hongxing gang. If one didn't know better, they would think he was in a gang war with Hongxing. But the bad news didn't stop there, as soon another subordinate ran in. "Long Gu Dong Go." What happened to a Dong? Lien Haolong could ignore other hall masters, but he could not ignore his younger brother Lien. "Dong Gu has been captured by Han Bin of Hongxing. Han Bin wants you to come and ransom him." The subordinate cautiously said, sensing the tension. "Hongxing." Lien Haolong gritted his teeth. He never expected Hongxing to be so tough to get him into such a situation with just a slight provocation. Originally, Lien Haolong had intended to clash with Hongxing for a while longer, but now even his brother had been captured. How could this battle continue? Lien Haolong slumped back into his seat, his eyes filled with a sense of helplessness. The changes in this Jianghu were simply too rapid, too fast for him to recognize it. "Send someone. Bring the money to ransom a Dong back." Lien Haolong spoke weakly, waving his hand at the subordinate. All the people in the Mong Kok territory withdraw. Meanwhile, at the Qingkue Hall, Li Jindong was drinking with Han Bin. "Bin and I, your moves are truly impressive." Li Jindong sincerely said to Han Bin. "Now that Lien Haolong's younger brother is in our hands, he won't even be able to go crazy." Han Bin scoffed. "This Lien Haolong, I thought he had some ability, but it turns out he's just a useless fool. When we captured him, we hardly had to exert any effort. By the way, a Guang from your side killed Luo Tianhong and also took out Luo Dingfa. This will definitely boost your reputation in the Jianghu. It seems that the Mongkok territory can only belong to you. Li Jindong said modestly, it was just luck. Just then, while they were talking, Han Bin's subordinate Gongzi Jun ran in with an excited expression. Boss, the people from the loyal and righteous faction are here with the ransom. Humph, give it to them. Han Bin waved his hand and said 5 million, truly cheap for them. Gongzi Jun nodded. Should I go release him then? Go ahead. Han Bin waved his hand. He then clinked glasses with Li Jindong, both in a remarkably good mood. But if anyone's mood was the best, it would be Liang Kuan. As the leader of Hongxing, his subordinates were performing admirably, truly boosting his face. Under his leadership, Hongxing was thriving. Liang Kuan had not stopped smiling for days. As for Hongxing, the voices of dissatisfaction towards Liang Kuan had been completely suppressed by Li Jindong's remarkable achievements, securing Liang Kuan's position as the leader. The conflict between Hongxing and the loyal and righteous faction was witnessed by many. For example, on the Lianxing side, Chueji convened a leaders' meeting. In fact, Chueji was just a puppet. The one who really called the shots was Deng Bo. Look at that star. Hongxing has recently produced a fierce character. I heard it's Liang Kuan's cousin named Li Jindong. He killed the ace Luo Tianhong of the loyal and righteous faction on the street. This Li Jindong's power is quite strong. I heard this kid is just a red stick. TSK Tisk. Lian Haolong has really taken a huge loss this time. Originally intending to swallow Hongxing's a goods business, but it seems like he ended up with nothing. Ha! Those from Lianxing were naturally enjoying the show, relishing the news. However, there were also some who were rather concerned about it. The problem is that Hongxing's expansion speed has been too rapid in the past 2 years, and we are so close to Lianxing. Uncle Longjin frowned and said, his business had also been affected, as Jimmy's a goods business had all been snatched away by Hongxing. If only his subordinate Guanzai-san weren't useless, otherwise Lianxing would have been the first to clash with Hongxing. Moreover, Longin's territory was on Hu Street in Mongkok, very close to Li Jindong's territory on Garden Street. It was inevitable that there would be friction. Deng Bo said lightly, indeed, Hongxing has expanded quickly in the past 2 years, but they are not without their hidden dangers. From what I know, Liang Kuan's position as the leader is not secure, and it is likely that there will be internal strife down the road. What we need to do is to handle our own affairs. We do not provoke trouble, but we are never afraid of it. Big D said disdainfully, exactly. One red stick from Hongxing has scared you into this state. You really have no guts. Many people glared at Big D in anger, but there was nothing they could do. After all, within Lianxing, the most powerful figure was Big D. Plus, being so young, he had cleared out Sin Wan and no one could refute his words. At the same time, at the East Star on the territory of the Whitehead Crow, Uncle Ben was having a meal with Sister Shursan. Sister, that Li Jindong from Hongxing has become quite popular recently. Uncle Ben inquired deliberately. Sister Shursan nodded. Indeed, he's popular, but no one expected him to have such strength. Even we in Hongxing had very few who could anticipate it. Li Jindong's reputation had indeed been quite inconspicuous before. After all, most of it was overshadowed by his label as the cousin of Liang Kuan. Otherwise, how would he have earned the nickname Chizai-dong? However, his remarkable feat of confronting Zhang Yixin and taking down 2 of their hall masters immediately made everyone look at Li Jindong with new respect. Even the old man Bai from Dongxing felt a bit worried. After all, his territory was in the Mongkok area. Thus, he specially called for Shursan Mei to inquire about the situation. Shursan Mei knew what Bai was worried about, and smiled as she said, Uncle, are you worried that that guy Adong will set his sights on your territory, right? Bai laughed and replied, I am a bit concerned. After all, the young lad is quite formidable, and my old bones can't withstand much turmoil. Shursan Mei smiled and reassured him, you can rest easy. As far as I know, Adong has no big ambitions regarding territory. He is currently only focused on making money. Oh, Bai chuckled, his a goods business. Shursan Mei nodded, that's what I know. Though Shursan Mei didn't know much about Li Jindong, she was familiar with Han Bin. Despite their bickering, they actually had a good relationship. As Li Jindong's business partner Han Bin had disclosed some matters to Shursan Mei, revealing that Li Jindong's ambitions extended beyond just the struggles within the gang. Then I can rest much easier. I smiled at Shursan Mei. After that, at Xing, Lao Su and his main man Ax Jun were also discussing Li Jindong. While the development of Hongxing has been rapid in these past few years, Lao Su exclaimed, I thought after Jiang Tiansheng's death, Hongxing would fall into internal turmoil. Unexpectedly, after Liang Kuan, this crazy guy took over, it has developed even better. Ax Jun chuckled. I'm actually quite interested in this Li Jindong. This kid has a bunch of talented subordinates. He even took out Luo Tianhong from Zhang Yixin. Lao Su laughed and said, I heard you had suffered losses at Luo Tianhong's hands before. Ax Jun rolled his eyes and replied, that guy is a martial arts fanatic. I just didn't want to fight him. But this Li Jindong, I hear his mind is sharp, and he knows how to make money. Lao Su, why don't you recruit him too? Lao Su retorted, are you crazy? Li Jindong is Liang Kuan's off. Ax Jun scratched his head, there's that connection too. Lao Su shook his head and said, "This guy is so popular his background has already been thoroughly investigated." Axe Jun's expression turned serious as he said, "Then should we take him out beforehand? Keeping him around is..." Lao Su ignored Axe Jun and simply said, "Our territory is far from him. Let's leave such matters to He Lianxing and Dongxing to worry about." The situation fermented for an entire day, yet Zhang Yixin ultimately did not take any further action. They simply retracted their forces and played the role of a turtle. This left those who intended to watch the show from other gangs greatly disappointed. After all, they genuinely wanted to see Zhang Yixin and Hongxing clash so they could benefit from the chaos. Unfortunately, even Lian Haolong retained some rationality. This matter was initiated by him. Continuing would only lead Zhang Yixin closer to being uprooted. Thus, Lian Haolong chose to lower the flag and stop hostilities, which was quite reasonable. On Li Zhendong's side, he absorbed the 8 goods business that Lian Haolong had previously brought in, and with the addition of Lin Zhou and Dong, the 3 8 goods bosses, Li Zhendong directly monopolized over half of the 8 goods industry in Xianjiang. This wave directly allowed Li Zhendong to earn a fortune. Many even began to call him a goods dong, but more preferred to refer to Li Zhendong as a mortal dong. After all, Li Zhendong's rise was remarkably swift, so much so that many couldn't comprehend his maneuvers. Aside from that, there was the position of Mongkok's Hallmaster. Now everyone has no objections to a dong taking the position of Mongkok's Hallmaster, right? At the Dragon Head meeting, Liang Kuan said cheerfully to the Hongxing members. Koshuei Ji was the first to jump up and flatter him. "I noticed it earlier. This kid, A Dong, has potential." Xian rolled his eyes and said, "Did we really need you to say that? I have no objections anyway." Uncle Xing also nodded. The uncles who had previously held ambiguous attitudes quickly agreed upon seeing how impressive Li Zhendong was. As for the other Hallmasters, they had no objections to this matter. After all, Li Zhendong's current position was earned through his own efforts. Liang Kuan immediately smiled and said to Li Zhendong, "A Dong, come sit here." At this long table of Hongxing, only the uncles and Hallmasters could take a seat. Liang Kuan had someone bring a chair which was placed right at the position beside him, signifying that Li Zhendong was Liang Kun's chief aide. This position had previously been occupied by Big Boss B when Jiang Tiansheng was the Dragon Head. Li Zhendong smiled and said, "Dear uncles, A Dong will definitely serve the gang diligently in the future. A Dong, I have high hopes for you." A Dong can be said to be the youngest Hallmaster among so many gangs in Xianjiang. Newcomers bring new energy, who our Hongxing will surely thrive from now on. Flattering words surged like a tide, making both Li Zhendong and Liang Kuan quite delighted. After the Dragon Head meeting concluded, Liang Kuan and Li Zhendong shoulder to shoulder went out for some fun. After all, Li Zhendong had just become a Hallmaster and a celebration was in order. The next morning, Li Zhendong woke up surrounded by beautiful women. He was awakened by the system. Ding, congratulations to the host for achieving the title of Mongkok Hallmaster. Achievement reward: 1 skill card, 1 information card. Ding, the host's reputation in the region has spread wide. Reputation 5,000. Awesome. Upon seeing the system's rewards, Li Zhendong couldn't help but whistle. 5,000 reputation points would allow him to level up his insight skill. Then with the new skill card, Li Zhendong went to the bathroom eager to use the skill card. Ding, skill drawn, firearms. Firearms mastery allows the host to master all light weapons. Upon seeing this, Li Zhendong was momentarily stunned, then a look of joy appeared on his face. In Miao Street, Chun Haonan's late-night snack stall. After a long day of work, Chun Haonan finally had a moment to catch his breath. Datian and Baopi were too exhausted to move. Despite their busy schedule, they at least made a good profit. However, during their moments of idleness, they often reminisced about their days mingling in the gang. Unfortunately, Boss B was already dead, and they no longer had the motivation. While they were chatting a Benz, suddenly Datian grumbled, "Damn it, are the rich showing off? Move aside." However, the car showed no signs of moving. Instead, the door opened, and Shan Ji, dressed in a suit, stepped out. Everyone was stunned upon seeing Shan Ji's appearance. Shan Ji suddenly laughed and tossed a Rolex to This Rolex was given to Shan Ji by Chun Haonan for protection when he fled to Izhou. Now it had returned to it. Then with a wave of his hand, Shan Ji's subordinates immediately bowed to Chun Haonan and called out, "Boss." Seeing this, Chun Haonan and the others couldn't help but laugh and embrace Shan Ji. After sitting down, they began to talk about their recent situations. There was no need to elaborate on Shan Ji's side. Thanks to his cousin's connections, he had managed to infiltrate the Sanlian gang. He quickly rose to a position in the Sanlian gang, becoming the leader of the Poison Snake Hall. Meanwhile, Chun Haonan couldn't help but feel somewhat melancholy. Originally, Boss B told me he planned to immigrate to Canada with his family, saying that his children were grown and he didn't want to stir up so much trouble. Now look, the whole family is dead, Chun Haonan said indignantly. Even the morning hall was set up with money from the brothers who followed Boss B, making it very shabby. There are hardly any members from Hongxing who came to pay their respects. Because of Li Zhendong, the incident where Liang Kuan killed Boss B was leaked by Sha Chong to people in the gang, causing significant dissatisfaction within Hongxing towards Liang Kuan. However, Li Zhendong dealt with the internal traitor Sha Chong and didn't leak this matter. This led to the situation where even though everyone knew that Boss Bi Chun Yao and Jiang Tiansheng were killed by Liang Kuan and Li Jindong, they had no evidence. Liang Kuan was the head of Hongxing. Anyone who dared to speak out would face severe consequences. Hearing this, Shan Ji felt quite uncomfortable. Liang Kuan did this. Who else could it be? Chen Haonan replied irritably. And that Li Jindong, the bastard, instigated those who had passed grievances with us to come trouble us. Now that Liang Kuan is in charge of Hongxing, those who once followed Boss Bi don't dare to oppose them. Chen Haonan asked Shan Ji, are you still with Hongxing? Whether I am with Hongxing or not doesn't matter. What matters is that Chen Haonan will always be my big brother. Shan Ji smiled and said, as long as you say the word, I'm in. Chen Haonan's face broke into a smile. After Li Jindong became the master of the Mong Kok Hall, the territory of Xiun Mountain became a detached area. However, it was still under Li Zindong's jurisdiction, and typically it was managed by Aja. After all, it was just a matter of recruiting subordinates, which was no longer very important to Li Jindong. Now he had thousands of subordinates, and the standards for recruiting new ones had increased significantly. After wandering around Xiun Mountain, Li Jindong headed to Saigon. Last time the warehouse was almost stolen, so he planned to change locations. Moreover, the current warehouse no longer met his needs. He needed to find a larger one. However, just as he arrived in Saigon, he saw the heavily injured Desha. This guy's head was bandaged like an Indian, looking quite comical. Desha, what happened to you? Are you trying to snatch a job? Li Jindong asked with amusement. Desha, with a long face, said to Li Jindong, Brother Dong, you must help me. These injuries on me were all caused by Chun Haonan and his gang. Li Jindong frowned and said, didn't you say that Chun Haonan is now running a stall in Miao Street? With only Datianair and Baopi as his subordinates, how could you not handle them? No, Brother Dong, that bastard Shanji is back, and it seems he's doing quite well outside, bringing a lot of subordinates with. Desha immediately replied, from their accents it seems they are from Izhou. Hearing Desha's words, Li Jindong remembered Shanji. He never expected that even with the butterfly effect, Shanji still managed to make a name for himself in Izhou. Now that he brought people back, was he trying to stage a triumphant return? Li Zindong's expression became somewhat peculiar. It should be noted that Liang Kuan had completely taken control of Hongxing, and without Jiang Tianxing stirring up trouble from behind, could those people Shanji brought back from Izhou pose any threat? It's not that Li Jindong looked down on them. He could easily take them down with a sneeze. So Li Jindong smiled at Desha and said, want to take revenge? Of course. Desha replied fiercely, if I had known, I would have killed Chun Haonan and the others directly. Li Jindong said irritably, who told you to say you wanted to take your time with Chun Haonan? Now you've crashed, haven't you? Desha was quite vengeful. After being beaten by Chun Haonan, he would frequently seek trouble with him. Whenever he felt displeased, he would go disrupt Chun Haonan's stall. Chun Haonan, lacking power and influence, could only endure in front of Desha. Now that Shanji was back, their first target for revenge would be Desha. Brother Dong, please don't make fun of me. Desha said with a long face. That bastard Shanji said that if we destroyed Chun Haonan's bar, he would also ruin our business. I don't care if I get beaten, but if our business gets ruined, that would be a big problem. Several A-class merchants in Xiangjiang rely on us for supplies. Li Jindong said with a half-smile. You little brat, are you getting smart now, trying to use this to threaten me? Desha quickly said, I'm really thinking about the company. Although Desha had some ulterior motives, he knew that with Chun Haonan and Shanji's ways, they would likely go harder on the A-class business. Thus Li Jindong had to be cautious, but he was more inclined to directly crush these little clowns before they could cause. After pondering for a moment, Li Jindong said directly to Desha, next time they come over, you should leak the location of the old warehouse to them. That's my business. The big fool was taken aback. There's still stock in the warehouse. I have already found a new warehouse, and soon I will have everything moved out. Li Jindong waved his hand and said, I plan to set a trap for these guys. The big fool quickly replied, Brother Dong, you better be careful. My underling said he saw the few Izhou fellows that Shanji brought, and they were armed. Oh, Li Jindong was somewhat surprised. Where did they get that? I don't know, they must have brought it over from Izhou. The big fool stated directly. Li Jindong nodded and said, I understand. Aguang, these guys will be handed. Fu Guang chuckled and said, I hope these Izhou fellows are tougher than that group from Daquan. Soon Li Jindong commanded his underlings to empty the original warehouse. All the goods were loaded onto the truck and moved to the new warehouse. From now on, goods transported from the old home will go directly to the new warehouse. The next day, Shanji brought Chun Haonan and others to find trouble with the big fool. Big fool, I told you yesterday, it seems you didn't take my words seriously. Shanji grinned at the big fool. The big fool appeared timid and quickly begged, Brother Ji, please don't hit me. Li Jindong has a warehouse in Saigon specifically for storing the goods he brought from his hometown, which is why he approached me to cooperate. Oh, Li Jindong's warehouse is here. The big fool nodded quickly, yes. He cooperated with me because he wants to use Saigon's docks to transport goods. Shanji immediately brightened up and said to Chun Haonan, Li Jindong smashed your bar, so we'll set his warehouse on fire to vent your anger. Great. Chun Haonan smiled and exchanged a fist bump with Shanji. Then Shanji kicked the big fool in the rear and coldly said, "Lead the way. If what you said is true, I want deal with you today, but only for today." The big fool's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, but he quickly pretended to be frightened. "Understood, Brother G." Then the big fool discreetly gestured to his underling, and with a look of embarrassment led Shanji and the others to Li Zindong's old warehouse. Meanwhile, Li Zindong had already received the news and brought Fu Guang to ambush them in advance. When the big fool brought Shanji to the warehouse entrance, he directly said, "This is Li Zindong's warehouse. There should still be unsold goods inside." "Great. I can't wait to see the look on that brat Li Zindong's face." Shanji chuckled ominously. He had his men bring gasoline and other items, then swaggered in with his crew. However, as soon as they entered Shanji, then his face turned extremely angry. "Big fool, didn't you say there were goods here? Are you messing with me?" The big fool suddenly laughed. "If I didn't say that, how would you fall for it, you fool?" Saying this, the big fool pushed his underling aside and scrambled into the warehouse, shouting, "Brother Dong, help." Shanji and the others, hearing the big fool's cries, immediately felt their hair stand on end. Then they saw several figures emerge from the shadows of the warehouse. "Li Zindong." Shanji gritted his teeth and shouted at Li Zindong. "Stop yelling, little chick." Li Zindong casually said while scratching his ear, "I didn't expect you to have the guts to come back." Shanji said fiercely, "I came back to deal with you and that damned boss Liang Cohen." Li Zindong looked down at Shanji with disdain and said, "With just these pathetic pests. Li Zindong, you killed my boss Brother B and wiped out his whole family. Today I will take revenge for Brother B." Chen Haonan also angrily shouted at Li Zindong, his eyes filled with deep hatred. No matter how many issues Boss B had, he was the one who brought them up. Therefore, Chen Haonan had always wanted to get revenge on Li Zindong and Liang Cohen. Previously, he didn't have the capability, but now it was different. He had Shanji on his side. Shanji directly took a shotgun from one of his underlings, grinning viciously. "Li Zindong, this warehouse is so remote, you've really found yourself a great grave. Even if you take me out here, the cops probably won't be able to trace it back to you." Li Zindong chuckled and said, "You really think you've got me cornered? Just with that rusty gun in your hand." Saying this, Li Zindong waved his hand, and Fu Guang's team appeared, armed with AKs. "Go ahead, attack." Shanji was immediately startled and fired a shot in Fu Guang's direction. His underlings also drew their weapons, directly shooting at Fu Guang and his team. However, Shanji's crew was either armed with shotguns or regular handguns. How could they possibly compete with the AKs in Fu Guang's team's hands? As soon as the two sides clashed, Shanji's Ijo fellows suffered heavy casualties. "Boss, we need to go. The enemy's firepower is too fierce," one of the underlings shouted at Shanji. Shanji was also pinned down by the intense fire from Fu Guang's team, but seeing Li Zindong leaning against the warehouse railing smoking, he felt unwilling to back down. He pulled out his shotgun, preparing to take a surprise shot at Li Zindong. Just as he aimed the gun at Li Zindong, he suddenly saw Li Zindong draw dual pistols from his pocket and unleashed a flurry of shots in Shanji's direction. Bang, bang, bang. The two sides were only 10 meters apart. Li Zindong's dual pistols hit their mark every time. Shanji was shot in both knees. He screamed in agony and fell to the ground. Shanji. Chen Haonan rushed over immediately to try to rescue him. However, this was the result Li Zindong desired. As soon as Chen Haonan rushed out from cover, he immediately pulled the trigger. Chen Haonan was shot in the back, and Brother Nan, De Tian Air, and Bao Pai also shouted loudly. "Tsk tisk, such deep brotherly affection." Li Zindong chuckled and jumped down from the second floor, walking straight up to Shanji. "Li Zindong, you son of a bitch, you want die a good death." Shanji cursed through gritted teeth. "I don't know if he'll die a good death, but you guys are definitely not going to have a good ending today." Li Zindong kicked Shanji over and then fired a few more shots into his hand. This idiot had hidden a gun inside his clothes, planning to ambush Li Zindong when he walked in. But Li Zindong was too clever to fall for such a trick. "Big fool, these useless ones are up to you." Li Zindong had no intention of dealing with Chen Haonan and Shanji, as they were far too low in level. Killing them would only soil his hands. However, this was a good thing for Big Fool. "He Dong, leave it to me." Big Fool grinned at Li Zindong, saying, "I guarantee they will never have the chance to trouble us again." Previously, due to his soft heart, he had let Chen Haonan and the others go, which resulted in him being severely injured. This time he would not let these guys off so easily. Shanji had taken a few shots, but still acted tough. "Don't get cocky. My boss is Lei Gong from the Ijo Sanlian gang. If you kill me, you won't get away with it." Sanlian gang. Big Fool hesitated. "Tsk tisk, are you trying to scare me with the Sanlian gang?" And Li Zindong scoffed. "Isn't it just that you've latched on a Lei Gong's woman? Do you really think you're someone important? You?" Shanji's face turned pale. He couldn't understand how Li Zindong knew about this. Li Zindong said flatly, "Big Fool, what are you dawdling for? Get to work." Big Fool felt reassured upon hearing Li Zindong's authoritative tone. He immediately summoned his subordinates and stuffed Shanji and the others into gasoline barrels. Then he brought in a concrete mixer and filled the barrels with cement. Chen Haonan let out a reluctant roar, but it was of no use. Li Zindong simply watched as the barrels were filled with cement and sealed. "Once you handle this, remember to make it neat." Li Jindong glanced at the ringing phone before answering it. Dong, come over to my place. I need to talk to you about something. The call was from Liang Kuan, and his tone was somewhat strange. Li Jindong immediately replied, no problem, boss. I'm on my way. After hanging up, Li Jindong didn't even glance at Chun Haonan and Shanji, directly instructing Shi Guwei to drive him to Causeway Bay. Upon arriving at Liang Kun's finance company, Li Jindong was surprised to see someone unexpected, Gambling King. However, He Tian'er was not present today, so it couldn't be about the previous matter. Mr. Li Jindong greeted He Xian politely. He Xian smiled and said to Li Jindong, Dong, I heard you've been quite popular lately. Not at all, just a small fry not worth mentioning in front of Mr. Li Jindong didn't understand why He Xian was paying attention to him, which puzzled him. Moreover, there was an old man beside He Xian, dark-skinned and rather unremarkable in appearance. But anyone who could sit with He Xian was certainly not an ordinary person. Let me introduce you. This is Yulan Can, brother Can. He Xian smiled at Li Jindong, saying, I need you to help me with some matters in the underworld. Hearing He Zin's introduction, Li Jindong immediately furrowed his brow. He had heard of this Yulan Can, who was He Zin's right-hand man. Almost all gambling operations in the Macau area had to go through his approval. For instance, the previous gambling tables of Hongqing and Macau were the result of Jiang Tiansheng's negotiations with Yulan Can. Yulan Can looked Li Jindong up and down, smiling. Young man, you have great potential. He Xian chuckled lightly, saying, all right, you two discuss the details. Bim heading back to Macau. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately stood up to see him off. Yulan Can smiled and said, I wonder if you two are interested in developing some enterprises here in Macau. Hearing this, Liang Kuan and Yulan Can smiled and said, I wonder if you two are interested in developing some enterprises here in Macau. Hearing this, Liang Kuan and Li Jindong were taken aback. It's known that opening a casino in Macau is a coveted prize for all the gangs in Xianjiang. To get a piece of this pie, the Xianjiang gangs had to pay tribute to Yulan Can. For example, regardless of how much money was made from the gambling tables and how much tax was paid to Macau, the remaining profit had to give Yulan Can 30%. Generally, others would seek out Yulan Can to develop their businesses in Macau. Unexpectedly today, Yulan Can was actively inviting Hongqing to Macau, making this matter rather interesting. Liang Kuan smiled and said, brother Can, don't joke around. Who doesn't want to share a piece of the pie in Macau? Yulan Can nodded. Since you are interested, I have a great project. The Taipa Pier has opened, right? A big shot has opened a hotel there, and it's quite sizable, but the casino at Taipa Hotel hasn't been taken over yet. I wonder if you two are interested. Hearing this, Li Jindong was stunned. This matter should have been a task negotiated by Jiang Tiansheng with He Xian. But now that Jiang Tiansheng was dead, it fell into Liang Kun's hands. Liang Kun's eyes lit up instantly. A casino? How big? Yulan Can smiled and said, it will be comparable to any casino in Macau. If Hongqing is interested, I plan to hand this matter over to you. Of course, it will be according to the previous rules. Liang Kuan felt as if he had been hit by a pie falling from the sky. He never expected such good fortune to fall into his lap. Yulan Can continued, of course, mister. He and I have a small condition. The casino manager at Taipa Hotel must be me. Li Jindong's expression became even stranger. He hadn't expected to be specifically named by Liang Kuan. Didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. No problem. Dong is my cousin, and he's the most suitable person to be in charge of the casino there. Yulan Can smiled and said, then it's settled. Once you come to Macau, we can sit down and discuss the details. Of course. Liang Kuan happily agreed. After Yulan Can left, Liang Kuan noticed Li Jindong's serious expression and asked, Dong, what's wrong? Why do you have that expression? Li Jindong stroked his chin and said, this matter seems a bit off. Liang Kuan asked in confusion, what's wrong? It's a good fortune that fell from the sky. Precisely because of that, I feel there's something wrong. Li Jindong bluntly stated, do you think it's possible? And what kind of small fry am I? How could I attract the attention of such a big shot? Knowing one's own circumstances, although Li Jindong had a system backing him, he didn't believe he possessed any kingly aura that would make every good fortune come his way. After calming down from his ecstatic state, Liang Kuan indeed noticed that something was amiss. It was quite understandable that He Xian was trying to recruit Hongqing. After all, Hongqing's influence has been expanding rapidly in Xianjiang recently. However, the fact that He Xian and Yulan Can specifically wanted to use Li Jindong raised some concerns. However, Liang Kuan had a rather peculiar way of thinking. He looked at Li Jindong with a strange expression and said, Dong, could it be related to that young lady from the Gambling King's family last time? Li Jindong rolled his eyes and said, boss, who is He Xian? He built his empire on fishing for profit and engaging in deceitful schemes, establishing his position as the Gambling King in Aojing. How could he possibly treat a hotel casino he just invested in as a joke because of his daughter's matters? Such a significant investment, who would dare to play around like that? He Xian is a typical capitalist. How could he possibly make a losing deal? Liang Kuan chuckled awkwardly and said, aside from what happened last time, I can't think of any reason why they would specifically want you to go. Li Jindong pondered for a moment and asked Liang Kuan, brother Kuan, who is currently the largest gang force in Aojing. Liang Kuan thought for a moment and replied, It should be the Mori gang of the Number Society. This old fellow has been running rampant in Aojing for over a decade, and now his power has grown even stronger. The branches of the Number Society in Aojing are even stronger than those on the Xiangjiang side. That's right. Li Zindong's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately thought of why he Xian and Yulan can want. Seeing Li Zindong's expression, Liang Kuan asked curiously, "Have you figured it out?" Li Zindong nodded. "I know why they want us from Hongxing to go. Tell me." Liang Kuan asked curiously. Li Zindong replied directly. "I suspect that the guy from Mori gang has lost control, and Yulan can no longer suppress him, causing their relationship to become imbalanced. And the local gangs in Aojing don't have anyone who can deal with Mori gang, so Yulan can turn to us in Hongxing, probably hoping that we can use the casino to balance things out with Mori gang." Liang Kuan thought for a moment, and seemed to find Li Zindong's explanation the most plausible. It was even more sensible than He Tianer taking a liking to Li Zindong. However, Liang Kuan found it strange. Isn't he afraid of inviting a wolf into the house? In the gang world, few are good people. If Hongxing were to take down Mori gang, it would also leave Hongxing in a dominant position. Li Zindong sneered. What kind of person is Yulan Can? He is a master of balance. How could he allow such a thing to happen again? Just wait and see, they definitely haven't invited just our Hongxing. Liang Kuan frowned and said, "So we want to take the casino business in Taipa. This is a big business. If those guys in the gang find out, they definitely won't agree." To be honest, Liang Kuan himself was a bit reluctant. After all, this is a significant amount of money. Li Zindong smiled and said, "No, we must take this hotel business. However, I need to think this through. I can't let them lead us around by the nose. In the end, if we fight Mori gang to a standstill, what benefits would that bring to us in Hongxing?" Liang Kuan nodded and looked at Li Zindong with appreciation. "I knew you were smart, Dong. You can take charge of this matter. I will cooperate with you." The strength and methods Li Zindong had previously displayed had earned Liang Kuan's considerable trust. Moreover, given their relationship, whatever decision Li Zindong made, Liang Kuan, as the boss, would definitely support it to the end. Li Zindong nodded. "Boss, I need you to help me gather some intelligence from the gang in Aojing." Liang Kuan nodded. "No problem, I have some connections in Aojing. This should be quite simple." Before Hongxing had even agreed, news about the casino in Taipa had already leaked out. The only one capable of doing this is probably that Yulan can. Many gangs were quite jealous that Hongxing could snag this piece of fat meat. Not to mention the local gangs, even the Sanlian gang far away in Izhou had heard about this news. Lei Gong had always been obsessed with Aojing, especially since the route to Aojing had already been opened from Izhou. If he could have his own casino in Aojing, the thirsty big fish from Izhou would all be his guests. However, the relationship between the Sanlian gang and Aojing hasn't been very good. Years ago, Lei Gong was prepared to make a big move to seize some industries in Aojing. So he bought the racetrack of Hizin's arch-rival Niaoyan. This upset He Xian greatly. Now Lei Gong wants to open a casino in Aojing, and naturally He Xian would not agree. Shan Ji went missing after a trip to Xiangjiang. "You shouldn't Hongxing give me an explanation." Lei Gong stroked his chin and said to his subordinates. In fact, Lei Gong didn't think that Shan Ji was that important. He just happened to want to use Shan Ji's incident as a pretext. Since he couldn't secure the casino in Aojing on his own, he set his sights on Hongxing's cooperation with the casino in Taipa. If he could acquire a certain share, that would be quite nice. Lei Gong was quite confident that as long as he could invest, he would have the final say over the casino. As for Hongxing's large influence, what use is that? In terms of running a company, Lei Gong didn't see the gangsters from Xiangjiang as his opponents. They were merely thugs. At this time, a strikingly beautiful woman sitting next to Lei Gong spoke up. "Lei Gong, let me handle this matter." Lei Gong smiled and said, "Oh, Ding Yao, are you unwilling to part with Shan Ji?" Ding Yao laughed lightly and said, "How could that be? That fool is just a stepping stone for me. Moreover, Lei Gong, don't you think it would be more flexible for a woman like me to resolve this matter?" Lei Gong shook his head and smiled. "I see that you have your eyes on that fellow named Li Zindong, right?" Ding Yao smiled sweetly and said, "Who doesn't like a handsome young man? I want to see him bowing down at my feet." "Ha ha ha, young people are indeed full of vigor. They can't resist your charm." Lei Gong thought for a moment and said, "All right, since you volunteered, then you can go." Ding Yao smiled and said, "No problem, Lei Gong. I will definitely help you secure a stake in the Taipa casino. They'll be waiting for your good news." Lei Gong nodded and got up to leave. However, before he left, the silent bodyguard next to Lei Gong, Gao Jie, stayed behind. He spoke somewhat dissatisfied to Ding Yao. First it was Shan Ji, now it's Li Zindong. Ding Yao hugged Gao Jie's waist and laughed. "What's wrong? Are you jealous?" In Copper Low Bay, the headquarters of Hongxing, today is the day of the meeting, and all the hall masters have gathered. People are chatting with each other as life has been treating them well lately. Since Liang Kuan became the leader of Hongxing, they have also reaped considerable benefits. In this line of work, the most important thing is profit, and no one has any objections about who leads Hongxing. Li Zindong also arrived early at the headquarters. After entering, many people greeted him. Although Li Zindong had just recently become a hall master of Hongxing, his agoods business already made him quite the envy among others. "Adong, I also want to get into the agoods business. Is it okay if I source from you?" As soon as he entered, Ko Shueji eagerly said to Li Zindong. Li Jindong felt a bit speechless. That rascal Ko Shui-ji never misses a chance to take advantage. However, Li Jindong naturally wouldn't mind such trivial matters, and smiled saying, "Brother Ji, if you're interested in this business, I have no objections. But you know this business isn't something I can decide on my own." Facing the opportunistic rascal, Li Jindong naturally had to mention his two partners. Upon hearing this, Hanbin looked at Ko Shui-ji with a bemused expression and said, "Brother Ji, are you taking advantage of our own brothers? If you really want to do this business, I have nothing to say, but if you want to do something else." Ko Shui-ji chuckled and said, "I was just joking." Seeing Ko Shui-ji backtrack, Li Jindong found it somewhat amusing and took his seat. Moments later, Liang Kuan arrived at the gathering. Unlike the often late Jiang Tianxing, Liang Kuan was, "Everyone's here, take a seat." Liang Kuan sat down in the leader's position and said, "It seems everyone has been doing well lately. Of course, under Brother Kun's leadership, our Hongxing is flourishing." Ko Shui-ji replied with a smile. Liang Kuan nodded, clearly satisfied with everyone's attitude. He then tapped the table and said, "Before discussing the numbers, let's talk about something important. A few days ago, I reached an agreement with Mr. He from Haogong. There is a new hotel opening in Haogang's Taipa, and Mr. He has decided to entrust the management of its casino to us at Hongxing." Hearing Liang Kun's words, everyone's eyes lit up. "Brother Kuan, is that for real?" Ko Shui-ji exclaimed excitedly. The other leaders also turned their gaze towards Liang Kuan. Liang Kuan chuckled and said, "Of course it's true, but this matter also requires thanks to a dong." Everyone's gaze shifted to Li Jindong, their expressions filled with curiosity. After Liang Kuan recounted the details, everyone's expressions became even more peculiar. "A dong, did that young lady from the He family actually take a liking to you?" "Yeah." Long Nyo chimed in with a laugh. "Is the gambling king planning to make you his son-in-law?" The teasing from everyone surged like a tide. "Come on, what are you all saying? Our dong is so handsome. How could he not be worthy of the gambling king's daughter?" Hanbin rolled his eyes in annoyance. Li Jindong felt a bit speechless at the jest from these hall masters. "I've barely met the gambling king's daughter a couple of times. Do you really think that's possible?" Liang Kuan laughed and played peacemaker for Li Jindong, saying, "That's how things are, but I also believe it has little to do with the dong. The more likely reason is that the gambling king wants to use us at Hongxing to suppress local forces. So how does everyone see this?" Liang Wangjin smiled at Li Jindong and said, "A dong, it's up to you now. By the way, go charm the gambling king's daughter." The hall master from Kuntong Du also chimed in, saying, "This kind of matter can only rely on a dong." Others joined in the banter, but no one opposed the idea. After all, since Mr. He personally named him, opposing it would be futile. Liang Kuan nodded and said, "Since everyone has no objections, let's settle this matter. Next, we need to fill the positions of the remaining 2 regional hall masters. Based on the previous recommendations, the one who has done the best in business is De Fei. Therefore, the position of the hall master in Sham Shui Pu will go to De Fei." Upon hearing Liang Kun's announcement, everyone was unsurprised. Among those chosen by Hongxing, De Fei was indeed the most reliable. Thank you, brothers." De Fei grinned as he took his seat at the long table. With the official matters concluded, it was time for the monthly report. After the report, everyone dispersed. However, as Li Jindong just returned to his territory, he heard one of his subordinates whispering, "Boss, a beautiful woman is looking for you." "A beautiful woman?" Li Jindong was a bit puzzled. Where did she come from? "I don't know, seems like she's from out of town." His subordinate chuckled. "Boss, did you owe someone romance outside?" "Cut it out." Li Jindong scolded as he playfully hit his subordinate. "Where is she?" "She's waiting for you at the bar." His subordinate leered. "That girl is simply irresistible." Li Jindong couldn't be bothered with his subordinate and headed straight to the bar. There he saw a remarkably alluring woman waiting for him. Since she specifically came to find Li Jindong, his subordinate did not dare to disturb her. However, Li Jindong was a bit puzzled as he didn't seem to recognize this woman. "Who are you?" he approached her and asked. "You must be Boss Dong." The woman chuckled lightly, extending her hand towards Li Jindong with charm. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Ding Yao from the Sanlian gang." Upon hearing the name Ding Yao, Li Jindong's expression turned strange. How could this infamous Black Widow be? Could it be because of Shanji? Li Jindong maintained a calm demeanor and shook hands with Ding Yao, saying, "What brings a member of the Sanlian gang to my Hongxing?" Ding Yao smiled and said, "I'm here to investigate the disappearance of Shanji. After all, Shanji is the hall master of our Sanlian gang, and he has gone missing in Hongxing's territory." Li Jindong sneered and said, "So Sanlian gang is here to demand an explanation." Li Jindong knew that this woman was Shanji's lover, but he never expected that she would dare to stand up for him. This was beyond his expectations. However, Ding Yao smiled and said, "Not at all, instead I'm here to seek cooperation." Li Jindong regarded Ding Yao coolly and asked, "May I ask, Miss Ding, how exactly do you propose we cooperate?" The moment he heard her words, alarm bells rang sharply in his mind. He was no weakling like Shanji, someone who lost all composure at the mere sight of a woman. That this woman had appeared at such a moment clearly signaled ulterior motives. Ding Yao, taken aback by Li Jindong's icy detachment, raised an eyebrow in quiet surprise. She possessed unshakable confidence in her own allure. Her charm, she believed, was invariably irresistible. Any man who spent even a brief moment in her presence would inevitably fall under the spell of her refined aura. Yet Li Jindong, a young man brimming with vitality and vigor, remained utterly unmoved by her magnetism, leaving her genuinely startled. Nonetheless, Ding Yao had arrived on official business and replied firmly, "Lei Gong holds Shan Ji in high regard. Since Shan Ji vanished immediately upon arriving in Hong Kong, your Hung Hing Society must provide an explanation." Li Jindong chuckled dryly. "Then let Lei Gong speak to our dragon head himself. This matter is not one for me." Ding Yao smiled faintly. "Lei Gong wishes to avoid public scandal, so he sent me ahead to resolve this dispute. Everyone knows you, Brother Dong, are Brother Kuen's most trusted confidant, so naturally I came first to pay my respects. Moreover, Lei Gong has business proposals he wishes to discuss with Hung Hing, and he asks that you convey them personally." "Certainly," Li Jindong replied with a polite smile. "I'll speak with Brother Kuen." He paused, then added, "Is there anything else? If not, please excuse me." Ding Yao faltered, her composure cracking slightly as frustration tightened her jaw. This man was truly difficult to read, tight-lipped, impenetrable, offering not a single opening. Still, she had no recourse. This was Hung Hing's territory. Seeing Li Jindong remain unmoved, she rose gracefully and said, "Then I shall await your reply, Brother Dong. I'll be staying at the Peninsula Hotel. You may reach me anytime." Looking forward to it. With that, she stepped close and slipped her room key into his pocket, a gesture both bold and brazen one few men could resist. But Li Jindong knew precisely what kind of woman Ding Yao was, and approached her with unwavering caution. He had no intention of taking the bait. Besides, he held little interest in women who offered themselves so readily. After Ding Yao departed, Ah Bao sidled up and murmured, "Brother Dong, that woman is no ordinary one." "Humph." Lei Gong's envoy from the San Lian Bang, Li Jindong sneered. "She's here to exploit Shan Ji's disappearance as leverage. I'll discuss it with Brother Kuen." If all went as expected, Lei Gong's true objective was Hung Hing's newly acquired casino. Previously, Shan Ji, their insider, had served as intermediary. Now that he'd vanished, Ding Yao had been dispatched. The Macau situation was already fraught with complexity, yet another complication had emerged. The leak almost certainly originated from Yulan, that wily old fox. So the San Lian Bang intends to insert itself as well. Brother Kuen's expression darkened. "That old schemer Yulan can lack sincerity. You warned me he'd bring in outside triads. I hadn't anticipated his move would be this swift," Brother Kuen muttered. Li Jindong smiled faintly. "Yulan can means to pressure us, and Lei Gong will certainly seize this opportunity to escalate matters. Then what do we do?" Brother Kuen frowned deeply. "I've just announced our acceptance of the Taipa Casino. Abandoning it now would spark dissent among the brothers. It would also severely damage your reputation. People might assume you fear Macau's factions, or even the San Li Jindong stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Perhaps we should turn their scheme against them." "Oh." Brother Kuen leaned forward, intrigued. "How so?" Li Jindong spoke calmly. "Yulan can seeks to use our strength to balance Macau's power structure. So let us embrace his ruse. Let us root ourselves firmly in Macau instead." Brother Kuen's eyes lit up. "You already have a plan." "Not yet, but we can begin with a reconnaissance visit," Li Jindong replied after a moment's pause. "If you're set on it, I stand behind you without reservation," Brother Kuen declared. "Shall we meet Lei Gong first?" "Agreed." Li Jindong nodded. Days later, Li Jindong sent word to Ding Yao, Brother Kuen, and he would travel to Macau, and would be glad to speak with. Ding Yao waited several days, still no visit to her room. Disappointed, she returned to report to Lei Gong her mission technically complete. Meanwhile, Li Jindong and Brother Kuen arrived in Macau and met Yulan Can, but made no mention of the San Lian Bang, feigning total ignorance of the matter. Yulan Can was visibly surprised, yet since neither man broached the subject, he wisely refrained from raising it. Instead, he warmly escorted them through the newly opened Taipa Hotel, its business thriving thanks to the recent inauguration of the Taipa Ferry Terminal. Merchants and tourists streamed in daily, though its remote location and lack of bus routes still limited it. Once the casino launched, foot traffic would surge dramatically. Brother Dong, the Taipa Casino is now entrusted entirely to Hung Hing. Yulan Can beamed. "I'm certain it will flourish under your stewardship." Li Jindong smiled respectfully. "Uncle Can, you honor me greatly, but I'll spare no effort." After Yulan Can departed, Brother Kuen puffed thoughtfully on his cigar. "This place is truly exceptional." "The more exceptional it seems, the more perilous it likely is," Li Jindong countered, shaking his head. "Funds for the casino's interior renovation will come from society coffers. You needn't spend your own money. This is, after all, a society venture." Brother Kuen considered it, then nodded. "A casino of this scale demands substantial liquidity. I simply don't have those reserves on hand. As you know, my current ventures require considerable capital flow." Brother Kuen burst into hearty laughter. "These days everyone in Hong Kong calls you the king of counterfeits." As the two exchanged banter, a young enforcer rushed in, breathless. "Brother Kuen." "Brother Dong." "Trouble. We've got intruders forcing their way inside." Liang Kuen and Li Jindong's expressions instantly darkened. "It's only the first day here, and someone has already barged in. It seems the visitor is not here with good intentions." Liang Kuen stroked his chin and said directly. Li Jindong was speechless, Brother Kowloon, we are the newcomers. Liang Kowloon cleared his throat twice, and then said to Li Jindong, shall we go out and take a look? Let's go. Li Jindong nodded. After the two left the private room, they saw a stout middle-aged man approaching them. Haha, you two must be friends of Hongxing, right? The stout man laughed loudly upon meeting them. Let me introduce myself, I am Moro Bing of the Number Gang. So it's Brother Bing. Liang Kowloon smiled and said, I've long admired you. Moro Bing waved his hand and said with a smile, I'm just a small character not worth mentioning. I just didn't expect that the dignified leader of Hongxing would come to such a remote place. Liang Kowloon chuckled. It seems Brother Bing is very well informed. Moro Bing's expression suddenly darkened. He certainly knew that Liang Kowloon and Li Jindong were brought here by Yulan Kan. However, he couldn't do anything about Yulan Kan, nor could he do anything to Liang Kowloon. Unless he no longer wanted to live, he would absolutely not dare to touch a hair on Liang Kan's head. Despite being a local tyrant in Haokong, his influence outside of Haokong was indeed limited. However, Moro Bing's character was such that even if he couldn't do anything to Liang Kowloon, he would still find a way to annoy him. Thus he sneered at Liang Kowloon and said, A Kowloon, some people's words cannot be trusted, and some hands should not be meddled with. What kind of person is Liang Kowloon? How could he tolerate this? He immediately retorted, You don't need to say that, Brother Bing. How we Hongxing do things is not up to others to dictate. Ha ha ha. Moro Bing burst into laughter, saying, In Haokong it seems that if there's a business I should get a share. If not, I guarantee you'll have peace all over the world. As he spoke, his expression suddenly turned fierce. No matter who you are. Liang Kowloon, not to be outdone, replied, All right, I'm waiting. Moro Bing snorted coldly and turned to leave. Today was not a good time to start a conflict. Moreover, Liang Kowloon was not the one in charge of affairs in Haokong, so confronting him was pointless. However, Li Jindong, who was next to Liang Kowloon, caught Moro Bing's attention. After exiting, he said to his lieutenant Lan Ming Long, go investigate that guy called Huadong. Lan Ming Long nodded, got it, boss. Just as Yulan Kan left, Moro Bing brought people to the door. Li Jindong said with a cold smile, It seems that the situation in Haokong is getting out of control faster than expected. Liang Kowloon said unhappily, That scoundrel Moro Bing, relying on his seniority, has long been disliked by others. Adon, you need to be careful here. If it's really necessary, just retreat. There's no need to compete with that old man. As for the gossip within the gang, I can help you handle it. Liang Kan's words truly touched Li Jindong. After all, if this matter was not handled well, Li Jindong would be publicly criticized. Despite everyone praising him now, if the affairs in Haokong tarnished the gang's reputation, those older members and hall masters within the gang would seize the opportunity to criticize him. Liang Kan's statement implied that he was backing Li Jindong. However, Li Jindong was not someone easily intimidated and smiled at Liang Kowloon, saying, Brother Kowloon, I haven't lost yet. Don't curse me, you little brat. Liang Kowloon slapped Li Jindong lightly. Li Jindong smiled and said, Besides, we still have other troubles that haven't been resolved. There are so many issues, one more doesn't matter. Liang Kowloon frowned and said, The Sanlian gang from Ezhou. That's right, that old man Legong wants to use the matter of Shanji to make a fuss. He wants to arrange a meeting with you in Haokong. Li Jindong said to Liang Kowloon, That Ding Yao is the one for this purpose. Then let's meet. Liang Kowloon smiled and said, When Legong was the leader of the Sanlian gang, I was still a henchman next to Jiangzhan. Li Jindong smiled and said, Then he'll make the arrangements. Meanwhile, in a luxurious mansion in Haokong. This was the seaside mansion that Legong had casually bought during his last visit to Haokong. The environment here is quite good, and Legong is very satisfied with this mansion. At this moment, he is drinking tea on the rooftop terrace. Ding Yao walked up swaying her hips and directly sat down next to Legong. Seeing Ding Yao's expression, Legong curiously asked, Why do you look so glum? Did you not get things sorted out? No, it has been sorted out. Ding Yao replied directly. Liang Kowloon agreed to. Then why the long face? Oh, it seems you couldn't handle Liang Kan's cousin. Legong put down his teacup, smiling. Speaking of this matter, Ding Yao was quite depressed. With her charm, she didn't expect to fail even with a young kid. This gave Ding Yao a strong sense of defeat. It was the first time she met a man like Li Jindong. If it were any other man, they would have already rushed over. Legong smiled and said, As long as the goal is achieved, it's fine. When and where is the meeting? It's at the nightclub in the Tonka Hotel in Haokong. Ding Yao said directly. Legong nodded. Then there's no problem. Gao Jia, make sure you have people ready to ambush. The casino in the Tonka Hotel is a must for me. Gao Jia nodded. No problem, boss, I've already arranged for the gunmen to come. That night at the Tonka nightclub. Today the place had been cleared out, specifically reserved for Liang Kowloon and Legong to negotiate. Legong, this old man, arrived fashionably late, a bit later than the agreed time. However, upon entering he laughed heartily. A Kowloon, long time no see. Legong, you still look as robust as ever. Liang Kowloon also smiled and shook hands with Legong. After both sat down, Legong got straight to the point and said, A Kowloon, I invited you here today because I have some benefits to offer you. Liang Kowloon sneered inwardly but still expressed surprise, saying, Lei Gong is an old senior. I wonder what benefits you can offer me. How about you give me half of the shares of the Tonka Hotel? Lei Gong said directly with a smile. Liang Kuan was somewhat surprised. Lei Gong is quite well informed, isn't he? He already knows this. Of course I have my channels. Lei Gong said with a smile. In any case, I won't let you suffer any losses. With that, Lei Gong snapped his fingers, and someone brought over 2 boxes. Inside were stacks of cash looking particularly enticing. However, Lei Gong, perhaps due to his old age or having been out of the game for too long, clearly had a misunderstanding of Liang Kuan. Here are 30 million. How about it? This should be more than enough to buy shares in your casino. Lei Gong said proudly. Liang Kuan looked at the money on the table and was somewhat speechless. After all, Liang Kuan was not lacking in money at all. He had accumulated a considerable fortune from his previous ventures. A mere tens of millions was nothing to him. Even a small target wasn't worth his attention. The goods that Big Brother B had gotten rid of were already close to 70 million. To think that Lei Gong wanted to buy shares in a casino like this with such a small amount of money. This made Liang Kuan feel insulted. His expression darkened as he coldly said, Lei Gong, you truly are a successful businessman. You think a mere tens of millions can buy half the shares of the casino? Where can I find such a good deal? I want to see it. Lei Gong's tone also grew somber. Ah Kuan, you are clearly unwilling. Liang Kuan replied coolly, Lei Gong, you obviously think of me as a child. The horse racing club you bought from Niao Tian back in Haogong was certainly not just a small amount of money. Mentioning the horse racing club directly touched on Lei Gong's sore spot. Who didn't know that Lei Gong had taken over a huge mess from Niao Tian back then? This incident had already become a laughingstock in the underworld. Now that Liang Kuan said this, it was akin to dancing on his landmines. Lei Gong exploded in anger. Ah Kuan, you need to help me arrange for those 50% shares. It seems Lei Gong has decided to pin me down today. Liang Kuan said with a cold smile. That's right, I've got you pinned. Lei Gong looked towards Gao Jia. Gao Jia immediately whistled, waiting for his gunman to rush in. But after waiting for a long time, there was still no movement from the back of the nightclub. Then a lazy voice came over. Stop whistling country bumpkin while your boss was negotiating with my brother. Just now I already took care of all your men. Li Jindong came in with Fu Guang, and his underlings were dragging in a few men dressed in black suits. These were the gunmen that Gao Jia had ambushed ahead of time. Seeing this scene, Lei Gong's expression was extremely grim. He never expected that the other side would be prepared for him in advance. Liang Kuan coldly said, Lei Gong, if you want to swallow our Hongxing whole, I doubt you have such an appetite. Old man, do you think it's still decades ago? Liang Kuan directly slapped Lei Gong's old face, leaving Lei. He never imagined that as the leader of Hongxing he would directly be attacked. This made Lei Gong, who had roamed the underworld for decades, nearly have his eyes pop out. Look at what you're looking at. Liang Kuan said disdainfully, Old bones playing this game with me, you really want to die. Liang Kuan, don't do anything reckless. Lei Gong finally panicked. He felt that his experience was of no use in front of someone like Liang Kuan. Gao Jia, as the bodyguard, wanted to rush up upon seeing his boss being hit. But Li Jindong coldly said to Gao Jia, don't move, or he'll kill you. Fu Guang's underlings had already drawn their guns, pointing them at Gao Jia's forehead. If he dared to make any sudden moves, the result would definitely be disastrous. Liang Kuan grabbed a wine bottle and smashed it down on Lei Gong's head. Immediately blood flowed from Lei Gong's forehead as he clutched his head and screamed in agony. Liang Kuan coldly stated, Old man, dare to threaten me. Do you believe I can make it so that none of you can leave, and you dare to bring the matter of the mountain chicken to trouble me? Do you think you are worthy? Liang Kuan was not just bluffing. The people Li Jindong brought could easily take care of Lei Gong's men. However, if he really did that, Hongxing's plans in Haogong would be ruined. Lei Gong was not just any simple character. He was a legislator from Ezhou. If he died in Haogong, the Haogong police would definitely not let it slide. Take your money and get lost. Liang Kuan waved his hand and said, next time keep your eyes open. Trying to play hardball with me. Old bones. Having suffered such a huge loss, Lei Gong naturally didn't dare to stay here any longer. He was wordlessly assisted by several bodyguards and quickly left the nightclub. He didn't even dare to leave a harsh word behind. After all, Liang Kuan was bold enough to directly attack him. It was not impossible for him to be killed. This guy was a madman who didn't play by the rules. Watching the Sanlian gang leave in a sorry state, Liang Kuan suddenly smiled. That felt damn good. Li Jindong laughed and said, it seems Lei Gong offended you before. That old man, when he was being friendly with Jiang Zhun, had given me a face full of disdain. I naturally had to teach him a lesson. Liang Kuan chuckled, but soon he worriedly said to Li Jindong, however, little brother, is this going to be a problem? It's a real hassle, though I advised you long ago. Li Jindong said with a smile. Driving Lei Gong away is also a warning to that fish lantern guy, letting him know that we Hongxing are not soft persimmons to be squeezed. Liang Kuan nodded. That's the reasoning. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'm heading back to Shanjiang. The matters here in Haogong will be left to you. Li Jindong nodded. I'll see you off. Lei Gong, with blood on his head covering his forehead, walked out of the Tamzai Hotel. The news immediately spread across Haogong. Yulan Kin was the first to receive the news. Upon hearing it, he felt a jolt in his heart. Boss, should we go talk to Lei Gong about this? His underling asked Yulan Kin. Yulan can feeling a bit of a headache replied, at Lei Gong's age being beaten up like this how can we talk? Originally Yulan Kan's plan was for the Sanlian gang to contain Hongxing and then to stand against Moro. He had calculated that this would allow for a balance of power in Haogong. He would have plenty of operational space in between. However, he didn't expect Liang Kuan from Hongxing to be so ruthless and to beat Lei Gong without a second thought. Now Yulan Kan's plan was effectively ruined. The ensuing chain reaction would also be quite troublesome. Most importantly, he was now doubting whether bringing Hongxing in was a good choice. It is uncertain whether it was due to the display of intimidation in front of Lei Gong, but for a period afterward everything went smoothly for Li Zhendong. After reaching an agreement with Yulan Kan, Hongxing started to fund the construction of a new casino. The casinos in Macau are all quite elaborate. Even the largest casino under the Portuguese group was specifically consulted with a master for predictions. However, Li Zhendong did not believe in such things and had no intention of going along with it. But Liang Kuan insisted on inviting a master to come and take a look. Watching the mystic waving a compass around Li Zhendong felt uncomfortable in every way. He could only raise his hand to call the casino designer over and directly inquired no need to listen to this nonsense from the mystic, just follow your design. In fact, the designer responsible for the casino in Macau had long since gained insights. For example, designing the casino like a maze, making it difficult for people to find their way out. For instance, the casino would not have windows or clocks, making it hard for gamblers to perceive the passage of time. Additionally, they could even pump oxygen into the casino to keep the gamblers more energized. These designers from Macau are quite knowledgeable. Li Zhendong felt there was no need to add anything else. Mr. Li, this might not be good, the designer said with a smile. Li Zhendong disdainfully curled his lip and replied, anyway, I will pay their commission as usual. Don't worry about them. Just prepare to start construction. The designer smiled and said, I've already contacted the construction team and we can start any time. Li Zhendong nodded, that's good. You all understand my requirements. I plan to open in a month. If we can't open by then, you know the consequences. Of course, the designer hurriedly replied. Li Zhendong patted the designer's shoulder and said, do a good job and I won't treat you unfairly. After giving some instructions to this designer, Li Zhendong had his underling take a red envelope to send the mystics away. The renovation process was naturally uneventful with nothing much to say. However, after a month, once Li Zhendong finally completed the renovations of the casino, Ma Fa came knocking. But this time it was none other than Ding Yao, who had previously flirted with Li Zhendong in Shanjiang. Ding Yao, since the mask is off, why are you here? Li Zhendong spoke directly. Ding Yao looked at Li Zhendong with a face full of grievances and said, Dong, good, do you really dislike me so much? Yes. Li Zhendong nodded directly. This moment caused Ding Yao to be completely thrown off guard, nearly bursting into an emotional outburst. Fortunately, she managed to hold it in, suppressing her anger as she said to Li Zhendong, Donggo, I am not here on Lei Gong's behalf this time, but for myself. You. Li Zhendong scoffed, what capital do you have to discuss such matters with me? Ding Yao smiled charmingly and said, I know Donggo looks down on me, but we women also have our own ways of survival. Since Donggo thinks so little of me, what about the information regarding the Sanlian gang? Li Zhendong suddenly became interested. Oh, what do you have to say? Ding Yao chuckled and rolled her eyes at Li Zhendong. Donggo, you expect me to just hand over information without anything in return? Isn't that a bit much? Li Zhendong spread his hands and said, you have to show me something real, otherwise how can I trust you? Ding Yao smiled and said, don't worry, as long as Donggo agrees to cooperate, I will quickly tell you a key piece of information regarding Yulan Kan. Li Zhendong knew that the Sanlian gang would find out that Hongxing had acquired the operating rights for the type of casino, and it was definitely Yulan Kan who was behind it. Li Zhendong even suspected that he was not the only one Yulan Kan had approached regarding this matter. Thus, Li Zhendong indeed needed to know how Yulan Kan talk to these gang leaders. After all, knowing oneself and the enemy leads to victory in every battle. Li Zhendong stared at Ding Yao for a moment before suddenly saying, you are not looking for the operating rights of the Macau casino, you are aiming for the position of the Sanlian gang leader, aren't you? Ding Yao's proud smile suddenly froze. Even though she tried hard to conceal it, the shock in her eyes was impossible. Ding Yao even felt as if Li Zhendong had stripped her bare. Dongga, how could you think that? Ding Yao said with a forced smile. Li Zhendong certainly knew what Ding Yao wanted, as he was well aware of the plot. Even if the butterfly effect he caused led to Shan Ji and Chun Haonan meeting their demise early. However, what Ding Yao wanted would surely not change. Li Zhendong chuckled softly and said, as long as you know it yourself, but don't try to play tricks on me, otherwise you will die a miserable death. Remembering how Shan Ji and Chun Haonan were manipulated by a woman like this, Li Zhendong naturally needed to warn her in advance. Ding Yao reined in her emotions and resumed her previous charming demeanor. Who would dare to play tricks on Donggo? I do have many tricks, though. I wonder if Donggo would like to try. Get lost. Li Zhendong waved his hand and said, come back and talk to me when you have the information. Then I'll take my leave for now. Ding Yao stood up and said with a smile. However, once she returned to her car, Ding Yao realized that her back was all. After just a brief chat with Li Zhendong, she felt that this guy was even more cunning than an old fox like Lei Gong. Especially those eyes that seemed to see right through her truly frightened Ding Yao. It is worth noting that Ding Yao had never regarded any man lightly. Li Zhendong, just what kind of guy are you? Ding Yao leaned against the car window, massaging her temples as she murmured to herself. The renovation project was still ongoing, but was mostly completed. There was only about a week left until the opening. However, this time period was the most dangerous. Moro had already come to make a show of force, but Hong Xing showed no signs of retreat. This guy would definitely cause chaos during this period to force Li Zhendong to retreat. Only then could Moro ensure that the underworld in Macau would not be invaded. Yulan Can invited many members of various gangs over, and his intentions were already quite clear. If they could drive away the strongest Hong Xing, the remaining gangs would pose no threat. Yulan Can's plan would die before it even started. So just 3 days before the opening, something happened at Li Zhendong's type of casino. Boss, something happened at the casino. Several croupiers we originally hired suddenly said they wouldn't come. Pu Guang said in a low voice to Li Zhendong. Pu Guang said with some headache, "It will be troublesome if there are no dealers." Li Zhendong replied calmly, "Don't worry, I have been prepared for this." In fact, there are quite a few underground casinos in Xinjiang, but they are all under the control of various gangs. They simply don't dare to put the casinos in the open. Every gang has a few dealers more or less. Bringing them over is still quite simple. Li Zhendong had considered this early on and had communicated with Liang Kuan in advance. As soon as the dealers here encountered trouble, a group of dealers from Xinjiang was summoned over. "This is Luo Sihai, our Hong Xing's gambling expert." The dealer introduced a chubby man to Li Zhendong. Seeing the man's smiling and seemingly harmless demeanor, Li Zhendong didn't expect that he was actually a gambling expert. "Brother Dong, I look forward to your guidance," Luo Sihai said with a smile, shaking hands with Li Zhendong. Li Zhendong laughed and said, "Brother Hai, it should be you who helps us more. It might be a bit dangerous at that time, but I will send someone to protect you." Luo Sihai quickly replied, "With Brother Dong's guarantee, I am definitely at ease." After all, since the other party could target the dealers from Haojiang, they could naturally target these dealers from Xinjiang as well. We cannot be careless about certain matters. Fortunately, although Li Zhendong was young, he rose to power quickly. His reputation within Hongxing was still quite good. This was also the main reason why Luo Sihai and the others were willing to come. Hearing that Li Zhendong was the first to consider their safety issues, Luo Sihai finally breathed a sigh of relief. After chatting with Luo Sihai for a while, Li Zhendong had Pu Guang take them to settle down first. By summoning the dealers from Xinjiang, the people on the Moro Ping side found themselves at a disadvantage. After several attempts, Pu Guang led his men to push back Moro Ping's advances, and it seemed that the opponent had calmed down for a while. However, soon after, other underhanded tactics came one after another. They directly sent people to create chaos, injuring many of the construction workers. Now the workers who were finishing up were all clamoring to strike. "Mr. Li, what do you think about this matter?" the person in charge said with a conflicted expression to Li Zhendong. After all, the person in charge had also sensed that something was wrong, so he was considering leaving. After all, he couldn't afford to offend either side, and it was easy to get into trouble. Right now, it's just that the workers had broken legs, but who knows if it might lead to fatalities later. The project manager didn't want to deal with this kind of situation anymore. Li Zhendong waved his hand and directly said to the construction project manager, "This way, I will double the workers' wages, and during this time their meals and accommodation will be on me. They don't have to go out, so they don't have to worry about being troubled. After the project is completed, would they still chase after us?" Hearing Li Zhendong's generosity, the project manager immediately smiled. "Since Mr. Li has said so, I will go talk to the workers right away. It shouldn't be a problem," Li Zhendong said with a smile. "Then he'll trouble you." "Of course, it's my duty," the project manager replied hastily. After the person in charge left, Pu Guang said irritably, "Boss, continuing like this is not a solution. Just let me take some people and directly take care of Moro Ping." Li Zhendong said irritably, "Do you think this is Xinjiang? Everyone plays with knives here. They have guns too, okay? I heard that there was a street fight in Haojiang before, and even bombs were used. That bastard Moro Ping has an unpredictable whereabouts, and is often surrounded by a large group of people. How do you plan to kill him? Don't throw yourself into the trap." Although Pu Guang was fierce, he was not foolish. Even though his subordinates were all tough guys, they were at a numerical disadvantage. Moreover, Haojiang was their territory, and he was unfamiliar with the area. Charging in directly was not a wise choice. Li Zhendong sneered and said, "But you are right. If we keep playing like this, we will sooner or later be played to death by Moro Ping. Being passively beaten is not my style. We need to take the initiative." Pu Guang said excitedly to Li Zhendong, "What should we do?" Li Zhendong thought for a moment and said, "You first do this." I thought Hongxing was so powerful. Inside Moro Ping's mansion, he was soaking in an outdoor hot spring. Hearing his subordinate Lan Minglong come to report, he said with a face full of disdain. Lan Minglong chuckled. "Hiding in a hotel, like a turtle, I see Hongxing is just that way. They say this Agui Dong is the hottest figure in Xinjiang lately. I think there are really no talents left in Xinjiang." Moro Ping laughed and said, "Don't stop. Since Hongxing is willing to invest, I must ensure that their casino cannot operate. Isn't he hiding in the hotel, like a turtle? Just let him smash the things we renovated for him. Let's see what he will do. Lan Minglong nodded and said, I understand, boss. By the way, I heard that there's a kid called Bengaju who has been quite prominent lately. Find a chance to teach him a lesson. Moro Ping casually instructed this Yulan Can is truly making me laugh. He thinks that just pulling a loser can make. Lan Minglong grinned and said, no problem, I've long been unhappy with that kid. He previously set up his gambling stall on our turf and didn't even pay respects to the doc. This time I must make him call me daddy. Oh, do you know this kid? Moro Ping asked in surprise. Lan Minglong said viciously, indeed there are some grievances. Then go and take care of it. Moro Ping lazily waved his hand. Kill him and don't let them escape. In the deep of night in a casino, suddenly the bouncer let out a thunderous roar. Then several men in black holding shotguns charged out of the casino. Seeing their bags bulging, it was obvious they had just robbed the casino. Damn, the brothers on the street weren't wrong. The casinos in Haojiang are too easy to rob. What the hell are you saying? Lan Minglong had just exited the luxurious residence of Moro when he heard his subordinate report back with a fearful expression, Boss, our territory has been taken over. Who the hell is so bold as to stir up trouble on our turf? Lan Minglong's face twisted with rage. After hesitating for a moment, his underling replied, it seems to be a group of big circles. Are you telling me that a few big circles have taken over our heavily guarded place? Are you all useless? Lan Minglong said, laughing in anger. The underling looked aggrieved as he spoke. Boss, these big circles don't follow any rules. They came in with guns and started robbing, and after robbing they just ran away. Our people couldn't even react. Some money and a slip of paper. Lin Haixing's eyes were bloodshot, tears spilling in chains and falling onto the deck without a sound. On that paper were my uncle's address and telephone number in Hong Kong. Ugh. Lan Minglong was instantly choked up. This command had indeed come from him. After all, Moro had been rather ostentatious recently, attracting the attention of the Haojiang police, which was why he had given that order. He never expected that at this moment they would encounter a robbery by the big circles. This made Lan Minglong furious as he said, damn it, we've been robbed, and you're still talking so much. Notify everyone to flush these people out for me. I want to hang them. Hearing Lan Minglong's order, the underling immediately went to inform all the sites. Meanwhile, at the Li Jindong and Fu Guang watched those big circles happily board a boat with their stolen money, leaving without a care. This made Fu Guang feel a bit jealous. Boss, why let others do such good things? We can do it ourselves. You're just thinking about robbing. Li Jindong said irritably. Isn't it just a bit of itchiness? Fu Guang chuckled. Li Jindong replied calmly, it's not time yet. Wait until these big circles muddy the waters completely, then we can strike. I estimate someone won't be able to sleep well tonight. Fu Guang said with a strange smile. Just as the two were conversing, Fu Guang's underling Xiao Lu rushed over. Boss, that guy Lan Minglong has gone crazy. His casino has been robbed several times in one night, and now he's running around with a gun looking for trouble. Xiao Lu's voice was filled with barely contained laughter. Li Jindong chuckled, this is just the beginning. Once they manage to fend off those big circles, we'll hit them hard. Guang, you prepare your people. I've been waiting for this. Fu Guang laughed. I ordered a batch of weapons from Johnny Wang, they should be arriving soon. The next morning, after a whole night of chaos, Lan Minglong finally had a chance to breathe. His casino had been robbed 7 or 8 times in one night. The entire underling network of Moro was in a frenzy. Not only Lan Minglong, but others were also dealing with these erratic big circles. After the masters under Moro had chased these guys away, they finally sensed something was off. Someone on the streets has been spreading the word that the casinos in Haojiang are easy pickings. These big circles must have brought people over. The underling reported to Lan Minglong. Lan Minglong growled fiercely. Can we find out who spread the word? These big circles must have brought people over. The underling reported to Lan Minglong. Lan Minglong growled. Just as such things suddenly occurred, it was evident that someone was doing it on purpose. Lan Minglong immediately suspected Li Jindong. However, since Li Jindong was with Hongxing, there had been no word of him having ties with the big circles, so he was quickly ruled out by Lan Minglong. Since they couldn't trace the origin of the rumor, Lan Minglong could only instruct all his subordinates to pay more attention to the big circle people. As soon as they showed their faces, they would be targeted by Lan Minglong's underlings. With such strict vigilance, the situation improved slightly the next day. Moro called to inquire about the situation. Hearing that Lan Minglong had suppressed those wild big circles, he just scolded a few times and let him continue his work. Although there were some minor losses, they were still within an acceptable range. The most important thing now was to drive the biggest threat, Hongxing, out. Just after Lan Minglong dealt with the big circles, the Beng Yiju side came looking for trouble again. Boss Beng Yiju and Xiao Liao are causing trouble in our territory and have drawn the police into it. A little brother immediately reported to Lan Minglong. Damn, that Beng Yiju looks like he wants to die. Lan Minglong was already overwhelmed with the big circles, and now Beng Yiju was causing trouble again, making him lose patience instantly. Since their boss also needed to deal with him, might as well do it all at once. Lan Minglong directly told the underling. You take your men and kill Bung Yaju. And that police officer, what's his name? I think it's Shirchi Du. This guy is stubborn. The underling replied to, bring him over, I want to have a chat with him. Lan Minglong said directly. In the afternoon, Bung Yaju and Xiao Liao's group had just been released from the police station. The matters concerning them could at most be classified as gambling, and the Haojiang police had no way to deal with them. However, just as they walked out of the police station, Lan Minglong's people came directly to find them. That's them, kill him. Lan Minglong's underlings saw Bung Yaju and his group, and without saying a word they pulled out their knives and charged at them. Having just emerged from the police station, a few of them were caught completely off guard. They could only fight while running, looking utterly disheveled. Fortunately, Xiao Liao had anticipated that Lan Minglong wouldn't let this go easily, and had arranged for someone to pick them up, allowing them to escape. However, after escaping in a panic, Bung Yaju was not willing to accept this. Damn it, if we let it end here, will I still have a place to stand? Let's fight back immediately. Xiao Liao immediately advised. We only have a dozen brothers, the other side can call in hundreds at any time. Don't act rashly. I know a well-connected police officer, but let's just have him mediate. Another brother of Bung Yaju Gua House, but Bung Yaju shook his head and said, I don't like dealing with police officers. Then Lan Minglong will definitely come looking for trouble everywhere. What should we do? The casino in Taipa had been fully renovated. Workers had received their payments and departed smoothly. Yet Mo Luo Bing's underlings kept showing up uninvited, provoking Li Zhendong's mounting frustration. It seems Lan Minglong still has far too much free time. Li Zhendong snapped at Fu Guang. Brother Guang, muster our men. We strike tonight. No problem, boss. Fu Guang nodded eagerly, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Just as Li Zhendong prepared to lead his men toward Lan Minglong's lair, he suddenly encountered a familiar figure inside the Taipa hotel. Huh, what are you doing here? A woman's voice rang out from behind him. Li Zhendong turned and found himself face-to-face with an old acquaintance, He Tian-er, daughter of the gambling king. He Tian-er in turn had not expected to lay eyes on this insufferable man again in Haojiang. Though Li Zhendong had indeed saved her life, He Tian-er seethed inwardly at his audacity. Yet beneath that resentment flickered something inexplicable, elusive. On more than one occasion she dreamed of him. This infuriating man, night after night. Perhaps it was precisely because no one had ever dared treat her so brazenly that he had etched himself so indelibly into her memory. Li Zhendong fixed her with a wry, half-smiling gaze. Ah, the young mistress. How odd. No sycophant. At least I'm not a brute like you, she retorted, flustered. Li Zhendong chuckled darkly. Pity your father seems intent on marrying you off to this very brute. You're dreaming. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she stamped her foot in indignation. Say another word like that, and I'll have your tongue torn from your mouth. Hehehe. No, the young mistress is utterly untouchable. Li Zhendong teased her twice more, his spirits lifting markedly. To him, He Tian-er was genuinely entertaining to provoke. For a gambling magnate's daughter, her temperament was remarkably balanced. She wielded no undue privilege, indulged in no bullying, and resorted only to sharp-tongued banter. Among heiresses, she stood out as uncommonly grounded. He Tian-er studied him coolly. What mischief brings you back to Haojiang? She recalled firsthand how he'd executed the thug who'd abducted her, and curiosity edged her tone. Li Zhendong spread his hands wide. Your father invited me to oversee the casino at the Taipa Hotel. Sigh. I wonder if the elder truly intends to make me his son-in-law. You wish. She shot him a disdainful glance. What on earth did you do to earn my father's rare favor? Before Li Zhendong could retort, his pulse quickened. An unmistakable premonition, his heart-eye technique, had activated. Danger was near. He spun around, just in time to see several men charging toward them, faces contorted with fury, cleavers already drawn and raised high. Though He Tian-er traveled with 2 bodyguards, they remained oblivious to the threat behind them, until the attackers were already upon them. Protect the young mistress. The guards roared, instantly interposing themselves between He Tian-er and the assailants. But their swift intervention only confirmed the attackers' suspicion that the guards were allied with Li Zhendong. They lunged straight for the bodyguards. Though skilled, the two were hopelessly outnumbered. In moments, both guards crumpled to the floor, bloodied and unconscious. The remaining thugs, spotting He Tian-er, dismissed her as an eyesore and slashed recklessly at her with a single contemptuous stroke. Damn it, Brother Guang. Li Zhendong's expression hardened. At his shout, Fu Guang, dressed in a long trench coat, launched himself forward like a black-winged specter. His Kasaya, demon-subduing art, blurred their vision, felling 2 attackers instantly. Meanwhile, Li Zhendong seized He Tian-er and yanked her sharply behind him. Had he remained ignorant of her identity, he might have looked away. But now that he knew who she was, turning a blind eye would invite grave consequences. Stunned by the sudden assault, He Tian-er had frozen, until Li Zhendong's lightning reflexes pulled her from harm's. Yet rarely having been touched by a man, she felt, despite the peril, a strange fluttering warmth bloomed deep within her chest, as she found herself held against his chest. Li Zhendong, however, harbored no such sentiment. Once he'd secured her in a safe corner, fury ignited in his veins, and he charged the assassin's Hedon. Though seldom tested in real combat, his master-level Xingyi boxing, amplified by extraordinary physical prowess, unleashed terrifying power. Even barehanded, he dispatched the cleaver-wielding henchman with brutal efficiency, one punch, one down. His crushing fist and cannon fist struck in rapid succession, sending each attacker flying backward like ragdolls. To Heathunter, the sight instilled an overwhelming sense of safety. For the first time, a man had made her feel truly secure viscerally and without pretense. Not even her father, the gambling king, had ever evoked such certainty. Pick the tendons. After knocking the last assailant to his knees, spitting blood, Li Jindong flicked his wrist dismissively. Sever their Achilles tendons. Then dump them outside. He needed no confirmation to know who'd sent them. Even if doubt lingered, he laid the blame squarely at Mo Luo, so he asked no questions, only issued the order. Once the attackers were dealt with, Li Jindong turned to Heathunter and sighed, exasperated young mistress. Why does trouble always follow you? Are you cursed? That single line dissolved her gratitude into thin air. She exploded. I should be saying that about you, you bastard. Every time I meet you, nothing good happens. Li Jindong casually dug at his ear. Enough, young mistress. I've urgent matters to attend. Have your family fetch you. Humph, don't bother telling me. She snatched her brick-sized mobile phone and summoned her kin, all the while berating herself. I must have lost my mind to feel even a flicker of fondness for this wretch. Li Jindong spared no thought for her inner turmoil. Instead, he turned to Fu Guang. Enough delay. Assemble the troops. We move now. Fu Guang nodded gravely. They grow bolder and more impatient. If we don't teach them a harsh lesson now, next time, they'll bring firearms, not cleavers. Today, Li Jindong's snarled voice thick with venom. Mo Luo Bing will feel the pain. In his wallet, in his pride, in his flesh. Within minutes, Fu Guang mobilized men and vehicles. Li Jindong assigned 2 loyalists to guard Heathunter until her family arrived, then boarded his car with his entourage and sped away into the dusk. Moments later, Heathunter was escorted back home by the arriving bodyguards. Faced with trouble again, Heathunter said to Xin with a hint of exasperation, Dad, why is it so chaotic outside lately? Xin replied with a somewhat strange expression, things have been quite disorderly outside recently. If there's nothing urgent, try not to go out. But you seem fine, right? I heard you were saved again by that Li Jindong kid. Seems like you two have quite the fate together. At this, Heathunter blushed slightly and retorted, that annoying brat who said we have a deep connection. Though Heathunter spoke defiantly, Xin could see the change in her attitude towards Li Jindong. He had brought Li Jindong over from Hongxing mainly to deal with the Morobei. If he could truly help his daughter walk out from the shadow of Chengzhen, that would be even better. Though she was merely an adopted daughter, Xin still showered Heathunter with love. He smiled and said, have you really thought about what we talked about last time? Heathunter rolled her eyes and said, Dad, can we not talk about this? We've only met a few times. All right, as you wish. Seeing that Heathunter no longer had her previous stubborn attitude, Xin chuckled. However, he wondered if Li Jindong could handle the Morobei. As the other party dared to send assassins to attack him, Li Jindong would naturally not hold back. That night, he led Fu Guang and others to the gambling den of Lan Minglong. Boss, this guy is currently gambling with a few big players inside. Fu Guang smiled and said to Li Jindong, our men are chasing down a guy named the Crack-Toothed Giant. Li Jindong's eyes flashed with sharp light. I've heard about him. The name Crack-Toothed Giant was well known to Li Jindong. Even in the time period he traveled from, he could still hear this guy. However, by that time, he had already fallen from grace with his subordinates engaging in electrical fraud in Southeast Asia. But before that, the Crack-Toothed Giant had wreaked havoc in the Aojiang region for over a decade after the Morobei. With Li Jindong's arrival, naturally, he would have no chance. Even if he wanted to make a comeback, he would have to look at Li Jindong. Alright, while he's not here, let's make our move. Li Jindong directly led his men out of the car and towards the gambling. Several burly men strode towards the gambling den, and the lookout at the entrance immediately became alert. Hey, what are you doing here? Fu Guang laughed sinisterly and said, we're here to take over your shift. Saying this, Fu Guang charged forward, grabbing the other man's neck and throwing him aside. This left the lookout unable to even issue a warning. Subsequently, Fu Guang's men quickly dealt with the outside henchmen of Lan Minglong. They completely sealed off the small gambling den. Meanwhile, Lan Minglong looked smugly at a few bosses in front of him and revealed his trump card. I'm just someone who enjoys playing 8s and 9s. Lan Minglong said with a cigar in his mouth, boasting to the bosses across from him. Damn, this guy is really lucky. The faces of the bosses showed disdain. Just as they were about to reveal their cards, several people suddenly charged into the gambling den. Bang! Fu Guang fired a shot at the ceiling, instantly quieting the chaotic gambling den. The gamblers quickly crouched to the side, not daring to make a sound. Lan Minglong's expression turned extremely unpleasant upon seeing the sudden intruders. He recognized Li Jindong, but he never expected Li Jindong to be so bold as to counterattack him. Everyone, please be quiet. I have a personal grudge with Dragon Brother here. Those who have nothing to do can leave, Li Jindong said calmly. Hearing Li Jindong's words, the gamblers and the bosses immediately breathed a sigh of relief. They abandoned the money on the table and hurriedly got up to leave. Once the gamblers had cleared out, Li Jindong sat down in front of Lan Minglong. At this point, all of Lan Minglong's henchmen were controlled by Fu Guang, and he himself was held at gunpoint. Li Jindong looked at Lan Minglong and slowly said, Lan Minglong, I heard you've been looking for me lately. Isn't it time to settle this? First you came to cause trouble at our gambling den, and now you even sent assassins to kill me. Do you really think I can be easily dealt with? Lan Minglong with a gun to his head looked very grim. A goods dealer, what do you want? I want to ask what Dragon Brother intends to do. Li Jindong said with a cold smile, your boss isn't happy with us. Who the hell sent you to stir trouble in Aojiang? Lan Minglong said coldly, go ahead and kill me. My boss will definitely avenge me. Are you trying to scare me? Li Jindong's eyes flashed with a hint of malice as he grabbed the ashtray on the table and smashed it hard onto Lan Minglong's head. With a dull thud, blood began to flow from Lan Minglong's head. However, this blow ignited Lan Minglong's. In this line of work, few are afraid of death, and Lan Minglong immediately jumped up ready to fight Li Jindong. Unfortunately, Li Jindong was quite skilled, and as soon as Lan Minglong stood up, he was kicked back into his chair by Li Jindong. Are you so eager to die? I just want to kill you right now. At this moment, Fu Guang quietly whispered to Li Jindong with a strange expression, boss, a few sneaky guys are outside. They seem to be with the cracked-toothed giant. Oh, Li Jindong immediately smiled. Let them in. Soon Fu Guang's henchman brought in Cracked-Toothed Giant and his crew. Cracked-Toothed Giant had initially intended to take revenge on Lan Minglong. However, after arriving at Lan Minglong's gambling den, he was quickly subdued by Fu Guang's men outside. Cracked-Toothed Giant thought he was doomed, but upon entering, he saw this scene. Lan Minglong was bloodied while a young man sat in the chair exuding an impressive aura. Boss, this guy is Cracked-Toothed Giant, Fu Guang said with a smile. Li Jindong looked Cracked-Toothed Giant up and down and said with a smile, are you here to seek revenge on Lan Minglong, or to make a name for yourself? Although Cracked-Toothed Giant did not know the other party, he understood that almost no one dared to oppose the Morobang. Only outsiders would dare to do so. He had heard that recently Yulan had invited many outsiders to Aojiang to challenge the Morobang, and they were certainly not simple. Both. Cracked-Toothed Giant took a deep breath and said to Li Jindong, may I ask your name? Hongxing Li Jindong. Li Jindong announced his name and smiled at Beng Yiju. I've heard that in Aojiang you are the only one who dares stand up to Mo Luo Bing's men. I admire that. So it's Brother Dong. Beng Yiju had heard Li Jindong's name before, but he had not expected him to be so audacious. Li Jindong continued to meet is to be fated. Since both of us harbor grudges against this man today, I'll hand this opportunity over to you. Didn't you want to make a name for yourself? Killing Lan Minglong will be enough to launch your reputation across Aojiang. Hearing this, Beng Yiju's men were torn. They had come to settle scores with Lan Minglong, not to slay him. After all, they numbered only a dozen or so foot soldiers. How could they challenge Mo Luo Bing, who commanded tens of thousands? If Lan Minglong were killed, would Aojiang still offer them a foothold? Beng Yiju's strategist Xiao Liao grabbed him and shook his head. If they killed Lan Minglong, they would have no retreat and might even face Mo Luo Bing's fury. Seeing their hesitation, Li Jindong sneered, what is it? You lack the courage to undertake great deeds, he said. I know your fears, but Mo Luo Bing likely won't have the leisure to trouble you right now. This is both your crisis and your chance. Upon hearing this, Beng Yiju recalled the rumors circulating outside Yulan and was already deeply dissatisfied with Mo Luo Bing. If someone local could rise now, Yulan would surely back them. Indeed, as Li Jindong said, it was both a crisis and an opportunity. Staring at the pistol pushed before him, Beng Yiju drew a long breath, picked it up, and said, then thanks, Brother Dong. He raised the gun and aimed at Lan Minglong. Lan Minglong's expression changed. He blustered in a vain attempt at menace. Beng Yiju, how dare you? Had he died at Li Jindong's hand, Lan Minglong could accept it. Li Jindong was a famous underworld figure after all, but to be taken down by someone like Beng Yiju, that would be humiliating beyond belief. No matter the reason, the streets would whisper that Lan Minglong was slain by a nobody like Beng Yiju, branding him a complete failure. Beng Yiju pushed Xiao Liao aside and said coldly, at a time like this, what is there to fear? Lan Minglong immediately shouted, if any of you so much as lay a finger on me, you'll see your entire family wiped out. Beng Yiju sneered, you're finished today, anyway, might as well lend me your head. With that, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang bang bang. Several shots struck Lan Minglong in the chest. Thus Mo Luo Bing's chief enforcer fell dead by Beng Yiju's hand. Li Jindong clapped and laughed. Good, ruthless and decisive. Beng Yiju calmly lowered the gun and said to Li Jindong, Brother Dong, shall we say Lan Minglong was killed? Of course, Li Jindong replied, applauding. He'll make sure this spreads. We'll see that all of Aojiang knows a man like you. Thank you, Brother Dong. Beng Yiju nodded. You're clever, Li Jindong added, patting his shoulder. I hope to see more of you. With that, Li Jindong rose and left the casino with his men. After he departed, Xiao Liao, pale with terror, shouted at Beng Yiju, a Jew, are you out of your mind? We agreed only to confront Lan Minglong verbally. He cried, if you do this now, how will we ever establish ourselves in Aojiang? Beng Yiju remained composed and smiled bitterly. Xiao Liao, did we have a choice? By stepping into this casino today, we sealed our fate, and will have to bear this blame. Xiao Liao cooled quickly and fell into thought. Beng Yiju went on, and Li Jindong is right. This is both a crisis and an opportunity for us. Yulankin has long been at odds with Mo Luo Bing, he continued. If we rise now as a local force, do you think we might gain patronage? Xiao Liao stared in shock. You mean you want to gamble on this? Exactly, Bang Yiju said. Since things have come to this, why not take a gamble? He said fiercely, win, and we gain renown, for life or lose, and at worst we die. His comrades were instantly infected by his boldness. All right, brother Ju, we gamble with you. After a moment's consideration, Xiao Liao also nodded. You're right. We have no... If we are to gamble, then let's go all out. Bang Yiju grinned broadly, and his men cheered in agreement. Boss, why go to such trouble? Let Bang Yiju take out Lan Ming Long. Fu Guang asked Li Jindong with evident puzzlement. Li Jindong said calmly, we need someone to draw Mo Luo Bing's gaze, so we can act on the opportunity. If he is always watching us, how can we find the chance to strike him hard? Fu Guang nodded thoughtfully, so what you really want is not to kill Lan Ming Long, but to take down Mo Luo Bing. Exactly. Li Jindong snapped his fingers. Mo Luo Bing has always been my goal. Later you spread the rumor. Let the whole of Haojiang hear of this. I'm going to meet someone, Li Jindong said. Fu Guang chuckled oddly. The girl from the Somnian gang. TCH, when did you get? Li Jindong swatted Fu Guang irritably, waved him off, and left. At the bar where Ding Yao had arranged to meet, Ding Yao was entertaining a patron. She was skilled at it, treating the man like a toy and leaving him utterly enthralled. Li Jindong walked up and remarked without enthusiasm, you really have too much leisure. Brother Dong, you're here. Ding Yao's face brightened at once. Ding Yao rose, linked her arm with Li Zhendong's, and waved to the middle-aged man she had been toying with. Sorry, I have to excuse myself, I have business. The middle-aged man was unwilling to let go and tried to persist, but Ding Yao's bodyguards blocked him and gave him a harsh lesson. Li Zhendong said coolly to Ding Yao, I heard you have information from Lei Gong's side. I want to hear it. Ding Yao's expression turned grave. I heard Lei Gong say he is preparing to cooperate with Mo Luo Bing. What did you say? Mo Luo Bing widened his eyes as he stared intently at the henchman before him and shouted, say that again. The henchman was nearly scared to death, cold sweat pouring down his face. However, since the boss had asked a question, he dared not remain silent, and could only stammer. Brother Long, he was taken down by someone. Right in our own territory. Damn it. Mo Luo Bing erupted in fury, directly kicking over the coffee table in front of him. Who did this? Mo Luo Bing was well aware that his top henchman Lan Ming Long was not a useless person. On the contrary, he was quite a bold and tenacious fighter. But for such a guy to be taken down right in his own territory, Mo Luo Bing immediately thought of those external forces. Only they would have the power to accomplish such a feat. However, the henchman's response soon left him stunned again. It was a kid called Ben Yiju. The henchman said honestly, I heard before that Brother Long sent someone to take them down, but I never expected they would fight back and kill one of our own. Previously, Mo Luo Bing had instructed Lan Ming Long to deal with Ben Yiju, but it was precisely because of this incident that Lan Ming Long had fallen into a trap, leaving Mo Luo Bing aghast. His face darkened as if he were about to drip water, and he gritted his teeth at the henchman, saying, send out the order. I want to eliminate this Ben Yiju, he must die. The henchman, already petrified by Mo Luo Bing's rage, immediately breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing he could issue orders. He scrambled out of Mo Luo Bing's mansion. The fact that Mo Luo Bing's top henchman had been taken out was a major event in Haojiang. After learning about this incident, many people couldn't help but feel glee, especially those gangs that had long been suppressed by Mo Luo Bing. For example, Shui Fong and Enlo. The number gang that Mo Luo Bing was part of had kept these years under pressure from Enlo. Seeing Mo Luo Bing's misfortune, they were elated. Especially recently, Shui Fang's Lai was overjoyed. These young people finally saw hope for a breakthrough. It is worth noting that these young minds in Haojiang had long wanted Mo Luo Bing dead. Moreover, Ben Yiju had completely become the focal point of Haojiang. This matter soon reached Yulan Kan's ears. Oh, there's such a fierce young man in Haojiang. Yulan Kan, his subordinate, reminded him, boss, this Ben Yiju is also one of the candidates you are considering. Is that so? Yulan Kan nodded. Indeed, my judgment is still commendable. Where is he hiding now? Just say I want to invite him. Actually, Yulan Kan had long wanted to bring someone out to challenge Mo Luo Bing. However, the previous candidates he picked either lacked strength and were easily dealt with by Mo Luo Bing, or quickly defected to Mo Luo Bing's side, nearly driving Yulan Kan mad. Now, with such a character emerging, Yulan Kan was confident that he could make him stand against Mo Luo Bing in no. His subordinate immediately said to Yulan Kan, I have already invited him, he should be here soon. Very. Yulan Kan nodded in satisfaction, but suddenly recalled something and asked his subordinate, by the way, how is it on the Hongxing side? Didn't I hear that a Huadong is quite fierce? Why hasn't there been any movement for so long? The subordinate hesitated for a moment and said awkwardly, I heard that when Mo Luo Bing sent someone to attack Li Zhendong, he happened to run into the heiress of the He family, and Li Zhendong saved her life, so he is dining at the He residence today. Upon hearing this, Yulan Kan was speechless. No way could this kid really be making rapid progress. At this moment, Li Zhendong was indeed dining at the He residence. After all, he had just saved He Tian'er's life, and He Xian as her father certainly had to show gratitude. Otherwise, people would say He Xian was ungrateful. Yet this meal was a bit awkward. Before Li Zhendong took his leave, He Xian even asked He Tian to see. As they walked out of the He residence, He Tian with a haughty expression said to Li Zhendong, "Today's meal was Dad's treat, don't misunderstand." Li Zhendong wanted to retort that the haughty young lady had long since lost her charm. Moreover, he truly had no intention of becoming a son-in-law. After all, he was holding a system. How could he lower himself to be a son-in-law? So he smiled at He Tian and said, "No misunderstanding you, I know you're not interested in me, so it's best we don't meet in the future, you jinxed young lady." You. He Tian was instantly infuriated by Li Zhendong. However, before she could explode, Li Zhendong had already stood up to leave. After all, he had many things to attend to. Boss Mo Luo Bing is already furious and has issued a bounty to chase down Ban Yiju. Fu Guang said with a grin. Li Zhendong sneered, "The time is ripe. Notify Ding Yao to come over. Just tell her I want to see her." Fu Guang nodded and immediately notified Ding Yao. By the time Li Zhendong returned to the hotel, Ding Yao was already waiting for him. Ding Yao swayed her figure as she walked towards Li Zhendong, smiling as she said, "So how is it? Brother Dong, have you decided your head?" Li Zhendong rolled his eyes and said, "If you don't speak properly, you can just leave." Ding Yao immediately became serious and said to Li Zhendong, "You were in such a hurry to find me, does that mean you've agreed to cooperate?" Li Zhendong nodded and said, "I have an idea that can help you eliminate Lei Gong, let you grasp the overall situation of the San Lian gang, and also hit Mo Luo Bing hard." Ding Yao's eyes lit up. "What plan? Tell me." Li Zhendong said directly, "Recent events have put a lot of pressure on Mo Luo Bing. He will definitely look for someone to discuss cooperation with Lei Gong. At that time, you just need to do this." Hearing Li Zhendong outline his plan, Ding Yao couldn't help but smile. "Great plan. Brother Dong, you truly are." Li Zhendong said lightly, "How it plays out will depend on your abilities. Once you handle Lei Gong, I have another plan to help you secure this position." Though Ding Yao was smart, she was still a woman. Managing the overall situation was her weak point. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so eager to cling to Li Zhendong's thigh. It's a pity she couldn't make Li Zhendong fall for her, otherwise she wouldn't have to listen to his cryptic words. These bastards really think I'm getting old. After the death of the reckless dragon, many began to stir. They wanted to challenge the position of the aging lion Mo Luo Bing. With the death of the reckless dragon, it fully exposed the waning power of Mo Luo Bing. A few years ago, who would dare to touch Mo Luo Bing's right-hand man? Within 3 minutes, their entire family would be wiped out. Now, however, Ban Yiju was not only unscathed, but was thriving even more. This nearly drove Mo Luo Bing mad. It was obvious that Yulan Kin, that old fellow, was behind it. He wanted to create a situation where it seemed Mo Luo Bing was no longer formidable, inciting everyone to attack. Mo Luo Bing immediately felt a great deal of pressure. He could not help but think carefully about the olive branch extended by the San Lian gang a few days prior. Before this, he had not regarded Lei Gong as someone worth allying with. After all, this was how Jiang and Mo Luo Bing believed. He did not need to ally with anyone. But the situation had changed. He did not want to be besieged by a pack of wolves, so he needed an ally to help share the pressure. As for what Lei Gong sought, it was merely a foothold in how Jiang to establish himself. This small request was not something Mo Luo Bing took to heart, as long as he could get through this crisis. After pondering for a moment, Mo Luo Bing picked up the phone and dialed Lei Gong's number. "Lei Gong, I've thought about what you said." "Ah, Bing, you've come to your senses," Lei Gong said with some surprise. Mo Luo Bing smiled and replied, "I'll have someone come by tomorrow to discuss the details with you." Even though he agreed to cooperate, Mo Luo Bing's inherent arrogance did not dissipate. Even if both sides were to cooperate, such matters generally required the leaders to finalize them personally. However, Mo Luo Bing still maintained his demeanor. Lei Gong, on the other hand, was not too concerned, chuckling. "No problem, I'll be waiting." "Then it's settled," Mo Luo Bing said before hanging up. After hanging up, Lei Gong immediately called for Ding Yao. "Ding Yao, you don't need to trouble yourself. Mo Luo Bing has already agreed to cooperate." Lei Gong was evidently in a good mood, his tone quite relaxed. However, a glimmer of light flashed in Ding Yao's eyes, quickly turning into a charming smile, as she said to Lei Gong, "Then I must congratulate you." Lei Gong smiled and said, "Since Yulan Kin is unwilling to help, there will always be someone willing to assist. I've already negotiated with Mo Luo Bing. As long as we cooperate and help him withstand some pressure, he will support our San Lian gang in opening a casino here in Haojiang." Ding Yao nodded. "Then you have indeed achieved your wish. However, I'm somewhat uneasy about that Mo Luo Bing fellow, so I need you to help me interact with him more. You should understand what I mean," Lei Gong said with a peculiar smile. Although Ding Yao was nominally Lei Gong's woman, he had long since lost interest. Ding Yao, following him, generally acted as a social butterfly. Over the years, she had accompanied countless men for Lei Gong. Ding Yao had wanted to kill him for quite some time. At this moment, a heavy murderous intent surged in her eyes. However, Ding Yao quickly concealed it carefully. Her plan was about to succeed, and she did not want to attract Lei Gong's attention at this time. So Ding Yao obediently agreed. "You know I would never refuse you." Lei Gong immediately smiled. "Great. After settling things here in Haojiang, I'll hand over the leader of the Poison Snake Hall to you." Ding Yao sneered inwardly as sure enough, it was that familiar pattern of making promises. However, this time, Ding Yao wanted more than just a minor position as the leader of the Poison Snake Hall. She wanted the entire San Lian gang. Li Zhendong had not yet rested, he had just hung up the phone. He then called for Fu Guang. "I'll go to Lei Gong's mansion tomorrow and help Ding Yao," Li Zhendong said directly. "And keep an eye on Mo Luo Bing's subordinates, see where he is hiding." Fu Guang nodded, saying, "But boss, this woman is not simple." Li Zhendong chuckled lightly at Fu Guang's warning. "I know, I've known for a long time. This was my suggestion for—" Fu Guang was somewhat surprised. "Huh?" Li Zhendong said blandly. "Helping Ding Yao can pull the San Lian gang onto our side, then pin Lei Gong's downfall on Mo Luo Bing. With the combined strength of our two factions, we should be able to bring down Mo Luo Bing." Li Zhendong clearly understood that as long as Mo Luo Bing was still around, their casino would never have a peaceful opening. Moreover, with Yulan Kan's character, he would not allow Li Zhendong to develop his influence in Haojiang. Therefore, Li Zhendong did not intend to follow their script. He needed to create a situation that was beneficial to himself. Fu Guang nodded, saying, "Then should we prepare?" "I've already notified Brother Kun. He will send people to support us," Li Zhendong said directly. Fu Guang nodded. "Then there won't be any problems." The next day, Mo Luo Bing sent a subordinate to Lei Gong's mansion for negotiations. This guy was nicknamed Luo Han and was quite burly. Generally speaking, Mo Luo Bing would not send someone like this for such matters. However, with the reckless dragon dead, he had no trust in anyone else, so he could only send him over. However, this Luo Han sent by Mo Luo Bing was quite unreliable, showing no regard for the San Lian gang at all. Even while waiting for Lei Gong, his gaze kept wandering over to Ding Yao. His eyes were filled with a greedy desire for possession. Ding Yao had long been used to such gazes. However, it was precisely because of this that she deliberately swayed in front of him. "Big brother Lei Gong will be down soon, please have some tea," Ding Yao gently said to Luo Han in front of her. Luo Han chuckled, deliberately reaching to touch Ding Yao's hand. "It's fine, I can wait." "How annoying." Ding Yao playfully scolded Luo Han, her charm completely captivating him. She then swayed her hips and headed upstairs. Luo Han immediately laughed to himself, saying, "I didn't expect Lei Gong to keep such a beauty, though I won't hesitate to take advantage of that later." After Ding Yao went upstairs, she directly walked into Lei Gong's office. "Has Mo Luo Bing's person arrived?" Lei Gong asked directly. Ding Yao nodded, saying, "He's already here." "Then what are you waiting for? Bring him up to see me." Lei Gong frowned. Ding Yao suddenly smiled at Lei Gong. "There's no need, you don't need to see him." Lei Gong was momentarily stunned by Ding Yao's words. Then a crushing wave of suffocation seized him. He thrashed wildly, soon discerning the figure whose hands were throttling his throat. It was Gao Jia, the man who had long remained silent as a mute. Lei Gong could never have imagined that Gao Jia would betray him. After all, this man had served as his personal bodyguard for over a decade, unwaveringly loyal. Gazing into Lei Gong's shock-stricken eyes, Gao Jia spoke calmly, "Don't blame me, brother Lei. I've been longing to be with Ding Yao." Ding Yao approached Lei Gong with a blossoming smile, gripping his struggling hands with iron resolve. Her eyes burned with bone-deep hatred. "You should have seen it coming. Yet you've grown old, useless, and obsolete." Ding Yao knew Lei Gong better than anyone. She knew precisely how to humiliate him. As his nominal mistress, she dallied with others, and he'd never cared. Indeed, Lei Gong had always treated her as a mere tool. Yet his greatest vulnerability lay not in his age, but in his pride to question his judgment, to declare him outdated. That was the ultimate disgrace. His eyes bloodshot and bulging, he glared at Ding Yao. Yet she met his gaze without flinching. With a chilling smile, she declared, "Rest assured. Under my leadership, the San Lian gang shall rise to even greater glory." DREAM. Lei Gong choked out the two words with agonizing effort. Ding Yao erupted into manic laughter. "Pity. You'll never live to see it." Within minutes, his struggles weakened, then ceased entirely. His hands, once clenched in defiance, fell limp. His body slumped lifelessly into the chair, eyes wide open, unblinking. Ding Yao laughed wildly. "Can't even die in peace. Then I'll force your eyes shut myself." And with cruel finality, she slammed his eyelids closed. Gao Jia instantly wrapped his arms around Ding Yao, trembling with exhilaration. "Yao, we've waited for this day so long." It sounded like a dog, yet also like someone deliberately driving it toward them. Lin Haixing huddled in the corner of the cabin, his face ashen, lips trembling. He scarcely dared to breathe. Gao Jia instantly stilled, his ragged breath subsiding. He knew this was no time for passion. The deed had to be pinned squarely on that monk Luo Han. He nodded firmly, "I'll handle it immediately." Ding Yao meanwhile gently arranged Lei Gong's corpse, smoothing his features until he resembled a man merely asleep. She adjusted his clothing, then descended to invite Luo Han upstairs. The monk, already restless from waiting over tea, rose at once upon seeing her. His gaze, however, never strayed from the sway of her hips, drunk with infatuation. Only upon entering Lei Gong's office did he reluctantly tear his eyes away. Ding Yao let out a soft laugh. "Brother Lei is waiting inside. Please go in." Luo Han strode confidently toward the office door. Inside, he found Lei Gong seated in his armchair, back turned to the entrance. Luo Han called out, "Brother Lei." Receiving no reply, his impatience flared. What's the meaning of this? You summon me, then say nothing. He strode forward, slapped Lei Gong's shoulder, and spun the chair around. Then terror-struck, Lei Gong crumpled forward, collapsing face down onto the desk. Luo Han recoiled in shock, immediately checking for a pulse. Lei Gong was long dead. Before he could react, a scream pierced the hallway. Help! Brother Lei has been murdered. Luo Han instantly realized he'd been framed, and the culprit was almost certainly that scheming woman Ding Yao. Enraged, he lunged toward the door to hunt her down. But heavy footsteps thundered up the stairs, suddenly halting his fury. He stood alone. Lei Gong's guards numbered at least a dozen. Worse still, they all carried firearms. Even if his body were forged of steel, he'd be riddled with bullets before he landed a single blow. His eyes darted frantically, then locked onto a window in the office, slightly ajar. Below, a car sat parked, just enough to escape Lei Gong's compound. Without hesitation, Luo Han barricaded the office door, wrenched open the window, and leapt. The fall left him half-dazed, but he scrambled upright, wrenched open the car door, ignited the engine, and roared out. From afar, Ding Yao and Gao Jiao watched the car vanish, then picked up a walkie-talkie and dialed Li Zhendong. Brother Dong. The deed is done. Understood. Excellent work. Li Zhendong replied with a chuckle before hanging up. Fu Guang, brimming with anticipation, pressed boss. When do we strike? Li Zhendong glanced at the firearms in Fu Guang's hands and smiled. Junie Wang moves fast indeed. Fu Guang grinned back. We paid extra. Well done. Has Brother Kuen's team arrived yet? Li Zhendong asked sharply. Who did he send? Me, of course. Kong Long swaggered into the hotel, beaming. Brother Dong. I heard you were in trouble, so I brought reinforcements. Right? Li Zhendong beamed with relief, rushing forward to embrace Kong Long. Brother Kong Long. Your presence is the best possible news. He'd expected someone minor from Brother Kuen. Never imagined Kong Long himself would come. Now Li Zhendong felt truly secure. Kong Long had transformed Tun Mun into a unified stronghold. His methods were unquestionably ruthless. Placing him in command against Mo Luo Bing posed no challenge. Kong Long grinned. I brought over 500 men. Surely that's enough. Li Zhendong smiled. More than enough. You only need to hold the line. Kong Long raised an eyebrow. And what about you? Playing absentee boss. Li Zhendong's smile turned enigmatic. I'm off to accomplish something earth-shattering. Kong Long caught on instantly. You're going after Mo Luo Bing yourself. They say he's nearly impossible to locate. Do you know where he is? Li Zhendong chuckled. Of course. Without exceptional skill, I wouldn't dare claim I could take him down. Yet your role remains vital. How much profit the Hung Hing reaps from this affair depends entirely on you. The dinosaur was a seasoned veteran, able to understand what Li Zhendong meant. Once the Moro Bing fell, chaos would surely ensue in his territory. At that time, the forces from Haojiang, Xiangjiang, and others would ravenously divide Moro Bing's territory. How much could be claimed would depend on the dinosaur's prowess. However, upon learning that Li Zhendong had sent him to handle this matter, the dinosaur expressed some grievances, saying, You should have told me earlier. I could have brought more people. Li Zhendong chuckled and replied, I brought over 500 people, and you have more than 500 as well. 1,000 daring and capable lackeys are sufficient. Haojiang and Xiangjiang were too close. If too many people were mobilized into Haojiang, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the local underworld forces. If they were targeted by a coalition, it could become quite troublesome. The dinosaur nodded, saying, That's true. Fine, I understand. I'll handle things here. Li Zhendong nodded. Then I'll trouble you, Brother Dinosaur. After chatting for a while, news came from the lackeys sent by Li Zhendong to keep an eye on Luohan. They followed Luohan's vehicle and located Morabing's residence. However, they did not dare to get too close but confirming the general location was already sufficient. Li Zhendong immediately took Pu Guang and a dozen subordinates, driving towards Morabing's mansion. Just as Morabing showed signs of vulnerability, the other members of the Haojiang gang pounced like hyenas. Although they could not kill him in the short term, Morabing the old lion was already showing signs of fatigue. His lackeys were overwhelmed by the sudden upheaval. Most importantly, there was not a shred of good news. The reports from his lackeys were all bad news. What now? Morabing frowned and impatiently asked the lackey who rushed in, What's going on? The lackey's expression was somewhat strange as he reported, Boss Luohan has returned. Oh, Morabing said casually, It seems a deal was struck. Why hasn't he come in yet? Just as he finished speaking, the clumsy Luohan walked in from outside. However, he looked disheveled, covered in dust, with even bloodstains on his cheeks, causing Morabing's heart to sink. Luohan loudly declared, Not good, boss. Lei Gong from the Sanlian gang is dead. Someone is trying to frame us. What? Morabing's eyes widened in shock. How did Lei Gong die? Luohan did not dare to waste time and hurriedly explained the whole story to Morabing. After hearing this, Morabing kicked over the tea table in front of him, which had been changed several times. That woman has some nerve, Morabing said furiously. Luohan replied apprehensively, Now this mess is firmly on our heads. Should we explain ourselves? Explain. Morabing snapped. Even if we do, they might not believe us. We're already pinned with this blame. You need to spread the word outside saying this matter is an internal issue of the Sanlian gang and has nothing to do with us. If that doesn't work, you'll have to run. Lei Gong held an official position as a legislator in Izhou. Such a person dying in Haojiang would certainly provoke the local police's ire. Thus Morobing immediately suppressed this news. However, it would be impossible to silence such rumors relying solely on media power. Now the word was spreading outside that Morobing and Luohan had conspired to murder Lei Gong of the Sanlian gang. Moreover, the claims had some substance, and many believed them. The Sanlian gang also caught wind of the news and dispatched people to Haojiang. They booked a conference room at a hotel and convened a meeting. Our gang leader Lei Gong has unfortunately been betrayed and harmed by Luohan of the Haoma gang, dying in a foreign land. Before his death, gang leader Lei Gong left a will stating that in the event of his untimely demise or accident, all affairs of the gang will be temporarily managed by Ms. Ding Yao. After the triannual Sanlian gang meeting, a new leader will be elected. Those present from the Sanlian gang exchanged glances, but no one stood up to oppose. After all, this matter seemed complex, and they didn't want to wade into murky waters. Besides, it was just a temporary position for the acting leader. Giving it to her was no big deal. After all, there was still more than a year to elect a new leader, perfectly passing this tricky issue to Ding Yao to resolve. Thus no one stood up to object. In contrast, Ding Yao appeared somewhat excited, but quickly suppressed it. She stood up and bowed to the Sanlian gang members, saying, "I will definitely provide an explanation for Lei Gong's matter." The crowd said nothing more and could only nod. After finishing the matters, Ding Yao went straight to the casino along the way, this guy Gao Jie kept talking non-stop. "I have already resolved the Sanlian gang's influence in Izhou Kaohsiung, and I plan to nominate for the vacant position in the legislative yuan following the old man's path." Ding Yao chuckled, saying, "You seem quite excited today, talking a lot. I've been a bodyguard for the old man for so many years, I haven't had the chance to talk so happily in a long time." Gao Jie said with a smile. However, he soon spotted a man he did not want to see. This man was Li Zhendong. Having had some past grievances, Gao Jie's expression darkened immediately upon seeing him. What is this guy doing here? Shangjiang and Haojiang are not our territories. Cooperating with them is advantageous for us. Gao Jie said warily, "You're not interested in him, are you?" Ding Yao immediately laughed. "After secretly dating you for so many years, do you still not trust me? I had a Shanji before, I don't want another one." Gao Jie said, displeased. Ding Yao immediately laughed. "I never expected you, Gao Jie, to lack confidence in." Used to Ding Yao's persuasion tactics, Gao Jie quickly compromised, saying, "I trust you. In 3 years you continue as the leader, and I'll keep being your loyal mute." As she spoke, Ding Yao suddenly pulled out a handgun from her bag and fired several shots into Gao Jie's abdomen. Gao Jie's eyes widened in terror, staring incredulously at the woman in front of him, his gaze filled with shock, anger, and unwillingness. A sycophant meets a grim end. That is an immutable law of nature. Gao Jie, blind to his own worthlessness, would certainly not be spared by Ding Yao. After eliminating him, Li Zhendong remarked coolly, "This man has 9 lives. I suggest you fire 2 more rounds." Ding Yao smiled and nodded, then discharged 2 additional shots into Gao Jie's body before holstering her pistol. Li Zhendong calmly instructed his men to dispose of Gao Jie's corpse, then turned to Ding Yao and said, "Return and prepare the Sanlian gang. Once I settle matters with Mo Luo Bing, your faction may move in." Ding Yao gazed at Li Zhendong, her face alight with delight. "Brother Dong, you've tracked down that old fox Mo Luo Bing." Li Zhendong gave a slight nod. "I've located his lair. How much you seize thereafter depends entirely on your own skill." Ding Yao smiled and replied, "I shall follow your lead without question, Brother Dong." Li Zhendong sneered inwardly. The woman's ability to shift masks was truly astonishing. Yet he said nothing further, only adding, "Should you execute this matter flawlessly, the position of acting head of the Sanlian gang shall be yours to hold. The rest is yours to orchestrate." Ding Yao drew closer, her voice low and alluring. "Brother Dong, you promised to aid me. My reach does not extend to Izhou. Ultimately it rests upon your shoulders." Ding Yao's expression darkened with grievance, but Li Zhendong remained unmoved. Such a widow-like woman, cold, calculating, and lethal, was precisely the kind Li Zhendong had no intention of entangling himself with. Having briefed Ding Yao, he departed immediately with Fu Guang and others for Mo Luo Bing's mansion. Meanwhile, Mo Luo Bing raged, overwhelmed by a profound sense of irreversible decline. First, local Macau triads rose against him in unison. Then the Hong Kong and Izhou syndicates introduced by Yulan began stirring ominously. A deep sorrow settled over Mo Luo Bing. For decades he had reigned supreme across Macau. Every man there bowed to him, if only out of fear. Yet all those years of dominance crumbled beneath Yulan Kan's meticulous scheming. That wretched old tortoise. Mo Luo Bing roared, and lunged to seize Yulan Kan. But Yulan Kan had anticipated this move, vanishing with his men to Hong Kong, making capture impossible. One of his henchmen cried out, panic-stricken. Mo Luo Bing shoved the man aside, and seized a bottle from the table, draining 2 sharp gulps. "Flee. I will die in Macau, or nowhere else." Clap, clap, clap. The moment Mo Luo Bing finished his defiant proclamation, applause echoed through the room. Startled, he turned. and saw Li Jindong standing at his threshold. Fake dong. Mo Luo Bing snarled through clenched teeth. How did you find me here? Haha. Li Jindong smiled faintly. Uncle Bing, you thought your hiding place impenetrable, yet you were exposed long ago. I'd trailed your underling for days. Without him, I'd never have found you so swiftly. Luo Han paled instantly, then surged forward in fury toward Li Jindong. As Mo Luo Bing's foremost enforcer, he might not enjoy the same intimacy as Lan Ming Long, but his combat prowess was formidable, radiating the raw intensity of a seasoned battlefield commander. In street warfare, he could have shattered any rival's front line. But Li Jindong had neither time nor inclination for a brawl today. He had come to kill. So when Luo Han charged Fu Guang beside Li Jindong bared his teeth in a feral grin and fired. Bang! A single shot dropped Luo Han where he stood. He writhed for a long moment, yet failed to rise. Li Jindong didn't even glance back, striding past the fallen man straight to Mo Luo Bing. Whether from tension or dread, Mo Luo Bing's eyelid twitched uncontrollably. As Li Jindong approached, he suddenly yanked a pistol from beside the sofa, aiming to strike first. Fu Guang's face hardened. Boss, watch out. But no warning was needed. Li Jindong's hard-eye technique had already sensed the weapon. Thus, the instant Mo Luo Bing drew his gun, Li Jindong lashed out with a kick, shattering his grip and sending the pistol clattering across the floor. Yet Li Jindong made no further move. Instead, he fixed Mo Luo Bing, now ashen-faced, with a calm gaze. Uncle Bing, a legend of your stature deserves dignity in departure. Shall you choose grace, or shall I grant it for you? Mo Luo Bing could have fled long ago, but pride kept him rooted. This ruin was of his own making. He seemed to age 20 years in an instant, his voice hoarse as he rasped, what do you want? Li Jindong smiled. You've amassed quite a fortune over the years. Better it goes to me than to strangers. After all, I've come in person to escort you on your final journey. What say you? And since entering your home, I've shown you courtesy. Surely a figure of your stature deserves a death befitting your name. Mo Luo Bing nodded slowly, yet his eyes burned with manic intensity. I'll leave everything to you. But tell me, do you truly answer to Yulan Qin? Li Jindong chuckled softly. Yulan Qin summoned us to check your power, but he underestimates how far beyond his plans my actions will go. Mo Luo Bing threw back his head and laughed, a harsh, triumphant sound. Excellent. So be it. Just ensure Yulan Qin suffers. With that, he handed Li Jindong a string of numbers, and Li Jindong placed a pistol into Mo Luo Bing's palm. With his empire collapsed, Mo Luo Bing chose a clean exit, jamming the pistol into his mouth and pulling the trigger. Bang! He collapsed instantly. Thus perished Macau's most feared warlord. His end as dignified as his life had been ruthless. Li Jindong entered Mo Luo Bing's bedroom, located the safe, and retrieved its contents. Inside lay land deeds, shares in several casinos, and a Swiss bank account number. All now belonged to Li Jindong. Mo Luo Bing's legacy proved far richer than Li Jindong had imagined. Indeed, few pleasures compare to sudden vast wealth. In high spirits, Li Jindong told Fu Guang prepare the body, and inform Kowloon he may proceed. Fu Guang grinned and nodded. Boss, this is faster than robbing banks. As I told you before, avoid crude, unskilled theft, Li Jindong replied amused. Fu Guang nodded, collected Mo Luo Bing's remains, and relayed the order to Kowloon. Simultaneously, Li Jindong notified Ding Yao, and the Sanlian gang surged forth to claim Mo Luo Bing's territories. Meanwhile, in Xiangjiang, Hongxing and the Sanlian gang suddenly moved directly, seizing a substantial part of Moro Bing's territory. This left Yulanzin, who was strategizing behind the scenes, utterly dumbfounded. What did you say? Moro Bing is dead. Yulanzin widened his eyes, incredulously asking. The lackey nodded. I heard from the police in Hong Kong that Moro Bing committed suicide by gunshot at home. This? Yulanzin's eyes were filled with disbelief. In his memory, Moro Bing was not someone who would even with a slight chance he would fight to the death. Now hearing that he had committed suicide was quite shocking to Yulanzin. Furthermore, it seems that Hongxing has teamed up with the Sanlian gang, and Moro Bing's territory has almost been swallowed up by the two groups with no other gangs involved. The lackey continued, shaking his head, saying, the timing couldn't have been better. Yulanzin immediately became restless. In his mind, it was the brutal giant who was supposed to be in charge of Hong Kong, not the guys from Hongxing and the Sanlian gang. This situation was clearly beyond his control. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Yulanzin no longer cared about anything else, and immediately said to the lackey, prepare the boat, we are leaving right now. As he walked, Yulanzin cursed under his breath, puzzled about which link had gone wrong that caused such a significant deviation in events. Meanwhile, the Tyrannosaurus and the Sanlian gang were frantically seizing Moro Bing's territory. The old guy's territory was vast, far more than a single gang could swallow. Even with the Sanlian gang's help, it was insufficient. Thus, the Tyrannosaurus chose some of the better locations, directly swallowing the territory before halting their expansion. The other gangs in Hong Kong were still eyeing them covetously. If they took too much, it would be hard to digest. Brother Tyrannosaurus, impressive. Li Jindong gave a thumbs up to the Tyrannosaurus. Despite Tyrannosaurus sometimes speaking carelessly, his mind was quite sharp. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to mold Tun Mun into a unified force. Tyrannosaurus smiled and said, "Our manpower isn't enough. Having taken this much territory is already the limit. Being overly greedy might just lead to our downfall." Holding on to territory with over 1,000 people was the maximum that Hongxing could handle. Not being greedy or occupying more was significantly better than many other gangsters. Li Jindong smiled and said, "That's true, but what about the Sanlian gang?" Tyrannosaurus chuckled. "That woman named Ding Yao is quite greedy, and now she's facing backlash." The guys from the water house took advantage of the Sanlian gang's internal vulnerability and fiercely bit off a chunk from the territory they had seized. After being stunned by the water house, that woman has restrained herself quite a bit, although the territory they seized isn't much. It's enough to establish a foothold. Li Jindong nodded, knowing this was expected. With Ding Yao's temperament, she would definitely suffer losses. While the two were chatting, a call from Liang Kuan came in, bursting with uncontrollable laughter. "Ha, hey Dong, I've heard about the situation in Hong Kong." Liang Kun's tone was quite proud, tinged with a sense of vindication. After all, Li Jindong was his younger brother, and now that his brother had made such a big stir in Hong Kong, while occupying a substantial part of Moro Bing's territory, it was something to boast about. Li Jindong helplessly said, "There's still one hurdle to pass. Didn't I hear that he Xian appreciates you? He even invited you to his house for dinner." Liang Kuan said slyly, "If worst comes to worst, you could just yield to that he family's young lady. Then you could walk around Hong Kong without fear of anyone saying a word against you." Li Jindong replied irately, "I'm not a crab that walks sideways. Do you really think someone like he Xian can be swayed just by a marriage connection? Anyway, I'm leaving the matter to you. Just handle it." Liang Kuan chuckled a few times before hanging up. Li Jindong looked speechless, but the Tyrannosaurus was very pleased. "From now on, when we gamble in Hong Kong, we won't have to worry about anyone's opinions anymore." Li Jindong nodded. "I still need to talk to Mr. He's Black Gloves." "You mean that Yulanzin?" Tyrannosaurus said with a hint of schadenfreude. "He brought so many gangs from Xianjiang, but never expected that he would lose control now. He definitely can't sit still." Li Jindong chuckled. "How did things turn out like this?" Yulanzin said grimly to his subordinate. Then he turned his gaze to the Brutal Giant. Although Brutal Giant had been pushed by Yulanzin and seized a significant portion of Moro Bing's territory, compared to Hongxing and the Sanlian gang, it was nothing at all. Brutal Giant was also quite bewildered. The speed at which Hongxing acted was simply too rapid. He had acted in time, yet he still found himself a step too slow. Yulanzin knew he couldn't blame Brutal Giant for this, and could only sigh as he said to his subordinate, "Go invite Hongxing's Huadong and the people from the Sanlian gang over, and tell them I'm ready to talk." The lackey immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and went to notify both sides. Brutal Giant quietly said to Yulanzin, "Brother Jean, Hongxing and the Sanlian gang have no roots here, can't we?" Yulanzin replied irritably, "It's too late, they've already gained momentum. Especially that a Huadong, I heard Moro Bing was forced to death by him. I estimate that many of Moro Bing's assets have fallen into his hands." Brutal Giant instantly recalled the scene from that night, when he first encountered Li Jindong. After taking down the reckless Long, the audacious demeanor made Brutal Giant yearn for it. Now facing off against the opponent, Brutal Giant indeed lacked complete confidence. However, he did have faith in himself. That afternoon in the Big Dragon Phoenix restaurant, Li Jindong and Ding Yao arrived at the restaurant on time. As soon as they entered, they heard Yulanzin's laughter. "Adong, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. This must be Miss Ding from the Sanlian gang. It's an honor to meet you. Brother Jean, we're all old acquaintances now." Li Jindong smiled as he took a seat. No need to be so polite. Completely different from his previous reserved demeanor, Li Jindong now appeared terrifyingly relaxed. Just the change in attitude made the corners of Yulanzin's mouth twitch. He thought to himself as he unwittingly nurtured another Moro Bing. However, Yulanzin only worried about this in his heart, while appearing quite assertive on the surface. "Adong, I saw from the beginning that you are someone who does great things. It's not unfair for Moro Bing to die at your hands." After a casual chat among a few people, Li Jindong noticed that this guy was stalling for time. Clearly he was waiting for someone to arrive. It didn't take a genius to figure out that it must be that fellow Bong Yajiu. He did not voice that last thought, but Huang Xiangrong understood. Those clenched knuckles spoke louder than any words. "We followed the snakehead for a day and a night, and reached a bay, then went—" As he spoke, he clapped his hands, and Bong Yajiu walked in from outside. However, the meeting between the two parties turned out to be rather awkward. "It's you." Bong Yajiu looked at Li Jindong in surprise. Yulanzin was also dumbfounded. "You know each other?" Bong Yajiu's face darkened as he said, "I suppose so." After all, he had been watched closely by Li Jindong during his most embarrassing and desperate times. He had even relied on Li Zhendong's charity to save his life. "Isn't this Ajio? Long time no see," Li Jindong said with a teasing expression. "I didn't expect your development to be so rapid." Hearing Li Zhendong's words, Yulanzin was equally surprised. "You know each other?" Bong Yajiu nodded with a grim expression. "Brother Dong saved my life." Though Bang Yajiu was reluctant to admit it, facing Li Zhendong's half-smiling expression, he could only awkwardly explain to Yulanzin. Yu Lanzan's face was filled with astonishment. He had originally intended to have Beng Yajiu come out to compete with Li Jindong. Unexpectedly, after calling Beng Yajiu over, he had unwittingly made Li Jindong look superior. This left Yu Lanzan, who had originally planned everything, feeling as if he had eaten something unpleasant. Li Jindong laughed heartily. Brother Zan, I didn't expect the young talent you mentioned was Agio. He truly is a remarkable talent. You've struck gold. Ding Yao, standing nearby, also looked at Yu Lanzan with a strange expression, nearly bursting into laughter. However, her composure was sufficient, and she quickly suppressed her expression. Yu Lanzan cleared his throat and said, "Since we all know each other, there's no need for me to introduce you. Agio, please sit down." Beng Yajiu sat down awkwardly, his expression quite peculiar. This sudden turn of events left Yu Lanzan unable to say the words he had prepared. He had originally wanted to elevate Beng Yajiu, putting him on equal footing with Li Jindong, but now it seemed rather unrealistic. To get down to business regarding the territory of that fellow Moro Bing and the business in his hands. Yu Lanzan directly addressed the three of them. "I hope you three families can share this equally." The business Yu Lanzan referred to was actually the lending business of Moro Bing, as well as the operation of casinos. These two businesses couldn't compare to direct gambling, but the profits were quite astonishing. Just the high-interest loan business alone could sustain Moro Bing to become what he was now. The profit margins were extremely high, to say the least. Li Jindong chuckled. "I'm not greedy, I'll go with the flow. Just being able to have a meal from Brother Zan is already quite good." Li Jindong maintained a low profile, but his tone was quite firm. Yu Lanzan could tell that Li Jindong was expressing his dissatisfaction. He directly asked, "Then how do you want to divide?" "No, Brother Zan, your division is quite good." Li Jindong replied nonchalantly. "This business should be up to you to decide. However, if I have any business of my own, then I want to share it with Brother Zan." Yu Lanzan was somewhat surprised by Li Jindong's response, but didn't dwell on it, even finding it a bit amusing. What business could be more lucrative than high-interest lending? Beng Yajiu, with his tense body, also relaxed upon hearing Li Jindong say this. He had originally thought that today's matter wouldn't be easily resolved and might require a confrontation. However, he didn't expect Li Jindong to agree so readily. Yu Lanzan laughed and said, "Ah Dong is a person with ideas. If there's a good business opportunity, I definitely won't interfere." "That's what you said, Brother Zan." Li Jindong chuckled and lowered his voice, saying, "If someone gets jealous and wants to interfere later, don't blame me for turning against you." Hearing this, Yu Lanzan felt a heavy weight in his heart, but didn't say much. Ding Yao initially wanted to refute, but seeing Li Jindong's demeanor, she ultimately held her tongue. Soon both parties reached an agreement, and the atmosphere became harmonious. After enjoying a meal with wine and toast, Li Jindong stood up with Ding Yao to take their leave. However, once they exited the restaurant, Ding Yao couldn't wait to say to Li Jindong, "Brother Dong, we have the upper hand in this matter. I can't understand why you agreed to Yu Lanzan." Li Jindong replied calmly, "Beng Yajiu is the local representative that Yu Lanzan found. What do we have to compete with him? Even if we win, aren't we still being led by the nose?" Ding Yao frowned and asked then, "Brother Dong, what should we do?" Li Jindong confidently said, "If we want to play with them, we must jump out of their framework. You have to know that this Feng Shui treasure land of Haojiang has countless opportunities for making money." Ding Yao's eyes lit up instantly. If someone else had said this, she would definitely think they were boasting. But when Li Jindong said it, it was completely different. She had studied Li Jindong carefully, understanding how he had built his empire to become the only grade goods king in Xinjiang. This was also the main reason why Ding Yao kept pestering Li Jindong. Because Li Jindong's clever ideas were true. So upon hearing Li Jindong say this, Ding Yao immediately became excited. "Brother Dong, do you have an idea?" "Yes." Li Jindong directly said to Ding Yao, "I already have a preliminary idea, and we need to cooperate. I'm planning to invest in a tourism company and create the most exquisite service experience by inviting wealthy individuals from Xinjiang and Izhou to come and play. These wealthy individuals, when they come to Haojiang to have fun, don't want to be involved in troublesome businesses, and they want to enjoy themselves. This is our path to profit." Ding Yao quickly reacted, "Are you talking about stacking bets?" The stacking bet business had existed even before Haojiang became a gambling city. However, this business was quite scattered, and it didn't have many clients. But Li Jindong planned to scale it and make it. With the influence of Hongxing and Sanlian Gang, they could completely achieve this. Li Jindong nodded and said, "Exactly, that's the business. Just think about it, with the power of Hongxing and Sanlian Gang, making this a large-scale operation shouldn't be very difficult. At that time, just relying on the commission from stacking bets, we could make a hefty profit." Ding Yao thought for a moment and realized the truth in this reasoning. If Li Jindong could achieve this, it would be a business comparable to that created by Yu Lanzan. Thinking of this, Ding Yao immediately became excited. "I knew following Brother Dong was the right choice." Li Jindong, with a hint of annoyance, pushed away Ding Yao's beautiful leg resting on his lap. "Izhou and Haojiang have opened up shipping routes. With your networking skills, securing high-end clients from Izhou should be no problem, right?" Ding Yao confidently replied, "Of course, no problem." Li Jindong then directly discussed the profit sharing. "For this travel company's shares, it will be 60 for me and 40 for you. I can withdraw my shares at any time, or what do you think?" Ding Yao initially thought getting 30% from Li Jindong would be quite good, but she was surprised by his generosity. She immediately agreed. No problem, Brother Dong. Once our travel company is up and running, it will definitely give you Lanzan a run for his money. Li Jindong said lightly. Making money is the most important thing. Ding Yao then expressed some concerns, but what if Lanzan gets envious and competes with us? Li Jindong sneered. If he breaks the rules, he shouldn't blame me for being ruthless. Alright, you should first secure your position as the acting leader of the Sanlian gang. Once the travel company is established, I believe those from Sanlian gang won't be able to do without you. By the way, I've heard that the collusion between officials and businesses in Ezhou is quite severe. You'd better secure the legislative counselor position for Thunder God. Ding Yao nodded and smiled charmingly. It seems Brother Dong still cares about me. Get lost. Li Jindong rolled his eyes and kicked Ding Yao out of the car, then drove away. Ding Yao angrily shouted a couple of words at the taillights of Li Jindong's car and suddenly burst into laughter, her whole demeanor transforming as she laughed heartily. After returning to the Taipa Hotel, Li Jindong immediately locked himself in his room. The reason was simple: the system had begun to settle accounts. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving the achievement 3 parts of the world. Achievement rewards: recruitment card X1, a skill card X1, or intelligence card X1. Ding. The host's reputation in the area has begun to spread widely. Reputation 10,000. Seeing the generous rewards from the system, Li Jindong couldn't help but smile broadly. Indeed, all the effort he put in to stir things up in Haojiang was not in vain. Not only did he gain a significant amount of reputation, but he also received several cards at once. Li Jindong rubbed his hands and immediately said, use them all. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skills Spatial Pocket Beginner. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing a character Wang Haya. Intelligence. After Liang Kuan began to reduce the sale of happiness powder, the dissatisfaction of the backer has arisen, including Hongxing, who has attracted attention from others. Please be careful, host. Li Jindong was quite satisfied with the first 2 rewards, especially the Spatial Pocket, which was simply a must-have. He also remembered Wang Haihe, who was the main antagonist in the 3rd installment of the anti-corruption storm, a guy who had been abroad for many years and was skilled in money laundering, ruthless, yet very shrewd. This just happened to fit the urgent need for talent Li Jindong had right now. However, the last intelligence card made, he knew that Liang Kuan selling happiness powder was definitely not a simple matter. It seemed that all the vendors of happiness powder in Xiangjiang had a hidden hand pushing them. Although the system only warned him, he didn't know who the person was, which made Li Jindong feel a bit of a headache. But this was better than knowing nothing and being kept in the dark. Shaking his head, Li Jindong dismissed these thoughts and began to use his reputation to upgrade his skills. After upgrading his insight from beginner to intermediate, the effect was remarkable. It became quite difficult for anyone to approach him for an assassination. However, moving from intermediate to advanced was not an easy task. Just the reputation alone was an astronomical figure, requiring 50,000 points, which was 10 times more than the previous upgrade. Li Jindong could only grit his teeth and upgrade his firearms mastery and spatial pocket by 1 level, both becoming intermediate. This caused his hard-earned reputation to drop back into 3 digits. However, after the skill upgrade, Li Jindong was pleasantly surprised to find that the spatial pocket had increased from about 1 square meter to 5. Moreover, firearms mastery not only made him more familiar with firearms, but also unlocked the sniper skill. It is known that cultivating a qualified sniper involves a considerable figure. Li Jindong easily mastered this skill, which was truly remarkable. In the following days, Li Jindong dealt with matters in Haojiang with the dinosaur. After no one caused trouble at the Taipa Hotel, it operated smoothly. Many people came that day, and even Yu Lanzan personally sent a flower basket. As for Hongxing, they mobilized their entire force, introducing all the wealthy people around them to their own venue. Ah, Dong, you really did it. Liang Kuan laughed heartily as Li Jindong eliminated Moro Biao and seized a large amount of territory in Haojiang. After Moro Biao's death, it could be said that Hongxing had become the #1 power in Haojiang. This outcome made everyone in Hongxing respect Li Jindong greatly. Li Jindong smiled and said, "It's a pity that there isn't one dominant power. I guess no one will ever become the second Moro Biao." Originally, Bang Yiju had this opportunity, but after Li Jindong seized the initiative, it directly restricted his development. It is now impossible to become the local emperor of Haojiang. Li Zhendong's Hongxing and Ding Yao Sanlian gang would firmly suppress Bang Yiju from rising. Liang Kuan laughed and patted Li Zhendong's shoulder, saying, "It's already quite good. Didn't you see that the water room can only follow behind us and pick up scraps?" Li Zhendong and Liang Kuan chatted and laughed while many people cast their gazes upon him. Is this guy Awa? He really is quite young. Damn, don't underestimate this kid. Being able to thrive in Xiangjiang and Haojiang at such a young age is no simple feat. However, after joking, Li Jindong suddenly lowered his voice and said to Liang Kuan, "Brother Kuan, do you have any troubles recently?" Wei Jixiang said with some worry, "What if Pai Yanmei shows up?" Seeing Li Zhendong's grim expression, Wei Jixiang hurriedly explained, "After all, Hongtai belongs to the Pai Yanmei family. If either Pai Yanmei or the Crown Prince shows up, we will be in a lot of trouble." Scarface Quan quickly added, this isn't the boss shirking responsibility. After all, Pai Yanmei's rule over the years has led his subordinates to recognize him. As the leader of a gang, Pai Yanmei still has some means. Given Hong Tai's current precarious situation, even a minor player switching sides would be a significant challenge. Li Zhendong stared at Wei Jixiang and his group, saying, don't worry, they won't have the chance to come out. Hearing Li Zhendong's cold tone, the three of them trembled. They quickly lowered their heads and said to Li Zhendong, then there's no problem, Brother Dong. From now on, call me boss. Li Zhendong said casually while chewing on a cigar. The anti-drug team's actions were swift. The items were quickly sent to the police station. Soon Ma Haoshan's superior found Lu Qichang from the anti-triad team, and after some discussion they immediately led a team to Pai Yanmei's home to make arrests. It was already deep into the night, and Pai Yanmei had gone to bed early. Hearing the knocking, the house's maid opened the door. Soon Pai Yanmei heard the commotion and walked downstairs in his pajamas. He then saw a large group of officers blocking his front door. Seeing Pai Yanmei come out, Li Ying sneered and said, Pai Yanmei, get dressed and come with us for a while. Li, sir, do you think it's appropriate to disturb me at this late hour? Pai Yanmei said, not panicking, but frowning instead. Li Ying sneered, it's quite appropriate. And Crown Prince, you should also come with us. With that, Li Ying turned to the Hongtai Crown Prince. You think you can just take me with you? Who do you think you are? The Crown Prince, though limping on one leg, was still quite arrogant. Li Ying calmly pulled out a document. This is an arrest warrant. Would you two like to take a look? I applied for it. Upon seeing this, the two were instantly stunned. Pai Yanmei said to Li Ying, you'll change into some clothes and be right down. Li Ying nodded, no problem. Soon Pai Yanmei changed his clothes, and then the two of them went together to the police station. They still didn't know what exactly had happened. The Crown Prince quietly asked, Dad, what's going on? I don't know either. I've already notified the lawyer. Pai Yanmei frowned as he spoke. After entering the West Kowloon police station, they were immediately separated for questioning. However, it wasn't long before Pai Yanmei's gang lawyer rushed over. In the interrogation room, Pai Yanmei directly asked what on earth is happening. The lawyer hesitated and said to Pai Yanmei, boss, do you have a warehouse? What? Pai Yanmei's face changed dramatically. The warehouse was raided by the police. The lawyer nodded, looking serious, as he said, moreover, the police found nearly 2 tons of happy powder inside. Pai Yanmei felt as if his head had been struck by a heavy hammer, instantly falling into a dizzy state. He nearly lost his balance and fell off the chair. Then he incredulously shouted at the lawyer, this is impossible. That warehouse, clearly. The lawyer helplessly replied, do you think the police would dare to arrest you and the Crown Prince without solid evidence? Moreover, they prepared the arrest warrant overnight. Hearing this, Pai Yanmei deflated. After a long silence, he finally said to the lawyer, is there a way to get me out first? The lawyer shook his head and said, Uncle May, this time you will probably have to serve some time, but Crown Prince should be able to get out. He can be released on bail after 48 hours. He is not the main person responsible, so the police don't consider his issue very serious. Pai Yanmei frowned. He knew very well what kind of person his son was. If he goes out, not to mention stabilizing the situation, he might just make it worse. But the lawyer had made it clear that the police would not allow him to be bailed out, and he had no other options. Pai Yanmei directly said to the lawyer, then tell the Crown Prince some things, so he can stabilize the situation immediately after he gets out. The lawyer nodded, no problem, I will do my best. Pai Yanmei closed his eyes and said, go to your job. The next day, news of Pai Yanmei's arrest spread throughout Hongtai. The several hall masters within Hongtai looked at each other in confusion. Hongtai had a total of 5 hall masters apart from the little overlord, who was poached by Dongxing and killed by Wei Jixiang. There were also the Crown Prince, a Bao Fat Uncle, and Uncle Tsin. Now there were only the 3 of them left, but without a central figure. They could only watch the chaos spread within Hongtai. Damn it, when did Uncle May start dealing in happy powder? How come we didn't know? A Bao said, looking displeased. Fat Uncle sneered. Those 2 were secretly doing business behind our backs, and now they've been caught together. Our Hongtai is also in a precarious situation. Uncle Tsin said softly, our gang was already a sunset gang. With this happening, shouldn't we consider our retreat? Fat Uncle shook his head and said, there's no rush, let's wait and see if there's a turn of events. If we run away now, it wouldn't be morally right. Moreover, don't forget that Pai Yanmei is not an easy character. Hearing Fat Uncle's words, a Bao nodded. That's right, last time the little overlord was killed by someone he sent. Uncle Tsin frowned and said, who did it? It seemed to be Wei Jixiang. Well, that kid caused trouble. A Bao said dismissively, him. Even if he had 8 times the courage, he wouldn't dare. Last time it was his subordinate Scarface Quan who did it. He has nothing to do with it. I'm telling you, Wei Jixiang is the biggest bluffer. If it weren't for his past contributions to the gang, he would have been kicked out long ago. Fat Uncle said indifferently, all right, everyone go back and gather the manpower. They'll send someone to ask the gang lawyer to see what he has to say. If he can still get out, then everything is negotiable. If he can't get out, we need to plan ahead. Hearing Fat Uncle say this, the 2 had no objections. Wei Jixiang, who was looked down upon by a Bao, was now frantically recruiting members in the gang. Although Wei Jixiang had been struggling in recent years, he treated his underlings quite well. Unlike other members of Hongtai, many of his subordinates had received his favor. Sometimes it was just Wei Jixiang saying a few words to help someone out. However, doing such small deeds frequently built up his recognition among his subordinates. Is this true, Brother Jixiang? A lackey asked Wei Jixiang in surprise. Wei Jixiang nodded. You will know. I have no choice. I don't want to be uprooted by the police, so I have to come out and wave the flag. The lackey thought for a moment and said, since Brother Jixiang is waving the flag, I'm with you. Several lackeys who were called saw their boss say this and followed suit. Wei Jixiang smiled slightly. Good, as long as you are willing to follow me, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. While Wei Jixiang was recruiting members, the news of Pai Yanmei being captured finally reached the lower ranks of the gangsters. This made Wei Jixiang's influence swell like a snowball. Originally only a dozen people, he had now gathered as many as 300. However, Wei Jixiang's movements also attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives. For instance, that guy Bao. Wei Jixiang, you are taking advantage of Uncle Mai's absence to pull some tricks. Bao arrived with his subordinates, exuding an intimidating aura. Wei Jixiang replied with a smile, Bao, I'm not doing anything, my brothers just want to follow me. Bao immediately mocked loudly, follow you? Huh? You guys are really blind of following such a useless person. Don't you know this useless fellow trembled in fear under the car when he confronted the little overlord last time? Bao's men also burst into loud laughter, which made the lackeys around Wei Jixiang show doubtful expressions. Wei Jixiang shook his head and said helplessly, Bao, I originally didn't plan to make a move against you. Bao was momentarily stunned upon hearing Wei Jixiang's words. Soon he saw the Scarface Quan and Shen Sha charging at him with their men from the side. They launched an immediate attack on Bao and his men. Bao, who had always looked down on Wei Jixiang, had not brought many people with him today. Faced with the siege of the two, he fled in embarrassment. Wei Jixiang shouted sternly, since I have come out to bear the flag, there is no retreat. Anyone who doesn't want to be held accountable by the gang, kill him. Upon hearing Wei Jixiang's words, the lackeys finally came to their senses. Since they had boarded Wei Jixiang's ship, there was no way back. They all joined in the pursuit of Bao. After running just 2 streets, Bao was caught up and killed by a flurry of daggers. Wei Jixiang walked up to Bao, who was covered in blood, and surprisingly felt no pity. Instead, he felt a sense of pleasure. The chaos in Hong Tai quickly reached the Hongxing side. Originally, the uncle generation had been purged, which had made those who were not too clever behave themselves considerably. Hearing that Hong Tai was in trouble, everyone immediately thought of Li Jindong. They saw Li Jindong lounging with his legs crossed, looking completely indifferent. Many were curious and wondered how Li Jindong managed to do this. Finally, Ma Wangjian could not help but directly asked Li Jindong, Dong, did you do something about Hong Tai? Li Jindong spread his hands and said innocently, what does it have to do with me? Didn't you hear? Hong Tai was messing with happy powder and got caught by the cops. Although Li Jindong's official response sounded reasonable, very few believed him. This incident must have been caused by Li Jindong, otherwise what a coincidence. Originally, he planned to teach Li Jindong a lesson for monopolizing the A-goods business. How could one Hall manage to deal with the entire Hong Tai gang? Unexpectedly, Li Jindong caused chaos in Hong Tai without raising a finger. This made many people look at Li Jindong differently. Moments later, Liang Kuan arrived at the hall to settle accounts as usual. However, the way he looked at Li Jindong, regarding Hong Tai's matter, tell me honestly, did you do it? Liang Kuan inquired. Li Jindong smiled and said, yes, it was me. You rascal, you are too bold. I've heard that Guansai BAS goods were also stored in Hong Tai's warehouse. Liang Kuan said in surprise, if that's the case, it will fall on your head, and you'll be in big trouble. Li Jindong casually replied, it's just a drug lord, what's the big deal? Besides, I've been keeping an eye on Hong Tai, it's just right to uproot them completely. Liang Kuan nodded, since you are determined to do this, the boss will definitely support you. What do you need me to help you with? Li Jindong directly asked, boss, do we have anyone in Chizhou? Liang Kuan smiled and said, of course we have a few serving life sentences still rotting in Chizhou. They have more experience than I do. I plan to take out Pai Yanmei in Chizhou. Li Jindong said directly, as long as we get rid of this old fellow and cooperate with Wei Jixiang I've recruited, we can definitely swallow Hong Tai whole. Liang Kuan was somewhat astonished. You have such great ambition. That's definitely not a problem, it just takes some money to smooth things over. Li Jindong curiously asked, is it reliable? Of course it is reliable. Liang Kuan laughed. This guy is quite famous in Chizhou, just give him a little benefit, and Pai Yanmei's kind will definitely be handled. Li Jindong nodded, no problem, I'll go meet him. The next morning, Li Jindong went directly to Chizhou ready to meet Liang Kuan's contact. However, Li Jindong did not expect that it would be De Yanguang. This guy often appeared among the bad guys. He did not expect that he was also one of Hongxing's members. After completing the formalities, Li Jindong successfully met De Yanguang. This guy was wearing prison clothes, but exuded a strong aura. He sat down directly and said to Li Jindong, you are Liang Kuan's little brother, Dong, right? What do you want from me? Li Jindong lowered his voice and said, I want to ask Brother Guang for a favor. Help me kill someone. Who to kill? De Yanguang frowned and said, this matter is not without risk. Pai Yanmei, the leader of Hong Tai, is about to come in to help me deal with him. Li Jindong said directly. Big Eye looked at Li Jindong in shock, exclaiming, are you crazy? Even if Hong Tai is not as strong as Hongxing, he is not someone you, as a mere hall leader, can contend with. Li Jindong smiled and replied, you don't need to worry about that. Once Pai Yanmei is dead, there will be no more Hong Tai. Big Eye shook his head vigorously like a rattle drum, saying, no way, this matter cannot be done. Li Jindong chuckled lightly, saying, Brother Guan, your wife and children are currently living in the village, aren't they? The kids are reaching school age, or are you planning to let your son attend Tian Tai school, and then join Hongxing right after graduation? Hearing Li Jindong's words, Big Eye was instantly stunned. He figured that if he wanted to go out, he would probably have to wait until he was 60. Originally, he had come out to be a gangster living from hand to mouth. He already felt he had let his wife and children down. Unexpectedly, while working for the gang, he got caught by the police and was sentenced to life in prison. If it weren't for the gang taking care of his wife and children, they would have starved to death long ago. However, the gang's assistance was also limited. Being able to provide for his wife and children was already very good. Dreaming of receiving a good education was even further out of reach. Yet Li Jindong's words gave Big Eye a glimmer of hope. He had heard in prison that Li Jindong was not only capable of fighting, but also quite adept at making money. If he was truly willing to spend money, then this matter wasn't without risk. After all, he was already in such a situation. Could it really get any worse? Taking a deep breath, Big Eye said, Adong, how can I trust you? Li Jindong smiled and said, just see for yourself. After all, your wife and children will often come to visit you. Big Eye fell silent, not speaking for a long time. Li Jindong did not urge him, but directly handed him a cigarette and even helped him light it. After finishing the cigarette, Big Eye fiercely tossed the butt on the ground and stomped it out, then spoke to Li Jindong, saying, all right, I'll do it. But I can't do it alone, I still need some money for arrangements. Li Jindong immediately laughed heartily, saying, money is no issue for me. Just go find someone. Big Eye nodded. Without wasting any words, he got up and returned to the prison. When he had some fresh air, he found two familiar friends, a Jew and a G. What's with the heavy heart? Did your wife cheat on you? A Jew laughed at Big Eye. Big Eye retorted angrily, go to hell. I'm not joking with you. I have an important matter to discuss. A G frowned and asked, what's so mysterious? Help me kill someone. Big Eye said directly, I can't handle it alone. Hiss. A Jew exclaimed in surprise, are you serious? Serious. Big Eye nodded and said to the two, it would benefit you as well. Tell me more. A G asked directly. I heard that Hong Tai's Pai Yanmei is in trouble and is about to be sent to Chizhou. Someone wants to buy his life. Big Eye said directly, and they are quite willing to spend money. How much? A J's eyes lit up instantly. These three fellows were originally the worst of the worst. They had no psychological burden about taking out Pai Yanmei. Big Eye held up 3 fingers, saying, 300,000. Count me in. A G replied without hesitation. A Jew directly asked, is this from the bonuses Hongxing? Sort of. Big Eye nodded. If you're willing to do it, give me your account details, and once the money is in, we will act immediately. No problem. A Jew grinned, saying, as long as there's money to be made. 48 hours later, Hong Tai's prince was released on bail. However, Pai Yanmei was firmly held by the police this time. No matter what methods were used, the police refused to let go. This made the prince extremely angry, and he yelled at the lawyer, are you useless? You can't even handle such a small matter. The police are determined to act this time. What can I do? The lawyer replied helplessly. Uncle May asked me to tell you to return to the headquarters immediately to stabilize the situation after being released. Understood. Hong Tai's prince said disgruntledly, keep thinking of ways we must get my father out. After getting into his subordinate's car, he headed straight back to the headquarters. However, after returning to the headquarters, he found that there was not a single person in the hall. Hong Tai's prince said in displeasure, where is everyone? Where did they all go? A lackey said timidly to Hong Tai's prince, boss brother Bao was killed. Uncle Pang and Uncle Tsin are consolidating their subordinates. What? Hong Tai's prince was instantly stunned. How is that possible? Who did this? The lackey shook his head, saying, I don't know. Everyone in the gang has been in a state of panic these days. Uncle Pang and Uncle Tsin haven't shown up for a whole day. Hong Tai's prince's face darkened immediately. Damn it, these bastards aren't thinking of jumping ship, are they? First gather my people. Oh, I need to talk to Uncle Pang. The lackey hesitated for a moment, but did not move. Hong Tai's prince frowned, saying, are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said? The lackey said with a mournful face, Your Highness, we only have a few dozen men left. How is that possible? Hong Tai's prince's eyes widened in disbelief. I had over 1,000 men. Where are they? The lackey said, All have been poached by Wei Jixiang. After hesitating for a moment, he told Hong Tai's prince. Hong Tai's prince suddenly felt a sense of absurdity. Wei Jixiang. Are you kidding me? The lackey hurriedly replied, Not only our subordinates, but even many of Brother Bao's men have been recruited by Wei Jixiang. Hong Tai's prince exploded in anger. That Wei Jixiang is just a dog by my side. What qualifications does he have to recruit people? Damn it, is he trying to rebel? Where is he? Just as he was speaking, Wei Jixiang's voice suddenly came from outside. Oh, isn't this Prince? He just came out from the police station. Hong Tai's prince turned to look and saw Wei Jixiang coming in with Scarface and Shunsha along with a group of little brothers. Hong Tai's prince thought he could still handle Wei Jixiang and directly shouted at him. Damn it, Wei Jixiang, are you trying to rebel? Hand over all the people you have immediately. Wei Jixiang looked at Prince Hongtai with a cold expression, as if he were staring at a corpse. Prince Hongtai was quite displeased with Wei Jixiang's gaze and rushed forward, intending to slap Wei Jixiang across the face. However, before he could strike Wei Jixiang, the scarred Quan kicked Prince Hongtai in the stomach, sending him staggering back several steps and causing him to kneel down. This kick nearly made him vomit the boxed meal from the police station. After regaining his composure, he glared at Wei Jixiang and said, "How dare you let someone hit me?" The scarred Quan sneered, "Damn it, I've found you annoying for a long time." Saying this, he stepped forward again, grabbed Prince Hongtai by the collar, and slapped him several times. Prince Hongtai was left battered and bruised. His teeth were knocked out, and his mouth was filled with blood. He mumbled towards Wei Jixiang, "Damn it, you're asking for death. When Fat Uncle and the others arrive, I will definitely kill you." Wei Jixiang then spoke up, "You don't need to wait for Fat Uncle and the others. While you were at the police station, I already took care of Fat Uncle and Uncleson." Prince Hongtai looked at Wei Jixiang with horror in his eyes and asked, "What have you done?" He finally began to feel fear. A Bao had been killed, and he didn't know who was responsible. Fat Uncle and Uncleson were taken care of by him, as well, leaving no one left in Hongtai who could speak up. What was Wei Jixiang trying to accomplish with all this? Wei Jixiang squatted down, grabbed Prince Hongtai by the hair, and punched down hard. "Bastard, I saved you from the hands of Sangbo back then. How could you treat me like this?" Although his hands still trembled while hitting him, but Wei Jixiang shouted out his grievances from these years while wildly punching Prince Hongtai. "You messed with my friends, hit my son, and planned to throw the blame for the warehouse on me, damn it." After a series of punches, Prince Hongtai, who had already been beaten to a pulp, was now gasping for breath. "Finish him." Wei Jixiang took a deep breath and said to the scarred Quan, "Take care of all these people too." Hearing Wei Jixiang's words, the scarred Quan and Shun Sha wasted no time. They pulled out their machetes and killed Prince Hongtai and all of his lackeys. Although the smell of blood made Wei Jixiang feel nauseous, he still forced himself to endure the discomfort and took out his phone to call Li Zhendong. "Brother Dong, I've taken care of things on my end." Li Zhendong's lazy voice came from the other end of the line. "No loose ends left behind, right?" Wei Jixiang replied directly, "Everyone who came today are my trusted subordinates. No one knows who killed the prince." "Very good," Li Zhendong said with a smile. "You prepare to take over Hongtai. I'm getting ready to move on my end." After hanging up the phone, Li Zhendong instructed his subordinates to transfer 600,000 to a Ju and a Ji. Then he said to De Yingguang, "Alright, you figure something out. The brat will be coming in today, and I don't want him to see the sun tomorrow." De Yingguang nodded and said, "No problem, but regarding my wife and kids, don't worry, I'm a man of my word." Li Zhendong smiled, taking out a few photos, and said, "See this? The best noble school, a storefront on the street in Mongkok for your wife to set up a fruit stand. Your wife and kids will be able to apply for visits next week." "Thank you." De Yingguang felt a sense of relief as he saw his son wearing new clothes and studying earnestly in a bright classroom. Li Zhendong said lightly, "Remember what I said." After finishing, he stood up and left the visiting room. Returning to the prison cell, De Yingguang saw a Ju and a Ji coming over. Both of them wore joyful expressions, clearly having found out that the money had been transferred. "Damn it, who is the boss? So generous." A Ju laughed and said, "I sharpened a toothbrush handle. When are we making our move?" De Yingguang replied directly, "The brat will probably arrive soon." Just as they were speaking, the sound of an engine roared. Then they saw a bus specifically used for transporting prisoners driving in from outside. And on the bus was their target, Pai Yanmei. Although he had not yet been convicted, the crimes he committed were too significant. Thus he was sent to Chizhou in advance to be produced during the court session, fearing that this guy might escape. The police had a decent relationship with the correctional department, so they were willing to provide this convenience. Pai Yanmei didn't care much, after all, who among those who mixed in this life hadn't experienced hardship in prison. Moreover, there were also Hongtai's people in Chizhou, and as soon as he got off the bus, someone came to greet him. "Uncle, may the matters in prison have been arranged," one of the lackeys said, trying to take credit. Pai Yanmei nodded, maintaining a proud demeanor. "It's been a long time since I've been back. Many old friends are no longer around. Uncle May'll help you tidy up your bed. I spent a bit of money to arrange you in our cell," the lackey said with a smile. Pai Yanmei nodded, and then asked, "How's it outside?" "No news yet, but I've heard it's—" The lackey hesitated for a moment before speaking. Pai Yanmei, annoyed, said, "What is Prince doing?" Just as several people were talking to Yingguang, a Ju and a Ji approached with a group of lackeys. Without a word, they waved their hands, and the lackeys surrounded Pai Yanmei. "Hey, what are you doing?" Before Pai Yanmei's lackey could respond, a Ji directly grabbed him by the head and violently slammed him again. Meanwhile, the Yingguang and a Ju rushed towards Pai Yanmei, thrusting their sharpened toothbrush handles sharp as daggers forcefully into Pai Yanmei's neck. Pai Yanmei didn't even have a chance to utter a word before he collapsed. A Ju immediately delivered a finishing blow, stabbing Pai Yanmei in the chest several times with the toothbrush handle to ensure he was dead before they dispersed. Then someone screamed, "There's a dead person." Hearing that sharp cry, the nearby prison guards rushed over. Seeing this scene, they were in complete disarray. They immediately shouted loudly, instructing the prisoners outside to crouch down and cover their heads. In the office of Qingkuan Film Company, Liang Kuan looked at Li Zhendong with a face full of surprise, saying, So you mean you had Wei Jixiang work with you to directly seize control of Hongtai? Li Jindong spread his hands and smiled. There's no other way out right now. There's no one in Hongtai who can take on the responsibilities. Only Wei Jixiang can step up. Although he can't cut people down now, his mind is still quite good. Liang Kuan examined Li Jindong up and down and remarked, how come I didn't notice that you're so clever? Now that you know it's not too late. Li Jindong said with a smile. Liang Kuan replied, so you're saying you'll be the supreme ruler of Hongtai from now on? Li Jindong replied nonchalantly, to be precise, I should be the big boss. Liang Kuan gasped, saying, you ambitious little brat. Actually, these gangs in Xinjiang are all backed by their own big bosses. They help the gangs deal with troublesome matters while the gangs assist them with some shady dealings. So when Liang Kuan realized what Li Jindong intended to do, he was immediately astonished. Li Jindong gazed out the window and said with a smile, it's not easy to come to such a grand era, though I refuse to settle for being just the leader of a gang. Hearing Li Jindong express his ambition for the first time, Liang Kuan patted his shoulder and said, good lad, you've got guts. Big brother supports you. Originally, Liang Kuan was a bit worried. With Li Jindong having wealth and people, how long could he the gang leader? Unexpectedly, Li Jindong didn't even care for the position of Hongxing's leader. His ambitions were much greater. This made Liang Kuan feel somewhat ashamed. Li Jindong certainly noticed the subtle changes in Liang Kuan recently. He was intentionally saying this for Liang Kuan to hear. Moreover, he indeed looked down on the identity of a gang leader. Just look at what happened to Jimmy Zai later. Wasn't he completely devoured by Big Circle Leopard? After all his hard work, he wasn't satisfied with being just someone who nods and bows. Setting a small goal, first Li Jindong was prepared to see the view from the mountain peak. He smiled at Liang Kuan and said, Brother Kuan, since you no longer have any interest in the film company's business, why not just hand it over to me? Liang Kuan was somewhat surprised and then burst into laughter, saying, you little brat, you're still young, don't overexert yourself. Li Jindong rolled his eyes and said, where are you thinking? I'm planning to turn Qiankuan Film Company into a legitimate business. No more making small films. Liang Kuan asked in surprise, are you still thinking of making proper films? Li Jindong spread his hands and replied, is that not allowed? Now that the agri goods business had stabilized, Li Jindong was ready to explore other avenues. The film industry seemed quite promising. Moreover, film companies naturally attract attention, which perfectly aligns with the system's prestige setting. Liang Kuan said with a strange expression, in this day and age, making movies is a money-losing venture. You must know that. Li Jindong certainly knew that during this period making films was not profitable. However, he had inquired and discovered that although many things in this timeline differed from his own, the general direction of development had not changed much. In the original timeline, the Hong Kong film industry began to boom around the late 1980s. In this timeline, although no major stars like Chun Long, Li Lianjia, or Zhou Ruanfa emerged, stars like Long Wei and Hong Yi still rose to fame. The development trajectory oddly matched the original timeline, which is why Li Jindong thought of getting into the film industry. Liang Kuan said speechlessly, if you lose money later, don't come crying to me. Li Jindong chuckled, saying, this industry isn't failing because I'm not here, or once I arrive it will surely thrive. His tone was filled with certainty and dominance. Liang Kuan originally wanted to mock him a bit, but upon thinking about Li Jindong's skills, he kept his mouth shut. After all, he was the big brother. It wouldn't look good if he got slapped in the face by a younger brother. Thus Liang Kuan waved his hand and said, since you've helped the gang settle the business in Macau, I don't have anything else to reward you with. Since you want it, this company is yours. Li Jindong smiled and said, thank you, big boss. Meanwhile, over at Hongtai, Wei Jixiang felt a bit anxious after dealing with the Hongtai prince. He was unsure about how things were going with Li Jindong. If Pai Yinmei, that old fellow, was still alive, they would be in trouble. Pai Yinmei had several gunmen under his employ, and he didn't want to spend the rest of his life worrying about assassination. However, after worrying for a while, Shunsha hurriedly walked in from outside. Wei Jixiang immediately stood up and asked, what's the situation? Shunsha caught his breath and revealed a radiant smile, saying, it's settled. I just received news that Pai Yinmei got into a conflict in Chizhou and was stabbed to death. Wei Jixiang let out a long sigh of relief and said, that's good, that's good. Shunsha excitedly said, boss, from now on Hongtai will be under our control. Wei Jixiang also smiled, saying, yes, we finally reached this day. At that moment, Shunsha quietly asked Wei Jixiang, boss, what about Li Jindong? Do we still need to heed his words? Wei Jixiang suddenly thought of Li Jindong's half-smiling face and shuddered. After all, the conflict that initiated this situation was caused by Hongtai's clash with Li Jindong. According to the ways of the underworld, the worst outcome would just be a fight, and everyone would suffer some losses and call it even. But what did Li Jindong do? He systematically undermined Hongtai's foundations and eliminated its higher-ups one by one. The most remarkable part was that he didn't get involved in the consequences. With such methods, Wei Jixiang dared not entertain any thoughts of betrayal. Therefore, he sternly said to Shunsha, are you trying to get yourself killed? If he could take out Pai Yinmei and Chizhou, he could take you out too. Shunsha immediately realized, feeling a surge of fear in his heart. Wei Jixiang said impatiently, I even suspect that one of his people is among us, so be careful what you say, and from now on Dong Ge will forever be our honored guest in Hongtai. Make that clear. Shinsha quickly nodded. I got it, boss. Alright, you and Scarface should disperse the brothers, don't let other gangs take advantage of us. Wei Jixiang. Shinsha nodded, then turned to get to work. Wei Jixiang sat in the dragon chair of Hongtai, tasting the flavor of power for the first time. Brother Dong, the matter has been settled and Hongtai's situation has stabilized. After stabilizing Hongtai's situation, Wei Jixiang immediately called Li Zhendong. Li Zhendong knew that Wei Jixiang was expressing loyalty and couldn't help but smile. Great, I knew you could handle. Do you have any other instructions? Wei Jixiang asked tentatively. Li Zhendong smiled and said, in the future when you talk to me there's no need for all this probing. If I were interested in Hongtai it wouldn't be your turn. If there's anything you need to handle in the future I will inform you. Of course if you encounter any troublesome issues you can come to. Understood, Brother Dong. Wei Jixiang said respectfully. After hanging up the phone, Li Zhendong suddenly heard the system's notification sound. Ding, congratulations to the host for achieving the achievement, the Puppet Master. Achievement Reward Team Recruitment Card X1 or Intelligence Card X3. Ding, the host's reputation in this area has begun to spread widely. Do you want to make it public, yes or no? Publicizing will gain a lot of reputation, while not publicizing will yield basic rewards. It was the first time Li Zhendong saw such an option in the system, and he felt a bit conflicted. Although the system's reputation rewards were very tempting, Li Zhendong needed to upgrade his skills. But now wasn't the time for him to step into the limelight. At least not in this way. Let's not forget behind the scenes there was a major drug lord, Guan Saiba. He certainly didn't want to end up in a situation where someone planted a car bomb in his vehicle. Some burdens were meant to be borne by someone like Liang Kuan, not him. Anyway, Liang Kuan was currently in a position where he didn't have to worry about debts, and with so many problems he didn't need the notoriety that would only delay his efforts to clean up. The route of the film and television company suited him well, and there was no risk involved. Thus Li Zhendong chose to quietly amass his wealth. Reputation 500. It's better not to give it to you. Li Zhendong complained about the system's stinginess. Then he rubbed his hands together preparing to claim his reward. He was quite satisfied with the candidates he had recruited from previous recruitment cards. He wondered what kind of fierce individuals he could recruit this time. As Li Zhendong used the recruitment card, images of individuals began to dance before his eyes. Finally it stopped on a team that made Li Zhendong quite happy. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing the Tianyang Seven Sons team. Intelligence 1. The Tianyang Seven Sons team robbed a cash truck from HSBC, obtaining $100 million. If you save them in advance, you can gain this money along with their loyalty. Intelligence 2. The intelligence you have regarding Guan Saiba is of great interest to the Big Circle Leopard. Perhaps the host can sell it for a decent price. Intelligence 3. The Big Eye Guang met an old guy named Robinson in Chizhou who has $300 million in bonds in a hotel. Helping him might yield significant benefits. Damn, isn't this just a scam? Li Zhendong was speechless when he saw the intelligence card refresh with information that he already had in his mind, not needing to waste the system's intelligence card. This immediately made Li Zhendong furious, feeling that the system had cheated him. He immediately questioned the system. The system, troubled by Li Zhendong's persistent inquiries, finally provided a cold explanation. The timing of these events was not fixed, and the fact that they were refreshed now meant that Li Zhendong could trigger these plots with certainty. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Li Zhendong's expression improved somewhat. However, he happened to be short on cash. The Agud's business needed to expand, and the travel company, in collaboration with Ding Yao along with Wang Hei's finance company and his own preparations to enter the entertainment industry, meant he needed funds in many areas. More importantly, Li Zhendong wanted to take things a step further. Relying solely on the Agud's market was definitely not enough. In the eyes of real big shots, that was all considered low-tier industries. Finance and real estate were the mainstream paths for future development in Xinjiang. With that thought, Li Zhendong stood up and called for Tony. Tony, come with me tonight. Tony looked at Li Zhendong with some curiosity and asked, Boss, where are we going? Bring a few good hands and bring them all for the heist. Li Zhendong thought for a moment and spoke directly to Tony. After all, the Tianyang group had stirred up quite a bit of trouble with the authorities and had people from HSBC trying to take their lives. Li Zhendong felt it was best to be cautious. Tony did not ask further questions, just nodded silently. Late at night, Li Zhendong along with Tony and his crew drove to the pier in the new territories. However, upon arriving, Li Zhendong instructed the driver to turn off the vehicle. The group concealed themselves. At this moment, Tony quietly asked, Boss, what are we doing here? Rescue. Li Zhendong smiled and said, a few fierce individuals. According to the system's description, if Li Zhendong did not reveal the intelligence, 3 members of the Tianyang Seven Sons would be killed tonight while trying to flee. That $100 million would have nothing to do with Li Zhendong. Although he would receive rewards later, they would not. It could be said to be part of the system's supporting facilities. Therefore, Li Zhendong wasted no time and waited here early that night. Moments later, a van arrived and several figures got out of the vehicle. They seemed to be waiting for the boat captain to arrive before preparing to flee. However, Li Zhendong knew that they had already been betrayed by those around them. It wouldn't be long before the authorities arrived. Moreover, the true mastermind behind this robbery, Inspector Zhang Wenyo, would also be involved in a black operation at this time. Thus, Li Jindong got out of the car and walked towards Tianyang and the others. Tianyang and the others, being mercenaries who had spent years abroad, were quite alert as siblings raised in the boy. They quickly noticed the arrival of Li Jindong and his crew. They immediately drew their guns and pointed them at Li Jindong's group, saying, "Who are you?" After getting into the car, Li Jindong did not rush to start the engine. Tian Yangsheng was puzzled and was about to ask when he saw several police cars racing toward the spot where they had just been. At that moment, the boat captain's vessel also docked. Li Jindong smiled and said, "Did you see that? If you had rushed onto the boat just now, you would definitely have been shot to pieces by the cops." Tian Yangsheng and the others felt a wave of fear. He himself was not too concerned, but his brothers and sisters would surely be in trouble. Tian Yangsheng said seriously to Li Jindong, "I owe you a favor." Li Jindong smiled and replied, "A favor isn't enough. Do you want to know who sold you out?" Li Jindong said with a smile. Tian Yangsheng and his companions immediately had a glint of excitement in their eyes. "Who?" "The one who had you do the job." Li Jindong said lightly. "From the very beginning, he never intended to share the spoils with you. He was planning to eliminate you and pocket the loot himself." Tian Yangsheng fell silent for a moment, then directly took the travel bag from his brother's hands, which was filled with stacks of US dollars, and said, "Here's $100 million. I want to know who this person is, what his name is, and where he is." Tian Yangqi and his siblings were not short on cash. Their commissions as mercenaries abroad had already been quite considerable. Robbing the armored car of HSBC was merely for the thrill. Thus, he did not hesitate to hand over the $100 million to Li Jindong in exchange for information about that person. After all, for people like them, money could be secondary, but those who dared to fool them would definitely pay the price. Li Jindong whistled and laughed, saying, "You just robbed it, and now you're giving it to me before it's even warmed up. You saved our lives. This money is well deserved." Tian Yangsheng said earnestly, "The lives of my brothers and I are worth much more than this. So what are your plans after taking down the mastermind?" Li Jindong smiled and said, "This person's identity is not trivial. After all, he was a police inspector, and although he was Chinese, he was enough to drive the police crazy." Tian Yangsheng remained silent. He didn't know what to do. They were all child soldiers. To put it bluntly, they were orphans. Over the years, having no fixed abode and living a life of hardship, they had long since gotten used to it. Now, when asked about their plans, they found themselves at a loss for words. Li Jindong seized the moment and said, "Why not work for me? I plan to start a security company. You all can lead a different kind of life." Tian Yangsheng and the others were silent, but the youngest siblings seemed a bit hopeful. After all, not everyone could adapt to a life of hardship. Taking a deep breath, Tian Yangsheng said, "Let's talk about it after we deal with the traitor." Li Jindong smiled and said, "No problem. Then I'll take this money for now, find a place for you to stay, and once I find out the exact location of that person, I will notify." Tian Yangsheng nodded, saying, "Thank you." Although Li Jindong already knew that it was Zhang Wenyao who was plotting behind the scenes, revealing it so quickly would make it seem like the information was too easy to obtain. Soon Li Jindong took Tian Yangsheng and the others to Saigon. The location was quite remote, so the cops would likely have a hard time finding them. Furthermore, this area was within Li Jindong's sphere of influence, making it relatively safe for them to stay. "This is the place. I will have someone prepare food and medical supplies for you later." Li Jindong led them to several rooms. This location is quite secluded, so there shouldn't be anyone to disturb you. Having just robbed the armored car and fought with the cops, Tian Yangsheng and his group were all injured and needed. This place Li Jindong found was sufficient to give them a chance to catch their breath. The group nodded and settled in without much discussion. They also knew that the current situation was not suitable for them to clash with the Hong Kong police again. After settling a few people, Dashin quietly said to Li Jindong, "Brother Dong, these people seem unusual. He just be careful while serving them." Li Jindong laughed. Dashin scratched his head and said, "By the way, boss, about that smuggled vehicle issue we talked about last time, do you still remember it?" Li Jindong frowned and asked, "What? Is there a problem?" Dashin nodded. "Those guys are stubborn and I've tried everything." Li Jindong scoffed. "Just a few car thieves making such a fuss. Since they refuse to cooperate, let them have a home. Do these guys have any weaknesses?" "I need to check," Dashin quickly replied. Li Jindong said disdainfully, "Damn it, after all this time you haven't managed to get anything done. Oh, what use are you?" Dashin looked aggrieved and said, "But boss, you wanted to change the warehouse." While they were talking and walking toward the port, suddenly a piercing scream was heard. The sound was very shrill, filled. Li Jindong frowned and asked, "What's going on?" Dashin disdainfully replied, "It must be those human traffickers. Those bastards love to do this. They control the women they deceive from outside, and then force them to sell themselves. After disembarking, they first capture these women and coerce them into submission. This is their common tactic." Li Jindong had heard plenty about such matters. Many gangs specialized in this line of. However, he looked down on such scoundrels and frowned, saying, "From now on, drive them away. They are not allowed to create chaos here." Dashin nodded and said, "Got it, boss." Just as he was preparing to ignore it, suddenly a ragged woman rushed out of a room in a panic, heading straight for Li Jindong and the others. Behind her was a middle-aged man with a brutish face looking fierce. "Stop her!" the man shouted loudly towards Li Jindong and the others. The woman was startled, but seeing that Li Jindong had no intention of stopping her, she instead ran towards him. "Are you deaf? I told you to stop that woman." The man shouted arrogantly at Li Jindong's group. But before he could finish, Dashin kicked him directly. "You bastard, who are you talking to?" The burly man was kicked flat onto the ground by Dasha. Though his martial prowess was unremarkable, he was more than capable of handling such lowlifes. Fury contorted the burly man's face as he drew a knife, ready to fight Dasha to the death, until several of Dasha's underlings suddenly emerged behind him, halting him mid-stride. Dasha nearly laughed in exasperation. "You operate in Saigon, and yet you've never heard of me, Dasha." At the name, the burly man froze stunned into silence. Forcing a strained smile, he addressed Dasha. "Ah, Brother Shah, a case of mistaken identity, like floodwaters washing over the Dragon King's temple. I'm Shi Tu-Wei, the shiprunner." "Oh," Dasha replied coldly. "So you're that scoundrel Shi Tu-Wei?" He added dismissively, "From now on, anyone trafficking humans is banned from docking in Saigon." "No, Brother Shah, please. Let me host a few banquets to atone for my offense." Shi Tu-Wei stammered nervously. "And this girl, I offer her to you freely." Upon hearing the name, Shi Tu-Wei, Li Jindong felt a flicker of recognition. He glanced at the man cowering behind him and asked, "Hey, you, what's your name?" "Gang." "Gang Sheng," murmured the young woman, slim-figured, delicately handsome, her voice trembling with. Li Jindong chuckled aloud. Just as he'd suspected, she was indeed Gang Sheng, the heroine from Righteousness, soaring above the clouds. No wonder Shi Tu-Wei had targeted her. She was truly exceptional. Li Jindong waved casually at Dasha. "Handle this. I'm leaving." With that, Li Jindong escorted Gang Sheng straight into the car. "Safe travels, Brother Dong," Dasha called out hurriedly, then turned sharply to Shi Tu-Wei. "Are your ears deaf? I said get out." Humiliated and powerless, Shi Tu-Wei could only slink away. Men like him dared not cross Dasha's faction. Inside the car, Gang Sheng curled herself into a tight ball, eyes wide with unease, like a kitten newly thrust into an alien world. Li Jindong asked, "Gently came to visit relatives?" She nodded. "To stay with my third aunt. But those human..." Li Jindong smiled reassuringly. "You're safe now. Where does your third aunt live? I'll have someone take you there." Gang Sheng's face lit up with delight. "Really? You're such a good person." Li Jindong sighed inwardly. She'd handed him a good guy card before even settling in. Yet he paid it no mind. He knew full well her third aunt would soon cast her out. Judging by Gang Sheng's distraught expression, she'd soon be utterly desperate. A woman of such extraordinary beauty. Li Jindong had no intention of letting her slip away. Following her directions, he delivered her to the address. Shi Gui grinned slyly at Li Jindong. "Boss, taken with this mainland girl." Li Jindong flicked Shi Gui's ear and snapped, "Less chatter. Park the car, and let's grab something to eat." Shi Gui snickered, killed the engine, and the two settled at a roadside stall, hastily devouring a simple meal. Within half an hour, Gang Sheng emerged from the Tong Lao building, hollow-eyed and shattered, clearly just evicted by... Worse still, her uncle had leered at her with lascivious intent. Realizing she couldn't remain there another moment, Gang Sheng fled immediately. As she stood paralyzed by uncertainty, her gaze fell upon Li Jindong, still seated at the roadside stall, eating calmly. Her eyes brightened, and she hurried toward him without hesitation. Li Jindong watched her return and smiled. "Didn't you go to stay with your third aunt? Why are you back already?" Gang Sheng flushed with embarrassment. I was thrown out. Could you lend me some money? I'll repay you as soon as I find work." Li Jindong chuckled. "Do you really take me for a fool?" "Not possible," she whispered, crestfallen, yet admirable in her quiet dignity. Even at her lowest point, she didn't break down. Instead, she bowed deeply to Li Jindong and turned to leave. "Wait, come back," Li Jindong called out, smiling. "Where do you plan to go at this hour?" "I'll try my luck elsewhere," she answered honestly. "Can you cook, clean, and do housework?" Li Jindong asked directly. Her eyes sparkled instantly. "Yes, I cook wonderfully." "Fine, come with me then. $1,000 monthly." He added firmly, "You haven't eaten. Sit down and eat." Starving Gang Sheng sat and devoured the food ravenously, nearly clearing the entire table single-handedly. After stuffing herself, she let out an unladylike belch, then blushed mortified. Li Jindong merely smiled and brought her home. After becoming a Tong master, Li Jindong rented an apartment in Mongkok, a modest base. Buying property could wait. Our real estate would be his next frontier. Gang Sheng's eyes widened in awe at Li Jindong's opulent apartment, the first time she'd ever seen such lavish interior design. "There's a spare room beside this one. Settle in. Tomorrow I'll arrange clothes for you, deducted from your salary." He instructed. "The fridge is stocked. Help yourself." Gang Sheng nodded obediently. After issuing his instructions, Li Jindong stepped out. Though temptation simmered, duty came first. He preferred no coercion, so he held back. Once Gang Sheng was settled, he returned directly to his territory. His next move, taking over Liang Quan's Chinquan Film Company. Though bearing a prestigious name, most of its films ended up on pirated videotapes or screened in underground theaters. In truth, it was a low-tier operation. Its directors and actors were mediocre, rehashing tired cliches with little artistry or originality. Compared to the terabyte of cinematic treasures stored in Li Jindong's memory from his past life, their output was laughably primitive. So he resolved to dismiss them all and recruit fresh talent. Talent scouting would be essential. The manager of the original Kowloon film company was called in. This guy named Tian Zhang could be considered the most reliable person in the entire Kowloon film company. Without his management, Liang Kuan would not have been able to sell his small films so successfully. Liang Kuan, who was not good at managing a company, left all the various matters to him. "Dongga, you called for me?" Tian Zhang asked somewhat nervously, as the company had suddenly changed owners and many people had been let go. Although Li Jindong was Liang Kuan's subordinate, it seemed Liang Kuan did not intend to interfere in this matter. Li Jindong smiled at Tian Zhang and said, "No need to be so tense, I will keep you around, because you are so capable." Tian Zhang was originally a talent poached by Liang Kuan from the wireless station. This guy had fallen into high interest debt, which Liang Kuan had helped him resolve. With a bad reputation, he couldn't continue at the wireless station, so he simply came to Kowloon Film Company. Li Jindong continued, "I am planning to run the company differently. Do you have any ideas?" Tian Zhang thought for a moment and replied, "That depends on what Dongga wants to do." "Movies, of course," Li Jindong said with a smile. Tian Zhang hesitated, then said to Li Jindong, "Dongga, making movies is a money-losing venture right now." Li Jindong nodded and replied, "I know, but it doesn't matter. I don't mind losing some money. What I need is influence. And if others lose money, that's because they lack the ability. I am sure I can make a profit." Tian Zhang, somewhat helpless, said, "Since Dongga wants to establish a proper film company, I do know some people, but..." Li Jindong had just received $100 million. Although this money was not yet cleaned, it still gave him considerable confidence. He waved his hand and said to Tian Zhang, "Money is not an issue. Just bring me the best people in the industry. By the way, I want a younger team, not those old fossils." Tian Zhang was somewhat surprised, as he always thought that gangsters were only concerned with making money. But looking at Li Jindong's demeanor, it seemed he really did not treat money as a big deal. He didn't even ask about the price, but immediately agreed. Li Jindong patted Tian Zhang on the shoulder and said, Zhang, I either don't do it, or I do it to create the best film company. Do you understand what I mean? In a bit, I will have someone transfer 300,000 to you. You can start assembling a crew for me." Tian Zhang did not expect Li Jindong to be so generous, but he still reminded him, "Boss, what kind of movie are we planning?" Li Jindong confidently replied, "Don't worry, I have everything arranged. You just need to bring over a few screenwriters later. This plan cannot be disclosed yet." Li Jindong had indeed been prepared for this. Before crossing over, he was a fan of Hong Kong films, having dabbled in almost every genre. However, although Li Jindong was willing to spend money, he was not foolish enough to engage in a money-losing business. Therefore, he had already planned the filming schedule for the upcoming film company. Low-budget comedies and the most eye-catching crime films were Li Jindong's main focus. After all, these films did not cost much to shoot and could yield substantial returns. First, he would build the company's reputation and then tackle those big productions. After all, this timeline was completely different from the one Li Jindong originally came from, so he was not afraid of being accused of plagiarism. After Li Jindong had a sum of money sent over by a bao to help Tian Zhang assemble the crew, he left the company. "Tony, what's the situation with the cops?" Li Jindong asked Tony during a break. After rescuing Tian Yangsheng and his group, Li Jindong had someone keep an eye on that guy Zhang Wenyo. Tony sneered, "Those cops have gone mad, trying to dig 3 feet into the ground." Li Jindong chuckled, "That's to be expected, after all, it's such a large sum of money." This was $100 million, which should have been securely in Zhang Wenyo's hands, but unexpectedly, it was intercepted by Li Jindong, so it was only natural for them to go crazy. Li Jindong smiled at Tony and said, "Keep a close watch on this guy. I'll report to me immediately if anything happens." "Got it, boss." After Tony hung up the phone, Li Jindong arranged everything and had Shigui take him home. There was a beautiful girl at home waiting for him. Upon returning home, Li Jindong opened the door and was greeted by the aroma of food. He then saw Gang Sheng, who had changed into a new outfit, busily working in the kitchen. Seeing Li Jindong come back, she appeared somewhat nervous. "Donggu, I can only cook a few home-cooked dishes, please." Li Jindong looked her up and down and noticed that she had changed out of her previous ragged clothes. She wore a pair of jeans paired with a white t-shirt, looking pure and beautiful. Her figure and looks even surpassed those of the little stutterer, which made Li Jindong feel a surge of desire. "Sit down, don't be so tense so I won't eat you," Li Jindong said with a smile to Gang Sheng. Gang Sheng obediently sat down, but her eyes dared not make any contact with Li Jindong. She was not a little girl, though she could sense what Li Jindong's fiery gaze meant. However, she did not feel repulsed, because Li Jindong was indeed very handsome. Even if she couldn't make it, he was the kind of handsome guy who could work at Pelon Street. Moreover, Li Jindong had saved her from the clutches of that bastard Shi Tu and even provided her with a job. Most importantly, Li Jindong was rich and powerful. He could be said to embody all the dreams of young girls. Gang Sheng was no exception. Li Jindong asked with a smile, "Are you getting used to living here?" "Thank you, Donggu." Gang Sheng quickly expressed her gratitude. Li Jindong smiled and asked, "You're so beautiful, do you have a boyfriend?" Gang Sheng was somewhat shy, then her expression fell as she shook her head. I was sold over by my family. The next morning Li Jindong was awakened by the ringing of his phone. Irritated, he pushed away Gangxing, who was wrapped around him like an octopus, and answered the call. Who lacks common decency to call so early in the morning? Li Jindong grumbled. From the other end, Tony's voice came through with a hint of exasperation. Boss, it's already noon. Really? Li Jindong glanced at the time and realized it was indeed 12 o'clock. This was all Gangsheng's fault. She was just too clingy. Clearing his throat, Li Jindong shifted the topic. What's so urgent that you need to find me? Tony immediately replied. Zhang Wenyo seems to be preparing to run. Huh? Li Jindong said in surprise. Why would he run? Tony chuckled. That bastard is in deep debt from stock trading, and with that 100 million USD, he couldn't secure. He's probably afraid of things escalating. Quite decisive. Li Jindong was somewhat impressed. After all, in the original storyline, Zhang Wenyo had secured that sum of money and, fearing investigation, had left it in his car's trunk, going about his work as usual. Now with this situation arising, it was likely a result of his own butterfly effect. However, what mattered was that he absolutely could not let this guy escape. Thus Li Jindong declared, you keep an eye on him, I'll go find Tian Yangxing and the others. After hanging up, Li Jindong prepared to head out. Gangxing had already woken up, and seeing Li Jindong getting ready to leave helped him change his clothes. Naturally, she didn't escape being taken advantage of by Li Jindong, which made her pout in indignation. As he was about to leave, Li Jindong instructed, I'm off to handle some matters, y'all be back tonight. I'll wait for you, Donggo. Gangxing replied obediently. After leaving, Li Jindong headed straight to Saikong, where he met with Tian Yangxing and the others. After a couple of days of rest, they had all recovered quite well. However, seeing Li Jindong arrive, Tian Yangxing immediately inquired, Mr. Chen, do you have any news about the mastermind behind this? Indeed, get in the car, and we'll talk on the way. Li Jindong ushered the others into the car and instructed Shi Guei to meet up with Tony. On the road, Tian Yangxing eagerly asked, Mr. Chen, what's the situation? The person targeting you is not simple, he's a sergeant from the Hong Kong police. Li Jindong stated directly. A sergeant? Tian Yangyi and Tian Yangji's eyes widened in shock. After all, at this time a Chinese sergeant held a significant position. They never expected that the person they had been cooperating with would turn out to be a cop. Then the cop they encountered at the dock that night. Thinking of this, the faces of Tian Yangxi's group revealed expressions of anger. Tian Yangxing coldly stated, we must kill the sergeant. Li Jindong chuckled and said, don't be too hasty, I didn't say you couldn't kill him. However, if you eliminate him, now the Hong Kong police will surely go crazy, and then you won't be able to escape. After all, he was a high-ranking officer in the police force, and the Hong Kong police cared about their reputation. When the time came, it wouldn't be ordinary officers responding, but rather the Flying Tigers. Although Tian Yangxing and his group were formidable, Li Jindong was not optimistic about them facing off against the fully armed Flying Tigers. Despite the portrayal of the Flying Tigers in films as never winning, in reality, they had never lost. As for this timeline, it was hard to say. Li Jindong also wouldn't let them fight to mutual destruction. Tian Yangxing furrowed his brow and asked, Mr. Chen, what do you suggest we do? Li Jindong chuckled, then shared his plan with Tian Yangxing and the others. After hearing Li Jindong's plan, Tian Yangxi looked at him with a peculiar gaze. After all, this method was rather sinister. However, for an enemy who had just attempted to kill their brothers, they found that this approach was even more satisfying than directly eliminating the bastard. Tian Yangxing pondered for a moment before agreeing. Zhang Wenyo was indeed preparing to flee. After several days of investigation, they had found no trace of Tian Yangxing and his group. These guys seemed to have vanished into thin air in Hong Kong. This made Zhang Wenyo even more anxious. If this matter were to be exposed, no matter how powerful his connections were, his end would not be any better. As a sergeant in the major crimes unit, his network was impressive. That day, he contacted a boat for fleeing and quickly sold off his assets, taking the money he had to prepare for leaving Hong Kong by sea. During this time, Zhang Wenyo remained quite low-key with no communication with anyone. However, he soon discovered a magazine at a newsstand. These small newspapers in Hong Kong still sold reasonably well. However, upon seeing the contents of the magazine, Zhang Wenyo felt a chill run down his spine. The content of the magazine was a missing person notice seemingly orchestrated by Tian Yangxing's team. This instantly made Zhang Wenyo feel like he was being targeted. After buying a copy of the magazine, he immediately opened it in the car. The content detailed how he conspired with Tian Yangxing to rob a cash truck from HSBC. The details were so precise that it felt as if the author had been present at the scene. This left Zhang Wenyo in a state of panic. Just as he was flustered, his phone suddenly rang. Zhang Wenyo's expression changed, and he threw his phone out the window. He then started the car and sped towards the... At that moment, several reporters had also noticed the situation and were inquiring with the HSBC representatives about the contents of the magazine. The representative appeared quite calm in front of the media. Yes, this incident is pretty much as described. However, I need to correct you on one point. The amount robbed was not just 100 million USD. It was a total of 320 million USD. This statement left the reporters in an uproar as such a large sum could be considered the biggest heist in Hong Kong. The interview was then broadcasted on television. Soon the police caught wind of the interview and were left stunned. Where is Zhang Wenyo? Deputy Commissioner Li Shutong asked with a frown. Sir Zhang is on leave today. The assistant hurriedly informed Li Shutong. What? Li Shutong's eyes widened in disbelief. What a coincidence that he took leave. The assistant nodded and said 3 days ago Sir Zhang applied for leave. Li Shutong with a dark expression said, no matter where he is, have him come back to see me immediately. Yes. The assistant quickly picked up the phone and dialed Zhang Wenyo's number. However, the call was hung up once after being connected, and afterwards it couldn't be reached at all. The assistant with a helpless expression said to Li Shutong, Sir Li, we can't reach Sir Zhang's phone. Damn. Li Shutong was immediately enraged. What do you mean the phone can't be reached? What about his home? The assistant shrugged and said, no one is answering either. Li Shutong had not doubted Zhang Wenyo before. After all, he was someone he had personally trained. As a superior, he certainly would not believe any tabloid gossip and would trust his subordinate. However, Zhang Wenyo's series of unusual behaviors made him feel something was off. Li Shutong directly asked, go find out if there have been any unusual occurrences with Zhang Wenyo recently and investigate him for me. The assistant nodded, he'll go right away. A few hours later, the assistant pried open Li Shutong's office door again and said to him, Sir Li, I've found out. What did you find? Li Shutong furrowed his brows. A few days ago, Sir Zhang bought a ticket to Europe via Siam through someone else. The assistant hesitated for a moment and said to Li Shutong. Li Shutong's brows raised. If he was suspicious before, it was now confirmed. That bastard Zhang Wenyo definitely has a problem. Moreover, he happened to be in charge of the case involving the robbery of the HSBC cash truck, which led Li Shutong to a terrifying suspicion. Send someone to find this bastard for me. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you have to. Li Shutong said immediately. If his suspicion was correct, this incident would have a significant impact on the police. It is known that the reputation of the Hong Kong police has never been good, especially since many citizens have experienced the era of the 4 great detectives. If a scandal broke out, not only would he be in trouble, but even the top brass would face severe consequences. Furthermore, the efforts of Chinese officers to achieve their current status could all be destroyed by a bastard like Zhang Wenyo. At that time, the British would have even more excuses to suppress the local factions. Therefore, Li Shutong planned to find this bastard in advance. He must not allow what this guy did to affect the police force. I understand, Deputy Director, but should it be made public? The assistant immediately inquired. Li Shutong pondered for a moment and said, in my name, issue orders to all grassroots Chinese officers, but don't make a big fuss about it. Got it. The assistant nodded and immediately went to work. Meanwhile, Zhang Wenyo had already arrived at the pier. He anxiously paced back and forth waiting for the smuggling boat to arrive. The gang from Tianyanxing had already gone crazy and made this matter public. He couldn't imagine what the result would be if his superior found out about this. However, knowing Li Shutong, that old man would definitely kill him to protect the police's reputation. At that time, he would truly be hunted down by both the underworld and law enforcement. So as long as he hadn't left Hong Kong, he displayed extreme unease. Finally, half an hour later, the captain arrived late in a fishing boat. Zhang Wenyo immediately went up to him, his face full of joy. You finally came. However, when he walked in, his whole body froze. Because the people getting off the boat were not the captain, but the brothers from Sir Zhang, where are you in such a hurry to go? Tianyanxing sneered at Zhang Wenyo. Zhang Wenyo, looking panicked, hurriedly said, you've got the wrong person. Do you think that because you are hiding in the shadows we wouldn't know who you are? Seeing Zhang Wenyo about to run, Tianyanxing leaped forward and directly grabbed Zhang Wenyo's shoulder. But Zhang Wenyo was certainly prepared for a getaway. He directly pulled out a gun from his waist, ready to take a harsh shot. However, knowing what kind of person Tianyanxing was, he immediately reacted upon seeing the malice in Zhang Wenyo's eyes. In an instant, Tianyanxing executed a shoulder throw, slamming Zhang Wenyo to the ground. Then he grabbed one of his arms, stepping on his back and twisting it fiercely. The sound of bones cracking suddenly echoed, and the intense pain made Zhang Wenyo emit a cry that was not human. The others from Tianyanxing also jumped off the boat. They couldn't let Tianyanxing take all the revenge alone. They had grievances to settle too. Wait, we can discuss this properly. Zhang Wenyo, seeing 7 people surrounding him, panicked. However, the 7 brothers and sisters ignored him, and each pulled out a short knife. A few hours later, a police car hurriedly arrived at the seaside pier. They immediately set up a cordon and dispersed the surrounding onlookers. Then a young inspector stepped out of the car, displaying his credentials. The forensic team had already begun investigating the bloody and mangled body on the ground. The inspector walked over and asked his colleagues from the forensic team, what's going on? Preliminary confirmation indicates that this body is that of Inspector Zhang Wenyo, said the forensic team colleague with a serious expression. And when we found this on the body. You need to report this to your father immediately. As he spoke, the forensic officer handed a tape recorder to Li Wenbin, who had just arrived. Li Wenbin, looking puzzled, picked up the tape recorder and pressed the play button. Then a conversation came out of the recorder. On Tuesday at 3 in the afternoon, the HSBC cash truck will return from East Simsha Sui to the HSBC headquarters. During this time, I will shift the surrounding patrol officers. You all finish up quickly. Stop talking nonsense. After you finish, go to the pier in the new territories and wait for me. I will arrange a boat for you to leave Hong Kong. Remember, be clean about it. Try not to leave any survivors. I don't want to clean up after you. Hearing the conversation from the tape recorder, Li Wenbin's expression changed immediately, because he could tell that it was indeed Zhang Wenyo's voice. Li Wenbin immediately said to the old police officer from the forensic team, "This matter hasn't leaked out, has it?" The old police officer from the forensic team nodded. "I have sealed off the information for now, only I know about this." Li Wenbin nodded. "I will send it over immediately." "Did you let off steam?" Li Zhendong asked with a smile as he watched Tian Yangsheng and his group return to Saigon. Tian Yangji frowned and replied, "Boss, doesn't this mean we're provoking the Hong Kong police again?" Li Zhendong nodded. "That's right, but the Hong Kong police are in the wrong in this matter. They dare not make a fuss about it, otherwise why do you think I had you record it?" Tian Yangsheng asked directly, "Is this useful?" "Don't worry, it's definitely useful," Li Zhendong said with a smile. "The police's reputation can't withstand such a blow. However, you should lay low for a while. I have some business over in Macau, so you go ahead first." Tian Yangsheng and the others knew that without Li Zhendong avenging themselves would be a troublesome matter. Thus there were no objections to Li Zhendong's arrangements. After switching Tian Yangsheng and the others with Fu Guang, Li Zhendong prepared to keep a low profile for a while. If the authorities found out that this matter was also related to him, he would likely face severe consequences. After sending Tian Yangsheng and his group to Macau, Li Zhendong conveniently handed the $100 million he acquired to Wang Haihe. "Boss, this is..." Wang Haihe was taken aback by the sight of so much cash. "You must know that this is $100 million. It's a huge sum no matter where it is." Li Zhendong smiled and said, "Have you seen the news? It's the money from HSBC. Hiss." Wang Haihe looked at Li Zhendong in surprise and quietly asked, "Boss, how did you get your hands on this money?" "You don't need to worry about that. How long will it take to clean this money?" Li Zhendong said directly. Wang Haihe hesitated for a moment. "It won't be easy to clean this money. The people from HSBC have been investigating it. I think we should hide it for about half a year before we start handling it once the storm passes." Li Zhendong nodded and then chuckled. "These foreigners are ruthless. They were only robbed of 100 million, yet they reported 300 million. Wang Haihe laughed and said, "That's just normal practice." Although cleaning this money would not be easy, Li Zhendong still trusted Wang Haihe's words. Moreover, as Li Zhendong wasn't particularly short on money at the moment, he could afford to wait for half a year. He then inquired about the situation in Macau from Fu Guang. Beng Yiju had been restless, wanting to make a move against Hong Xing and San Liangang. However, due to an incident, he had completely calmed down recently. That guy's strategist Xiao Liao got sick and died. As a result, he's been much more obedient. Fu Guang said with a smile. "By the way, boss, where did you find these cold-blooded guys? They don't seem ordinary." Li Zhendong smiled and said, "Tian Yangsheng and his group are professionals. They are foreign mercenaries who have just been following me for a while." Fu Guang nodded. "No wonder they look so tough to deal with." It's worth noting that Fu Guang was the kind of person who was audacious. Even he found them intimidating, which showed the deterrent power of Tian Yangsheng and his group. Li Zhendong instructed Fu Guang to hand over to Tian Yangsheng's group. Then he took Fu Guang and his group back to Hong Kong. As for Macau, as long as that scoundrel Beng Yiju didn't stir up trouble, it wouldn't fall into chaos for now. After returning to Hong Kong, Tian Zhang called saying that the basic arrangements had been made. This guy Tian Zhang really has some skills. In just a few days he had managed to get most of the crew for a film project. Li Zhendong directly called over several screenwriters and planned to use the Happy Ghost series as the first film for the new company, aiming to build some reputation first. Although these screenwriters didn't know Li Zhendong's identity, they respected this boss quite a bit. Moreover, the ideas Li Zhendong proposed were not bad, so they were preparing to start adapting them. Originally, screenwriters from the wireless network generally wouldn't work for such small film companies. However, Li Zhendong offered too much. After finishing up at the film company, Li Zhendong just returned home planning to have an intimate moment with Gang Xing. At this moment, Liang Kuan unexpectedly called. "Wow, no way, big guy, I was just about to rest with my girl." Li Zhendong said, a bit speechless. "What is it? Don't just think about chasing girls every day. Dongxing's Luotaoa is back. I heard he's throwing a party tomorrow, make sure to come." Liang Kuan said directly to Li Zhendong. "Also, it's our turn this year to host the Flower Cannon Festival for Hong Xing, so we need to make our presence felt." Li Zhendong was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "I got it, you'll be there on time tomorrow." After hanging up the phone, Gang Sheng immediately came over. After all having tasted the forbidden fruit, Gang Sheng also had a taste for it. Li Zhendong naturally wouldn't refuse Gang Sheng's active invitation. Meanwhile, in the office of the deputy director at the Hong Kong General Headquarters, Li Shutong looked quite grim after listening to the recording. He directly asked his son, "How many people heard these recordings?" "Only old Lu from the forensic department," Li Wenbin said directly. "He has already sealed off the news." "Old Lu did well. This matter must be kept confidential." Li Shutong nodded. Li Wenbin curiously asked, but I want to know who exactly did this. That fool Zhang Wenyao wanted to play dirty, but ended up getting himself killed. What's there to say? Li Shutong sneered. This matter doesn't need further investigation. Let's keep it simple. Zhang Wenyao's actions were simply too disgraceful. If the police continued investigating, they might uncover even more embarrassing truths. Now that this guy was dead, it was enough to close the case hastily, avoiding any unnecessary complications. Li Wenbin shook his head and said, Zhang Wenyao's death is indeed no loss, but someone who can create such a commotion is definitely not an ordinary person. I'm very interested in this individual. Right, using the media to tarnish Zhang Wenyao's reputation and then making us hesitant to continue investigating this planner must certainly be a local talent, not an outsider. I'm also quite interested in him. Go investigate him. But don't delve too deep. Be careful, this guy might be desperate. I know my limits, Dad, Li Wenbin said with a smile. The next noon, Li Jindong followed Liang Kuan to the new territories, the territory of the Dongxing gang. Although Dongxing is known as one of the 4 major gangs in Hong Kong, their main power does not lie within the city. Such situations are quite common among the gangs in Hong Kong. For instance, the largest faction of the Number Gang is actually in Macau, while the biggest power of Chung-E is in America. The main strength of Dongxing, however, is in the Netherlands. Moreover, Dongxing engages in the business of happy powder and is the only one openly doing this trade. As a result, Luotua was wanted by the Hong Kong police during the late period of the 4 major detectives and escaped to the Netherlands. Recently, he has been waiting for the dust to settle before returning. However, this old man has a wide network. Upon his return for the celebration of the goddess' birthday, many bosses from various gangs showed up to pay their respects. Wow, dragon and lion dances, it's quite lively, Li Jindong said with a smile to Liang Kuan. Liang Kuan chuckled. Luotua has been around for a long time. Many people came to support him today. Li Jindong nodded, and just a few steps later saw many familiar faces. For example, Deng Wei from Lianqing Chue Ji and Lin Huayue. Old Su from Xinji, along with his most popular subordinate Axe Jun. In any case, all the well-known gangs sent representatives to show support. Additionally, there were quite a few district councillors from the new territories and some local gentry, making the event quite grand. Of course, it was also inevitable to see the presence of law enforcement. However, they were merely there to observe and perhaps enjoy a meal later. As long as there were no conflicts, they would pretend not to see anything. After all, both Dongxing and gangs like Honghing and Lianqing operate under the guise of clan associations or local societies, making them legitimate community groups whose activities are duly reported. As long as they don't cause trouble, the police have no way to deal with them. At this moment, Luotua was offering incense and intentionally chose the occasion of the goddess' birthday to announce his return to Hong Kong. After offering incense, he admonished his younger brothers, beside him, us country folks value tradition the most. Remember, do not provoke trouble outside and respect teachers and the way within. A guy next to him wearing sunglasses and looking as if he had fleas crawling all over him said with a cheeky grin, Boss, I listen to you very well in the Netherlands. This guy is none other than the downhill tiger from Dongxing known as Crow. Luotua replied irritably, the Netherlands is the Netherlands, but once you're in Hong Kong, that's another matter. Just as Luotua was about to scold him again, a man in a yellow suit wearing gold-rimmed glasses and sporting a beaming smile walked over. Boss, Liang Kuan from Honghing has brought his cousin over. Oh really? Luotua said hurriedly, bring me over. The smiling tiger seized the opportunity to flatter, Boss, your status in the underworld is high and your connections are great. Besides, on such an important day, all the counselors will definitely come to show their support. Luotua replied with a smile, when it comes to flattery, you must be the best. Of course he's the smiling tiger. Crow chimed in with a laugh. Soon Luotua and his group reached the entrance to welcome Liang Kuan and Li Jindong. Mr. Luotua, long time no see. Liang Kuan greeted Luotua with a smile, and then turned to Li Jindong, saying address him as Mr. Luotua. Mr. Luotua, it's an honor. Li Jindong greeted Luotua with a smile. Kuan, I didn't expect Honghing is now under your leadership. Luotua said with some emotion. Liang Kuan smiled, it's just luck. So you are a Dong. I heard you are the king of goods in Hong Kong. Please take care of us country bumpkins in business from now on. Luotua said with a smile to Li Jindong. Li Jindong chuckled, Mr. Luotua, you are too polite. I should be the one looking to you for advice. Li Jindong engaged in small talk with Luotua, attracting the attention of many others. Is this guy really the goods Dong from Honghing? He looks so young. Lin Huayue from Lianqing looked at Li Jindong in surprise, quietly asking Deng Bo, I heard this kid has been rampaging in Macau and has some connections with the gambling king. Is that true? Deng Bo replied lightly, rampaging is an exaggeration, but he indeed helped Honghing establish a foothold in Macau. He is a formidable character. As for the gambling king, that's just hearsay. I heard a goods Dong merely did a favor for the gambling king's daughter, nothing. Lin Huayue let out a sigh of relief. This guy is already so powerful. If he has the gambling king backing him, we won't stand a chance. Deng Bo smiled and said, they're all young people. You can try to get in touch with him. Hearing this, Lin Huayue felt he could sense that Deng Bo intentionally wanted to promote him as the next leader of Lianqing. However, his strength was indeed not on par with Didi, who overshadowed him at every turn. Even with the support of elders like Deng Bo, he still fell short. But if he found a powerful ally, there might still be a chance for a comeback. This Li Jindong is indeed an excellent candidate. Lin Huayue smiled and said, "I'll need Deng Bo to—" "Sure." Deng Bo nodded. Meanwhile, over at Zenji, Old Su was also watching Li Jindong. Although Li Jindong was quite low-key, people couldn't help but be curious about him. Ax Jun beside him chuckled, "Boss, are you planning to poach someone again?" Old Su replied irritably, "Are you out of your mind? He's Liang Kun's cousin, a relative. How can I poach him? Then why are you keeping an eye on this kid?" Ax Jun asked in confusion. Old Su smiled mysteriously. "I have a friend who asked me to help gather information on this Goods Dong." "That friend from the north?" Ax Jun asked curiously. Old Su nodded. "I didn't expect Hung Hing to be in touch with the north this early." As the main character of the day, Lo Ta was naturally very busy. After chatting with Liang Kun and Li Jindong for a while, however, Crow did not leave. He was also an old acquaintance of Liang Kun. "Kun Gu, I didn't expect you to have become the leader of Hung Hing after a few years," Crow said with a smile. Liang Kun replied coldly, "A few years have passed, and your mouth is still as foul as ever. What do you want?" Crow, unfazed, said cheerfully, "What I mean is, since you are now the leader of Hung Hing, can we make a big deal? I can have people send a batch of goods over from the Netherlands, or we could make a fortune." Hearing Crow's words, Liang Kun's expression turned a bit strange. "Selling happy powder? I've long since stopped dealing." The Crow was taken aback by Liang Kun's words. He looked incredulous and asked, "Brother Kun, you're not joking with me, are you? You're not selling happy powder anymore. Is this really the Liang Kun I know?" Liang Kun scoffed, "Your level is too low. I told you you wouldn't understand. In any case, I have already distanced myself from happy powder. If you want to cooperate, look for someone else." Ever since Liang Kun became the leader, he seemed like a different person. After taking over many of Jiang Tiansheng's businesses, he had lost interest in happy powder. After all, dealing in illicit affairs is both dangerous and attention-grabbing. Moreover, the business of flipping properties that Li Jindong had prepared for him was not only lucrative, but also much safer. Jiang Tiansheng had many legitimate businesses making money at a good pace. Don't forget, Li Jindong's grade goods business also had a share for him as the leader. Additionally, the entire Hongxing organization, including Li Jindong, showed little interest in the happy powder business, so Liang Kun naturally became lazy about it. Furthermore, as he stood at a higher level, Liang Kun had more connections with people and matters of a higher caliber, leading him to look down on the crude and straightforward business of happy powder. Ignoring the stunned Crow, Liang Kun directly led Li Jindong into the banquet hall. After Liang Kun left, the smiling tiger appeared out of nowhere and said to the Crow, "So what happened?" Did Liang Kun agree? "That bastard said he's not doing happy powder business anymore." The Crow replied with a strange expression. "I feel like this bastard is playing hard to get." The Crow stroked his chin. The smiling tiger nodded. "True, we can test the waters later, no need to rush." Besides the Underworld figures keeping an eye on Li Jindong, the police were also monitoring him. Is this guy the grade goods dealer? Li Wenbin had specifically been assigned to the New Territories police station today to observe the situation, asking an older police officer beside him. The old officer smiled and said, "Don't be fooled by this kid's low profile. He's the hottest figure in the Underworld. He and his crew are quite capable, making money at an exceptional level. He's also Liang Kun's cousin, so no one has a more stable position than him. Now he's a core member of Hongxing." Li Wenbin nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, he's not simple. But does this guy have any illegal businesses?" The old officer replied oddly, "Are you asking if this guy has dabbled in happy powder?" Li Wenbin nodded with a smile. "Exactly, that's what I mean. I really don't know about that." The old officer shook his head. "This guy is doing well in the grade goods business. There's no need for him to risk getting involved in such a dangerous side operation. Moreover, the anti-organized crime unit of West Kowloon is not to be trifled with. If there were real issues, it wouldn't be our place to investigate him." Li Wenbin said nothing, merely revealing a look of curiosity as he gazed at Li Jindong's back. Soon the banquet began, and all the guests had taken their seats. As the main character, Luotu naturally gave a speech. However, those who mix in this world typically don't have high levels of education. It was mostly just polite words like thanking everyone for their support and wishing them to enjoy the food and drink. The main purpose today was to showcase Luotu's connections and to announce to the entire Underworld that Liu had returned. Many people didn't take this matter seriously. After all, Dongxing's territory was just some rural areas in the New Territories. Moreover, the times were already different. There was no longer any space for these old-timers to showcase their skills. Being able to return and retire is already considered quite good. Liang Kun was inattentive as he was concerned about another matter. That was the annual fireworks festival in the Underworld. This year, it was Hongxing's turn to host the fireworks festival, and Liang Kun felt somewhat conflicted. "Adong, how do you think we should hold this year's fireworks festival for Hongxing?" Liang Kun asked Li Jindong. Li Jindong smiled and said, "That depends on you, boss." Liang Kun awkwardly said, "I want to make a big splash, at least not smaller than the scene today with Liu. In this line of work, it's all about profit and face." "Damn it, that bastard Liang Kun dares to play me." The Crow angrily threw his cell phone, his face filled with rage. At this moment, the smiling tiger walked in from outside and asked with a grin, "What's got you so angry?" The crow said fiercely, "Damn Leon Cohen, he started out selling happiness powder, and I don't know what he's pretending to be now. I've already given up some profit, yet he still refuses to budge." The smiling tiger chuckled and said, "Maybe Leon Cohen has turned over a new leaf." The crow scoffed, "Someone like Leon Cohen turning over a new leaf. We might as well go to Boulogne Street to sell ourselves. This bastard is either trying to drive down prices or wants to monopolize the happiness powder market in Hong Kong. After all, their Hongxing gang occupies the best spots in Yau Ma Ti, and this bastard has no sense of sharing." The smiling tiger stroked his chin and said, "Actually, we don't necessarily need to cooperate with Leon Cohen." The crow frowned and asked, "What do you mean? Do you have an idea?" The smiling tiger replied directly, "I have an idea. Perhaps we can bite off a piece of territory from Hongxing, right in the bustling area of Yau Ma Ti." The crow immediately became interested, asking, "What good idea do you have?" "I heard that Kwashui Ji is a fence-sitter. We can do it like this." The smiling tiger said with a sly grin. In the evening in a sauna, Kwashui Ji had just finished steaming and was reclining in a chair enjoying a massage from one of the girls. He was so comfortable that he almost fell asleep. Just then the smiling tiger approached and greeted Kwashui Ji, "Brother Ji, right? I'm a friend of Iron Monkey." "Ahu." Kwashui Ji immediately recognized the other person's identity. The smiling tiger nodded. "Yes, just returned from Holland looking to do some business. Iron Monkey told me to definitely seek your help when I got back." The smiling tiger spoke very politely and subtly flattered Kwashui Ji. Kwashui Ji, who had spent his life flattering others naturally, had no resistance to flattery. He laughed heartily, saying, "That Iron Monkey always comes to me for everything. We're all out here hustling. The most important thing is to have fun." Iron Monkey said, "You are someone who is loyal and thinks of your friends truly, like Lu Junyi from the 108 Heroes of Liangshan." After testing the waters with Kwashui Ji, the smiling tiger showered him with compliments as if they were free, saying, "It's just wonderful to meet you." Kwashui Ji, being the opportunist, couldn't resist the praise from the smiling tiger. He became quite smug, saying, "But speaking of which, from Ezhou to Hong Kong, which junior dares not give me face?" The smiling tiger immediately said with a smile, "Then you have to help me come up with a plan." "All right, I'll think about it." Kwashui Ji, still clear-headed, was not going to agree easily to such matters. However, since the smiling tiger had already made a move, he wouldn't let things stop there. After the massage, the smiling tiger immediately invited Kwashui Ji to a nightclub for a lavish spending spree. With all kinds of fine wine and women at his disposal, Kwashui Ji, who had never seen such generosity, began to indulge without any reservations. When he was feeling tipsy, the smiling tiger seized the opportunity to present his conditions. The smiling tiger's request was quite simple. He wanted to collaborate with Kwashui Ji to open a bar. He was quite clever, knowing that he couldn't set the conditions too high, otherwise Kwashui Ji would become wary and very likely turn against him the next morning. But for such a trivial matter, Kwashui Ji could not refuse for the sake of his own reputation. "Boss, how did you come up with..." Whether it was mostly flattery or sincere praise for the ideas, it was unclear. However, Li Jindong didn't care. He just wanted them to perfect the script and fill it with humor. Soon Tianzhong brought back good news, saying he had found a director. "Is he reliable?" Li Jindong frowned and said, "This is our company's first shot. I don't want to mess it up." Tianzhong smiled and said, "Absolutely reliable. This director is from TVB, but in recent years TVB has been laying off a lot, and he came out looking for work when he was at a dead end. Moreover, he's the kind of director who can shoot deadpan humor. You can take a look at his previous works." Li Jindong nodded and asked Tianzhong to send over the recordings to carefully review this director's works. Although this director's works weren't particularly impressive, and certainly not top tier in Hong Kong, they were more than sufficient for a low-budget comedy. Li Jindong nodded and said, "Not bad, then you handle it. For the actors, let's just choose newcomers." Tianzhong nodded, "No problem, boss. But about the crew, do you want to send a producer over?" Li Jindong smiled and said, "It's just a few million in investment. I trust you." Hearing that Li Jindong was handing a few million projects over to him, Tianzhong was suddenly moved. He had thought he would be treated like those before him and swept out the door by Li Jindong. Unexpectedly, not only did Li Jindong give him full authority over the company's business, but he also showed him great trust. Tianzhong was originally from a legitimate television station, and he wouldn't have come to help Leon Cohen shoot a short film unless he was at his wit's end. He certainly still wanted to return to his old profession. Now that Li Jindong offered him this opportunity along with excellent conditions, it immediately gave Tianzhong a sense of being willing to die for a true friend. Just as Li Jindong was chatting with Tianzhong, a girl named Xiao Jiebai ran over. Today she was dressed in the pure style that Li Jindong liked, holding a thermos. The reason she chose to come over at this time was naturally due to a sense of crisis. Having heard that Li Jindong was recently infatuated with a girl from the mainland, Xiao Jiebai immediately became alert. "All right, you go do your thing." Li Jindong waved his hand, sending Tianzhong off to work. He then turned to Xiao Jiebai and said, "What brings you to the film company today, ready to be my leading lady?" Xiao Jiebai blushed, placing the thermos on the table, and said, "I figured you hadn't eaten yet, so I specially made soup for you." As she spoke, Xiao Jiebai took out a bowl and chopsticks and poured a bowl of soup for Li Jindong. However, after taking a sip of soup, Li Jindong couldn't help but laugh. This soup you made tastes exactly like the one from the Yu Guqi restaurant. Li Jindong jokingly said to the little stutterer, if you can't make soup, then don't meddle. Are you just putting on a show for me? The little stutterer immediately let out an annoyed pout and sat on Li Jindong's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, and said, Brother Dong, what are you worried about? Li Jindong said with a smile, don't worry, you will have the same treatment as Gongxing. I will never be biased. But I don't like women tearing each other apart, understood? The little stutterer knew that the temperament of a Jianghu boss was usually quite explosive, especially someone like Li Jindong, who was young yet held a high position in a large organization like Hongxing. Definitely, not just one woman could satisfy him. She also disliked women causing trouble in front of her, so she behaved quite obediently. After all, coming from a streetwise background, having some schemes was quite normal. Li Jindong wouldn't mind too much. However, he still gave a warning in advance. As long as she was obedient and smart, he wouldn't mind supporting 2 women with his current earning speed. If she was disobedient, there were too many beauties in Xiangjiang, and she would be easily replaceable. After the little stutterer obediently served Li Jindong his meal, she turned her back to clean the dishes. But as the saying goes, a full stomach breeds lust. After finishing his meal, Li Jindong immediately thought of other matters. Thus, amid the little stutterer's startled exclamation, she was pinned down on the boss table by Li Jindong. Then an uncontrollable cry escaped from the little stutterer's throat. Previously, Liang Kuan liked to audition female actors in the office, which had been soundproofed, otherwise the noise would probably be heard throughout the entire building. Meanwhile, the work at the film company was progressing vigorously, and Liang Kuan was not idle either. During the Dragon Head conference, some senior members in the organization proposed the matter of the firecracker party. Han Bin smiled at Liang Kuan and said, Dragon Head, this time the firecracker party is our turn to host. Are there any regulations? Liang Kuan smiled and replied, what regulations could there be? Our organization has had a pretty smooth year, right? Liang Kuan scanned the crowd, and the hall masters of Hongxing all revealed smiles. Under Liang Kun's leadership, or perhaps his bribery, the businesses of these hall masters had seen varying degrees of growth this year. Indeed, there was a sense of thriving. Therefore, no one opposed Liang Kuan on this matter. As for the remaining senior members of Hongxing, they looked like quails. They had long since become too timid to act recklessly, appearing quite honest. After a purge, Liang Kuan had also given them some benefits. The tactic of hitting with one hand and giving a sweet date with the other was executed very smoothly, so they all supported Liang Kuan. What the Dragon Head said is right. Indeed, this year has been smooth for us. 13 Sister also stood up to express her stance. This made many hall masters of Hongxing look sideways. Who didn't know that 13 Sister's father was Cui Shueda, who used to be Liang Kun's underling? The two had some grievances because of this matter. Unexpectedly, 13 Sister directly changed her tune now. This surprised many. As for the reasons behind this, even Li Jindong wasn't very clear. With 13 Sister leading the way, the others immediately began to flatter Liang Kuan. Liang Kuan was quite pleased, and then smiled at everyone, saying, since everyone has had a smooth year, I plan to host a grand event. Upon hearing Liang Kuan say this, some hall masters were not pleased. Ma Wangjian frowned and said, Dragon Head, a grand event won't use the organization's public funds, right? What do you mean, Ma Wangjian? Long Ying immediately cursed back. Are we using your money? I have no objections to hosting the firecracker party, but if the organization is to cover most of the costs, I definitely disagree. Ma Wangjian said immediately. Fatty Li also said with a smile, using the organization's public funds is indeed inappropriate. Liang Kun's expression became somewhat angry, but he still calmly said, as the Dragon Head, do you have objections to me using public funds? Naturally, Ma Wangjian and his group did not dare to confront Liang Kuan openly, as there were too many precedents they could learn from. However, they all closed their mouths and fell silent, clearly wanting to protest through silence. If Liang Kuan pushed through forcibly, there would inevitably be friction later. Moreover, Liang Kun's grand event was nothing more than a way to showcase his achievements. What benefits would that bring to them? However, Li Jindong chuckled and said, look at your pathetic appearances. Spending a little money is like taking your lives. No wonder people say that these hall masters of Hongxing are all second-rate characters. Rest assured, this money won't come from the organization's public funds. I will cover it. Upon hearing Li Jindong's words, everyone suddenly widened their eyes. Although they knew Li Jindong was good at making money, they didn't expect him to be so generous. It should be known that the cost of hosting a firecracker party is quite high. Some were even curious about how much profit Li Jindong's goods business could make in a year. Liang Kuan sneered at these scoundrels and directly said, is there anyone else who has objections? If not, then let's disperse. Saying this, Liang Kuan snorted coldly and left the headquarters. The remaining people looked at each other, especially Fatty Li and the others. Clearly their actions had offended Liang Kuan. Originally, this money was never intended to come from the organization's public funds, and they jumped out eagerly. Wasn't that slapping Liang Kuan in the face? Fatty Li immediately spoke sarcastically to Li Jindong. A goods dong is indeed generous, throwing out such a large sum of money without a second thought. What did you just say? Li Jindong wouldn't coddle a character like Fatty Li and immediately retorted, talking in a sarcastic tone, "Don't you know you went to Siam for a sex change operation? Damn it, what did a goods dong just say, eh?" Fatty Li was instantly furious. Li Jindong disdainfully said, "Look at your small-minded appearance, as if millions would cost you your lives. Don't even talk to me, I'm embarrassed to be associated with you." Long Ying chimed in, exactly like an old lady at the market lacking the demeanor of a boss. "If you go out, don't say you're one of Hong Xing's hall masters. You can't afford to lose this face." Fatty Li was so furious at the banter between Li Jindong and Long Ying that he frantically gestured to Ma Wangjian for help. However, Ma Wangjian didn't want to bring trouble upon himself and acted as if he hadn't seen anything, getting up and leaving with his subordinates. Leaving Fatty Li alone sitting in place, his face turning from green to white, looking quite ugly. The Flower Cannon Festival, as a traditional folk activity, requires approval. However, the authorities generally do not make it difficult for such events, for otherwise it could easily lead to social incidents. Especially for a country like the British government that prides itself on democracy, every day it cannot be stopped. Not only can it not be halted, but the government even arranges for police to maintain order. Of course, it is certainly not the same as the bloody battles depicted in comics. After all, the police in Xinjiang are not to be trifled with. This time Liang Kuan and Li Jindong pooled their resources together, directly elevating the event's scale several times. On the day of the Flower Cannon Festival, firecrackers were bought by the box. As for the Dragon and Lion Dance teams, they invited the best masters from Xinjiang. Moreover, they generously provided red envelopes and followed proper etiquette. Such a grand event even attracted numerous reporters for coverage, as it had been a long time since such a spectacle had occurred. Other invited organizations, seeing how Hongxing was going all out, felt sour. Damn it, this Liang Kuan just loves to show off. Exactly, it makes it look like Hongxing has a lot of money and is just flaunting it. Damn, spending millions just to grab a cannonball. This is simply looking down on the other organizations. Since there were sour remarks, there were also those who spoke in support of Hongxing. Come on, they have the money to throw a big event. Are you all jealous? Exactly, if you're so sour, why don't your organization host one too? You guys aren't broke, are you? A goods dong is a big boss and has money. Are you jealous that he's getting richer? While the underlings were murmuring, Liang Kuan and Li Jindong stood at the entrance to greet the guests. "Mr. So you've come early today. Uncle Deng, thank you for gracing us with your presence. Mr. Luo, thank you for attending." In such occasions, everyone gives face. Liang Kuan was no different, especially since he was the main character today, wearing a beaming smile. This was also because the scale of today's event truly brought him honor. After the leaders of various organizations had taken their seats, suddenly Brother Min from the Hung organization addressed Li Jindong, saying, "Ah Dong, is that 600,000 reward for grabbing the cannonball today still valid?" Li Jindong smiled and replied, "It's just for fun. What's there to consider? If I don't pay Uncle Min, you can take anything you like from my company." "Ha ha ha, Dong is generous." Uncle Min laughed heartily, and then said to a man beside him, "Yao Wen today." Upon hearing Uncle Min call Yao Wen, Li Jindong suddenly became interested. Isn't this guy Yao Wen the sanitation ambassador of Xinjiang, who just cleaned up a couple of streets? However, judging by his demeanor, he seemed to have just risen to a higher position, lacking the seasoned aura he once had, exuding an air of sharpness. A goods dong's money, taking it is a must. At this moment, Pan, the leader of Chang'e, said to the nearby Sergio, "Let's see if you can get it." Although Lian Haolong from Zhang did not speak, he had already developed a grudge against Hongxing for taking down his underlings Luo Tianhong and Ahong. He said to a young man beside him, "Ahong, when you see Hongxing's people later, give them a good beating, who whether you get the cannonball or not is irrelevant." Ren Yinjiao from Hongbosch also said to his bodyguard, "I use 600,000, get it for me." After all, Li Jindong had offered a reward of 600,000, which made many organizations eager to try. Not every organization can be compared to large ones like Hongxing, Dongxing, Lianxing, and Xinji. Some organizations might not even earn 600,000 in a year. Now, seeing such a high reward, many members of smaller organizations brought out their best talents, preparing to take a However, it seemed that Hongxing had no intention of sending anyone to the stage. This made Lian Haolong, who harbored ulterior motives, unable to refrain from speaking up. "Liang Kuan, why isn't Hongxing sending anyone to grab the cannonball? Even if you don't send anyone, let your younger brother Li Jindong come out to have some fun." Li Jindong dismissively said, "Brother Long, are you stupid? I set the reward. Are we going to send our own people to grab it? Otherwise, people will think Hongxing can't afford it. When have you ever seen a boss competing for food with his subordinates?" After this remark from Li Jindong, Hongxing erupted in laughter. This made Lian Haolong's face change colors. His plan to ambush Li Jindong during the cannonball grab. However, it wasn't just Lian Haolong who was displeased with Li Jindong. There was also Crow from Dongxing. Maybe he's just too timid to come out. Li Jindong suddenly turned to glare at Crow and said ominously, "How about this? Let's find a place to settle this unknown later. Let's see if I dare to take you down." Most of Li Jindong's reputation stemmed from monopolizing goods and becoming known for his money-making tactics. In fact, very few organizations knew that he was a skilled fighter. His underlings were all tough characters as well. However, someone like Crow, who had just returned from Holland, definitely wouldn't be aware of this. Just as Crow seemed about to agree, he was immediately reprimanded by Camel. Shut up, when did this place allow you to speak? Camel then apologized to Liang Kuan, saying, Ah, Kuan, my man, just returned from Holland, and spoke, without thinking. Ooh, please don't take it to heart. Liang Kuan, however, smiled nonchalantly, and said they are all young people, having some fire is normal. Soon each organization selected their participants, and prepared to start grabbing the cannonballs. The so-called cannonball is a round iron ring wrapped in red cloth hanging at the top of a tall bamboo frame. In the past, this was placed in a soil cannon shot into the sky and then contested. However, due to frequent bloody incidents, Xianzheng no longer allowed the existence of soil cannons. Therefore, it became a situation where it hung high waiting to be contested. Although there are still frequent fatalities, it is far more civilized than before. With a command, the top fighters from these organizations swarmed up the bamboo frame, rushing towards the cannonball at the top. The fastest were Aheng from Zhongyixin and Shurjiu from Chang'e. These two young and strong guys were the quick. However, the fighters from other organizations were also formidable, especially Yao Wen from the Hung organization, who was quite clever and found a secluded spot to start a fire. He used a bamboo pole to poke one of the fighters from another organization directly down from the frame. With someone leading the way, the ensuing scene became quite lively. The henchmen on the bamboo rack were frantically sabotaging each other. Even the fastest Aheng and Shurjiu. In contrast, the silent Yao Wen had already surpassed them. Tisk, this Yao Wen is quite cunning. Look, this guy didn't expect to eat brains. Aheng is useless, just beat him. Shurjiu, take down the one behind you. He's poking your backside. Seeing such a scene, members from various clubs began cheering for their allies with laughter and curses echoing, making it much more lively than previous years' firecracker events. At that moment, Li Jindong suddenly heard a commotion from behind. He then saw several thugs verbally assaulting two reporters, threatening to smash their cameras. However, the striking female reporter was even tougher than the male cameraman, looking like a little firecracker. She protected the camera and said to the thugs, "What gives you the right to bully people? It's just cheering for someone. You filthy woman, how dare you say that?" The thug was about to strike the female reporter. Just then a hand like an iron hoop grasped the thug's wrist. The immense strength nearly put the thug on his knees. This person was one of Li Jindong's subordinates. The crowd parted to reveal Li Jindong in a black suit walking over with several followers. Many recognized Li Jindong and immediately bowed their heads, shouting, "Brother Dong." Li Jindong smiled and said, "What's with all this anger? It's just a fun day, no need to get worked up." The thug, still struggling, wanted to protest, but Ahu lowered his voice, saying, "We're from Hongxing today, don't mess around, or it'll make you regret it." Looking at the fierce Ahu, the thug felt a wave of fear. After all, Ahu's arms were almost as thick as his thigh. He couldn't withstand Ahu's 2 punches. Li Jindong smiled and said, "All right, if nothing's wrong, continue having fun." He waved his hand to disperse the crowd and turned to the female reporter. "Which TV station are you from, so bold?" Li Jindong smiled and said, "Don't you know what occasion this is? You dare to film here?" Lu Huizhen from Asia Television. Lu Huizhen looked at Li Jindong curiously and said this, "Brother, you seem to hold a significant status. Would you be open to an interview?" Upon hearing Lu Huizhen's name, Li Jindong recognized her. This girl was always chasing big news, showing no fear even in front of someone like him. It felt like a big snake was following a stick. Li Jindong smiled and said, "Today's occasion isn't suitable, but I can accept your exclusive interview." Lu Huizhen was taken aback and hadn't reacted yet when Li Jindong turned and left. The cameraman, visibly scared, tugged at Lu Huizhen's sleeve, saying, "Zhen, let's go. It's too dangerous here." Lu Huizhen rolled her eyes at her cameraman, saying, "You're really useless." However, after experiencing what had just happened, she felt a bit scared, or if it weren't for Li Jindong, she might have been in trouble. So Lu Huizhen thought there wouldn't be any exciting content to capture, and she left with her cameraman. By the time Li Jindong returned to his position, the results had already been announced. To everyone's surprise, the final winner of the Firecracker Trophy was not among the popular contestants. Even the shrewd Yao Wen failed to secure the trophy. Instead, it was unexpectedly won by an unknown thug from a lesser-known gang, the New Alliance Society. The faces of those gang leaders present turned sour. Unexpectedly, while the clam and the snipe fought, the fishermen benefited, allowing an unremarkable gang to profit. However, Li Jindong knew this guy was not just a thug, but an undercover agent sent by the police to the New Alliance Society. But none of this mattered. Li Jindong proceeded to award the trophy, marking the conclusion of the Firecracker event. Next, it was time to move into the hotel for the auction. The Firecracker event was meant to bring good fortune, and the auction would naturally follow suit. Hongxing's Koshui Ji, as the MC, began today's auction. Today is the birthday of Lord Guan. There are many tribute items to auction backstage. To avoid affecting your dining time, let's auction while we eat, shall we? Koshui Ji said with a smile. The crowd immediately cheered. After all, these thugs came to the Firecracker event primarily for this feast. Liang Kuan was generous, booking the entire restaurant for the event. The food was also of the finest quality, making for a lavish spread. Meanwhile, the heads of other gangs were eyeing a red cloth strip above the auction stage. This item, known as the Changhong, was one of the auction pieces. At every auction, the bidding for the Changhong was the most intense. The gang leaders fought to secure the Changhong, hoping to enjoy a prosperous year. Of course, there were also elements of showcasing their strength and financial capability involved. Soon some ordinary tribute items were sold for hundreds or thousands. Finally, only the main event of bidding for the Changhong remained. Although Chun Haonan and his group were absent this time, Li Jindong kept a close watch on the troublemaker Crow. This guy had tried to cause trouble before, and Li Jindong certainly wouldn't allow him to wreak havoc. If Crow disrupted today's event, how would they show their faces in Hongxing? Soon the Changhong drew the competition of several gang leaders. Indeed, after waiting for a long time, without seeing Li Jindong make a bid, Crow began to stir trouble. At 100, Crow said arrogantly. The other gang leaders who had their bids raised looked grim, and they started cursing. Damn Crow, what do you mean? I mean nothing, no matter how much anyone bids, it'll just at 100. This Changhong is mine for sure. Crow said dismissively. If you can't afford to bid, just shut up. Ko Shueji, witnessing this, said awkwardly. It's tough to manage bidding like this. Crow stood up with a cold smile, putting a cigarette in his mouth, saying, screw it, if it's tough, then don't manage it. Crow exerted his strength, trying to flip the table over. Just then Tony, who was beside Li Jindong, jumped up and landed right on Crow's table, applying pressure with his body to keep the table steady. The Crow did not expect Tony's agility to be so swift. Seeing that he couldn't flip the table, he immediately swung his fist towards Tony. However, although the Crow was also a red stick of Dongxing, his martial skills were merely average. He was in no position to compare with Tony, and before he could even strike Tony, he was grabbed by Tony, who held a kitchen knife directly against his throat. Li Jindong had long anticipated that the Crow would cause trouble. How could he not have prepared in advance? Damn it, to make a move at the firecracker meeting, I see this dead Crow really wants to die. Li Jindong furiously smashed the cup in his hand onto the ground. Following that, a large group of Hongxing lackeys armed with machetes directly controlled the Dongxing people. This sudden turn of events startled the onlookers who had come to watch the fun. The Crow glared fiercely at Tony, but he dared not make any move. Though he was mad, he was not foolish. The expression in the eyes of the man before him was like that of a rabid dog, warning him that if he dared to move, the opponent would definitely kill him on the spot. Li Jindong sneered and slapped the Crow across the face, then cupped his fists towards the others present, saying, esteemed elders of the Jianghu, today's firecracker meeting was supposed to be a good day, but someone chose this moment to cause trouble. If I were to kill him, wouldn't that be justifiable? Upon hearing Li Jindong's words, many people erupted in cheers. That's right, this guy, Dong, doesn't understand the rules, let's teach him a lesson. Exactly, damn it, causing trouble at someone else's firecracker meeting. I thought he was something special, but it turns out he's cut. Originally, the Camel's return from Holland to Hong Kong had already caused quite a bit of discontent. Hong Kong is such a small place, if you eat a piece, others will eat less. The Camel was doing well in Holland, but suddenly coming back to Hong Kong to compete for food with other gangs, it was already a favor to him due to his seniority. But what are the Crow and the Smiling Tiger? It would be just fine for Li Jindong to deal with them, saving him the trouble of competing for their business. Upon hearing Li Jindong's words, the Smiling Tiger's face changed drastically, and he immediately approached Li Jindong, saying, Dong good, this Crow is just drunk, he's joking. We're all on the same side, but don't make things so awkward. Li Jindong disdainfully looked at the Smiling Tiger and said, what are you? Do you have a say in this? Damn Dongxing kid, if it weren't a formal occasion today, I would definitely have dealt with you. The Crow and the Smiling Tiger's only mistake was underestimating Li Jindong. He thought Li Jindong was just a wealthy guy dealing in counterfeit goods, likely lacking other skills. But they did not expect that Li Jindong's subordinates were also this tough. Their planned trouble had not even begun before Li Jindong had already taken care of it. The Smiling Tiger's face turned green and red from the scolding. Such a big incident soon caught the attention of the older generation and leaders upstairs. Seeing this scene, Liang Kuan couldn't help but smile. This damn Crow had never been polite to him before. Now he was getting beaten by his own cousin. This made Liang Kuan feel quite good, though he still maintained a cold face and scolded, what's going on? What's going on? Are you full and just looking for trouble? The Camel's face also turned quite ugly upon seeing this scene. He had previously warned the Crow and the Smiling Tiger not to cause trouble during this time. He had already been high profile enough upon announcing his returning. Now, with his subordinates behaving this way, it could easily raise the vigilance of surrounding gangs. How would they get by then? The Camel directly pulled over a subordinate to inquire about what had happened. After understanding the ins and outs of the situation, his gaze towards Li Jindong also turned serious. He had heard that Liang Kuan could stabilize his position as the head of Hongxing, thanks to the efforts of his cousin Li. Now it seemed that Li Jindong was indeed quite capable. The Crow and the Smiling Tiger joined forces to cause trouble, and he alone subdued them. Li Jindong directly said to the Camel, Mr. Camel, your two subordinates said they were drunk and caused trouble at the auction. What do you say? The Camel forced a smile and replied to Li Jindong and Liang Kuan, Dong, Kuan, it is my failure to educate my subordinates. Well, I truly apologize today. Liang Kuan generously said, it's just young people causing some trouble, it's no big deal. How can this be? Kuan, I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. The Camel hurriedly stated. In front of so many gang leaders, Liang Kuan could be generous, but he couldn't show no response. Otherwise, how would he face others in the future? Liang Kuan smiled and said, since Mr. Camel has already spoken a dong, let them go. Li Jindong snapped his fingers, and only then did Tony put away the kitchen knife. The crow glared fiercely at Tony as if he wanted to devour him. However, Tony was too lazy to even glance at such trash, retracting the knife and standing directly behind Li Jindong. The camel also had no face to stay any longer, attending someone else's firecracker meeting, yet his subordinate's thug almost ruined the event. So after bidding farewell to Liang Kuan, he hurriedly left the scene with his subordinates. Liang Kuan smiled at everyone and said, please continue to eat and drink, don't hold back. Brother Kuan is magnanimous. Upon hearing Liang Kuan's words, everyone cheered. Liang Kuan then quietly said to Li Jindong, well done. But how did you know these two bastards would cause trouble? Li Jindong smiled and replied, these two bastards wanted to stir up trouble when we were fighting for the firecrackers, so I certainly had to guard against them. But I feel this matter won't just end like this. Liang Kuan nodded. Li Jindong sneered and said, having slapped our Hung Hing's face, I had no intention of letting them off lightly. Don't worry, Brother Kuan, when the opportunity arises I will take care of them. But have you managed to deal with the camel? Liang Kuan smiled and said, don't worry, that old camel is quite hypocritical. This time I must make him bleed. After the firecracker meeting ended, the conflict at the auction quickly spread throughout. However, it was Dongxing's camel that lost face, while Li Jindong was once again in the spotlight. Moreover, Li Jindong did not expect that this incident would gain quite a bit of reputation. Ding, congratulations to the host for achieving the accomplishment entering the Hall of Fame. Accomplishment reward none. Ding, the host's reputation in this area is beginning to spread widely. Although there were no achievement rewards this time, he gained a substantial amount of prestige. Li Jindong was he upgraded several of his special skills, such as the third eye firearms proficiency and spatial storage. The effects were quite impressive as his spatial storage expanded from 1 square meter to 10. The range of the third eye also increased significantly, especially the firearms proficiency, which made Li Jindong seem comparable to a super soldier who had been fed thousands of bullets. This put Li Jindong in a good mood, and upon returning home, he immediately picked up the busy Gangxing in the kitchen. Dong. Brother Dong, I'm working here, Gangxing said shyly. At this moment, Li Jindong couldn't care less, throwing Gangxing onto the bed and pressing down. Meanwhile, on the eastern star side, Luota's expression was grim as he berated Crow and Smiling Tiger. You two are out of your minds causing trouble at someone else's firecracker party. If you were able to handle the situation, that would be one thing, but it turns out you were taken down so easily. Now everyone in the underworld is saying I can't teach my subordinates. Crow was equally furious, but since Litu was his boss, he could only suppress his anger. Luotu angrily stated, the Hongxing family has plenty of money, as you can see they threw out several million for a firecracker party. What if they threw out several million to deal with you? You'd be chased down every day. Smiling Tiger hurriedly reassured him, boss, please don't be angry, we had no idea. Besides, with Hongxing showing off so much, if we don't suppress them, where will there be a place for us Eastern Star to speak in Xiangjiang in the future? As the leader, Luotu was well aware of what his subordinates were up to. He was quite clear, just not saying anything. The reason was naturally what Smiling Tiger mentioned. Hongxing had been developing too smoothly lately. If they didn't suppress them, they were on the verge of becoming the #1 gang in Xiangjiang. Thus, he tacitly accepted Crow and Smiling Tiger's troublemaking, just shifting the blame now. Luotu coldly snorted, you two behave yourselves. I'll help you settle this matter, but if anything like this happens again, you are on your own. After scolding his two underlings, Luotu turned and left. Crow said unhappily, damn old bones, putting on it. Smiling Tiger was also quite dissatisfied with Luota's blame-shifting behavior, sarcastically saying, there's nothing we can do, after all he is the boss. Crow said fiercely, and that Li Jindong, I will definitely kill him. Smiling Tiger shook his head and said, I found out later that we indeed picked the wrong target. Originally thinking he was just a naive kid, it turned out this guy had also fought his way up. He has plenty of elite subordinates, making it no easy task to deal with him. Crow suddenly recalled that Tony by Li Jindong's side. That guy was definitely a tough character. If pushed too hard, he wouldn't be easy to deal with. However, Crow was unwilling to give up and directly said to Smiling Tiger, then let's capture his girl. I don't believe this guy can calculate everything. Seeing Crow like this, Smiling Tiger didn't advise much. He could only nod and say, alright, I'll help you investigate. Boss, how do you find these people? In the Qianquan Film Company, Tianzhong brought a few young and beautiful girls, and Li Jindong was almost amused to anger. Why are you showing me this? Didn't I say you could decide? Tianzhong lewdly smiled. Isn't this just letting the boss pick two to try out? Li Jindong was somewhat speechless. Although these girls were youthful and beautiful, their underdeveloped bodies failed to pique any interest. Li Jindong directly picked up a magazine and threw it at Tianzhong, saying irritably, I've told you countless times we are a legitimate film company. Why are you acting like a pimp? Find two younger and prettier ones. Their acting doesn't have to be too good, but they must have charisma. Got it. Tianzhong quickly responded, I understand, boss. Get back to work. Li Jindong scolded with a smile, don't bring me these antics in the future. After chatting with the screenwriters for a while at the film company, Li Jindong got up and headed to Saigon to check on his goods company. Currently, the entire goods industry in Xiangjiang could no longer be satisfied by Boss Huang's factory. So the private garment and shoe factories along the line were almost all working for Li Jindong. The smuggling business was also growing larger, and the old business of Big Fool dealing with stolen cars was already in high demand. When Li Jindong arrived at Big Fool's company, he found that there were no stolen cars in the parking lot. "Boss, you're here." Big Fool quickly came up to greet him. Ever since he followed Li Jindong, he was no longer the same old stolen car. "Your stolen cars are selling well?" Li Jindong asked in surprise. Big Fool quickly replied, "Not just that the demand for these cars back home is simply insatiable. I sold all the cars in the parking lot, now I'm worried about where to get the supply. I have no choice but to collaborate with those scoundrels who deal in water cars." Li Jindong frowned and said, "Didn't you say there were some partners you wanted to introduce to me? Those thieves who specialize in stealing high-end vehicles." Big Fool said helplessly, "Please don't mention them, those bastards are unreliable." They initially agreed to collaborate, but unexpectedly backed out at the last moment. Li Jindong coldly laughed, "So these bastards dare to play tricks on me?" Big Fool's heart trembled at Li Jindong. Having followed Li Jindong for a while, he knew that whenever Li Jindong displayed such an expression, someone was bound to have bad luck. Li Jindong directly said, "Have you investigated their backgrounds? They don't have much background, but the ones collaborating with them might be a bit troublesome." Big Fool hesitated for a moment and said, "The luxury cars they steal are usually sent directly to the docks and then shipped abroad." "Who are you?" Li Jindong asked curiously. The Shah hesitated for a moment and replied directly, "It seems to be the boss who runs the black car operations. The people behind him are from Dongxing." "Dongxing?" Li Jindong sneered, "Are you scared?" The Shah quickly explained, "Boss, it's not that I'm afraid of cars." Although the Shah explained this way, he was indeed frightened. Despite the fact that he had gained some reputation in the underworld after following Li Jindong, his character clearly showed that he was quite timid. Otherwise, after being beaten by Chun Haonan and his gang, he wouldn't dare to seek trouble with them. Of course, he couldn't say that to Li Jindong. Li Jindong disdainfully said, "Since you promised us to supply cars, what does it mean to suddenly go back on your word? Bring them to me, or tell them not to even think about mixing in Xiangjiang anymore." The Shah saw Li Jindong getting angry and immediately nodded, "I'll find them right away." Michael and his team are the best car theft crew in Xiangjiang. They usually don't target ordinary vehicles, instead they steal high-end cars. After all, such cars can earn a lot of money when sold. Among car thieves, they are the most flamboyant and act quite generous. They often frequent high-end places, earning the nickname the Young Masters of Thieves. The three members of the team have been friends since childhood and are obsessed with cars. Michael had even previously owned a repair shop specializing in vehicle maintenance. Due to financial reasons, the three of them found themselves in a bind and partnered in this line of business. Michael is the leader, calm and collected in emergencies with top-notch skills. He was originally the technical expert in the team, specializing in cracking the security systems of luxury cars and keeping watch. Roy is the best driver in the team and is quite skilled as well. Their roles are clearly defined, and they have gained a bit of fame in the underworld of Xiangjiang. However, each of them has their own weaknesses, like being lecherous or addicted to gambling, with Roy being the latter. It was Roy who had made the agreement with the Shah previously after all. He borrowed 100,000 from the Shah and boasted that he would supply cars for him. Initially, such matters were just talk, and no one took them seriously. However, the Shah directly informed Li Jindong about this, and things started to get complicated. Faced with the Shah's questioning, Roy immediately felt overwhelmed. This matter could not be hidden anymore, as the Shah had issued an ultimatum. If this issue was not handled well, they could forget about mixing in Xiangjiang in the future. Thus, Roy directly came to the repair shop of his boss, Michael. "Roy, what are you doing here?" Michael looked at his brother with big brother eye. Roy had a hesitant look. Michael, knowing his brother too well, asked, "Who have you borrowed money from this time, and are they after you for debts?" Michael took out 2 stacks of cash from a drawer and said, "This is all we have in the shop right now. Oh, take this to pay the interest." Roy braced himself and said, "Michael, this isn't about owing money this time." Upon hearing this, Michael couldn't help but shudder. If money could not resolve the issue, then the situation was far more serious. Michael's expression turned grave as he inquired, "What exactly is going on? Speak quickly." Roy could only helplessly say, "During the last gambling, I promised to supply something to someone." Michael let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this. "Oh, I see. Coincidentally, we have 2 Porsches that haven't been dealt with yet. You can take those." "That probably won't work." Roy hesitated for a moment and said, "The person I'm talking about is the Shah, the one from Hongxing. He said his boss has made it clear that we are to supply him cars regularly. If we don't keep our word, we won't be able to mix in Xiangjiang anymore." Michael was stunned. "You idiot. You can agree to such things casually." Roy immediately looked aggrieved and said, "I just said it casually." Who knew that the Shah would take it seriously and tell his boss about it? Michael was furious and kicked Roy over. He then paced back and forth, trying to think of a way to extricate themselves from the situation. As car thieves, they naturally knew who the Shah was. Moreover, recently, everyone in the underworld knew that the Shah had joined Li Jindong. That guy was a big shot from Hongxing, someone they as small thieves simply could not provoke. Now that the time had come for them to supply cars, he had no way out. Just when the two were engulfed in an eerie silence, a man entered the shop holding a girl. Seeing this, the man quickly sent the girl away and asked, "What's going on?" Michael, feeling helpless, could only recount. The man was also stunned. He knew Roy was unreliable, but he didn't expect him to be this unreliable. Just as the three were entangled in their thoughts, suddenly a van pulled up at the door of the repair shop. Then a dozen gangsters wielding clubs and knives stepped out of the van. Following that, Deshaw walked into the shop, flanked by this group of thugs. "Michael, long time no see," Deshaw said with a smile. "Roy must have told you everything right. Our boss isn't very patient. Give me an answer today." Michael braced himself and said, "Deshaw, we can't explain this to the previous boss either." Deshaw's face immediately darkened as he said, "So you mean the previous agreement was just a joke to me?" Roy retorted, "Deshaw, it was just casual talk before. Who knew you would take it seriously?" Deshaw sneered, "Casual talk? You come to me for money and talk casually, thinking I am a fool. Then there's nothing more to say. Smash this place up." Upon hearing Deshaw's words, his subordinates immediately brandished their clubs ready to smash the shop. Michael hurriedly intervened. "Deshaw, please don't get so worked up. Let's talk this out. How much does Roy owe?" "I'll pay you double," Deshaw disdainfully replied. "I'm not short of your petty money." He added, "If you don't want your shop smashed, you can come with me. Our boss wants to meet you." Upon hearing Deshaw's words, the three of them felt even more anxious. However, they had no choice but to go. Looking at Deshaw's demeanor today, there were only two outcomes. Either they would be beaten up by the gangsters Deshaw brought and dragged away, or they would obediently go with Deshaw. After carefully weighing the pros and cons, Michael decided to accompany Deshaw to meet Li Jindong. Despite the latter's Triad affiliations, his counterfeit goods operation was thriving. Perhaps he would prove a man worth engaging with. With resigned reluctance, Michael said, "Fine, we'll go with you." Deshaw immediately beamed. "That's the spirit. He who yields to circumstance is truly wise." With that, Deshaw waved his hand, and two henchmen seized the three men and escorted them out. Since Li Jindong had personally demanded their presence, Deshaw feared they might flee en route. Thus, each of the three was flanked by two gang enforcers. Ben rolled his eyes and muttered to the nearby thug, "Brother, please lower that knife. I'm not running. And frankly, your stabbing stance looks utterly unprofessional. Don't accidentally stab me." The thug shrugged, "Not my problem. I'm not the one who'll suffer if things go wrong." Ben bristled, but upon glancing at the hulking, menacing figures beside him, he quickly fell silent. Within moments, Deshaw delivered them to Sai Kung, where they were ushered into Li Jindong's logistics company office. "Boss, I brought the three of them," Deshaw announced cheerfully. Li Jindong shot him a withering glare. "You actually have the nerve to smile. I've already built an entire network back home, and now you tell me the deal's gone sideways." Deshaw stammered awkwardly. "I had no idea this would happen." Li Jindong pointed sharply toward the door. Deshaw scrambled away in panic, leaving only 4 people in the room. Li Jindong turned directly to Michael. "Michael, is that right? I've heard of you, and your technical skills are genuinely impressive. How about joining my team?" Michael sighed inwardly. "It's an honor that Mr. Li would consider us, but this request is exceedingly difficult to fulfill." "Difficult, or simply unwilling?" Li Jindong sneered. "Then here's a proposal. I've invested considerable resources and capital building this supply channel. You'll compensate me for the loss. A modest sum, just $10 million. At those words, all 3 men instinctively sucked in a sharp breath. Though they frequented luxury venues and spent lavishly, they were in truth nearly broke. Michael was relatively well off, but he bore full financial responsibility for his sister's overseas education. Ben's funds were largely squandered on dating pursuits. As for Roy, it was considered a minor miracle that he wasn't already drowning in debt. None of them could produce even $1 million, let alone 10. Li Jindong studied their stunned expressions and asked coldly, "So, neither money nor cars? You're deliberately mocking me." His voice dropped, icy and lethal. "In all my years in this world, no one has dared treat me with such Perhaps you'd prefer to be sealed inside a gasoline drum and sunk beneath the sea." Michael shuddered violently at the murderous undertone. He hastily raised his hands. "Mr. Li, I assure you, I never intended disrespect. It's just that we've already struck a deal with a port operator to supply vehicles exclusively to him." "Oh, so you operate under formal contracts now?" Li Jindong scoffed. "Of course not, but..." Michael hesitated. Li Jindong nodded slowly. "I see. You fear offending that port boss. But tell me, do you fear me? Go back and inform him your vehicle supply ends, effective immediately. From now on, you serve me, Li Jindong. If he objects, tell him to come find me himself." Relief washed over Michael, yet he cautiously added, "That port boss reportedly belongs to the Dongxing Triad. All our vehicles have already been shipped to the Netherlands." Li Jindong smiled grimly. "Knowing they're Dongxing only makes me more eager to act. Had they been anyone else, I might have hesitated. It's settled. Henceforth, all your vehicles will be delivered directly to Sai Kung." Hearing Li Jindong's uncompromising decree, Michael bowed his head in reluctant assent. "Understood, Mr. Li. Enough. Get out of my sight." Li Jindong waved dismissively. "I'll pay you 10% above your current port." Li Jindong knew full well that while intimidation had secured their compliance, fair compensation was essential. Pushing them too far risked sabotage, a loss far greater than any short-term gain. The trio fled his office as though released from a death sentence. Yet once outside, Roy exhaled audibly. Phew. Turns out Mr. Lee is quite reasonable after all. He's taken the heat off us. Michael shot him a scathing look. Do you really think it's that simple? Both Hung Hing and Dong Xing rank among Hong Kong's most powerful triads. Even if they clash openly, neither can easily crush the other. But when tempers flare and violence escalates, who do you suppose bears the brunt? Roy's face fell, color draining from his cheeks. Ben proposed hastily, what if we just vanish, lay low somewhere abroad? Michael gave a wry, humorless smile. Do you truly believe we could escape? Look around. The ship captains running this port. Every single one answers to either Hung Hing or Dong Xing. If we attempt to flee, we'll be captured before nightfall, and then our position will become infinitely more precarious. Neither option works. So what do? Michael sighed. I'll speak with the new territory's port operator first. Ben, you keep watch on this fool. Under no circumstances let him stir up more trouble. Ben nodded then, seeing Roy's defiant scowl, delivered a swift kick to his rear. This whole mess is your doing, you idiot. Roy, knowing full well he deserved it, merely scratched his backside and remained silent. Michael returned to his shop, instructed his staff to close up, and drove his sports car straight to the new territory's docks. The buyer was a middle-aged man, refined in appearance, yet behind closed doors a master smuggler commanding vast illicit networks. Michael swallowed hard and said, Mr. Yuan, I'm afraid I can no longer sell our stolen vehicles through you. Yuan's expression darkened instantly. Michael, what exactly does this mean? Michael grimaced and said, Mr. Yuan, it's not that I wish to deceive you. I simply cannot afford to offend either side. Refusing to supply vehicles to either party could cost me my life. Mr. Yuan's face darkened ominously. Damn it. So the Hung Hing are really this domineering? Michael sighed helplessly. Mr. Yuan, we've collaborated for so long. You know my character well. I'd never speak to you like this unless cornered beyond all recourse. Mr. Yuan fell silent for a moment. Indeed, he had backing from the Dong Xing triad, but even that might not suffice against Li Zhendong. After all, he'd heard rumors that Li Zhendong was the cousin of Hung Hing's supreme leader, whereas he himself held no ties whatsoever to Locke, to their notorious enforcer. If forced into outright gang warfare, he doubted he'd emerge victorious. Yet if black market tactics were off limits, he could still wield the instruments of the White Path. A spark ignited in Mr. Yuan's mind. He leaned forward and said firmly to Michael, I hold no grudge against you. I grant you full license to supply Hung Hing, but in return I require your assistance with one matter. Michael blinked in surprise. What matter? Mr. Yuan cut straight to the point. I recall you own a Ferrari. Its security system remains unactivated, correct? Michael nodded. Yes, it'll take some effort to disable it properly. Mr. Yuan pressed on without hesitation, sell that car to Li Zhendong. Huh. Michael froze, then hesitated. That doesn't seem quite right. Mr. Yuan smirked coldly. Do men like them even understand automotive security systems? As you yourself said, that fool is utterly insignificant. He and his crew won't detect a thing. Even if they somehow uncover it later, what does it have to do with you? They lack the capability. That's their failing. Deny all knowledge, and the matter ends there. Michael paused, torn by conflicting impulses. Mr. Yuan seized the opening. When they pressure you so ruthlessly, don't you yearn for retribution? At those words, Michael recalled the moment that Brute had stormed violently into his auto shop. He remembered Li Zhendong's condescending arrogance, the sheer imperiousness of his demeanor. A surge of fury flared within him. Fine, I'll do it. So you intend to use customs authorities against Li Zhendong? Michael asked directly. Mr. Yuan's lips curled into a chilling smile. Those who traffic in contraband must expect to bleed. Now that he dares snatch food from my plate, he deserves a modest lesson. Michael broke into a grin. I'll crack the system first, then allow it to reset after a precise interval. By then no trace will remain. I possess the skill. Mr. Yuan's face twisted into a sly, predatory smile. Excellent. I await your success. Meanwhile, Kowloon Film Television Company had officially commenced production on its inaugural feature film. They selected a low-budget supernatural comedy, the Happy Ghost series, requiring only a handful of youthful actresses and a lead actor. Securing filming locations, however, proved challenging, especially since many scenes were set in schools. Boss, this school situation is troublesome, Tianzhong lamented. Kowloon Film Television has such a wretched reputation. Not a single school will lend us space for filming. Anyone could easily uncover what Kowloon truly did, and refusal was hardly surprising. Li Zhendong, having previously overlooked this complication, merely nodded and asked, can't we simply pay them? No, they fear we'll shoot illicit films on campus, Tianzhong replied, exasperated. Tianzhong stared blankly. Then we have no choice. We'll need to rebrand and seek out a more remote school. Oh, perhaps that'll work. Tianzhong paused thoughtfully. Rebranding is simple, but finding the right school won't be easy. Still, I've identified one. Its principal struggles desperately to keep it afloat. There may yet be hope. This was precisely why Li Jindong valued Tianzhong most. He never dumped problems back onto his superior. Instead, he devised contingency plans and respectfully invited consideration. No wonder Liang Quan had cherished him so deeply. Li Jindong nodded. Oh, which school, eh? Southeast Secondary School, in Kowloon Walled City. Tianzhong smiled. Its students, both young men and women, could serve as extras. We'd save significantly on casting fees. Li Jindong approved with satisfaction. Excellent. Handle the negotiations immediately. Tianzhong nodded and departed without delay. Li Jindong himself headed straight to Kowloon Walled City. After all, filming on another's turf demanded courtesy and advance notice. Saiyan waved dismissively. Without you guiding our brothers years ago, how could any of us enjoy such prosperity? Han Bin and his two brothers each held minority shares in the counterfeit goods company. Yet even those modest stakes yielded a steady HK100 monthly income. That sum dwarfed the profits from all his other ventures combined. After exchanging pleasantries, Saiyan asked curiously, "Ah Dong, what brings you here?" "I plan to film at a local school in Kowloon Walled City, and I'd appreciate your protection of the production crew," Li Jindong stated plainly. Saiyan looked puzzled. "You truly believe filmmaking can turn a profit?" Li Jindong chuckled. "Profit aside, I want legitimacy. Films draw attention effortlessly," he added. Saiyan stared astonished. "You're abandoning the triad path, and a gangster is ultimately no more than a chamber pot. Discarded, once used, reviled for its stench," Li Jindong mused, smiling faintly. "I intend to transcend that role. No wonder you've grown indifferent to triad affairs lately. I had no idea you harbored such ambition." Saiyan exclaimed, moved. "You have my full support." Li Jindong smiled in gratitude. "Thank you. All right. Where exactly is this crew filming? I'll dispatch someone to oversee it." Saiyan asked directly. "Southeast Secondary School, I believe," Li Jindong replied with a smile. "Dealing with schools is always tedious, likely requiring a generous donation." "Southeast High School." The narrow-eyed man frowned. "It's not that there's any trouble, but there are a few unknown characters near that school collecting protection fees from students. That school isn't within our Hongsing's territory, so intervening recklessly might cause some trouble." "Haha, they're probably just some small-time thugs." Li Jindong chuckled. "We could just catch a few examples and teach them a lesson. There are quite a few of these thugs collecting fees from students in Xinjiang. However, many legitimate organizations in Xinjiang look down on such activities. It's just too degrading. Yet this is a common practice for many small and medium-sized organizations in Xinjiang, as these students are a source of protection fees and a training ground for new gang members. Especially for a rundown school like Southeast High School, those who can study there are usually underperformers or students from financially struggling families. Recruiting them into gangs is incredibly easy." The narrow-eyed man nodded. "I'm just afraid they might cause trouble." Li Jindong smiled. "I still have some reputation in the underworld lately, and besides, who would dare disrespect you, brother Xian, in Kowloon City?" The narrow-eyed man waved his hand, saying, "Don't flatter me, I know my own worth. However, Kowloon City is quite chaotic. It would be best if you sent someone to keep an eye on things." Li Jindong nodded. "Since you say so, brother Xian, I will definitely take care of it." After all, Li Jindong knew that guarding the entire crew would be troublesome. While Xian could provide some oversight, it wasn't feasible to have someone watching over all the time. So having someone from Li Jindong's side come over was the most suitable arrangement. After reaching an agreement, they started drinking. Originally, Xian also invited Li Jindong to check out the underground fight scene in the city. But at that moment, Li Jindong's phone suddenly rang and a panicked voice from Desha came through. "Boss, something's wrong." Li Jindong frowned. "What's happened again?" Desha directly replied, "The customs are here looking for trouble. They're blocking our warehouse door." Li Jindong asked in confusion, "Why are the customs checking us? Once items arrive in Xinjiang, they are no longer under customs jurisdiction. Even if they were to investigate, it wouldn't matter." Desha lowered his voice, saying, "Boss, it's not about the goods, it's about the stolen cars that Michael and the others took." Li Jindong's brows immediately raised. "Is there a problem with the cars?" Desha hesitated. "I don't know. Delay the customs officers, they'll head over right away." Li Jindong cursed, and then bid farewell to Xian. "Brother Xian, I've got some trouble, I need to leave." "All right, remember to let me know if you can't handle it." Xian nodded. Li Jindong instructed his men to drive, and quickly headed to the warehouse in Saikong. Upon arrival, he saw Desha's underlings confronting the customs officers, both sides looking tense, with the customs seemingly ready to draw their guns at any moment. "You say you want to check. What do you customs think you are?" "Yeah, if you dare take another step, I swear I'll cut you down." Damn, they refuse, even when offered money. They seem to want to raise the national flag. Seeing his underlings arguing with the customs officers, Li Jindong frowned and quickly walked over. Seeing Li Jindong approach, the underlings immediately cleared a path. "Sir from the customs, what wind has blown you?" Li Jindong smiled and said. The leading customs officer frowned and asked Li Jindong, "Are you the person in charge of this logistics company?" "Indeed, I am Li Jindong." Li Jindong politely handed over a business card. I am currently the owner of this logistics company. Seeing Li Jindong act as if he could communicate, the customs officer let out a sigh of relief. He took out a search warrant and said to Li Jindong, "We have received a warrant to search for a stolen vehicle of considerable value which is suspected to be leaving Xiangjiang through smuggling channels. Please open the warehouse to cooperate with our investigation." Li Jindong didn't expect it to be about the cars. He immediately realized something had gone wrong. The vehicle's alarm system must have triggered the customs' attention. Clearly it was Michael and his crew who were at fault. Although he didn't know how they managed it, Li Jindong didn't need proof. Li Jindong smiled. "Of course, since you gentlemen from the customs have come with a search warrant, our company will certainly cooperate. However, I would need everyone to wait a few minutes while I send someone to clear the goods in the warehouse." "How do we know you won't transfer the goods?" "Open it immediately." One customs officer spoke arrogantly to Li Jindong. Li Jindong coldly laughed. "You just said it's a stolen vehicle. How could something that big be moved right in front of you? Sir, don't think that you customs can just say whatever you want." Hearing Li Jindong's arrogance, the customs officer wanted to say something more. But he was stopped by his superior, who then said to Li Jindong, "Can it be done in 5 minutes? After all, you wouldn't want us customs lingering here, would you?" The customs officials clearly understood that Li Jindong was involved in smuggling. However, they did not want to offend someone like Li Jindong, who was a gang member. Even if they obtained evidence, the harm to Li Jindong would be very limited. It might even provoke retaliation from these gang members. After all, cutting off someone's financial lifeline is like killing their family. Since the higher-ups didn't instruct them to take action, they were merely going through the motions. Li Jindong smiled and nodded. "No problem, that's enough." Saying this, Li Jindong had the warehouse opened and directly walked inside. Inside the warehouse was indeed a bright yellow Ferrari quietly parked. Li Jindong directly asked Desha, "Did you not check the car when it entered the warehouse?" Desha looked aggrieved and replied, "I checked. The alarm system on such high-end vehicles had already been disabled." Li Jindong then inquired, "Is there a way to activate it?" "It should be possible." Desha nodded. "This guy specializes in cracking these systems." Upon hearing this, Li Jindong roughly understood the situation. He nodded. "All right, I'll handle this matter. Desha, you take the others and go outside." Li Jindong had no wish to expose his peculiar ability in front of others. He waved his hand impatiently and said, "I know what I'm doing. Just go outside." Desha, though unsure how Li had resolved the matter, nodded and stepped out. Li walked straight to the bright yellow Ferrari and let out a cold, derisive snort. The Ferrari's security system must have been reactivated, otherwise customs would not have investigated so thoroughly. If they wanted to play games with him, he would show them how the trick was done. Li placed his hand on the car's body and concentrated. In an instant, the bright yellow Ferrari vanished into... Earlier, Li had used his reputation to enhance a skill, expanding his portable space from 1 square meter to 10. Otherwise, that car simply could not have been tucked away. Now they would find nothing at all. Li stepped out of the warehouse and addressed the customs chief. "Sir, you may go in and conduct..." The customs chief frowned at Li's composure. Could their intelligence be wrong? He could not fathom how Li had made the car disappear so brazenly in public. Nevertheless, procedure demanded investigation. The customs chief and his men entered the warehouse. The warehouse was stacked with counterfeit clothing and shoes, but they had no evidence to prove the origin of those grade fakes, so they could not touch them. They were there primarily to search for the car. After combing the place from end to end, they found no trace. It was as if the bright yellow Ferrari had simply evaporated. Irritated, the chief asked his men, "Are you certain the car was here?" One of them, bewildered, lowered his voice and replied, "Boss, the tracking point they gave us was here. It can't be wrong." The chief snapped, "Then tell me, where did such a large car go? Have any of you taken a bribe?" The men shifted uncomfortably. They had in fact accepted payment. Boss Yuan had promised the car was in the warehouse, and now they found themselves trapped in an impossible position. Li smiled at the customs officials and said, "Officers, you have finished your inspection, have you not? There is nothing of note in my..." The customs man who had taken the money flushed crimson and pointed at Li, stammering, "Then what about the items in your warehouse?" Before he could finish, Li's face darkened. "Sir, speak only with evidence. Otherwise I have the right to sue you for defamation," he warned coldly. He added, "And some matters are better left untouched. Meddling might lead to an unfortunate accident on the road." Li's counterfeit goods business was his livelihood, run in partnership with Liang Kuan and Han Bin and the 3 brothers. Anyone who dared interfere would face consequences that would not end lightly. Even if it were customs, an unexpected accident on the road was not an implausible explanation. Faced with such a threat, the customs officials went pale. They already knew who Li Jindong was when they had come to investigate. They understood this was no idle bluster. If they pressed further, Li would not hesitate to act. The customs chief, taken aback, barked at his men's silence. He turned and, softening his tone, told Li, "Mr. Li, we will investigate this thoroughly and restore your reputation." Li smiled and replied, "That's all I ask. There won't be any more trouble, right?" The customs chief nodded. "Absolutely. Good. We'll see you out." Li escorted the customs men from his warehouse. Once they were gone, Desha returned and found the Ferrari still parked in its original spot. Not even its position had changed. Staring in disbelief, he said to Li, "Boss, how did you do this?" Li laughed. "Consider it sleight of hand. The car was actually here the whole time." Desha wore a look that said, "Are you kidding me?" His nickname was Desha, but he was by no means stupid. Li offered no explanation and simply ordered move the car out as soon as possible. Understood, boss, Desha replied. Li's face then hardened as he turned to Tuo and I. Summon men. Bring my heir and those others to me. Don't be polite this time. No matter what these men had to be involved, Li could not let them go. Meanwhile, my heir and his companions were waiting anxiously for news. If the customs had dealt with Li, they would no longer need to walk on eggshells. One of them voiced his worry. My heir, are we really safe doing this? That Li Jindong from Hongxing is not. My heir replied helplessly, what else can I do? This is the only option. We cannot offend either side. If Li confronts us, we'll deny it to the end. After all, you checked Desha earlier, another said, attempting to steady the plan. They remained uneasy but nodded. There is no other way. My heir was worried too, but he wanted to let off steam, which was why he had taken the risk. They took that risk. While their minds were elsewhere, a van suddenly pulled up before the three of them. My heir felt something was wrong and tried to flee, but what sort of man was Tuo and I? He would not let them get away. As they leapt from the vehicle, they were immediately subdued. My heir tried to speak, but Tuo and I knocked him unconscious with a single blow and dragged him into the van like a dead dog. Only a few minutes had elapsed. When they came to again, they found themselves locked inside an abandoned factory. The three spoiled sons were nearly frightened into losing control. Li Jindong smoked as he stared at my heir. You have a lot of nerve, he said. You dared swindle me before, and now you pull this stunt. My heir hurriedly protested, Mr. Li, I don't know what you're talking about. The car business has nothing to do with us. I inspected Desha in advance. Li kicked my heir in the stomach, sending him to his knees. He curled inward, crumpled like a boiled shrimp. Li grabbed his hair and hauled him upright coldly, saying, I haven't even said anything yet. How do you already know it's about the car? Michael was far too nervous. Upon hearing Li Jindong's words, he instantly realized he had been exposed. Li Jindong sneered coldly, what? You thought ordering customs to search me would leave you unscathed, just because I lack evidence. You seem to have forgotten one thing. I'm no lawman. I'm a triad enforcer. When I want someone dealt with, do you really think I need evidence? At Li Jindong's words, the three men finally snapped to attention. Right, he was a triad enforcer. What did evidence matter to him? They now understood their carefully rehearsed alibi was utterly useless against a man who had no intention of arguing reason. Li Jindong smirked at Michael and said, I recall, you have a younger sister studying abroad, don't you? These days overseas is chaos itself. Wouldn't it be perfectly normal if she picked up a drug addiction, or worse, HIV, or syphilis? Hearing this, Michael trembled uncontrollably from head to toe. Li Jindong ignored his terror and continued calmly. Tracing her address is simple enough. You've wired her tuition money for years, haven't you? A single wire transfer leaves a trail. Or perhaps she visits Hong Kong to see you. Then, enough. I confess. Michael cried out desperately. Don't touch my sister. This was all my doing. Kill me, torture me, anything, but spare her. Li Jindong slapped Michael's cheek lightly, locking eyes with his petrified gaze. You should thank your lucky stars you're still useful. I need all three of you. Otherwise I'd have no qualms about carrying it out. So speak plainly. Who put you up to this? It was Mr. Yuan, the port boss. He told me. Michael answered obediently. He instructed us to first disable Ferrari's security system, then wait before triggering the alarm. And finally he arranged for customs to conduct the inspection. Li Jindong nodded slowly. I see. Release them. Once untied, Michael and his men stood shaken, bewildered as to why Li Jindong had suddenly let them go. They had assumed they were dead men. Li Jindong merely remarked coolly, as I said, you're still of use. My illicit luxury vehicle trade requires your services. Consider yourselves fortunate. You've just reclaimed your lives. But should I ever learn you've schemed behind my back again, I won't bother with you. Your families, your friends, they'll suffer beyond measure. His words struck the three like thunderclaps, their eyes filled with raw, unvarnished dread. Li Jindong glanced at them dismissively and said flatly, 10 hind vehicles, every month on this date. Understood. Understood, boss. Michael hurriedly replied. Get out. Li Jindong waved them off. Had Desha not been such a useless fool, Li Jindong would have executed them on the spot. But with no better option, and needing them to steal cars, he had no choice but to hold his hand, for now. He shot Desha a venomous glare, making the man instinctively shrink back. With Michael dealt with, Li Jindong turned his attention to Mr. Yuan, the port boss. Clever man. Knowing he couldn't best Li Jindong in brute force, he chose to play by the rules instead. But Li Jindong was no pushover. If Yuan wished to play, he'd gladly oblige, with interest. Meanwhile, in Mr. Yuan's office, one of Yuan's subordinates reported customs officers just entered Li Jindong's warehouse. Humph. A greenhorn pup thinking he can outwit me. Mr. Yuan scoffed contemptuously. Let me see how long he survives this game. Smuggling luxury vehicles isn't child's play. Just as he basked in quiet triumph, 2 men walked straight into his office. What brings you here? Yuan greeted them warmly, gesturing for them to sit. Please take a seat. Any news? These 2 were the customs officers he'd bribed. What kind of intelligence did you feed us? One officer barked furiously. There wasn't a single car in that warehouse. You're playing us for fools. Yuan froze. Impossible. We verified the coordinates ourselves. The officers laughed bitterly. So you're accusing us of lying? Would such a massive vehicle truly vanish without our noticing? Yuan ventured cautiously. Could he have moved it early? Moved it? With dozens of us watching. Do you expect us to believe Li Jindong levitated a Ferrari right under our... The officers raged. You've nearly cost us our jobs, and now you'll answer for it. If you don't make this right, we'll... With that threat hanging in the air, the two stormed out. Yuan remained stunned. This can't be happening. Elsewhere, Li Jindong sought out Wei Jixiang, the newly ascended leader of the Hung Tai Triad. His lieutenants Dao Ba Quan and Shun Sha now served as its senior captains. Their fortunes were rising swiftly. Though not yet matching Hung Tai's former glory, it was more than enough for men like Wei Jixiang. Especially with Li Jindong's backing, the Triad had already regained much of its former strength. So when Li Jindong arrived, they received him with utmost deference. Do this for me. Locate Mr. Yuan, the owner of an import-export firm at New Territories Port. Deliver 2 packages of happy powder to his office, and then report him to the authorities for illegal possession. Li Jindong issued the order without preamble. Wei Jixiang broke into a knowing grin. So this fellow has offended the boss. Though Hung Tai's warehouse had recently been raided, they still held a reserve stock of happy powder. Li Jindong had originally intended to use it as bait, but now holding onto it served no purpose. Better to gift it to Mr. Yuan. This scoundrel tried to bury me, Li Jindong said coolly. You know what to do. Dao Ba Quan chuckled darkly. Of course, boss. We know exactly how to proceed. Once the Narcotics Bureau raids his premises, even if he escapes death, he'll be stripped bare. Li Jindong nodded in approval. Then carry it out, and make it flawless. Yes, boss. Wei Jixiang and the others bowed their heads in unison. Li Jindong refused to involve himself directly. It would draw too much attention. Nor would he taint his name with happy powder. Such associations would severely hinder his future ascent. A trading company at the New Territories Import and Export Port. Scarface Quan and Shun Sha arrived here with their subordinates. This guy must be the idiot who offended the boss, right? Shun Sha glanced at the address. Scarface Quan scratched his head and said, how are we supposed to get the goods inside? The commotion will be too loud and could cause problems. Shun Sha chuckled. Just watch me. He then set his sights on a truck preparing to transport goods and directly stopped it. The driver cursed as he got out of the truck, still unaware of the trouble. Shun Sha held a knife to his neck, instantly clarifying his expression. Hey brother, let's talk nicely. If you need money, I have a little here. The driver stammered in front of Shun Sha. Shun Sha irritably slapped the guy, saying, do I look like a robber? The driver's expression turned strange as he thought, with a knife to my neck, is this not a robbery, but a heartfelt conversation? Shun Sha cleared his throat twice and said, all right, I need your help with something. You're the one delivering goods to that import-export company, right? The driver nodded. I'm delivering for another company. Is there a problem, sir? Shun Sha smiled. That's great. Help us out by taking us inside. Huh? The driver was dumbfounded. This. Shun Sha smiled and said, don't worry, we're not going in to cause chaos or set fire. You just take us in and the rest doesn't concern you. By the way, Shun Sha took out a wad of cash and said, this is for you. It should be enough for several months' wages. The driver looked at the cash and gulped hard. This amount was enough to cover his annual salary. Moreover, there were only 2 or 3 of them, and it didn't seem like they were there to cause trouble or start a fire. So after a moment of hesitation, the driver took the money from Shun Sha. He agreed to take the few people into the import-export company. The driver frequently delivered goods to Boss Yuan's company, and he was quite familiar with the security. He tossed a pack of cigarettes, and the other party didn't check much before letting them through. When unloading the goods, Shun Sha secretly placed the 2 packages he brought among the cargo, and quietly returned to the truck unnoticed the entire way. After finishing everything, no one even noticed anything amiss. Shun Sha smiled at the truck driver. Let's pretend today's events never happened. Keep it to yourself, all right? Although unsure what Shun Sha and the others were up to, the truck driver knew this matter was certainly not ordinary. He immediately said to Shun Sha, we haven't seen each other today. Shun Sha smiled and said, very good, you're smart. After sending off the truck driver, Shun Sha reported to Li Jindong, boss, the task has been completed. Thank you for your hard work. Li Jindong smiled and said, you're off the hook now, you can leave. After hanging up the phone, Li Jindong flipped through his contacts and found the number of Ma Haoyan from the drug enforcement team. Having previously used this method to trap Hong Tai, Li Jindong felt that strategies don't get old. Oh, as long as they work, it's fine. Moments later, the call connected, and Ma Haoyan's voice came through. Master, long time no see. Ma Haoyan was a bit confused. Who are you? Master, you really forget easily. Don't you remember the incident at Hong Tai's warehouse? Li Jindong chuckled and said to Ma Haoyan. Ma Haoyan's tone grew serious. Who exactly are you? Just a concerned citizen. Li Jindong smiled and said, I just can't stand harmful substances like happy powder. Ma Haoyan naturally didn't believe it. Where did you get this information? Who are you really? Although the previous incident had promoted Ma Haoyan and earned him a bonus, he had always been troubled by Li Jindong's. After all, he was afraid of becoming a tool for others. Li Jindong didn't waste words. New Territories Dock, a warehouse of an import-export trading company, is transporting happy powder. If you're willing to investigate, the credit will be yours. If you're not willing, I have other alternatives. After saying that, Li Jindong hung up the phone without further discussion. Hearing the dial tone, Ma Haoyan became troubled. However, the opportunity for merit was right there. He couldn't just let it slip away. Moreover, his good brother Hyo was undercover within the drug dealer's team. It was essential to gain credit to pull him back from the undercover position. So Ma Haoyan hesitated for a moment and then directly notified Zhang Ziwei, bringing along the drug enforcement team and heading straight to the import-export company at the dock. Boss Yuan was in a headache figuring out how to deal with Li Jindong when suddenly a subordinate rushed over saying to Boss Yuan, "Boss, something's wrong. A team of police is outside." "Police? What do they want at our company?" Boss Yuan asked, confused. "I don't know," the subordinate immediately replied. "From their appearance, they don't seem like ordinary police." Boss Yuan frowned and said to his employee, "Take me to see." Soon when they arrived downstairs, Boss Yuan saw Ma Haoyan and his drug enforcement team. "Are you Boss Yuan?" Ma Haoyan directly asked. Boss Yuan nodded. "Yes, I'm the person in charge of this company. What brings you here today, sirs?" Ma Haoyan immediately showed his credentials, coldly saying, "I'm Ma Haoyan, a senior inspector of the drug enforcement team. We received a tip-off that your company is hiding happy powder, and we need to conduct a search." Boss Yuan suddenly laughed. "Ma, sir, you must be mistaken. Our company never." However, halfway through his sentence, Boss Yuan suddenly remembered something, and his expression changed drastically. Originally wanting to let Ma Haoyan search casually, he now stood directly in front of Ma Haoyan. Then he said with a serious expression, "I don't know who did this, but Ma, sir, without a search warrant, you're not qualified to search our company, right?" Ma Haoyan chuckled coldly. "Don't worry, I'm prepared. Here's the search warrant." Saying that, Zhang Ziwei took out the search warrant and placed it in front of Boss Yuan. Boss Yuan immediately became anxious, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. The drug enforcement police suddenly showed up claiming that his company was hiding happy powder. That only left one possibility. It was definitely that bastard Li Jindong who was causing trouble in his warehouse. "Wait, there seems to be a misunderstanding," Boss Yuan said, anxiously, desperately trying to intervene. The more he acted this way, the more it seemed he had something to hide. Zhang Ziwei pushed Boss Yuan aside fiercely and said, "You've obstructed the investigation multiple times. I see you must be guilty. Step aside, or I'll arrest you on the spot." Then with a wave of his hand, Zhang Ziwei instructed his subordinate officers, "Search thoroughly." Boss Yuan was all too familiar with this procedural routine. After all, he had used this method to have the customs investigate Li Jindong. He just hadn't anticipated Li Jindong's response would be so swift, immediately retaliating in kind. If he had never dabbled in these affairs, how would he have attracted the attention of the drug enforcement team? Seeing the situation was amiss, Boss Yuan immediately considered escaping. However, Ma Haoyan had long prepared 2 officers, one on each side, watching Boss Yuan, leaving him no chance. Soon one officer searched the warehouse for a while and exclaimed in surprise, "Boss, we've found something." Ma Haoyan and Zhang Ziwei's eyes lit up as they hurried over. They discovered a significant amount of illicit substances in an open package. Ma Haoyan sneered and said to Boss Yuan, "You'd better explain yourself. I'm being framed. It's Li Jindong from Hongxing. That bastard set me up." Boss Yuan cried out, feeling aggrieved. Ma Haoyan frowned and asked, "What does Li Jindong from Hongxing have to do with this?" Boss Yuan immediately replied loudly, "That jerk bears a grudge against me. This is definitely his revenge." Ma Haoyan noted Li Jindong's name, then said to Boss Yuan, "I understand, but you need to come with me to the station and clarify this matter. Take him away." As he spoke, the officers handcuffed Boss Yuan and took the seized substances back to the station. Upon hearing Li Jindong's name, Ma Haoyan turned to Zhang Ziwei and said, "Away, go to Mongkok and bring Li Jindong back for questioning. Be polite, he's not just any ordinary person." Zhang Ziwei arrogantly retorted, "Isn't he just a gangster? What's so impressive about that? Li Jindong, huh? I've got him figured out." Ma Haoyan said with a serious expression, "He's not just any gangster, he's a very wealthy one. The anti-gang unit has previously suffered losses at his hands and was left humiliated by complaints. If you don't want to deal with the lawyers, you'd better be cautious." Zhang Ziwei was somewhat taken aback. That impressive. Ma Haoyan nodded. "This guy is estimated to have at least $1 billion in assets. If you don't want to get entangled with those lawyers, don't act recklessly." Being in the know, Zhang Ziwei usually acted a bit over the line. However, dealing with someone like Li Jindong warranted a cautionary warning. Had it not been for wanting to interrogate Boss Yuan, he would have certainly handled this matter himself. Zhang Ziwei nodded, his expression serious. "I understand, boss, that Boss Yuan has been taken away by the drug enforcement team." Aja smiled and said to Li Jindong, "This guy keeps claiming he's innocent." Li Jindong scoffed, "Trying to play this game with me? I'm his ancestor." He then asked, "By the way, have you found out who's backing?" Aja replied directly, "It seems to be by Tu Wang Ben Shu from Dongxing." Li Jindong instantly laughed, "So it's that old fellow. By the way, boss, there's something I'm not sure if I should mention to you." Aja suddenly seemed to recall something and said to Li Jindong rolled his eyes, spit it out. Aja asked directly, "Wasn't Gugu supposed to open a bar in our Mongkok area, and you agreed to it?" Li Jindong furrowed his brows and replied, "Did I? Whatever, those old guys love to take advantage of others." Aja shook his head. "If he were opening it himself, I wouldn't mention it. I saw a few Dongxing people hanging out with Gugu." Li Jindong paused for a moment and then reacted. In the original plot, Dongxing partnered with Ko Shuai-ji to open a bar, which should have been in Causeway Bay. Yet it had apparently turned into his Mong Coke. Damn it, they're seeking death without knowing when to stop. Li Zhendong scoffed. I knew Dongxing wouldn't give up easily. Aja excitedly said, should I go smash their bar? Li Zhendong thought for a moment. Just as he was about to respond, the door was suddenly pushed open. Then Zhang Ziwei stormed in with a group of police officers. You must be Li Zhendong, Mr. Li, right? Zhang Ziwei directly presented his credentials and said, I'm Zhang Ziwei from the Drug Enforcement Unit. There's a case I need you to assist with. Upon hearing Zhang Ziwei's words, Aja immediately stood up and blocked Zhang Ziwei's path, saying, who the hell are you to say he should come with you? Zhang Ziwei frowned and pushed Aja aside, then turned to Li Zhendong and said, Mr. Li, it's just for assistance. Li Zhendong chuckled. Can I know what it's about? You'll find out when you get to the station. Zhang Ziwei replied. Aja leaned and wanted to say something, but Li Zhendong waved him off and said, all right, I can go with you to assist. Aja, keep an eye on things over there for now, but don't do anything. Aja shot Zhang Ziwei an annoyed glance, and then Li Zhendong smiled at Zhang Ziwei and asked, I won't need to wear handcuffs, right? Zhang Ziwei replied with a smile, it's just for assistance. Li Zhendong nodded. Get the car ready. I'm going to the West Kowloon police station. After arriving at the station, Li Zhendong was taken to a lounge. After all, Li Zhendong was called to assist with the investigation, not to be interrogated. Moreover, Li Zhendong even brought a lawyer, which made Zhang Ziwei realize why his brother said Li Zhendong was hard to deal with. Now it seemed that was indeed the case. If you have any questions, officers, please ask quickly. My time is precious. Li Zhendong looked at his watch and addressed the people in front of him. Ma Haoyan carefully observed Li Zhendong, realizing this kid was surprisingly young. If not for his attire, he would have thought he was just a student. However, he didn't dare to underestimate Li Zhendong. After all, Li Zhendong was quite famous in the underworld now. So he organized his words and directly asked Li Zhendong, Mr. Li, what is your relationship with Boss Yuan from the New Territories Import and Export Trade Company? Him. We have a business rivalry. Li Zhendong replied with a smile. Li Zhendong actually had no faults in what he said. He owned a logistics company and an import-export trading company, and they were indeed competitors. Moreover, Li Zhendong had not directly targeted this Boss Yuan before. To say it was merely business competition was not an exaggeration. However, Ma Haoyan felt something was strange because he thought Li Zhendong's tone was oddly familiar, as if it were exactly the same as the person who had reported him. Additionally, striking at Boss Yuan would indeed benefit Li Zhendong. This made Ma Haoyan even more suspicious. Li Zhendong noticed the doubt in Ma Haoyan's eyes, but still wore a smile. It was fine if he was exposed after all the information he provided to Ma Haoyan was all true. Besides, if he didn't admit it, how could Ma Haoyan blow his own trumpet? Li Zhendong continued, I haven't even asked you. Why did you bring me back to assist in the investigation? What does it have to do? Is it because we are competitors that you had to call me over? Zhang Ziwei could only reply to Li Zhendong. When we captured Boss Yuan, he mentioned your name. He said that from start to finish it was all you're doing. Cough, cough. This made Li Zhendong cough with laughter just because Ma Haoyan replied directly, so it's just assisting in the investigation. Alright, if you have any more questions, just hurry and ask. Li Zhendong glanced at his watch and said, I'm very busy, time is precious. Ma Haoyan and Zhang Ziwei had no way to respond, as Li Zhendong had a lawyer with him. They dared not say anything too excessive for fear of being reported. However, after Li Zhendong left, Zhang Ziwei frowned and said to Ma Haoyan, I feel like this guy is strange. Ma Haoyan remained silent for a moment before saying, I suspect that the tips from before were provided to us by this guy. Oh. Zhang Ziwei was somewhat stunned. Why is that? Ma Haoyan said directly, I had my colleagues from the anti-black group investigate. Li Zhendong had conflicts with Hong Tai before, and then suddenly someone reported that Hong Tai was hiding drugs. This time it was the same. A Boss Yuan had conflicts with him, and it was said that he reported him to the customs. Then, hearing Ma Haoyan's analysis, Zhang Ziwei nodded. This bastard is using us as a knife. Ma Haoyan smiled and said, in any case the credit is ours. If such good things happen often, I wouldn't mind at all. Zhang Ziwei chuckled. I think the same. Is the matter of my promotion settled? Ma Haoyan nodded. You passed the exam. Your position is secured. What about Achio? Zhang Ziwei asked. Ma Haoyan smiled and said, I've given the informant's details to Achio. He should be back soon and his position might be higher than yours. Zhang Ziwei smacked his lips and said he should be able to handle being undercover under a drug lord. Because indeed drugs were found in Boss Yuan's company, the anti-drug team investigated him. Though he himself had no issues, just the time spent was enough for him to suffer. Moreover, Li Zhendong was not idle either. He used various means to win over the shareholders of Boss Yuan's company and acquired most of his shares. When Boss Yuan was released from the police station, he found that his company had changed hands. This nearly made him faint. With no way out, he immediately sought out the white-haired elder. Upon hearing how this fool had provoked Li Zhendong, the white-haired elder was speechless. You initiated it. What do you want me to do? But he first robbed Michael. Boss Yuan wanted to argue further. However, the white-haired elder rudely said, did those car thieves sign a contract with you? Just because you said you wanted supplies doesn't mean they have to supply you. Are you an idiot? Boss Yuan had a wronged expression. What should I do? The white-haired elder sighed. I think with Li Zhendong's temperament this matter won't end well for you. Boss Yuan immediately panicked. What does he want? What do you think? The white-haired elder sneered. Boss Yuan shivered at once, unable to speak for a while, only able to repeatedly beg the white-haired elder. The white-haired elder sighed and had to call Li Jindong. Dong, it's white-haired elder from Dongxing. Oh, it's Uncle Ben. What can I do for you? Li Jindong replied with a smile. The white-haired elder said directly regarding Boss Yuan, you've already won, and I'd like to ask you to spare his life. Uncle Ben, it's not that I don't give face. Li Jindong sneered. This bastard reported me to customs before. If I let him go, won't I have more trouble? Who knows when he might come back to cause trouble again. The white-haired elder felt somewhat displeased, thinking Li Jindong was not showing respect. Even after personally reaching out, he was outright rejected. After all, he was a veteran in the underworld. Suppressing his anger, he said, what do you want then? Let him leave Xiangjiang and never come back. Li Jindong said directly, otherwise if I see him again, I'll have to send him to the bottom of the sea. The white-haired elder grumbled, Dong, don't you think you're being a bit too overbearing? Li Jindong immediately laughed. Overbearing? If I were truly overbearing, you wouldn't be seeing this guy anymore. After that, Li Jindong didn't wait for the white-haired elder to say anything else and directly hung up the phone. Hearing the dead air on the line, the white-haired elder felt quite displeased. However, this old fellow was quite deep in thought and did not erupt in anger on the spot. Instead, he said to the kneeling Boss Yuan, if you leave Xiangjiang now, he won't do anything to you. Boss Yuan was somewhat unwilling. Do I really have to leave Xiangjiang? The white-haired elder replied impatiently, if you don't want to leave, you can try. Get lost. With no choice, Boss Yuan could only pack his things and leave Xiangjiang. Meanwhile, the shares of his company had also been acquired by Li Jindong, giving him some money to escape. From then on, the import-export company at the New Territories dock also belonged to Li Jindong. With more ports, Li Jindong's import-export company and logistics company could further enhance their goods and smuggling business. Li Jindong never expected that this old fellow, the white-haired elder, would actually concede. Indeed, he was the kind of person who could endure until the camel died to take over Dongxing. Li Jindong felt he had to guard against this old fellow as a dog that bites usually does not bark. I heard you had some conflicts with Dongxing's Ben Shu. Liang Kuan arrived at what was once the Qinkuan Film Company, now transformed into the Jindong Film Company. Li Jindong chuckled. One of his bosses tried to scheme against me, but I sent him packing. Liang Kuan laughed. Everyone in the Jianghu is saying you, Huadong, don't respect the old or cherish the young at all. Li Jindong scoffed. What era is it? These old geezers are still clinging to the hierarchy. They're just outdated relics, and I couldn't care less about them. Ha ha ha, I feel the same way. Liang Kuan suddenly burst into laughter, a bunch of old fossils who have no skills, yet love to act grand. Don't worry, I will definitely support you in this matter. Thanks, big brother. Li Jindong smiled and said, by the way, I heard that Kashuiji, that loser, seems to be getting mixed up with Dongxing's Crow and Smiling Tiger, and they opened a bar in Mongkok. My. Liang Kun's face darkened. What does Kashuiji, that loser, want to do? Li Jindong smiled and said, this is just a flag planted on my turf. Ooh, I definitely can't tolerate it. However, I suspect this guy lacks the guts that should be Crow and Smiling Tiger wanting to stir up trouble. Liang Kuan stroked his chin and said, these two losers have always wanted to collaborate with me to sell happy powder. I didn't expect them to take a different path when I refused. Li Jindong said directly, the bar can be smashed easily, but what about these two losers? If we don't deal with them, it will never end. Liang Kuan retorted, what's your plan? Li Jindong thought for a moment and said, find an opportunity to take him out directly. Liang Kuan frowned, just this approach might not be enough. That old camel will interfere. Li Jindong laughed and said, don't worry, I will find an excuse. Liang Kuan nodded. If that's the case, then there's no problem. After discussing these matters, Liang Kuan looked at the newly established film company of Li Jindong. Tisky really have some. Can this movie really make money? Liang Kuan asked, somewhat surprised. Li Jindong smiled and said, you will know when the time comes. All right then, since the company is yours, do as you please. Liang Kuan shook his head and then got up to leave. Southeast Middle School is the only public school near Kowloon City. The government is reluctant to allocate funds, and there are no economic sources. Sometimes, even the students' tuition fees cannot be collected in full. This has made the already dilapidated school appear even more run down. The principal is somewhat of a nice guy. He has been trying to raise funds to keep the school running and pay the teachers. As for other matters, he as the principal truly has no energy to manage. Maintaining the current state is already quite an arduous task. However, there is some good news. Recently, a boss from a film company, a big shot, wants to come to the school to shoot a movie and has promised to donate some funds and renovate some of the dilapidated areas. This made the principal pay significant attention, and he had several phone calls with Li Jindong. He learned that Li Jindong would bring the crew over this afternoon and would donate money on the spot. The principal immediately mobilized his connections and invited numerous journalists. After all, a big shot donating money to such a rundown school besides filming also needs recognition. The principal said, Mr. Li, the donation ceremony will start this afternoon. I have already invited the media. And the principal shook hands with Li Jindong and said, I wonder if Mr. Li is satisfied with this process. Li Jindong nodded. The principal is indeed a clever person. I am very satisfied. Li Zhendong, who is originally in it for the prestige, immediately said upon seeing how accommodating the principal was, "How about this? I feel that 500,000 is a bit too little. I will donate 1 million. I also have a construction company that can help your school renovate some outdated measures for free. I will cover this cost as well." Upon hearing that Li Zhendong increased his donation, the principal and some leaders of the school were moved to tears. At least for a long time, they won't need to go elsewhere to beg for resources. The principal said directly, "From now on, Mr. Li, you will be our school's great benefactor. I thank you on behalf of the children." Li Zhendong smiled and said, "You are too kind, principal." After having a meal with the principal, the media and journalists had already arrived that afternoon. However, Li Zhendong did not expect to see a familiar figure. It was the spicy reporter Lu Huijin, whom he met at the Flower Robe meeting last time. Lu Huijin was also somewhat surprised to see Li Zhendong. "Isn't this guy a gang boss? How did he suddenly turn into a philanthropist?" Lu Huijin said incredulously to the chubby cameraman beside her. The chubby cameraman also seemed surprised. "This is my first time seeing a gangster doing charity." Lu Huijin looked at Li Zhendong on stage and became increasingly interested in this man. The donation ceremony was quite simple. After Li Zhendong handed a 1 million check to the principal and shook hands with him, the ceremony was considered complete. Furthermore, Li Zhendong directly announced that he would provide free assistance to Southeast Middle School in renovating some classrooms and the library, which brought thunderous applause from the media and journalists present. After the donation ceremony, it was time for interviews. Countless journalists rushed over wanting to interview the wealthy Li Zhendong. Li Zhendong smiled and said, "I have always believed that students are the future of our Xinjiang. Only by providing them with a better learning environment can our society produce more high-quality talents. In a while, I also plan to establish a charitable foundation to support young people in Xinjiang who can afford to study but lack the means." Upon hearing Li Zhendong speak so appropriately and generously, many journalists displayed genuine admiration. Most importantly, Li Zhendong provided them with ample transportation fees, so they did not ask him any difficult questions. No one even used Li Zhendong's identity to create sensational stories. After all, Li Zhendong is too famous in the Jianghu. Many journalists know he is a hall master of the Hongxing gang. After the interview ended, Lu Huijin directly approached with the cameraman, smiling brightly at Li Zhendong. "Mr. Li, we meet again. Reporter Lu, it has indeed been a long time." Li Zhendong's eyes lit up when he saw Lu Huijin. Lu Huijin smiled and said to Li Zhendong, "I remember Mr. Li owes me an exclusive interview. I wonder when Mr. Li will have time." Li Zhendong smiled and said, "I have time this afternoon. I wonder if reporter Lu would honor me with a lunch together." Li Zhendong, with both wealth and charm, naturally attracts beautiful women. Although beauties like Lu Huijin are not short of suitors. However, there are not many handsome men like Li Zhendong. Moreover, despite being a gangster, Li Zhendong's refined demeanor creates a striking contrast, making women like Lu Huijin even more curious about him. Therefore, it is entirely normal for Lu Huijin to be interested in Li Zhendong. She immediately smiled, saying, "Of course I have time. Then I'll pick you up from the TV station this afternoon." Li Zhendong replied with a smile, "Excuse me for now, I need to handle some matters." "Of course, Mr. Li." Lu Huijin placed a business card in Li Zhendong's hand. After she left, Li Zhendong sought out the principal again. He finalized the arrangements with the construction company for repairs at the school and scheduled the filming time. After all, the school still had classes, and Li Zhendong did not want the film crew to cause chaos. Additionally, Li Zhendong discussed involving students as extras with the principal. The principal was delighted about this and hurriedly said to Li Zhendong, "Mr. Li, since you have already donated so many items to the school, you certainly shouldn't ask for any extra fees for the extras. How about this? I will have a costume factory custom make a batch of school uniforms for the students as their remuneration for being extras." Li Zhendong said with a smile. "Thank you so much, Mr. Li." The principal held Li Zhendong's hand tightly, tears welling up in his eyes. Meanwhile, at Dongxing, the owner of the Baitu Wang was driven away by Li Zhendong, and naturally, he could not swallow this anger. Although he appeared to have softened, he certainly would not let it go quietly. So he specially came over to consult with Camel. However, Camel did not want to offend Hongxing and directly refused, saying, "Hongxing is very powerful now, and confronting them heathen would bring no benefits. Am I supposed to just swallow this humiliation?" Baitu Wang frowned and said, "If this gets out, where will Dongxing's reputation go?" Camel shook his head and said, "Since you have not acted out, don't think about it now. Hongxing's Liang Kuan is no fool, and if a fight breaks out, it will bring no good to Dongxing. We can't let one person's issue drag down the entire Dongxing." Baitu Wang, seeing Camel's unwillingness to agree, flipped the chair and stood up to leave. As he exited the hall, his subordinates noticed his grim expression and quickly approached him. Especially a guy named Bao, who asked with concern, "Boss, how did it go? Did the leader refuse to agree?" Baitu Wang lit a cigar, took a deep drag, and then said, "That old Camel refuses to confront Hongxing." Bao directly said, "In my opinion, we might as well find someone ourselves." Bao was Baitu Wang's right-hand man and an ambitious guy. He had long set his sights on Li Zhendong's territory, or rather the dock in Yuanlong. This place was simply a treasure. Baitu Wang's other capable subordinate, Kowloon, frowned and said, If we find someone ourselves, it will surely be known that it was us from Dongxing who did it. A Bao sneered and said, then just find someone from the walled city. Who would they suspect? Moreover, this guy has offended many people. It wouldn't be surprising if he got shot. Hearing a Bao's words, by Tu Wang was somewhat tempted, but we don't know anyone from the walled city. A Bao smiled and said, I happen to know someone from the walled city. They will do anything as long as you pay. How much will it cost? Bai Tu Wang pondered for a moment and asked, 200,000 will be enough. A Bao replied directly. Bai Tu Wang frowned and said, isn't that a bit expensive? There's a reason for the expense. A Bao struck while the iron was hot and said, think about it, boss. If we take out Li Jindong and seize his dock in Yuan Long, we won't lack money in the future. Bai Tu Wang also felt that this was a lucrative deal. After pondering for a moment, he directly said to a Bao, the people you find must be tight-lipped. A Bao smiled and said, of course, if they can't keep their mouths shut, they won't be able to do this business. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Jindong personally drove a Ferrari to the entrance of ATV waiting for Liu Huijin to get off work. Liu Huijin was dressed in professional attire today and wore a pair of glasses exuding an air of intellectual. After getting in the car, Li Jindong presented her with a bouquet of fresh red roses which matched Liu Huijin's personality. Thank you. Liu Huijin smiled as she accepted the flowers from Li Jindong, looking quite pleased. I've reserved a restaurant for us, we can chat while we eat. Li Jindong started the car. It was quite common to see luxury cars picking up beautiful women in front of the TV station. However, Li Jindong's handsome appearance still drew envy from many. This greatly satisfied Liu Huijin's vanity. Wealthy people are not uncommon, but handsome wealthy men are quite rare. Upon arriving at a high-end restaurant, they encountered a bit of trouble right after parking. Jinjin, what a coincidence you are here to dine as well. As soon as Liu Huijin got out of the car, a man approached them. Although this guy appeared tall and strong, he exuded an oily and pretentious vibe. It seemed he was yet another suitor of Liu Huijin. However, Liu Huijin did not have much interest in this man. Yes, young Master Qi. Liu Huijin greeted him with an. Young Master Qi smiled and said, a chance encounter is better than an invitation. Oh, why don't we have a meal together? Sorry, it's not very convenient. As she spoke, Liu Huijin proactively linked her arm with Li Jindong, saying, I've already made an appointment. Seeing how close they were, a flicker of gloom passed over young Master Qi's eyes. He then initiated a greeting. Jinjin, aren't you going to introduce us? Liu Huijin frowned and said, young Master Qi, we don't seem to be that familiar, do we? Please just call me by my name. And I've already said that I have an appointment. After saying this, she ignored young Master Qi and turned to Li Jindong, saying, let's go inside. Li Jindong merely glanced at him, quickly grasping the situation. He had no intention of greeting young Master Qi and simply entered the restaurant with Liu Huijin. Watching the two, young Master Qi's face revealed uncontrollable anger. This Liu Huijin had always treated him coldly, and he did not expect her to dine with another man today, which made young Master Qi extremely furious. However, seeing that Li Jindong had arrived in a luxury car, he did not rashly approach to provoke them. These second-generation heirs may have chaotic personal lives, but they are not foolish. After finding his seat, Li Jindong smiled at Liu Huijin and said, a suitor. Liu Huijin replied with a hint of annoyance, just a self-important young master. Women like Liu Huijin completely look down on these soft-footed young masters. Therefore, she treats these suitors with an air of indifference. Li Jindong shook his head and chuckled. You're so beautiful, it's only natural to have suitors. The problem is I'm not interested in them. Liu Huijin said, covering her forehead. These young masters are just too bothersome. If it weren't for her previous encounter with one and breaking his leg, the swarm of admirers would likely be even larger. Even with her fiery personality, there are still many who want to approach her. It's quite irritating as they are hard to shake off. Alright, let's stop talking about those annoying guys. Liu Huijin became serious, pulling out a notebook and pen. Let's start the interview. Li Jindong laughed and asked, what do you want to ask? Liu Huijin curiously inquired. Before we start, I'd like to ask a personal question. Are you really the leader of the gang? Li Jindong chuckled. According to official statements, Hongxing is a clan business association, a registered civilian organization in Xinjiang, not a mafia. Whether it's Hongxing or other organizations, any group of certain scale will carry some form of clan or business association title. No leader of any organization would admit to being part of a triad. That would just give the police a handle on them. Liu Huijin chuckled. So you plan to answer my question with official rhetoric? Li Jindong smiled and said, you seem quite interested in gangs. But this is quite a dangerous matter. Liu Huijin helplessly said, you're different from the thugs I know. Maybe I'm a cultured thug. Li Jindong replied with a smile. In essence, it's still the same. People in this line of work are either after money or fame. There's no difference. Liu Huijin looked at Li Jindong in surprise, saying, that's the first time I've heard that. Isn't it all about brotherhood? Li Jindong laughed heartily. You should read less of that street literature. To put it bluntly, a gang is merely a group that engages in money-making activities with violent tendencies. Just as the two were enjoying their conversation, the young Master Qi they had encountered at the entrance came rushing back. Jinjin, do you and your friend want to join us? I can introduce a few friends to you. Young Master Qi displayed a confident expression as he said, they are all people from high society. Not interested, can you leave now? Lu Huijin was quite displeased to have her interview interrupted. Seeing Lu Huijin's cold demeanor, young Master Qi shifted his gaze to Li Jindong and said, "This gentleman seems unfamiliar. I wonder where you work." Li Jindong smiled and said, "It's nothing grand. I just own a few companies." "So that's how it is." Young Master Qi complimented with a hint of sarcasm. "Starting from scratch is impressive, but you must know the importance of connections in business." Li Jindong found it amusing and said to young Master Qi, "In my line of work, I'm afraid your friends won't be much help." Upon hearing this, Lu Huijin nearly burst out laughing. If this young Master Qi knew what Li Jindong did, he would probably be terrified. Young Master Qi frowned and said, "That's a bit boastful, isn't it? My circle encompasses all walks of life. How do you know they can't help?" Li Jindong couldn't be bothered with this peacock-like individual and was about to dismiss him. Just then his intuition went off like an alarm. He suddenly looked outside. Li Jindong and Lu Huijin were seated by a large floor-to-ceiling window in the restaurant, allowing them to see outside clearly. At that moment, a car came around the corner, and a strong sense of crisis emanated from within. Without hesitation, Li Jindong pulled Lu Huijin down. The next moment, the passing car stopped, and gun barrels emerged, spraying bullets at the spot where they had just sat. The bullets shattered the glass, and the gunfire sent the people in the restaurant into a frenzy of screams. Young Master Qi was fortunate enough not to be killed by the first wave of gunfire. He dove to the ground, curling into a ball and emitting sharp cries. Li Jindong pressed Lu Huijin down, saying, "Don't get up." He then used his clothing as cover and pulled out a handgun from his spatial storage. Seeing the restaurant under attack, Tony and others who had been following him rushed over immediately. Li Jindong needed to handle the next few minutes. Seeing that they hadn't hit Li Jindong, the gunman immediately got out of the car and aggressively approached the restaurant. Li Jindong seized the opportunity and fired at one of the thugs. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out, 2 hit the chest, and the last shot blew the head off. The gunman was instantly dead beyond recovery. After leveling up his firearm skills, Li Jindong automatically unlocked the Mozambique drill, appearing quite The gunman did not expect Li Jindong to fight back and immediately unleashed a barrage of gunfire in his direction. Li Jindong pulled Lu Huijin up and took her to a corner for cover. Lu Huijin was indeed frightened, but leaning against Li Jindong's chest suddenly made her feel less afraid. Li Jindong's calm demeanor combined with the hail of bullets left Lu Huijin in a daze. However, Li Jindong had no time to concern himself with Lu Huijin. After getting her to safety, he used the cover to fire again. This time he aimed at the leader of the gunmen. But the leader was cunning. Knowing Li Jindong's marksmanship was excellent, he kept his henchman in front of him. Li Jindong's 2 shots hit the henchman instead. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the gunman leader retaliated, seeking death. A glint of sharpness flashed in Li Jindong's eyes as he slid forward. He shot the last 2 gunmen in the head, then quickly changed the magazine and fired the last shot at the leader. However, this guy was lucky. The shot only grazed his back and did not hit a vital spot. After falling to the ground, he immediately got up and jumped into his car, fleeing hurriedly. Once all the thugs had fled, Li Jindong's subordinates finally arrived. Upon seeing Li Jindong's confrontational demeanor, Kashwiji immediately approached him. "Adong, there seems to be some misunderstanding," Kashwiji said with a smile. However, before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Li Jindong's cold expression. "Brother G, have you lost your mind? Bringing people from Dongxing to my territory to plant a flag. What are you planning to betray the gang?" Li Jindong had no intention of wasting words with Kashwiji directly accusing him. Kashwiji immediately changed his expression, opening his mouth to explain. At that moment, Wu Ying and Xiaomine, who approached, sneering, "Don't be afraid, Brother G, I've got your back. You should consider your own situation first," Li Jindong said with a cold smile. Then they saw Li Jindong's 4 main henchmen, the Tony brothers, burst in wielding knives and clubs. No one expected Li Jindong to be so irritable. He didn't give them a chance to argue and was directly prepared to attack. Wu Ying and Xiaomine, who immediately became nervous. Li Jindong pointed at the 2 rascals and coldly said, "Bastards, you dare to send people to capture my woman. If I don't kill you today, then I've wasted all this time." Hearing this, everyone in the room changed their expressions again. The looks they cast at Wu Ying and Xiaomine, who became somewhat strange. After all, the Underworld generally abides by the principle of not involving family in conflicts. Although few people took it seriously, there had been many incidents of entire families being silenced. However, being caught in the act was still a significant blow to a gang. Li Jindong addressed the people around him. "Today is a matter between me and Dongxing. I won't stop anyone who wants to leave." Upon hearing Li Jindong's words, the others who had come to support him turned and left without a second thought. Kashwiji was in a dilemma, unable to decide whether to stay or go. But seeing the coldness in Li Jindong's eyes and recalling the incidents involving Liang Kun's purge of Hongxing and the older generation, he couldn't help but shiver. He immediately broke free from Xiaomine's grip and hurriedly left with his people. Once most of the people in the bar had left, Xiaomine finally spoke up. "Adong, what do you want to do?" Li Jindong sternly commanded, "Close the door." Not a single one left. As Li Jindong's words fell, his henchmen tightly closed the door of Dongman Bar. Then the henchmen brandished their weapons and charged at Dongxing's people. Dongxing's people were not to be outdone, they pulled out weapons from under the tables and chairs in the bar and immediately retaliated. Both sides engaged in a fierce fight in the cramped space of the bar, but Hongxing clearly had the upper hand. After all, Li Zhendong's four main henchmen and the Tony brothers were all capable fighters. On the Dongxing side, only Wu Ying could fight, while Xiaominu fled as soon as the fighting started. "Stop fighting, let's go," Xiaominu urgently said, grabbing the reedied Wu Ying, who was eager to fight. Wu Ying was clearly unwilling, but the situation was overwhelming. Even if he were mad, he knew that if they continued, both he and Xiaominu would die here. He pushed one of his henchmen in front of him to block the attacks, and then fled with a few trusted subordinates. However, Li Zhendong did not stop them. Instead, he watched them leave without intervention. After dealing with Dongxing's people, Tony asked in confusion, "Boss, why don't we catch those two bastards?" With the strong force Li Zhendong brought, capturing Wu Ying and Xiaominu would be no challenge. Just sending a few people to guard the back door of the bar would prevent their easy escape. But Li Zhendong coldly smirked, "Killing them just like that? Don't you think it's too easy for these two rascals? Rest assured, I want to play with them slowly until they are finished." After all, how could Li Zhendong easily let go of those who dared to lay hands on his woman? Simply killing them would be far too lenient for these two rascals. Li Zhendong's current mindset was like that of a cat playing with a mouse. He wanted Wu Ying and Xiaominu to truly understand what despair felt like. Meanwhile, Liang Kuan brought the Dongxing henchmen captured by Li Zhendong to the Dongxing headquarters. These henchmen were the ones sent by Wu Ying and Xiaominu to kidnap Li Zhendong's woman. When Luotu saw Liang Kuan making such a grand entrance, he felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He immediately approached with a smiling face. "Kuan, what brings you here personally?" "I don't want to bother you, Mr. Luo, but your subordinates have gone too far." Liang Kuan shook his head. "Mr. Kuan, let's take things slowly. I'll apologize to my man." Luota's heart sank, and he immediately asked. Liang Kuan shook his head. "This matter is probably not that simple." Saying this, Liang Kuan snapped his fingers, signaling his subordinates to bring the Dongxing henchmen forward. Looking at these beaten and tied-up Dongxing henchmen, Luota's expression was one of confusion. "I don't know how my little brother A Dong offended your Dongxing people that you would send someone to kidnap his woman." Liang Kuan continued. "Mr. Luo, if this matter gets out, it might not look good for Dongxing's reputation." Luota's face showed a horrified expression, for he was known as a hypocrite. For him and his gang's reputation was more important than anything else. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tried so hard to maintain a virtuous image upon returning. Now that Liang Kuan dared to come knocking, he must have been very confident. He immediately asked the beaten-up henchman, "What exactly happened?" The henchman looked somewhat pale, not daring to speak carelessly. However, Luotu was losing his patience. "Speak quickly or face the consequences." Only then did the henchman cautiously begin to explain Wu Ying and Xiaominu's plan. Luotu was instantly struck by lightning. He had tirelessly warned these rascals not to provoke Hongxing for the time being. Yet his subordinates had not taken a single word to heart. Not only did they provoke Li Zhendong, they also committed such a despicable act. If they had succeeded, it would have been one thing, but now they were caught in the act. Now Luotu would have to give Hongxing an explanation, no matter what he had to say. Liang Kuan coldly remarked, "Mr. Luo, I respect you very much. But with such an incident occurring, if Dongxing does not provide us with an explanation, then we can only go to war. Kuan, don't be hasty. Do I need to clarify this matter? I will definitely provide Hongxing with an explanation." Luotu hurriedly said. Liang Kuan nodded and said, "Of course I believe in Mr. Luo. I will wait for you right here." Luo Tuo stood up to take his leave, hurriedly returning to his office to pick up the phone and dial the number of the Smiling Tiger. After an unknown amount of time, the Smiling Tiger finally answered the phone. Luo Tuo immediately roared, "You two idiots, what exactly did you do?" The Smiling Tiger replied with a bitter smile, "Boss, we messed up and are now being hunted down by Li Zhendong." "Did you really do it?" Luo Tuo widened his eyes, incredulity lacing his tone. "You mean to tell me that targeting Li Zhendong's woman was also your doing?" The Smiling Tiger sounded surprised. "Boss, how did you know?" "Huh?" Luo Tuo couldn't help but laugh in anger. "The Hongxing people have already come knocking, demanding an explanation from me." The Smiling Tiger was in a panic. "Boss, we have been loyal to you all these years. You can't just abandon us." Luo Tuo was somewhat exasperated. "You bastards are the ones who got into trouble and only now remember me as your boss, right?" Despite saying this, Luo Tuo knew he couldn't really ignore them. After all, when he fled to the Netherlands, he had only the Crow and the Smiling Tiger by his side. These two, one skilled in literature and the other in martial arts, were his most capable subordinates. He couldn't really do anything severe to the two of them. After a moment of silence, Luo Tuo calmed down and directly addressed the two. "Now Hongxing wants me to give an account and tell me what I should do. How about this? I'll arrange a boat for you. You need to leave Xiangjiang for the Netherlands immediately." He continued, "Afterward, I will announce that you are expelled from Dongxing and you can hide out in the Netherlands for a while." Hearing Luo Tuo's arrangement, the Smiling Tiger and the Crow both breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, boss," the Smiling Tiger said quickly. "You two bastards just know how to get me into trouble." Luo Tuo gave the Smiling Tiger the boat captain's number before hanging up the phone. After making the arrangements, Luo Tuo returned to the main hall. Akuin, this matter was a mistake on our part at Dongxing, but it was all the doing of the crow and the smiling tiger. I will expel them from Dongxing, and you can let Hongxing deal with them as you wish. Luo Tua was cunning. He had already arranged for the crow and the smiling tiger's escape boat, while also telling Liang Kuan to let Hongxing handle it as they saw fit. If Hongxing couldn't catch the two of them, it would have nothing to do with Luo Tua. Liang Kuan was well aware of Luo Tua's scheme, but he still smiled and said, since Mr. Luo has already stated his position, I won't pursue it further, let's leave it at that. Luo Tua sighed in relief, saying, I hope we can communicate more and avoid such troublesome matters in the future. Liang Kuan left with the captured Dongxing lackeys and directly took his leave. Luo Tua's expression darkened as he commanded a lackey, why haven't you taken these embarrassing guys back yet? After Liang Kuan left the Dongxing headquarters, he called Li Zhendong. Little brother, the matter is settled. Liang Kuan said with a cold smile, just as you expected, Luo Tua has indeed expelled the crow and the smiling tiger from Dongxing. That idiot has probably made arrangements for the crow and the smiling tiger to escape long ago. Li Zhendong's voice came from the other end of the line, chuckling, don't worry, they won't escape. Liang Kuan asked in confusion, are we really just going to let this go? Li Zhendong chuckled ominously, don't worry, I guarantee that Luo Tua will feel as if he has swallowed excrement. Liang Kuan laughed loudly. I'm looking forward to the old guy's face. The crow and the smiling tiger were indeed in a dire situation, being hunted down in a panic. The lackeys under Li Zhendong were extremely fierce, and the men under the crow and the smiling tiger were simply no match for them. After barely escaping, the two finally had a moment to catch their breath. The boss has already arranged things, we're leaving Xiangjiang immediately, the smiling tiger said to the crow. The crow looked unwilling, bastard. If we were in the Netherlands, I wouldn't be afraid of him. I would have gunned down these bastards long ago. The smiling tiger replied, stop with the nonsense, let's hurry up and go. Once we gather our forces, we'll come back to take revenge. The crow said fiercely, I will make that Ahu die 1,000 deaths. The two cursed their way to the dock, but the boat captain had not yet arrived. They could only wait in place. The lackeys were not qualified to carry the boss's phone, and the call machine kept ringing. However, the crow and the smiling tiger's confidants changed their expressions upon seeing the content on the call machine. The looks they gave the crow and the smiling tiger became increasingly strange. The crow was annoyed by the sound and angrily shouted, damn it, we're escaping. What's with those broken call machines? Throw them all away. Several lackeys didn't tell the crow and the smiling tiger what was on the call machine and silently turned it off. The smiling tiger was clever, but even he was quite anxious in this environment. Otherwise, he might have sensed something was off. After a moment, a fishing boat approached, and both the crow and the smiling tiger instantly relaxed. As long as they could leave Xiangjiang, Li Zhendong would have no way to deal with them. Hurry up and get on the boat. The crow called to his lackeys and immediately boarded the boat. However, once on board, not only did the lackeys seem off, but the smiling tiger also noticed something strange about the boat captain. Captain, what are we waiting for? The smiling tiger asked cautiously. The captain smiled and said, of course I'm waiting for Dong Ge to send money over. TSK you two probably don't know, do you? Each of you is worth 3 million now, you're really valuable. The captain continued, Dong Ge has issued a bounty for your capture. Whoever can take you down will receive the money. The smile on the captain's face suddenly turned grotesque. Seeing this, the crow and the smiling tiger realized something was wrong and immediately drew their guns, firing at the captain's men. The captain didn't back down either and quickly pulled out his gun to retaliate. A gunfight broke out on the boat, resulting in many casualties. In the end, however, it was the crow and the smiling tiger who emerged victorious. The two, dragging their injured bodies, spat at the captain. Damn it, what kind of trash dares to mess with us? Who knows how to operate a boat? Let's hurry up and leave. Just as the crow was feeling proud, he suddenly felt a gun barrel pressed against his back. This caused the crow's smug smile to freeze on his face. The smiling tiger was equally shocked, looking in disbelief at his trusted lackey behind him. In fact, just now their few lackeys received the news of the assassination order from the call machine. Faced with a situation as desperate as a stray dog, they immediately made their choice. You guys have gone mad, daring to betray me. Wu Yi shouted incredulously. He now had a gun pressed against the back of his head, and the pistol in his hand had also been confiscated by his lackey, leaving him powerless. One of Wu Ya's underlings sneered. Boss, how can you even say that? Following you, we've gone 3 days with 9 meals. All these years following you, we haven't done anything but run away. Moreover, you dare to step on the statue of Lord Guan. Those underlings who made mistakes either had their tendons severed by you or died in stinking ditches. How can you say such things? You think that by selling me Li Zhendong will pay you? They will only eliminate you. The smiling tiger coldly said. And East Star won't let you go either. The underling chuckled. Then you don't have to worry, at least a Huadong's reputation on the street is much better than that of the two bosses. I'd rather gamble on a Huadong's character than to flee back to Holland like a stray dog. This was the truth. After all, Li Zhendong's reputation in the underworld was far better than the combined reputation of Wu Ya and the smiling tiger. Having stated the truth, there was nothing more to say. The leading underling ordered the other 5 to tie up Wu Ya and the smiling tiger. But who is Wu Ye? He certainly wouldn't surrender easily. Taking advantage of the moment when his underlings were about to tie him up, he suddenly erupted, his face contorted in rage as he shouted, "Damn you, die." Wu Ye was considered capable in E-Star. His sudden outburst knocked down 2 underlings. He then swung his fists directly, taking down several more rushing towards him. One must say this guy managed to rise to the position of a Hall Master, undoubtedly possessing some skills. However, just as he charged at the last underling with a gun, the latter mercilessly opened fire. Bang! With the sound of gunfire, the crazed Wu Ye suddenly froze. A bright red bloom of blood erupted from his chest. He collapsed, his eyes filled with unwillingness. The underling who fired was also very tense, his hands trembling violently, and it took several deep breaths for him to calm down. Then, as if having made a resolution, he turned and pointed his gun at the Smiling Tiger, saying, "Tiger brother, don't make it difficult for us." The Smiling Tiger, not having Wu Ye's boldness, quickly raised his hands and said, all right, don't do anything reckless. If it falls into Li Zindong's hands, there might still be a glimmer of hope. But if we resist now, these underlings really—" The remaining underlings quickly tied up the Smiling Tiger and stuffed him into a van. Then they asked the armed underling, "What do we do now?" "Of course we go collect the reward." The underling took a deep breath and said, "I will negotiate with a Huadong, and you all support me then." "But if we do this, E-Star definitely won't let us go," the underling said with concern. The armed underling sneered. 2 heads are worth 6 million, we 6 can each get 1 million. Where is it? Even if Hongxing doesn't want us with this money, we can run away to another place and set up a small business. It's certainly better than fleeing with these 2 losers. After discussing, it seemed they realized this made sense, and they all nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Li Zindong was waiting for news in his territory. Having issued his assassination order, many must have been tempted. 6 million thrown out could match the annual income of some small gangs. Moreover, his own people were not idle, all dispatched to search for the 2 losers, Wu Ye and the Smiling Tiger. However, at this moment no news had come. Could it be that something went wrong? Just as Li Zindong was about to increase the bounty, an underling suddenly rushed in and said to Li Zindong, "Boss, there's an E-Star underling outside saying that the people you want are in their hands." Li Zindong was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. "I was wondering why there was no news for so long. It turns out they were sold out by their own lackeys. Let him in." Soon the E-Star underling was brought before Li Zindong. "Boss." The underling greeted Li Zindong smiled and said, "Looks like Wu Ye and the Smiling Tiger have fallen into your hands." The underling took a deep breath and said to Li Zindong, "I don't know if your word counts, boss." Li Zindong gazed at the underling playfully and said, "What if my word doesn't count?" The underling forced a smile and said, "We can't do anything. We gamble on your character, boss. If your word doesn't count, we can't make a sound. We can only spread this news. Aren't you afraid of death?" Li Zindong's expression darkened. The underling shrugged, saying boldly, "Since I dare to come see you, I've already prepared for it." Li Zindong laughed heartily. "You have guts. Aja, go to the safe and get 6 million. Aja nodded, directly opened the safe in the office and took out a bag of money. This money had long been prepared. By opening the bag and seeing stacks of bills inside, the E-Star underling's breathing quickened. Li Zindong smiled and said, "My reputation is far more important than this money." "The money is here, but where are the people?" The E-Star underling took out a mobile phone and dialed a number. Moments later, a van stopped in front of Li Zindong's finance company. The remaining underlings pushed the Smiling Tiger and carried Wu Ye's corpse into the company. Looking at the disheveled Smiling Tiger and the dead Wu Ye, Li Zindong generously tossed the bag of money towards the E-Star underlings, saying, "All right, take your money and get lost." The underlings all showed expressions of joy, quickly thanking Li Zindong. "Thank you, boss." Seeing them leave, Aja said to Li Zindong, "Boss, should we?" As he spoke, Aja made a neck-slitting gesture towards Li Zindong. Li Zindong waved his hand, saying, "There's no need. I don't lack money. What I lack is a good reputation." Today's events proved that having a good reputation in the underworld is far more important than some money.